Hello there, good morning. It's a Friday, the 11th day of July in the year of our Lord 2025, and we are super excited to be here to serve you nothing but the best breakfast on television. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. I am Nanatufo Boateng. I am not alone this morning. I'm here with Philip Nilate. Good morning, boss.
Good morning, Nanatufo Boateng.
It's good to have you.
It's good to be here as well.
We're going to have a special twist to the show today, because this is the day that the Electoral Commission has scheduled for the rerun of some 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency. And so we're going to be heavy in the constituency, bringing you up-to-date, real-time live pictures, and of course in-depth analysis of the constituency, its makeup, the dynamics that have played out in previous elections, what happened in 2024, what we're projecting or expecting to happen based on the changes in the dynamics so far, and then of course bring you some engagement with relevant stakeholders within the electoral space. And so it promises to be very, very exciting. It's a power-packed show. We entreat you to stay with us throughout the entire show as we delve into Ablekuma North, and hopefully by close of day, the constituency, its residents, the community will have a representative in the legislature for the 9th Parliament.
So it's 19 polling stations expected. Over 6,000 voters are expected to go to the polling stations to cast their vote this morning. We will be going to the grounds to speak to some of our reporters that we've stationed on the grounds, and also bring you all the live pictures you need to see on your screen and what you need to know concerning this election. Mind you, at the end of the day, which will be 5 p.m., you would get to know the figures that are trickling in and how it looks like, whether as the NPP's and Nana Ekuya who is winning, or as the NDC's Rabna Obin who is winning. We are yet to see what is going to happen by close of day.
It's interesting also to note that despite the directive by the New Patriotic Party, the party itself and its executives, we saw and heard the General Secretary of the party, Justin Frimpong Kodia, say explicitly that the New Patriotic Party will not be part of this scheduled rerun. The party officially boycotted this exercise, insisting that in 2024, December 7, they had won the election fair and square, and so will not partake in this particular exercise. However, as of yesterday, the candidate in the constituency, Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye, made known her intent to contest and be part of it. Subsequently, we saw some towering figures in the NPP, in the constituency campaigning. Talk of the likes of Kennedy Japan, Stephen Amua, Davis Opoku Ansa, Vincent Eko Asafwa. And then we've also heard from the deputy minority leader, Patricia P.J., saying that the minority is fully behind the candidate, despite the position of the party rejecting this particular exercise. Is this clear defiance? Has the candidate gone rogue, opposing directives from the party's executives? We'll be looking at all these. But to start it off, let's zoom into the constituency. Our colleague Jude Mensah-Duncan is currently stationed there at one of the polling stations. Let's go bring you some live pictures. Let's talk to him and find out what exactly is happening. Thank you so much for your time, Jude. Grateful that you could join us. Paint us a picture of what exactly is happening. Where exactly are you now? Is the EC ready? Do we have all election materials in the polling station? Hello, Jude. Hello, Jude. Right. We still work the lines to bring you Jude Mensah-Duncan, who is there. Yeah. We also have Hansen Ajiman, who will be there. Fauzu Masaudu will also be there. And we'll bring you all the details regarding this particular rerun in the Ablekuma North constituency, a constituency that has been held by the New Patriotic Party over the years. Will we have an upset this time? Will the NDC turn the tide? Is the NDC's candidate taking over from the NPP? Also, you need to know that the former MP for the area is not the one contesting this particular election. Sheila Battels was unseated in the primaries by Ekuya Efriye, and so Ekuya Efriye is the one representing the New Patriotic Party in the Ablekuma North constituency. Let's go back to the field and talk to Jude Mensah-Duncan. Jude, good morning and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Anatufo.
Good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you. Where exactly are you? And run us through the preparation process. Do we have election materials ready?
I'm currently stationed at the St. Peter's Society Methodist Church in Odoko in the Ablekuma North Constituency. As I'm currently speaking to you, right behind me, sorting out is still ongoing. Verification of voting materials is still ongoing by party agents and electoral officials here. Now, there was an interesting stalemate a couple of minutes ago where we got some information that the church where we are currently stationed, its leadership had or raised some reservations about the continuous use of this particular venue as a voting center. But through the interventions of some senior IC officials at the regional level, we are being told that all of those concerns now have been put aside, so voting can now commence. That particular stalemate happened during the breaking of the seal process, so electoral materials would have been taken out, then party agents would have had the opportunity to verify the register, verify the materials to be used, etc. So that particular stalemate, I can now report, has been effectively dealt with. And it was the case because this location was where the 2024 Collation took place. A lot of violence ensued here, and we are being told that property was destroyed, tables were broken, chairs were broken, and after all of that happened, they weren't really replaced, right? So the church had serious concerns about the continuous use of this place as a voting center. But they've given the go-ahead now, and it's been sorted. Voting will commence pretty shortly. We are expecting a total of about 462 persons to cast their votes today here at the St. Peter Society. I must say, coming here, we witnessed some really heavy police presence in the area, right from the Odoko junction on the main road, the main Accra road that leads you to Kwashiman, even to Kaswa. From the Odoko junction, we realized that there was heavy police presence here, and all through to other polling centers we witnessed. I went to the Baptist polling center as well. We saw significant police presence there as well. But so far, it's been smooth. The process has delayed a little here, but verification is ongoing. Very shortly, I'm sure the voting process will be open. It's interesting because speaking to you right now, I've seen that some voters are already making their way in here. A couple of them have made their way here already. About six of them are already here, hoping to cast their vote this early morning. So cast their ballot this early morning. So it's been pretty smooth here. It's been pretty calm here. Nothing like we witnessed during the coalition in 2024, and hopefully it ends this way, Nana.
Very well, Jude. Now we know it's a Friday, it's a working day. During your walk through the community, what kind of sentiments did you pick up?
It's been a very busy morning. Food vendors are out. Some shop owners have already opened their shop. You see school children walking to school. Kind of a busy morning. Very early in the morning at around 5:20 a.m. On my way here, I saw pockets of some party supporters trying to, engage people in groups, right? So it was interesting to note. The MPP, upon reaching close to them, I realized that some of these persons were sympathizers of the MPP. But Nana, that aside, it's been a rather calm morning. Everybody going about their normal business. As I speak to you, the queue for voting seems to be gradually increasing. 462 persons are expected to cast their ballot here. As I speak to you now, close to about 10 people are already in the queue, hoping to be able to, cast their ballot later today.
Right. Now, you mentioned some engagements between party sympathizers and some community members. We know that on election day, there's no campaigning. So how did you identify these party sympathizers? Were they clad in any paraphernalia? And that aside, have you seen any major party actors or executives on the ground since you got there?
Now, this morning, I've not cited any known or high-ranking party officials from the two leading political parties whose parliamentary candidates are up in contest again. Like I said, when I saw this group earlier dawn, they were not in any party colors, except that a few of them had some signages and some other bands, that indicated that they were sympathizers of the opposition New Patriotic Party, but they were obviously not clad in party colors. They were not having their candidates' pictures all around them, but upon a little engagement with them, they disclosed that they were just mobilizing and trying to remind some of their supporters that the election was taking place later today. Mind you, the party's official stance going into this election was to the fact that they were not going to partake in it, although the candidate and other high-ranking members of the party have obviously now defied that order. They said that they saw the need to still go on the ground again and try to remind some of their party supporters, in case any of them was under the impression that their party, as things stand now, are still boycotting the election. So, Nana, it's been interesting. Party agents are here, police is here, some observers are also here, and hopefully everything runs out very smoothly here. The very first person has gone through the process or is going through the process of verification and would be the first person to cast her vote later today here at the St. Peter Society or Doko Methodist Church in the Ablekuma North constituency.
Right. Following what happened in the 2024 general elections, all the chaos that characterized Ablekuma North, it is expected, and as you have mentioned, that security will be beefed up in the community. But are you able to give us a description of the security personnel there? How are they geared for the exercise? Do we see armed police officers, or is just uniformed police officers as you would ordinarily find at polling stations during a major election?
Yes, so Dana, there are armed policemen here, I must say, but the vast majority or the majority of police officers I've seen here at location today are just in their police uniform, sitting very quietly as things stands now. In the morning, there were different patrol teams that have come here. One of the commanders really also passed through here. About 4 different teams patrolling the constituency have made their way here, but I can count as many as 12 police officers, stationed here right now as I'm speaking to you. So it's been the case. Banana, I've been joined by one of the persons observing. He's an election observer. Right. He's been here as early as 6 a.m. this morning.
Great. I was going to go to that.
Observe the processes going on. So I want to just engage him briefly on his thoughts around the whole process. Thank you so much for speaking to us. This is Channel 1 TV. You've been here as early as 6 a.m. What has been your impression of the exercise so far?
Oh, we thank God. Today is 11th July. We know Ablekuma North have a issue that we didn't expect. So as it come that today 11th, we have to come back and vote. We have to wake up early and do that, so that by close of the day we will see somebody who replaces it for Parliament. Yeah.
Did the message go down very well among residents in the area as to the fact that today was going to be, a voting day again for the parliamentary election?
Oh yes. We NDC, we go rounds and do a lot, talk to them, campaign a lot. So we are sure everybody is aware. So they'll come out and vote.
So you're obviously a sympathizer of the NDC. Yesterday we saw some of your high-ranking party officials, even member of parliament, right? The women caucus, they were on the grounds, they were engaging your supporters. What were their concerns? What was the feeling like?
The good things that are going from January. our president, the work that he's doing, it make everybody feel Honorable Erabra to go to Parliament and get development for us. It was 28 years when our opponent ruled Ablekuma off. We haven't seen any development. So this time, everybody wish Erabra Oben should go and get the development.
So far, the process has been smooth. There haven't been any challenges.
Not yet.
We're told that initially the church refused access.
Yeah, but they accept.
What went into the deliberations to get the venue to be used as a voting center again?
You know, the election December, here was Collation Center. So there was a confusion started from here, I think around 7, 8 o'clock. So they were annoyed, but they didn't tell us anything. So we came this morning before they are saying this. So we talked to the administrators, so they accept it. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so Nana, you just heard that one of the observers, he's a sympathizer of the NDC. He's telling us that some work has gone into reminding party supporters that voting is happening today, and they need to come out in their numbers. He also corroborated what I earlier reported around the fact that the church had initially revoked access for the St. Peter Society Methodist Church to be used as a voting center. According to him, says so far, so good. Everything is going on smoothly. As a party, they are satisfied. He tells me that his counterparts or his colleagues in the NPP are also satisfied about the voting process so far. He has also visited some other areas.
I'm wondering how he's able to speak for his counterparts on the other side.
Calm. he mentioned to me just before we came on air that so far there hadn't been any issues. I asked him in my interview, he corroborated that as well, except that he wouldn't want to speak for the NPP. But the NPP party agents themselves are here. They've gone through the verification process, and everything seems to be in place. Everything seems smooth. Some police officers are on the building, monitoring the situation. Hopefully nothing untoward happens here.
Right, very well. Now, aside the two main parties contesting the election, there are also other interested parties, other groupings, including CSOs, election observers, and the likes. Have you been able to identify any such groups or individuals representing any of these groups?
Now, during the process where the EC or the EC's presiding officer called all stakeholders to witness the process where the seals were broken on election materials, we witnessed that some persons who described themselves as election observers were here. They didn't mention which organization they belonged to, but I think one of them had the necessary identification to prove that indeed he was an election observer. So quite a number of them are here. I'm unable to, as at now, exactly state which of the organizations they are observing on behalf of, but I can tell you that indeed there are some election observers here who are monitoring the process and are following events unfolding here very keenly.
Right. So the process is ongoing. The unsealing done. A few of the voters haven't gone through the process already. Now, I want to take you back a bit because ordinarily on election day, you find the queues starting even at dawn. Some people using stones as symbols for their presence and all that. Did we witness any such a thing? And I'm asking this so you're able to speak to the enthusiasm regarding this particular rerun.
It's interesting, and you mentioned stones, and there are a lot of them here, but I didn't see any of them in the queue.
Right.
Maybe because if you look at the numbers expected, here today, in total, about 462 persons are expected to vote at this particular polling center. The total in the constituency, just in excess of about 6,000. So it doesn't give the impression that there will be a lot of pressure, at these polling centers. So we didn't see that. In fact, all the 10 people who I spoke to at the start of this co-op all voted. Some new voters are walking in right now, hoping to also cast their ballot. So it's been a very smooth process. It's been also very calm, I must say, and so far so good. Nana. We didn't see any stones in the queues.
in the queues. Very well, Jude. Now, back to the earlier concern regarding the church and the destruction of its furniture and all that, and the concerns raised, limiting access to the facility for the exercise. The church previously, the auditorium had served as a collation center. Do we know if same is going to happen today?
Nana, I can also report that for today's rerun, the St. Peter Society Methodist Church is not going to serve as a collation center. According to the EC, all of the collation process will take place at the regional office here in Accra. The main auditorium inside the church, when we got here, was locked under key. In the 2024 election, we were told that the church opened its doors. Persons worked there, EC officials who were tired could use the auditorium as a resting point, but none of that is going to happen today. The main entrance to the church remains locked. The only access given to EC officials here is the very big compound where I'm currently stationed, where voting will happen, and they are urging that if you vote right after voting, in order not to repeat, the mistakes of the past with regards to the coalition violence or chaos that ensued, they are urging party supporters and voters to kindly exit the church premise after voting, so that when it's time for counting, they can come back, witness it again, and everything is done in a very peaceful manner. So here will not act or serve as a coalition center. As I'm speaking to you, I've seen a couple more police patrols, make their way here. They just come, they stare at the gate, they observe what's happening, and they move on. And we've seen a lot of them in the constituency since about 5 a.m. where I've been here. Some party people currently are outside, still mobilizing people, speaking to people, urging them to come and vote. And that is what is happening currently. Nana, I think the presiding officer has a message. The presiding officer has a message for us. Yes, so what's your concern? Okay. So Nana, we are being addressed by the presiding officer right now. She wants to engage the media and run us through some of the numbers available right now. So you're on channel 1 TV right now. Thank you for the time. Can you run through the numbers for us available today? Okay.
Methodist Church, Odoko, 1. We have 2 polling stations here, but today we've been assigned to 1. And the code for that polling station is C161012A. C161012A. And here we have 464 registered voters. 464 registered voters. And we're given 475 ballot papers. So that's all. Thank you.
So far, so good. The process has been smooth.
So far, everything is ongoing smoothly.
How many people have been able to vote as we speak?
It is, what's the time now? 7:23, and we have 11 people so far.
11 people so far. Wow. 2024, I want to believe you weren't stationed here. Interesting. But as we speak so far, we know that the church initially had some concerns about the use of this place as a voting center. I want to believe all of that has been resolved, for which reason voting is ongoing smoothly now.
Yes, it has been resolved.
Are you able to tell us what their concerns were?
No.
Interesting.
Jude,
Thank you for the time. Please,
before you go,
Nana
kindly ask the presiding officer. She made mention of 464 registered voters, but the ballot papers are 475 ballot papers. Why that though?
We are being told that you have excess, ballot papers here. Is it because what's the reason? Are you, presupposing that there may be spoiled ballot for reason people would want to?
It's always done that way.
So it's standard practice that you have a lot more ballot papers done.
Yes, even when you do the mathematics, it's not that more. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, so Philip, we are being told that the reason for the excess ballot paper is because it's standard practice, and also because
What they think is a whole booklet altogether.
what's the, so can you just run the number
The
again?
figures I said we have 464, and then we're given 475. So when you do the math, I think how many?
A difference of about
9, yes.
All right. So, Philip, we are being told that it's standard practice. It's not really, something out of the blue. Also, because they envisage that there may be instances where somebody may solve the ballot for which reason they may request another ballot. So the excess 9 is normal. So I earlier reported that we were expecting 462 voters, but that number has been revised according to the presiding officer. It's now 464. Yes, and hopefully they all vote. So far, about 11 have voted. Some additional 3 are in the queue to also vote. So it's been a smooth process. It's been a relatively smooth process, Nana.
I'm not sure you are able to answer this, but let me just throw it in there. She mentioned that she was not at the polling station during the 2024 general elections. Could it be that following what's happened, the EC has decided to change officers for this particular exercise?
I mean, Nana, I think the EC are trying to maximize resources as much as possible so as to ensure a smooth process. So if you listen to her or you heard her correctly, she mentioned that initially in the 2024 election there were two polling centers here in the church, but for this particular rerun it's been reduced to 1. So I'm sure some other people or other resources have been employed in different ways so as to maximize the use of it, and also to ensure a smooth process. So she wasn't here for 2024, obviously stationed in a different part of the constituency, but due to the very peculiar nature of this election or this rerun, she's been brought here as presiding officer to oversee the process, Nana.
Very well, Jude. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you as and when there's more activity at the polling station or even within the area where you're covering for us. Thank you so much. Jude Mensah Duncan reporting.
Let me just take us through some of the polling stations that this exercise will be happening. 19 outstanding polling stations for rerun are God First International School, that is the Akuman 1. Also Pentecost Church, Mount Zion Assembly, Kwashiman. DVLA office, Awoshi, the Adamami 2. And also Living Spring Nursery, Day Nursery, that is at Kwashibu 1. Also, the Lord's Pentecostal Church, Kwashibu, Presby Church, Odoko 4, Church of Pentecost North, Odoko 4, Methodist Church, Odoko 1, and that's where Jude was, or is now. Then St. John Baptist Church, Odoko 1, Radiant Way Preparatory School, and Ateko School Complex, all in Odoko. Let's move to South Odoko, and South Odoko 4 and 5 school. That's also a polling station. Odoko 3, Pentecost Church, Trinidad 2, Light of Gospel Miracle Chapel is also a polling station, and also MTTD, Odoko Divisional Station, is also a polling station. Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, Odoko, and also Bethel Baptist Church, Sakaman 1 is also a polling station. So all these polling stations are where the election is currently ongoing. We'll be visiting other places as well and bring you all the updates there. Now, mind you, 262 polling stations are already done. Out of the 281 polling stations. That was in the 2024 election. So what we are looking out for now is the 19 polling stations. And from the data we have is that 6,839 voters are expected to cast their ballot today. But we'll be looking at the figures that will be rolling out as and when the day unfolds. But another big issue is that because today happens to be a Friday, looks like it's quite encouraging with the turnout I'm seeing at where Jude is now. Because ordinarily one would think that since it's a rerun, the interest wouldn't be that there. But it looks like we are seeing the numbers coming. Maybe we'll be following up and see what is going to happen during the day. Again, the security, the Electoral Commission has stated that security will be intensified because this, so to speak, is not like a flashpoint. Let me put it that way, because this has happened in 2024 and there is a rerun and the stakes are high.
Yeah, indeed.
The NPP wants to retain the seat and also the NDC wants to snatch the seat.
Exactly. And
so
it's quite interesting.
It's just quite interesting. We're just looking at how that is going to unfold in this election. Very interesting place to also look at.
And then, of course, I mean, if you look at the history of the area, since 1992, I think the NDC has only won the seat once. So you had Adam Bako Norteyebua, 1992. And since then, Kwamina Battles,
yes,
from 1996,
Father of Sheila Battles,
retained 2000, 2004. And then Justice Joe Appiah took over from Kwamina Battles. And then Joe Appiah, 2008 to 2012. And then his secretary then, who is now the candidate, Nane Kuya Usuefriye, took over from Justice Joe Appiah.
And Sheila took over.
But she was unseated.
Yeah, by Sheila.
By daughter of Kwamina Battles.
Interesting.
Okay, so the one who took over from Kwamina Battles had his own secretary.
Yes.
Take over from him. Right? Joe Appiah was unseated by Ekuafriye.
Yes.
And then Kwamina Battles' daughter comes back
to take
it from Ekuafriye, secretary to Justice Joe Appiah, who unseated her father.
Exactly. Yeah.
You get it? And now Ekuafriye makes a comeback.
Because Sheila couldn't get it in the primaries.
Yes, Penelope. That's what it was.
Penelope Battles.
Sheila Penelope Battles. Beautiful name. Beautiful name. And then the Ekuafriye stages a comeback, beats her in the primaries, and is now contesting the seat on behalf of the New Patriotic Party. Which party, however, has told us that it is not interested in contesting the seat. The party has boycotted the exercise, and so it's the candidate on her own going into this contest. However, we've seen members of parliament belonging to her party campaigning for her in the constituency. So the party officials in the constituency, right? Of course, there's a general secretary of the party at the national level, but you have a secretary at the constituency level. And for Ablekuma North, the MPP constituency secretary is the Green guy, Frederick Green.
Yeah, Frederick Green.
So what he says is that he's friends with the Ekuafriye, and so he's campaigning not in his capacity as general secretary, and
but
so he does not
based
see
on friendship
that he's defying the directive of the party. But clearly he's conflicted. There's conflict of interest between you as a party executive and you as a friend of the candidate.
Because Ekuafriye has stated that I'm ready to contest with or without what the court will say.
Exactly.
Because the court has now dismissed the application. And if that has been said, Ekuafriye thinks that she has really invested a lot more in the party or in that particular constituency. And she thinks that she won this election some 7 months ago. It's just going to be an interesting one by close of day. But we have Fauzu Masawudu joining us live or from the grounds. And we would also have a conversation with him. But before that, let's bring you this report that he filed in the constituency. Let's understand some of the dynamics, what Ekuafriye has been saying, what the camp of Rabna Obin has been saying. Then we will engage him on the grounds. Enjoy.
Renewed political activity in the Ablekuma North constituency as both the NPP and the NDC ramp up campaign efforts ahead of Friday's much anticipated parliamentary rerun.
Tomorrow there will not be any intimidation. They should come out in their numbers. We are out there to protect them, and we want them to know that we are taking this seat. It is for us. Whether they are in power or not, they should see us tomorrow, inshallah.
For the first time in the history of Ablekuma North, a Rabna Obin is going to take the seat. Okay. Hopefully tomorrow by 5 p.m. today, try and come around.
The rerun was triggered by a legal challenge over disputed results from 19 polling stations in the 2024 parliamentary elections. Despite initially announcing a boycott, the NPP's candidate Nana Ekuafriye has now confirmed her participation in the contest.
Darkness can never cover light. I am the light. Yes. I am the truth. Yes. And the light. I walk with gracious God. I keep saying and mentioning God all the time, that you can never cheat me and go scot-free. The Lord is going to talk tomorrow. justice will prevail tomorrow. I am contesting. I want Ablekuma North. Everybody should hear me and hear my voice. I am contesting this election, and I am coming out victorious because I want that election, and God will ensure that justice prevails.
Meanwhile, the Deputy National Youth Organizer of the NDC and the CEO of the National Youth Authority, Osman Ayariga, speaking during a campaign rally, expressed confidence in a victory for the NDC's candidate, Irabna Obin.
The good people of Ghana on December 7, 2024, sounded a very huge change to the entire country. They sent a huge message to the entire country that Ghanaians were willing to change the MPP. And in most unconventional seats, the NDC won most of them. So Ablekuma North is no exception. And inshallah, tomorrow we'll pick it. If the MPP believe they won it and they can win it, the human beings haven't changed. It's the same people who are going to vote. So they should convince them to come out and vote tomorrow for them. It's as simple as that. If they believe they won it, then a rerun should settle the score.
As tensions rise ahead of the polls, the Ghana Police Service has assured the public of maximum security on election day to ensure a peaceful and orderly process. Is the police ready for tomorrow's rerun?
Definitely. The IGP is ready. Yes.
Is there anything you've picked up that you think we should know?
Not for now.
Our security is concerned.
Not for now. Not for now. What we admonish everybody is to follow the rules and the regulations. We go vote, cast a vote, go home. And wait for the results. So if you are a voter, you come join the queue. When it's your time, you cast your vote and you go home. If you don't have any activity doing there.
So the police has indicated that it is on the grounds ensuring that safety, security, and ensuring that some sort of decorum is brought on the grounds for the election. The NPP candidate, Ekwefi, has stated categorically that she is contesting whatever be the outcome of that application they were seeking or injunction they were seeking from the court. Whatever it was, they are still contesting. The NDC side has stated that it's now going to be sort of a 10 for the NPP or for the NDC to win this particular contest, which is going to be an interesting one. Mind you, what Nana Tufo said that the NDC has been able to clinch the seat only once.
Just once, in
Just
1992.
Once, yes, in 1992.
Yeah.
I don't know how the dynamics will play out for the NDC to be able to win this particular seat, because when you look at this particular constituency, as like more of NPP, but they are saying that now nobody has a safe seat, so it could switch to any other say political party. In the Greater Accra region, we saw that a constituency like Ablekuma West, where Esla Uswekufo is, at the end of the 2024 elections, went in favor of the NDC.
Yeah.
Is that
That's
what
the Reverend?
Yeah, Reverend Kweku. Then we saw other places too, in Dom Kwabenya, where Adjoa Safo was, and also went to Michael Kwe Jr., who contested and went in favor of the NDC. NDC's, what's her name again? Had him just escaping that fair one. Yes. Then another place.
A similar situation happened in Tama. I mean, you saw Tama West and then Tama East.
Exactly.
All go to
even
the
in Amasaman.
Tama is left with only the central that stays with the MPP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And even that is still in court, but we do not know whether they're still going to follow. Now that the candidate has been made
mayor of the place.
Of
mayor of the place.
Yeah.
So it's just an interesting dynamics now that the voters are saying that, or the electorates are saying that there is no safe seat for any political party. Any seat can tend to any political party.
Yeah, but Philip, I mean, the entire dynamics in this particular rerun changes. Okay, it's not your typical general election where the election has to do with the entire constituency. It's a rerun of 19 polling stations in the constituency, which results will be added to the already collated results to make a final declaration on who won the seat.
There's been arguments that the 19 polling stations are strongholds of the NPP. That is what the deputy minority leader stated. It looks like it's a stronghold of the NPP. And yesterday from the deputy director of elections of the New Patriotic Party, of the NDC, Dr. Rashid Tanko, he stated that the NDC is leading with 48 votes when the 262 polling stations election votes were collated. The NPP is leading 48 votes, as what has been speculating that is leading in with over 400 votes. But it's just interesting that what we know right now, the NPP is in the lead with what has been collated so far. And we are looking at what the 19 polling stations will produce.
Philip, for a constituency that has been touted over the period as a safe zone or a stronghold for the NPP, the figures that have come out or have circulated since the December 7 election should tell you that the dynamics in there have changed.
Yeah.
It was a very close call, for which reason we are even at where we are now, 7 months after an election, and a winner hasn't been declared. The constituency is without representation, and today we are going to do a rerun of 19 polling stations in that same constituency. Now, when you talk to the NPP people, what they say, the argument they say is that their supporters did not vote.
So those voter
and
apathy.
So the NDC did not necessarily increase its numbers. However, it maximized its votes. Okay, so there you have a percentage rise, but actual vote cast, not necessarily a difference from previous years. And it suggests to you that had the NPP supporters come out to vote in their numbers, then we wouldn't be where we are. And this is based on the analogy of the the secretary of the NPP in the constituency, Frederick Green. If you listen to him, this is his explanation as to why we are here today. That if their supporters had come out in their numbers, then they would have recorded that same gap that they have consistently been giving the NDC. However, this time, their supporters did not come out to vote. And so the NDC only maximized its votes in the constituency.
But the question is, are their supporters still holding on to the reason why they didn't come out?
And that is where the challenge is. Like I'm saying, the dynamics have changed. Now there's a change of party in power. And also, so as a constituent, what are you looking at before you go and cast your vote? Do you want a member of parliament whose party is in power, or a member of parliament whose party is in opposition? You get it. Then there is, of course, the proverbial allegation of abuse of incumbency. Now, who is in power?
Is the NDC that is in power?
Who supposedly or allegedly controls the security?
So right now, is the NDC
you get it. So the dynamics have changed when it comes to this particular rerun of the 19 polling stations. And that is why you will have the NPP, which says it's a bastion of democracy, say that a democratic exercise such as a rerun of elections, it will not take part. Because for them, there should be consistency, especially on the part of the EC, which had previously told us that there were only 3 polling stations left in contention. A deputy commissioner had been to parliament, swore on oath, ruled out a rerun, said that they were done, left with 3 constituencies. You get it? And so this shifting of goalposts is something that the NPP is holding on to for its decision to boycott the exercise.
But yesterday, the Electoral Commission also denied any allegation of they being influenced to embark on this exercise.
I'm not even speaking about the influence. It's about consistency
from the
in what you are doing to show that you are independent. Indeed, you understand. You know, from January, if you listen to Jean Mensah, she was ready to make a declaration.
Okay.
Subsequently, Bossman Asari says there will be no rerun, rules out the rerun, and that they have 3 polling stations to finish, collate, and then can make a declaration. Then a week or so after, another deputy, Samuel Tete, pens a statement telling us that there's going to be a rerun in 19. So it's like all 3 commissioners have different positions.
Reports from
so you see where the confusion is. And so the EC should be seen as an independent arbiter, which is, living up to the highest levels of integrity in its dispensation of its mandate.
But don't you think that the EC was also in the fix as to how to go about this exercise? Mind you, the collation happened, I think, twice or thrice, when a part of us was taken to the Tesano police station, and the exercise had to be held there. The NDC now came, declared it, raised the hand of the officer who was supposed to do the declaration says that he wasn't going to do it anymore because he's had enough of it. Now, the NDC has stated that, well, we are ready to go on with the exercise. Whatever it is, let's ensure that the exercise is carried out. You understand? Now, the new patriotic party then that was okay with the process, that let's carry on with the exercise, after some time indicated that we are standing in what the EC has said in time past, that the exercise or no rerun could be done. Now, an injunction was sort of, they were asking for an injunction. I went to court. There was a dismissal of that injunction. The New Patriotic Party says that, well, we are opting out of the exercise. Then the NPP's candidate, Nana Ekwia said, well, whatever has come out of the court ruling, I'm still willing to go on with the exercise. So don't you think that the EC is in a fix? Now, there's a different decision from the NPP, a different one comes from the NDC. But at the end of the day, we want someone declared as a member of parliament for Ablekuma North. Because currently, if you go to Ablekuma North, you see a banner written on it, I'm grateful. Another one you see on it, say, thank you. So for two candidates in that particular constituency, they think that, oh, we have won the elections already. But I think that by the end of the day, there's going to be a finality to the problem.
I agree with you. Just to, except to add that the NDC has been consistent in its position and its call for a rerun.
Rerun, okay.
Okay, the NDC has not changed. It's been consistent with a call for a rerun. The NPP also, on the other hand, has been consistent on its call for the collation to be done on the three outstanding assets then, and then a declaration be made. It is the EC, the independent arbiter in this matter, that has been shifting goalposts. And that is what creates the confusion. And mind you, there's a court ruling that orders the EC to go ahead, complete the collation, and make a declaration. The EC tells us that, well, it needs protection, and so it's written to the police for protection. The police, according to the EC, have written to the Attorney General for advice. Now, my question is, for the police to write to the Attorney General for advice is on a matter they are prosecuting. This is a court order that should be executed. So there's a difference between the two. So I'm not sure what advice the police is seeking from the AG on this matter. So it creates a lot of confusion. And that's why I'm saying that the EC should be up and doing. The EC could have ended this whole matter
long
ago. If it had been bold enough to insist that this is what I have, and based on what I have, I am going to make that declaration. Whichever aggrieved party can go to the courts to seek redress. We have seen Kojo Afarijan in this country run elections.
Exactly.
Could you have intimidated Kojo Afarijan? He ran elections in 1992, 1996. And even that time, we were now a new Democrat. We were young. But he handled it.
In a way that was okay.
You get it? I think we should be looking for Jude now. He's moved to a different location, and I think he has some officials there. And so let's try and get Jude back on so we can speak to him and find out what's happening on the ground. We have other reporters in other areas, and so we'll be going to them as well. But today is the D-Day for the rerun of some 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency. Hopefully by end of polls today, a declaration will be made, and then the constituency will have a representative in parliament.
And you know, if you look at the Ablekuma North constituency itself, it's sort of like a busy area. You have the Kwashiman area, you have Odoko, you have part of Anya market area, Awoshi area, you have Sakaman area, Kwashibu. So these places are like busy spaces. You go to Odoko, for instance, Odoko virtually by 12 a.m. or say 1 a.m. people are still up and going about their day-to-day activities. When you go to Kwashiman, same. When you go to Awoshi area, to the same. So if these people have not been able to get representation in Parliament for the past 7 months, I think there is a problem, because there are a lot of developmental issues in that constituency that needs to be checked. So for 7 months without any representation in Parliament, well, it's not right. So by close of day, we'll tell who becomes the next member of Parliament for the Ablekuma North constituency. Will it be Nana Ekwia Ifriye of the New Patriotic Party, who has said stated categorically that she's ready to contest, and she knows that victory is hers. Rabna Obin yesterday, when the media engaged her, says that, well, she is hoping for the best at the end of the day. But we still have Jude Mensah Duncan joining us live to tell us where he's moved from the Methodist or Doko Methodist area to another polling station to tell us what is happening on the grounds. Jude, once again, good morning.
Hello, Philip.
Good morning.
Good morning, Philip.
Yes. So tell us where you've moved to and what is happening at this polling station.
So I'm currently stationed at the Church of Pentecost polling station in Ablekuma North. Odoko is the area, and there was some misunderstanding here not long ago. As you can see, there's also a lot of people who have convened here. The mayor of Accra has also been spotted here. I've engaged him already, and he's on the ground saying that he's assessing and monitoring the process. But Philip, the center or the main reason for the confusion that erupted here is this poster you can see on the screen right now. Now, according to some MPP party agents and supporters, the NDC put up this poster just this morning, and they are saying that it goes or it flouts the rules around campaigning during election, and they were calling on EC officials to ensure that they remove the posters this morning, and that's what's been the center of issue.
This is your right to remove that poster.
So your concern is that this poster should be removed?
No, I posted it.
Why did you? At what point did you post this?
Why I mean that question? It's election day. I have to campaign for my party. So what you ask me? How should I post that poster?
So when did you post the posters on the wall?
I don't know the date.
You don't know the date, but you posted it.
Yes, but I know the date. I don't know the date I posted. And today is election day.
So Philip, so clearly the issue really is that there's some level of dissatisfaction with the fact that what they describe as campaign posters have sprung up very close to the voting area, and they say it flouts the voting laws, and that led to some misunderstanding. But the police have been able to contain the situation. Like I said earlier as well, the mayor of Accra is also here trying to address and also calm tempers. The party people, the MPP party supporters are still not very excited with the developments, because they say that it's clear, it's a clear violation of the party, the rules around this election. It's a very busy place. It's a very busy place, I must say. Voting has started. We are told that a little over 300 people are expected to vote here today, and so far it's ongoing, except that
Jude, I can see,
some issues. But
I can see the MC there, yes. Kalamu there, if you can engage him. What his assessment to be on
Honorable Kalamu.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for speaking to Channel 1 TV. What's been your assessment of the exercise so far?
So far it's been very peaceful, and we expect it to be so throughout the day. And at the end, it will be a resounding victory for Honorable Rabna Obin.
Interesting. We were told that the MPP have raised issues around the sighting of some posters very close to the polling center. They said it flouts the rules around campaigning on election day. Has that come to your notice?
Oh, you see, these are posters that was not done today. It has been there for over a week. So what is normally done when it is getting to elections, the posters are brought down. But these are not something that were not done yesterday or today.
As we speak, they are still there. It's not been removed. Is that a concern?
You could see NDC posters, you could see so it is not only peculiar to NDC. Maybe one party's own may outnumber the other, but all political parties have their posters. It is normal. It is not anything strange, yes.
But the MPP say they are not satisfied with the fact that it is still up there very close to the election. So are you minded to have it?
It's not about them being satisfied. All political parties post their posters for campaigning. So if on the day of elections they are still there, why do you go complaining? This was not done yesterday, it was not done today. It was done over a week or so ago. you are a seasoned journalist. You go around doing campaigns. When parties post their posters and it is election, it is held. I think it's one of their tactics. This is the same people who said they will not take part in the election, but you are seeing them taking part. So how will you trust MPP? They are just giving excuses. They are seeing the signs. They are very clear. They are losing all the 19 polling stations. I can assure you on that.
Honorable, thank you so much for your time.
But Jude, before you
so
go,
Philip,
I would wish you
MC.
engage Kalamu more, because he was very instrumental during the process, asking that the media should, every 2 or 3 minutes, he would have to engage the media on something when the collation exercise was ongoing. Is this what he wanted all throughout? Okay, so I think Kalamu is gone. But Jude, I would wish you engaged him further on this. Yes.
I mean, his team has been on our necks. They've been trying to work him to the next location.
Okay.
So as and when we get him, we'll speak to him. But the mayor is here. Has already engaged us on the process so far. He said that he's satisfied with the ongoing process. He's been very busy. So many people are here, and it's been very noisy. So the mayor saying that he's looking at a few things. You get back to us. But so far, we've been told that close to about 30 people have already voted. In excess of 300 people are expected to vote here today. There are 2 polling stations here at the Pentecost Church. The one on my far right is relatively peaceful, very calm. We've not seen much of the action happening here today. The other one on my other side is rather busy. But Philip, let me engage another observer who I met on my way here. He's been here early in the morning. He's been observing the process, and he has a few words to share with us. What are your assessment of the exercise so far here at this particular polling station?
Well, so far so good. We just want to reset Ablekuma North. We've been in opposition for 28 years and they have not been doing anything. So this time around, we want to reset Ablekuma North.
Your friends in the NPP are not happy with the sighting of a poster very close to the polling station. They say that it's in clear breach of the rules of engagement coming into this particular election. You've seen the posters, I'm sure. Has that come to your notice? And as a member of the NDC, have you heard these concerns from the NPP?
Oh, I don't think we've made up our mind already. So that poster will not change the mind of the electorates. So I think
they say it's wrong.
I know it's wrong, but it will not change anything. They've made up their mind. We want to reset Ablekuma North, period.
So because you want to reset Ablekuma North, it's okay if they do something that clearly breach the rules of engagement?
Oh, no, I said it will not change the mind of the electorates. They can also remove the posters. They can also remove it.
All right, so we've been joined by the Collation Municipal Assembly MC. Is also here monitoring the situation and all that's happening there. Thank you so much for your time. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, you are live on Channel 1 TV. What's been your assessment of the process so far?
Smoothly. People are voting without any problem or any challenges.
But coming here hasn't been smooth even for me as a journalist. There was a lot of tussle at the entrance. There was a lot of shoving. People are clearly not happy with some developments happening here. I'm sure it's come to your notice.
Not at all. Because I got here, these are party and supporters. I don't think they are creating any problem here. The police are in full control of the area. And we are not having any problem here. Okay.
Honorable, we got here and we're told that the sighting of some posters belonging to the NDC and its candidate Rabna Orbin very close to the polling station was in clear breach of the rules and regulations governing this rerun.
No. For me, we had already pasted our posters all around. If the Electoral Commission feels that it is so close and that it's infringing on any of the rules, they could easily remove it. But for us as a party, we posted it for publicity sake. And we can't go around now and say, oh, if it's close to the polling station, we have to remove it. So that's why they are there.
Yeah, but you say they could remove it if they want. But we have been told by some NPP supporters that they attempted removing it and they were resisted.
It's something I'm not aware of. Who attempted to remove NPP supporters? Yes. They can't do that. It is not in their
because it's close
power to remove our posters. It's not in their power. If they want it to remove, they should speak to the police and probably the electoral officers to do that. But it's not in their power as an interested party removing our posters. That we won't allow.
Beyond that, we've seen also that the police presence here is quite high compared to other centers I've visited. Is there a particular reason why we are seeing the heightened police presence here?
The police have their own intelligence and they know how to deploy their officers. So if there are a lot of policemen here, it's probably what they've heard and what they've been told. That is why they are beefing up security here. But so far, so good. We've not had any challenge. We've not had any problem. Yes.
So you are confident of a very smooth process at the end of the day?
Very confident. December 7th, we had a very smooth election here. It's probably what they've heard and what they've been told. That is why they are beefing up security here. But so far, so good. Yes. Confident. December and one is any here. Any troublemaker will be picked up and sent away.
All right, so Philip, you heard there the MC for Collation Municipal Assembly sharing his words with us. We are so grateful for your time. He said that there are no issues at all. The process is going on smoothly, but not quite smooth because we've seen a lot of, shoving, a lot of pushing. It's rather calm now. I must say. But initially when we got here, there was a lot more going. There was, some misunderstanding around the siting or the an area where the posters have been. Now, if you look at this particular one, you could clearly tell that it looks very fresh, but it's been defaced, allegedly by some MPP supporters who raised concerns that it was too close to the voting center. Now, the one on my far right, as you can see, was also another subject of contention by some MPP supporters. They said it was too close to the voting center, but when they attempted removing it, the police put in place the barricade, and they were thus prevented from going ahead to remove it. So it's been quite interesting. A lot is ongoing here. It's a very busy place. I must say, the Pentecost Church polling station on Doko so far is by far the busiest of the polling stations we visited this morning. There's a lot going on here. There's a traffic build-up on the road as a result of the numbers here. The police too are significantly, higher in terms of numbers here. So it's been quite interesting. A lot of party agents are here. So many of them.
So Jude, if you go get closer to where the voting is happening now at this particular polling station, you said there are two stations as we speak there now. If you could get closer to the polling station and at least engage some of the electorates, ask them how the exercise is going so far. Mind you, if you just joined us, we are bringing you live coverage of the rerun at Ablekuma North Constituency. Some of over 6,000 voters are expected to cast their ballot today to elect who becomes the next member of parliament for the area. It's 281 polling stations, but 262 polling stations are done. What is being done now is for the 19 polling stations, rerun exercise is being carried out because the Ablekuma North constituency have not had any representation in parliament for the last 7 months as a result of what is happening in the area. Is it going to be Rabna Obin of the National Democratic Congress or Nana Ikuya-Efui of the New Patriotic Party by close of day? But Jude Mensah Duncan is the man on the grounds for us. We have our eyes on all 19 polling stations, bringing you a live update what is happening there right now. Jude is giving us update of some, let's say, misunderstanding that is happening at one of the polling stations as a result of the pasting of what they say is a fresh poster of Rabna Obin. But Jude, you were saying something. You can go ahead if you've gotten close to where the exercise is happening and engage some of the electorates.
So, Philip, the police will not allow us beyond this barricade. They tell us this is our last stop. But when we got here, there were some media people already there. But because of the situation I had earlier reported on, they had brought the barricade forward, saying that if you were not an EC official or a voter, you will not be allowed access beyond here. Now we are being told that 127 people are expected to vote here. Similar, around the same number are also expected to vote on the polling station. That is some few meters right away from me, but still very close here. And in total, a little over 300 are expected to vote here. So far, quite a number of people, or let me say, since I got here, I've seen at least about 15 people in the queue or who have voted. So it's going on pretty smoothly, despite the earlier reported misunderstanding, right? And I don't want to say chaos because it didn't turn out to be a full-blown chaos, but there was some, aggressive behavior, being exhibited by some persons or supporters here. Like I said, the AMA mayor is here. The MC for Collation Municipal Assembly is also here. The MC for Ablekuma North Municipal Assembly is also here. So a lot of politically exposed persons have been sighted here. The mayor is here, clearly not too happy. He's calling for the clear identification of persons before they enter the inner perimeter, and he's seen shouting that instruction as we speak now. So it's been quite interesting, Philip.
Okay, Jude. Thank you, and keep monitoring events for us there. We will definitely come back to you again when we visit another polling station. But Anna, it's quite interesting that what is happening at this particular polling station right now, the pasting of a poster. What they say this morning at a vantage point that when you are going to vote, you would cite the
That'll
poster.
That'll probably be the last thing you see before you start.
You know what you call last minute apo? I really, because you are writing an exams, you really want to finish that. But I think that campaigning has ended.
Campaigning should have ended.
Should have ended because it's an election day, and that is not allowed. If that is what it is, then I don't think it's
ambush marketing, if indeed it's true. But I mean, they can also argue that they put up these posters some
weeks ago. Or 1 week ago,
so there's nothing you can do about it. But you see, regarding the rerun and the party's decision to boycott, I am a bit concerned because you see, there's the school of thought, or those who argue that one seat makes no difference in Parliament. But if you ask me, that one seat secures the 2/3 majority for the NDC. It seals it. Like it brings the issue to finality. That on paper, they have the 2/3 majority. Mind you, and with all due respect, the highest of respect and apologies to the family of the late Akwetia MP, there's vacancy.
In Parliament.
Anything could happen. And it's a -1 on the part of the MPP. You get it? If the NDC goes ahead to win Ablekuma North, it's a +1 for the NDC. Now, that's aside. It seals the 2/3 majority for the party, but that aside. If you decide to boycott an election, a rerun, and say the figures in there, we have how many expected to turn out? Over 600?
Over 6,800. Over 6,000. Yes, because what we have the figures here.
Now, you, the party, say you have boycotted. And so maybe if out of sympathy, only 2 people go and vote for you. History will be there to say that you went into an election and you got only 2 votes. You get it? That it was only 2 votes in there. And you see, the party should also have history to guide them. That in the 1992 elections, when they boycotted, when they decided to stay out of that election, they regretted after. You understand? And after that, they wrote a book, Stolen Verdict. Do you remember? Yes.
Before you go ahead, let's get it from the horse's own mouth. What the party's position was. That is a new patriotic party's position was ahead of this particular rerun in the Ablekuma North constituency.
At a press conference on Tuesday, July 8, the NPP sought to set the record straight with what it says is clear data proving their candidate, Nanekua Owusu Efriye, won the 2024 parliamentary election in Ablekuma North. The party referenced a January 4 High Court ruling which ordered the Electoral Commission to complete the collation of results under enhanced security, and order the NPP believes the EC is now undermining by calling for a rerun.
For us in the new patriotic party, we are pursuing the order by the court. The court on 4th January made a pronouncement that the work of the Electoral Commission is very simple. Go, collect, and declare the winner of Ablekuma North. Go, collect, and declare the winner of Ablekuma North. And the Ghana police is supposed to provide security. The court never said, go and do a rerun.
NPP General Secretary Justin Frimpong Kodua told journalists the party will not accept the EC's directive and will boycott it, insisting that any attempt to rerun the polls is unjustified and unacceptable.
Under no circumstances will we be intimidated. Under no circumstances will we be coerced to go for a rerun. We will not go for any rerun. The new patriotic party will not go for any rerun. We have won the elections.
Meanwhile, some constituents have expressed mixed feelings about the EC's announcement that voting in the affected polling stations will be held on July 11.
Media met me I can say I said you say we did no more famano and one met me said the end in
here. A couple of them have made.
So you've seen it there. The party stated categorically that we are not going for any rerun, but the member of parliament or the candidate for the area on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party, that is Nana Efie, stated that, well, she is ready to go for a rerun following what was the outcome from court. But Nana, I think it's quite interesting. I think it's quite interesting that the party has said one thing and the candidate there has also said another thing.
Exactly.
We are now getting NPP MPs support her, and even we saw Kennedy Japan in the area trying to whip up momentum from the electorate to support the bid of the NPP.
Politics is a game, and it's a game of numbers.
Yes.
All right. So the MPs in Parliament know the value of one seat.
Yeah.
And that is why, although the party has announced a decision by the neck, the MPs, as individual MPs, are helping the candidate to help her secure the seat. And that's why I was saying that you might downplay it, that the +1 or -1 doesn't do much. But those in the House know the value of the one.
Yeah.
And this will secure the 2/3 majority for the NDC.
But from what you said, how would it look like if, say to speak, by the end of the process, a QFEA should go through?
I mean,
what becomes of what the party's position was that we are boycotting?
That's why we've been seeking the party to address us on what it makes, or whether it was going to describe the candidates as having gone rogue or having defied its directives or orders. You get it? And whether or not, in the present circumstances, that the candidate has decided to contest the election, although the party says it is boycotting, will the party enjoy the spoils thereof if she should emerge victorious? You get it? And if she wins, not much of a news here.
Okay.
Because like history has told us, the NPP has won the constituency consistently.
Yeah. It's like a stronghold of the New Patriotic
You get
Party.
it? At a point, I think 2012 was it, we even had the likes of Ras Mubarak of the NDC trying to take over, but he failed. And he went to Kumbungu to go and win there. You get it? But what I'm saying is that if the NDC's Rabna Obin should win, then she has made history.
But I can say that this time round, the NDC's Rabna Obin seems to be a very tough candidate in that area.
And that's what I'm saying, that the dynamics have changed. And that's why we are where we are today.
Yes.
Because for a safe seat,
ideally, Ablekuma hasn't been that. There's not been that challenge like that. But we understand the mayor of Tema Mayor Ibi Bright is addressing the press on that issue now. Let's bring you that feed now.
Right, it looks like she's done and she's speaking with the 3 stations now. Clearly, she's also there to support the NDC's candidate, Rabna Obing. And of course, she had her own issues in Tema Central. And so it is expected that now that she's been made mayor of Tema, she will move out to support, not to play the gender card, but of course, a female candidate.
The support from the NDC in the area is massive.
It is
because you can see the mayor, Accra mayor there, the MC for Kote there, you can see the Tema mayor there, you can see all these, let me say, MCs and the mayors all there trying to whip up support for their person, that is Irabna Obing of the National Democratic Congress. And this is just so interesting what is going to happen by close of day in this particular constituency. And our colleague Fauzu Masawudu is on the grounds, who we are going to speak to shortly on what is happening in the area and what exactly the Tema mayor said, that is Ibi Bright said on the grounds. But already it looks like some of the figures are excited or okay with how the exercise is ongoing. Mind you, it started at 7 a.m. We'll be bringing you live pictures on this particular issue from the grounds. It's 19 polling stations, and by the end of the day we are going to see whether it's going to go for thank you or it's going to go for I'm grateful. These two candidates who have been have mounted their billboards or their posters in the area. I got to a place like Dansoman Junction, and you can see the billboard or the signpost is there, thanking or trying to express their gratitude to constituents. Everything ends today. Is it going to be for Irabna Obing of the National Democratic Congress, that is the incumbent, or is it going to be for the NPP's Nana Ifriye? It's just going to be interesting. But we understand Masawudu Fauzu is
one of the
joining
hotspots
us
within the
live
Ablekuma North constituency.
TV.
A number of party hierarchy, both from the NPP and the NDC, have thrown here to, show in support of their respective candidates or their parties. I see the mayor for Tema, Ibi Bright, currently present here. The Accra mayor as well, Alote Pako, is also around. A while ago, we engaged the MC for Collation. So a number of them are here. In fact, this particular place, per data available so far as election in Ablekuma North is concerned, this particular place has been a safe place for the National Democratic Congress, and they say they are working so hard to consolidate their gains on the ground. But we will see how the day will end, and for now we try as much as possible to engage the mayor for Tema, who happens to be the 2024 parliamentary candidate for Tema Central for the National Democratic Congress. Let's get closer to her and take her feed.
Different. Nti anka wa say ye de to ho na ye proof the one here original. What the American say, and that process is possible. But the omumpe see chinchina accept pink sheet na enye papa. Wo hwe me nua ba idie no. Start ye no. One and ye akodru 19 na ntumi verify. Nti the ayen to me verify na ye G MPP for there etumu say eno ana ye de be ade anka ebe yi. Eno na ekoso Tema Central. Yeah, from 8 and I reduce it to 4 sheets. 4 sheets in a clear say a forgery. And to say we put I see a photocopy or a ding. A clear into examine the sheet almost see and shame. You possible. Once we go to court, name approval, that process no about determine the remedy. Until I know the major court for.
Yeah, Honorable, how does it look for the NDC?
It's wonderful. I mean, the NDC is delivering. I don't think anybody wants to be left behind in this process. But beyond that, I think that the process to get us here has proven beyond a doubt that there were a lot of manipulations. There was an attempt to wrangle the seat unfairly from the victor. So I think that we already know and people are determined that not under their watch will something like that happen. I think that whoever was complacent before is determined to vote and make their voices heard and make sure that Irabna is in Parliament speaking for us as the people of Ablekuma North deserve.
I mean, Honorable, the crux of this issue, the reason for this election rerun had to do with the difficulty in authenticating some of the results from the polling stations. Both the NPP and NEC have accused each other of destroying pink sheets and what have you. In fact, you in the 2024 parliamentary election was one of the people who was at the center of the aftermath of controversy surrounding the election. What is the NDC's own strategy going into this rerun to ensure that you address some of these concerns you had raised earlier?
Well, very interestingly, I think that overall the NDC was very good in managing the 2024 elections. Across board, we held our ground. I think that going forward, the NDC needs to realize that no seat is impossible. And so we all need to be giving as much support as we need for elections. So let me explain. Some of us, by virtue of history, and the conditions that persist in our constituencies, might be very strong candidates, might be the preferred candidates, but our political architecture and the need for enhancements which do not come probably compromises us. So let me explain. You know that definitely here there might be a stronger MPP.
Absolutely.
Okay? Now you have a candidate that is strong and is popular and is the people's choice. But if you don't beef up that architecture, if you treat every constituency as equal, then we might not be able to survive. And that is what Ablekuma North has proven. So I personally have been an advocate for this because I've been standing in Tema Central since 2016. So I think I'm one of the most persistent in this particular issue. And beyond this, I think that a lot more people are qualified and interested in making and putting the same point across. So the NDC will only get stronger and stronger. This case for me is just to clarify what the issues are in terms of protecting the people's mandate, and we will step up to the responsibility.
Honorable, some say the NDC is capitalizing incumbency to the advantage in this rerun. In fact, some have argued that, right from the get-go, when President John Dramani Mahama was led winner for the presidential race, the ND in Ablekuma North has been advocating for a rerun instead of completion of the collation process.
Well, we tried to complete the collation process. How did that go? In full glare of your cameras. I mean, if completion means that we should allow illegalities and stealing and thievery to go on, no government is going to sit down and ignore its responsibility to the people, except a government that is interested in stealing from the people. Excuse me to say, it was obvious from what we've inherited that that was the way to go. You all saw what was happening through our electoral process. When they had the authority, what did they do with it? They made a sham of our political process. So if the expectation is that the NDC's incumbency will create a situation where the wrongs are righted, then so be it.
But is it right to abuse incumbency?
How are we abusing it? So that's why I'm asking you. We weren't in charge when Ablekuma North tried to collate those results as your people were advocating. If I say your people, those people, it's not personal. As those people were advocating for collate. It's not about collating. Collate what? If the collation is based on falsifications, should it continue? Well, we tried to go that way. Is it the NDC's incumbency and power that stopped the process? The EC couldn't continue because they couldn't authenticate the results. So it's not an issue of incumbency that forced this elections into a rerun. It is the fact that there was no other option. And we knew that already, because we're not going to sit down and force illegalities to happen.
But not to interject, but you know, the EC, when the Electoral Commission was summoned to Parliament, they actually stated categorically that, not to quote them verbatim, but there was no need for a rerun if, all the materials were available and what have you. In fact, there were just about 3 polling stations that were under contention, but now we are voting.
No.
But there were less than 19 police stations
under contention. No. At the time collation stopped, there were about 30-something. Back-end negotiations with the
resumed
with the parties present. No, okay. Unresolved were 19. Unresolved were 19. and they felt there were other ways to resolve those issues, and then maybe only 3 were a must to rerun. You understand what I'm saying? But if those negotiations don't work, so for example, in Tema Central, there were about 16 pink sheets with severe irregularities. We negotiated through some of them and say, okay, ignore this, ignore this, ignore this, until we got to 4 where you'd have to be brain dead to ignore. Do you understand? If somebody just takes a piece of paper, okay, we fill pink sheets in triplicates or, you know, duplicates and whatever, quadruplicates. If you take a pink sheet and the information on the original, supposed original, is different from each duplicate and all of those things, I mean, there's no name, there's no polling station, there's this. Do you understand? How does that become a pink sheet? I don't know if you understand. Things that identify this pink sheet.
Absolutely.
Polling station. If those things are not on the pink sheet and everybody has a different copy, including the original and the photocopy, how do you collate that kind of thing? So that is my point. There are some that are irredeemable. You see, so those are what the discussions and the negotiations arrive at.
Okay, so
in this process, it's not the incumbency. The incumbency can insist and, you know, that the right thing is done, because executive power has been abused in a very recent past. You understand what I'm saying? If it could have been abused to its maximum, it would have been done in this case as well. But the numbers were too huge. In my case, the numbers were only 4. So they felt that they could override it. But how do you override 30-something?
Yeah, Honorable, in fact, the NDC have had issues with the Electoral Commission on record, a time without number.
Yes.
Do you think that if the NDC were still in opposition, this rerun would have still happened?
It would have had to happen, because like I said, this situation in Ablekuma North, just like mine, okay, even mine, at least they declared somebody. Here, they couldn't declare anybody. And that's what I want you to understand. That didn't happen under NDC. If they could have declared somebody under MPP, they would have declared.
So does a rerun settle your issues with the EC?
Well, if that's the decision that the EC has taken, we're rerunning. We didn't make that decision, but it was clear on the surface of the issue and on the bottom and on the sides that there was no remedy for the situation. You understand what I'm saying? If there's no remedy, you have to rerun. I mean, it's not as if we are inventing that remedy. That is the remedy that is available for situations such as this.
Honorable, what's the assurance that this election, I mean, you are a key member of this administration, this government, you are a mayor for an assembly as big as Tema and what have you. What's the assurance that this process will end peacefully? So far as the NDC or government is concerned.
It will end peacefully because the results, the process will be transparent, the results will be transparent. We're ready to accept, you know, the outcome of these elections. Because you see, we have no excuse to say that we've not put in our all. You know, the rerun might not be the most favorable decision, but we stepped up to it to do what we must do, because that's the decision of the Electoral Commission in a situation where no other option works. So for us, we're going to play by the rules. We're going to make sure that there's transparency. If the playing field is fair, we have no choice but to abide by the rules. But you see, the great thing is that you know when you're winning. You know, and all the conditions are clear. So,
all right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my darling.
Thank you so much. That's the mayor or the Metropolitan Chief Executive for Tema, E.B. Bright, who was also the NDC's parliamentary candidate for Tema Central in the 2024 election. Well, it's quite a mammoth year, if I'm not to express myself in an hyperbole, but the numbers here are really significant, and traffic is building. This trim in the Ablekuma North, the Ablekuma North constituency, the road. So the cars are moving from Awoshi down to Odoko, and then to the main streets that leads to
Fauzi,
and what have you. It's a very busy. Voters are struggling in their numbers to cast their ballots in this crucial rerun to determine who.
Right, Fauzuma Saudu there, reporting from the Ablekuma North constituency, and of course we just saw him engaging the mayor of Tama, E.B. Bright there. Let's now go to Hansen Ajiman, who is also in the constituency, but on a different side or a different part of the constituency. He reports that some persons who showed up in some brown uniforms purportedly to provide security have been picked up by the Ghana Police Service. Hansen, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Nana.
Good to have you. This earlier incident of some persons who showed up in some brown uniform, tell us about it. Where did this happen? And then, of course, run us through the escapade.
So it happened at the Awoshi DVLA polling station. And as you're aware, the defense minister had indicated that the current engagement has been left to the Ghana police to handle, and so we've seen a lot of police officers at this station who have been properly dressed in their police uniform, and so a lot of them stationed behind barricades that have been positioned to prevent persons who are not supposed to get to the polling area to get close. And I must also say that entry into the polling station is actually restricted, and so if you in your visuals you can see two police officers and there's a barricade, and so what happens is that when you get there you need to show your ID card before you're allowed entry into the polling area. So what happened then was that there were some police vehicles that were moving to another polling station, which is about 100 meters away from the DVLA polling station. And then just adjacent this particular entrance, they saw the men who were wearing brown uniform, which looked like security uniform. And so they then went ahead to question them, which particular unit or security agency are they coming from? They couldn't give a satisfactory answer, and as a result of that, they were picked up, and we overheard one of the police officers saying that they should be sent to the Odoko police station. What we've also gotten from the MCE for Gan West, which is Amasaman, even though far from Anyaso or Ablekuma North, he is the dean of the MMDCs in the Greater Accra region. And so when we spoke to him, he confirmed to us that yes, indeed, the police officers had picked those persons on suspicion that they were not state security and that they've been picked for further interrogations. When we engaged police officers on the ground, they also confirmed same to us that the people couldn't properly identify themselves, reason they've been sent to the police station for further identification. But we've not, as of yet, heard anything from the Ghana Police Service on whose account those persons are here. But I must say that things are ongoing smoothly. The place was set up by 7 o'clock. Setup was ready for voting to begin, and we've had about 10 less than 20 persons who've come in so far to cast their ballot. And when we spoke to the MCE for Gan West, he confirmed that indeed things are slow. And so just in your short, some of the residents of Ablekuma North are coming in to cast their ballot. And as usual with such practices, what you would do is that you first go in and then you would check your name on the date on the voter register. After your name has been checked, to do now is that they would verify his details on the verification device. It has been successful. And just characteristics of Ghana's election is that you dip your hand in the indelible ink, which is proof that indeed you have come to vote. The ballot paper has been handed to him. The stamp of the Electoral Commission has been placed at the back of it to make it a valid ballot paper. You can see the agents of the two candidates here. The gentleman in blue is for the NPP. The one in T-shirt is representing the NDC candidate. Until things are ongoing smoothly, they are trying as much as possible to check or have a tally on the number of people who have come to vote so far. I would check if I can get a glimpse of what he has. How many people have been here so far? 50 exactly. So Nana, so it looked like it's picking up. We are told about 630 people, 13 people are supposed to cast their ballot. Let's speak with someone who has just come to cast his ballot here. Did you vote in the 2024 election?
Yes, please, I did.
How does it feel? I mean, voting just some few months later, they're asking you to come and vote.
I wasn't expecting this, but what will you do? You must do.
I guess you were following issues that were happening as far as the constituency was concerned. Yes. For the past 6 months, you've been with that representation. Has it in any way impacted you?
Not really.
But what are your expectations for today?
To smooth voting and everything to be successful.
Okay, thank you very much. What's your name?
Richard Agbadi.
Richard. So that is Richard. He is indicating to us that even though he's not satisfied with the fact that they've had to come back and vote just 6 months ago and their leader was not selected, it's a civic responsibility, and so he's come here. And then I'll take you out of the polling station now and bring you an overview of what is happening here. So we have a tent here, generally for party faithful, for persons who ultimately have come in to support various candidates. Let's see if we can speak to the MC for Ningo Pram Pram to get his views on what is happening here, what has happened so far. Senior, can you please help us with your name?
I'm Raphael Nati.
You are the MC for Ningo Pram Pram.
MC for Ningo Pram Pram.
You've traveled all the way from Ningo Pram Pram to Ablekuma North.
It's a national duty and we have to involve ourselves.
What have you observed so far and how are things ongoing?
So far I think the process is very peaceful, and we think that it should continue this way to the end so that nothing untoward should happen.
Is this the only polling station that you've been to?
Yes, currently this is the only polling station I've been.
What do you make of the security arrangement?
I think security is perfect, and everybody can attest to the fact that we have a lot of police presence here, and it will help the process.
But what do you mean swift response from the police when they came and saw some persons who were suspected not to be state security?
Actually, I am not privy to that scene. It was later I heard something like that, but I'm yet to find out what exactly the situation is.
Should we take it that all MMDCs in Greater Accra are in Ablekuma? Because I've seen the MC for Gawes as well.
Yeah, most of us are around, yes, to support our sister.
I bet you can't wait to see her win.
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. That is the MC for Ningo Pram Pram speaking to us there. Let's go around and see if you can speak to some persons who are here to understand from them what is happening here. This is not a voting area. Chief, well, he says, Senior, can we speak to you? Yes, please. Can you help out with your name?
Yes, my name is Kennedy Jato. Okay. Yes, I'm a Panda Constituency chairman.
Pandai, in another region. Pandai Constituency chairman.
Yes.
For which party?
MPP.
So you've moved all the way from Pandai to the Greater Accra region.
It's very necessary because we need the votes. We need the lady affiliate to go back to Parliament. So we are all come to give our support to make sure everything goes well. But we came here. What I saw here, at least, people have to understand that we are all coming to exercise our civic rights. But I've realized that people want to take advantage. The conversation here, people should be allowed to go freely to vote.
What has happened?
No, what I'm saying is that it's like personal contact is too much. You can see that people are holding other. I just came here. I realized that when somebody is going to vote, you see that somebody will call him, go here, then communication, exchange numbers. Oh, Osaka. It's like there's something is ongoing. So I'm here to see my party executives to find out what is going on, because what is happening here, I don't think that is what we are all looking for. It is not right.
But your party has boycotted.
No. Don't go with the boycott. Since yesterday, the party was here. The issue of boycott is out. Since yesterday, the party represented us here, and everything we said that the previous decision have been suspended. So the parties, all the party big brains were here. So look, boycott, what that means? It doesn't mean that if you say I boycott, doesn't mean that you should allow people to do what they want. Boycott doesn't mean that everybody should do anything anyhow.
I mean, but if you boycotted, you are not interested.
No. If I'm not interested, is it? So can you tell me that they can now declare NDC as winners? If you boycotted, people have to vote, and they should allow people to vote freely. That is what I'm talking about.
But what is happening? Because what we've observed is, good police presence.
The observation that I'm making, that is what I'm saying. I'm just praying that we should all allow ourselves to allow the process to go well. That is what I'm asking for. That is all. Because people are just, the little I observe, I realize that something fishy is happening, which is not right.
Are you alone here? I mean,
yes, I came. My other colleagues, with this gentleman, the others have gone to the other police station to see what is going on.
It looks like the NDC is heavy on ground. I mean, we've seen two MCs here, the candidate herself.
The election is not about who is here, who is not here. The people who are needed are the electorate, who are going to vote. They are supposed to be here. So whoever is present, most of us here don't have votes. So your presence here, it doesn't add anything. It's just that we are all here to be sure that things go well. But if they are heavily present, that is it. Because they want to be here. That's why they are here. I want to be here. I'm here. So it doesn't change anything. People who are going to vote will take a decision and do what is right. That is all.
So you're confident that
there's no two ways about that. We are going to win and get the seat back.
Thank you very much. So, Nana, that is the NPP's constituency chairman for Pandai.
Well, just a quick one before you leave him. Can you find out from him if he's there at the behest of the party? Is the party aware that he's moved from Pandai to come support a QFEA? Because what he's saying is different.
Are you here on your own volition, or the party asked you to come?
Look, what I know is that my party, all the people who matters were here yesterday. So now, because it's the party work, I can't say I'm representing my party or not, because I'm MPP person. So since the party was here, they were told that everybody have to come and support. So I don't need permission from anybody again to come here and support. I have not.
So you're here on your own volition?
I am here in the name of the party.
But the party didn't ask you to come?
The party will not ask everybody. Yesterday we were told that we should all come and support.
By who?
Told you?
It was in the news.
But who exactly? Did somebody call you? Did you see a placement?
Yesterday I saw my people here campaigning. So if they are here campaigning, so what else? What is left is for them today they should start voting. If my executives, most of the big Canada, Japan was here, Brian was here, people who matters were all here. So why should I say that
party
the party
executives
is out of this place?
Do you have there were no party executives here?
I am saying that
national party executives, even regional party executives.
I am not party national executive. Do you understand? But we are all here to see the process. Whether the party is represented or not, the problem is that this is a mandatory for everybody and our civic right. People who are coming to vote here, they must come and do the thing freely. That is all.
Okay, thank you very much. So Nana, just as you heard from him, he thinks that the party is participating despite that communication. And so Nana, there's a polling station just 100 meters away from this DVLA polling station. Right. We'll try to take you to that polling station and also if there's time, also gauge the mood within the community. And this is the Awushi area, which part of it falls within the Ablekuma North constituency. The other part also falls within the Anyasoto constituency. But this part which falls under the Ablekuma North constituency has not had representation because of the challenge. We are all well aware. But I mean, as you can see, activities are ongoing. People are selling their foods. Mamina, you talk about Uncle to be.
Me pacho, me kwakotu.
Na time ben.
Acha me pia kakra, me ka unity committee for no.
Oh, unit committee for party ben unit committee. Assembly no. Assembly no unit committee na kan.
Me pacho ani.
Kwakotu aba. Ya da nyame ase. And so you can see she's waiting. Yes sir. So Nana, we're trying to take you to the other polling station, but let's have a feel of what is happening. There are some gentlemen over there. We'll speak to them. I mean, it's voting. Not a lot of people have voted so far. Voting started at 7 o'clock, about 9:45. By the time. Now, Mama, man, got to Aba. Now 6 months in the Muni MP, a crossing. But Abana moto na mayhem nije.
But say apostolic phone can.
I didn't know Monka. Nanka saw Monka.
Ebimu etu apostolic and ebimu so to develop for your doors.
Not just apostolic, you know, or money problem.
Any problem there.
Let's try and get to some of the gentlemen who are here. Serious. But if we don't go vote, but why? It be 8:45. I mean, waiting for what?
We are relaxing. We will go and vote.
But how you they make of the things? Everything.
We have casted our vote already.
Yes. You will cast this morning.
Yeah, this morning.
For the DVLA there.
Yeah. No, I say do.
You go I say do.
That is why I vote.
How things they go for you?
Yeah, for me, everything is running smoothly. And inshallah, at the end of the day, we are going to see the red, white and the blue flag. No, inshallah. It's live. No, it's live.
Be like you there alone.
We never walk alone. We never walk alone. Don't worry. We never walk alone. And we have never walked alone before.
So all of you, number 2, you go vote.
As we are speaking, as we are speaking now, all of them cannot cast. They are not voting. Tell them. Let them show you the ID card. All of something. I'm coming. Among all of us, I'm the only person who can vote. No.
It's been a while. It's been a while. It's time for a change. Let Arabia come. Let's see what she's going to do. Give somebody a chance. Let's see what's going on.
Red, white, blue flag is going to fly. And I promise you that. And the change carry the vote today. Number 1, number 2.
So, Nana, as you can see, a lovely scenes here within the Awoshi area. We've had some of them jeering for Irabina. Another person who has actually voted says he thinks that Nana Ekuye is going to vote. Of course, is going to win. Sorry. If you get into the neighborhood, it feels as a normal day, a usual day, but you could also feel the euphoria. You could also feel that the people are aware that there's something ongoing here. Even though a lot more people have not gone to cast their ballot, what we get from them is that they are trying to do some few things, and then later they would go and cast their ballot. See, it looks like you're coming from the polling station. How is it going?
Everything is on course. I think so far so good. Generally, it's been good with the police presence and all that. We wish it continues like this to the end, where ballots are counted and then we know who eventually picks up.
Are you monitoring on behalf of any party?
Yes, I'm monitoring on behalf of the NPP.
The NPP. So is this from Nana Kwefri herself, or you've been sent here by the party hierarchy?
It is inconsequential whether it's coming from the party or not. Insofar as the candidate has decided to contest the elections, then we have to be here for her.
But I mean, she's on the ticket of the party.
She's on the ticket of the party, yes. But then this is our stronghold. This is a constituency we can't just let go. So all of us have to put our heads together, come on hand and then support her. Because that's her decision. She is the candidate. Yes, the party says one thing, and then she as a candidate is also saying, listen, I want to go and try my luck. We voting in 19 polling stations where about 14 of them are NPP stronghold.
Oh, you can't say that for certain.
Yes, NPP has always won in all these 14 polling stations out of the 19.
What are the 5 that are challenging?
Those ones are there, we know. But still,
is the Asidu Memorial School part of your stronghold, or is part of the one that
it's always been part of the NDC stronghold? Okay. But then definitely, we know that all things being equal, things are going to change, and then by the end of the day, Kwefri here will be victorious.
Yesterday, the NDC told us that from what has been collated so far, you're leading with just about 42 votes or so. Are you privy to that information?
Yes, I'm privy to that information, because definitely if it's we are going to subtract the 19 polling stations away from the rest, and then you collate and then you have your figures. So definitely if they come out with whatever figures, we have not had the official position of the EC yet, but they can churn out whatever information they want to churn out. After today, we know Kwefri will be victorious.
And the 19 really will be a battleground for you, I must say.
Yes, it's going to be, but we are optimistic that we are going to win.
Sina, can you help us with your name?
I'm Kwekwedu Boy.
Kwekwedu Boy, many position.
A former parliamentary aspirant.
For which constituency?
Offensive North.
Offensive North. Thank you very much. And so, a former parliamentary aspirant for Offensive North. So, you want to tell us something?
Oh, yeah. I have a lot to say. Okay. We are all living here for quite a long time. In fact, NDC has lived here for a while, maybe getting to 28 years ago. There is nothing what is going on here well. Even at all, you can verify it for your own self. NDC has never taken the seat before. So the people over here, all the constituencies, are decided to vote for Ewurabra Obing. So now, of course, today, at the end of the week, Ewurabra Obing will take the seat.
Thank you very much. And so, as we spoke to people, things that are coming up has to do with the dominance that the NPP had exhibited in this constituency and what has come out of that dominance. Then I see.
This year, the air cost is here and say, Mommy, me and the Tuabano, not Asunjumla, and Yigidi. They are all new Sautumana, Abebuano, Tomano. Na amwe nyina senior party na you woman na awohia no ene beble na e ekoso ha na be koso ha chese okaso kan ensem beble by na yesre se ene so mo ma ya MP foforo ana ye to aba MP a yesre obia so obia nkoto aba no na asundwe na ye pe no entimlem madam ase.
Thank you very much. And so that's a resident who is just praying and pleading for peaceful polls, that people should cast their ballot without confrontation. But that's another, as I was indicating, one of the issues that they have in this part of the constituency has to do with their inner roads. And one of the things that appears that they will base upon to make their determination is the commitment of any of the candidates to help in shaping up these roads. we are some 40 meters away from that polling station. Already we can see sense activity ongoing. Some persons obviously belonging to the two political parties who've come out to witness what is happening. Now what I can also say is that there are a lot more people around observing, but who are not voting. So, and it's normal because this is a one constituency item which the various national parties are taking interest in. I mean, even though the NPP, its official position is that it's not going to partake in this election, we've seen persons within the party engage in campaigning. And so there are a lot more of national officers, regional officers, officers from other regions who've come out to participate in or to help their respective candidates. So this is the Asiedu Memorial School polling station, pretty much adjacent the other polling station. You can see an FPU vehicle that has been parked here with the Ghana Police Service here giving security, and you can also see that there are party agents and party officers who have been stationed here. We'll try and see if we can have some interaction with the electoral officers who are here to understand how things are going. But the Ghana Police Service is in charge of security, and similar to what we observed at the DVLA polling station, you can see that there is an entrance created by the barricade, and you would have to show your identity before you are allowed entry into the polling area.
All right, how's
and currently, as is ongoing, yes, Nana.
Very well, thank you. We'll come back to you. Okay, we'll come back to where you are, the DVLA polling station area, and then of course bring our viewers some more updates. Thank you so very much. Hansen Ajiman there. He's also in the Ablekuma constituency, the Awoshi area, reporting from the DVLA polling station, and of course its adjoining polling stations. Brought us an overview of the community and of course the sentiments within the community. Quite interesting scenes to behold. But let's go back to Fauzuma Sawudu, who earlier recorded if you like some events that unfolded within the area that he is. Let's take a look at this.
we are not pushing. No, he's not pushing. Hey,
The man has been drunk.
So you could see what is happening there in the Ablekuma North constituency, an action led by the Odoko Divisional Commander, ACP Kofi Sabon. Now, let's bring you what is happening in the area. The New Patriotic Party's Okoboy is speaking to the press. Let's bring you that now.
How does it look for the... Does the ground look fertile?
Well, you see, let me be blunt. The reason why from the first day, the NDC said, let's go for a run. It's very simple. Immediately, the president is determined. Any floating voter who is a rational person knows that if this is the government in place, why do you take your vote elsewhere? And that is why immediately Dr. Bamiyan considered these things, violence and chaos started. And so that advantage, which is their basis for calling for a rerun, is there. But whether it's going to inure to their benefit, we will know after 5 p.m. But, I mean, this place is a constituency that largely is favorable to us. And we look to see whether that favorability is what will determine the outcome, or it is the incumbency that they have that will determine the outcome. Ghanaian voters, year by year, are becoming very, very smart, very, how do you call it, independent and discerning. So it is increasingly becoming difficult for you to say that this is for us or that place is not for us. I think by 5 p.m. we'll know what happened.
So until the results are declared, and the MPP cannot be too complacent about the outcome of this.
I mean, how can you be complacent? There's absolutely no way. There were a lot of things that happened the 8 years before we came into power. Before we lost power. A lot of promises were made in the last election, and it's been only 6-7 months. Some voters are seeing through some of the promises that they were not real. We were told that within 1 week we can stop Galamsey, that the Kufado was sleeping. He's the commander-in-chief. All soldiers are under him. Today what is happening? They are creating new highways in the forest. So it's a short time, but voters are seeing that, look, there are more things you have to look out for. It's not just the promises of politicians. So I am observing. In fact, I am in a difficult situation because, my party has a stand. And then at the same time, this is a lady that I know very well, and as a physician, I know that she's going through a lot mentally, and she deserves some support and attention. So I thank you all for your work.
Honorable, but finally, how should the party, as a NEC for the New Patriotic Party, handle the aftermath of this issue? I mean, for instance, you are torn between the dilemma of the party stance and that of the candidate. And moving forward, how should the party handle any issues that are most likely to?
You see, the Electoral Commission itself said they don't need to do a rerun. The Electoral Commission. And we said, we maintain that there shouldn't be a rerun. Today, they've changed their position. I've seen people who are accusing them, trying to go at them. But look, if you have a brother who has said, I'll never smoke weed, and one day you find him smoking weed in somebody's house, It's not enough to tell him that you are a hypocrite. Ask him what happened. What if they put a gun to his head that he should smoke? He will smoke. This Electoral Commission is under serious coercion. And because Akanibeka say MPP, everybody is quiet in this country. How can you have the chairman of a party sitting down and determining which heads of institution Ghana should be sacked? The EC must go. A lot of coercion has come on the EC. So I wasn't surprised when the same EC that said no rerun is saying there's a rerun. I believe that because of the tension and all that, nobody is looking at that. But over time, it's a serious discussion we have to have. The independence of institutions. If we are not careful, if someone changes heads of independent institutions, anytime there's a change in power and others start to change the heads, it will become difficult for us to accuse them of wrongdoing. So, I mean, as we speak now, EC has flip-flopped. Our party wants to maintain a position. We don't want to be seen to be saying that, oh, we are not for Rerun, but now we are going to Ablekuma. And that's why they said so. But again, I've explained to you why a widow who for the past 6 months has been abused, has been tortured. She told you recently that 30 policemen had to escort her out of the Collation Center. Let's see what God does. If the NDC wins, it's no news. If the MPP wins, it's still no news. Because Parliament has largely been determined. That's what happened.
Honorable, finally, you mentioned coercion. What could have been the easiest reason to have yielded to this coercion if there was any form of coercion in the first place?
But we are human beings. Human beings break down. We are not machines. I'm a doctor. Even the strongest of persons, if you put him through some very... Look, if they put you in a room, deny you of sleep for 48 hours, and ask you to confess to something, 72 hours, put you through a lot of stress, you are a human being. At a point, you will give in. And so if you see the EC giving in, they were in Parliament. MPs insulted them. I don't want to mention one senior MP who said you are a disgrace. They are human beings. I see them more or less yielding. But the most important thing is that we all want Ghana to do well. So after this election, we shouldn't go to sleep. Let's start to ask ourselves questions. How can we have a strong, independent electoral commission? Look at the police. Look at the kind of chaos that has happened in this country. Have you seen one person arrested for breaking into electoral commission offices and setting it ablaze? Their inaction is because of how Ghana has been arranged. The boss of the police is appointed by a politician. If you were the boss of the police, a politician appoints you. When you want to move, won't you check how he's feeling about your movement? These are serious matters that we have to look at if we want this country to do well. We've been in this Fourth Republic for about 30 or something, 92 to now. It is time we review some of our provisions. We cannot have a Ghana where a politician appoints the electoral commission. A politician appoints the police. If that continues, how do you call it? A party apparatchik can assault you, a journalist. They will arrest him today. This evening, when you go to a pub, you see him drinking beer. We have to arrange our state for the sake of our country. Politicians are only vehicles for development, whether MPP or NDC. The most important thing is for Ghana to move forward. And that's why we must be interested in how Ghana becomes stronger and not a politician becoming stronger than the state. Very, very important.
Thank you.
So you saw that from the former MP for Lejokuku and also former Health Minister, Dr. Bernard Okoboy. Now we have the municipality, the chief executive, that is the municipality chief executive, or the municipal chief executive for Ablekuma North, Kalamu Adamu Musa. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, my brother.
I trust you are doing well.
So well, my brother. And great stay with you.
Exactly. The exercise has started. Prior to this particular exercise, when the collation exercise was ongoing, issues with Ablekuma North and all that, you were really very instrumental in this process. Is this what you wanted all this while, and is it what you've gotten? Are you okay with what is happening on the grounds now, that today is the rerun day for the 19 polling stations?
My brother, it's not about what I want. If you could recall, on the 10th of December, the returning officer of Ablekuma declared Honorable Irabna Obin as the winner of the elections. The EC and the MPP went to court. The court then directed that we should go and recollate those outstanding polling stations. My brother, if you could recall once again, we have to do recollation for about 9 times, unprecedented in the history of this country. For a simple reason, NDC doesn't have pink sheets, NPP doesn't have pink sheets, EC doesn't have pink sheets. So the way that could happen is for us to go back to the people, for the people to tell us who they want us to be their member of parliament. That is why from day one we were insisting that those 62 polling stations should be rerun. If EC adhered to us, we wouldn't have been for 7 months without a member of parliament. So it's not about being happy. What we said from day one is what is manifesting today.
So from what you said, do you think that this is long overdue? It should have happened
very long overdue. Very long overdue, my brother. Because from day one, EC doesn't have pink sheets, NDC doesn't have pink sheets, MPP doesn't have pink sheets. Only one political party, MPP, they said they have scanned documents. Where in the LI that is allowed that we use pink sheets, scanned pink sheets for recollation. So for me, I know there is no way anybody in this world can declare somebody a winner in Ablekuma without a rerun. That is why we were calling for it since day one.
As the municipal chief executive, you're also the chairman of MUSEC. How many polling stations have you visited so far? How is the security situation like on the ground?
Oh, so far, let me comment the Ghana Police Service. I have visited about 15 polling stations, and I have seen not less than 10 policemen at each polling station. And they've barricaded the place too very nicely, so there is order, there is peace, and everything is going on very well in all the polling stations.
What of the numbers expected? Over 6,000 voters. Are they coming out in their numbers?
My brother, even with the general election, we struggled to get 50%. And, you know, the situation here is even more difficult because you have a polling station that maybe has A, B, and C, and the election is only coming on in C. So you could understand the confusion going on. And I know we will record a very, very low turnout. And we anticipated that.
Well, so from what you are saying, people are not really coming out in their numbers to vote?
Yes, because people were unsure. It's my polling station part, it's my polling station not part, and so on. So it's like, because so far in all the places there is no queue. They come in, they vote, and they leave.
I've seen a strategy from the National Democratic Congress. Almost all 29 MCEs or DCs in the region have thronged to Ablekuma North constituency. Is that a strategy you put in place to whip up numbers?
They are here to show solidarity to their brother. They know how their brother has struggled to get this far. So they thought it wise that once the election is going on today, they all come to the grounds to support me. I'm the municipal chief executive of Ablekuma. So they are here to support. And let us also not hide the fact that they belong to a political party, and it is about the NDC.
There is also an issue of a last-minute poster pasted at some polling stations of Rabna Obin. What is your take on that?
My brother, it is untrue. Yes, some media houses also engage me on this issue. It has always been the fact that during campaigning, people post their posters all over. And these posters they are talking about has been there for over a week.
But the argument is that
NDC
but the argument is that it looks fresh.
No, my brother, if you have been in politics, a week's poster will always look fresh. A poster that is a week old will look fresh. And these posters, we did it was done about a week or so ago. And these are palliative posters. Yes, they look fresh, but it is normal. Are the MPP saying they also don't have their posters on the ground? Or is it that they've been outnumbered? Who do they blame? Who do they blame? You can't blame anybody.
So for you think that the narrative that is being created has nothing to write home about, that you're having fresh posters?
It is a defeatist narrative. Because it is about posting, about projecting your candidate. And it is done everywhere. It is done everywhere. So as a political party, you know you are going for election. If you don't go and print out posters and the opponent does, how do you blame him for that? It is about being proactiveness and being strategic. So, brother, how can you hold one political party for printing posters? What stops you from printing your own posters?
Right. On the matter of strategy, just a quick one. You have served as a constituency executive. Are you still an executive of the constituency?
Come again?
Are you still a constituency executive?
I am the MC. You are telling me of an incident that happened. That is why I am explaining to you that posting of posters, every political party has the right to post his posters. So if you don't do and the other party does, you can't hold anybody responsible, my brother.
Kalamu, that's fine. I'm moving on from there. I'm actually asking, now that you are MC, are you still serving as an executive?
No. I'm now the father of the constituency. So of course, I make sure there is peace and order, and we make sure no discrimination. We are for everybody.
Right. So now that you're MC, on the matter of strategy, coming from an executive position to the MCE position, and looking back at what happened during December 7, what new strategy has been implemented to prevent that previous occasion and, of course, ensure victory for your candidates?
You see, it's about providing security. If there was enough security at the Collation Center at Ablekuma, we wouldn't have suffered what happened. So that's why I recommended the Ghana police for beefing up security this time. And I'm even told the collation will be done at the Odoko Divisional Command. That's what the briefing I got. So you could see that they've learned their lessons and then they are now up to the task.
Right, Kalamu, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for speaking to us. We wish you well.
Now, one thing that he said that I'm really thinking about is the numbers. He said that it doesn't look like people are really going to come out in their numbers to vote, because even in the 2024 elections, they didn't get the numbers that they needed. But that is going to be very interesting as the thing unfolds. But Kalamu, as you know, has been very instrumental.
Oh, yes, we still have videos of him.
Exactly. At the Collation Center, you could tell the kind of zeal he was talking with. And 2-3 minutes, you come, media, you need to hear this.
Yes.
Media, you need to know
Some
this.
actually say he did all that because he was there. But of course, I mean, even the Bible says that the laborer deserves his wages. So he should be paid for all the work. And congratulations to him.
And you've seen him moving around in parts of the area, 19 police stations. He said he's visited 15 or 16 of them.
But the man says he's now father of the constituency. So I mean, if he's father, he has to do the work of the father. He has to be everywhere.
And I like the fact that the other MCEs are there, but not to say that the side of the NPP isn't there, because the Koboy is there, and even the constituency chairman from Bandai is in the northern region.
You see, this is what I'm seeing. The MPP has whipped its the NDC has whipped its executives to all marshal and move into the constituency to help. So you are seeing all the number of MMDCs that have come there on behalf of the NDC. However, the MPP is refusing to tell us what I believe is an internal U-turn, but they will not come publicly.
They wouldn't say. They wouldn't talk
you
about
understand?
it publicly,
Because whether they like it or not, whichever way this election goes, it is for the party.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm saying that it is not in their interest to boycott the exercise. They should be interested in participating in the exercise, because, Philip, say we go into an election of over 6,000.
Yes.
And you go and you record 2 only 2 votes. History will continue to mock you.
Yes.
History will forever mock you, whether you abstained or not. The face of your candidate is on the ballot
But the
paper.
figures are there to
And so
to
history will continue to mock you that you went into a contest and scored 2 out of 6,000.
You failed woefully.
Exactly. And so that disgrace will continue to hang you, and you will regret that decision. And you see, this is an individual who has spent resources from primaries level all the way up to a general election.
And even after the 2024 elections, they were still making expenditure.
19 polling stations out of 200 and how many? For this to be taken away from
19 out of 281 polling stations that we have 262 already collated.
To sit back or to sit out because of 19 out of 200 and whatever.
281 polling stations.
All the work that you have done. It is painful.
I think maybe
I said,
a few years sat down and was like, no, we can't take this
boycotting an election as a party that says it is the bastion of democracy in this country. It does not augur well.
So right now,
and there's history to guide them. You boycotted the general election in 1992 after you came to write a book and call the stolen verdict. You think there were no regrets there?
What we need is an official communication from the New Patriotic Party.
And that is what they are shying away
because
from.
When Okoboy spoke, he said that right now he's sort of in a fix because on one hand the party's position is we are not proceeding or we are not part of this rerun or participating in this rerun, but that he is a friend of Nana Efriye, so he would want to be there. And being a medical person as he is, he knows what Nana Efriye is going through.
Philip, you and I have done this job long enough to understand this type of communication.
Of course.
We know what he's trying to say without saying it.
Yeah.
So it is fine.
If
this is how they want to proceed, we wish them well. But I'm saying that the biggest opposition party in this country, you understand, should not sit out of an election such as this. You see, the two parties, from where I sit, have missed a huge opportunity to occasion reforms in the electoral system with this Ablekuma North. But that notwithstanding, they should contribute or participate in the exercise and see to the end of this 6-7 months without representation. We should not have a repeat of SAL. It is not fair to the people there.
The Salakope Amichinu and the Likpe area, Sancho Kofi, Salam Sancho Kofi, Likpe and that area. But we told you that we have our eyes in all 19 polling stations. Polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency. You'd want to stay with us here on Channel 1 TV because we will bring you exclusive interviews and all what you need to know once this election is ongoing. That is a rerun, and by close of day, we would get to know whether it's going to be in favor of the NPP's Nana Efriye or the NDC's Rabna Obi. We'll take a break here. We'll bring you what is happening briefly on Literacy Challenge, and later we would move back to Ablekuma North. Stay with us here on Channel 1 TV.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vernal Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vernal Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vernal Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vernal Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vernal Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved. Drowning in deadlines, data running wild. Let's fix this together. Join the evolution. Join the sharpest minds in HR at the HR Connect Conference 2025 on August 8th at the Marvin Peak Hotel, Accra, under the theme Empowering HR Excellence, Leveraging Data, Resilience, and Wellness for a Thriving Workplace. It's not just another conference, it's strategy, tech, wellness, and a few smart laughs too. Panels, keynotes, real talk, and real solutions. Let's lead, connect, and transform the way we work. For further inquiries and bookings, please call on 0541 222 365 to secure your seat. HR Connect Conference 2025. Lead, connect, transform.
Still on the old My DSTV app? Time to make the switch. And yes, it's as easy as it sounds. Just download the new My DSTV app and log in as you normally would. Everything you need is right there. Your account, your settings, your offers. It's a smoother way to pay, upgrade, reconnect, or clear errors. All in fewer steps. No hassle, just more control in less time. Download the new My DSTV app, made to make it easy.
Hey Ghana, so you people know Miss Brother once more. If you knew, it's your boy. Kill them all. But this time, I'm not only killing mosquitoes, I am killing the great. See? This wouldn't have been possible if I didn't have the perfect mosquito-free atmosphere. Thank you, Out Insecticide. And yeah, Out Mosquito Coil. For a mosquito-free atmosphere, trust Out to... You are not serious.
Out Insecticide. So ya boa, faha.
No matter how far you run away, you always come back to where you started.
Tortured, mutilated, fingers cut off.
I'll lend you the money. My boss believes in giving players another chance.
You don't know what to do if you don't have the money to pay back. Come and listen to me.
Sir, it's done. Good. 1 week. That is all you got to pay up.
You've been gambling. I can't.
Unfortunately, we're still chasing shadows. He's clearing the board to make way for something bigger.
How could you do this to us, God? Who's there?
I can fix this.
They've shared everything, but now one twin is getting married and the other is left with questions she never thought she would ask. Is it wrong to feel left behind by the one you love most? This Friday, Chris Carter and her sisters unpack a sister's honest confession and the emotions many are too afraid to voice.
My twin sister is getting married soon, and while I truly love her and I'm happy for her, there's a part of me that feels deeply unsettled. It's not that I want to take her joy away, but being twins, we've shared everything. Birthdays, childhoods, memories, even heartbreaks. Is it wrong to feel this way? Or am I just being truthful about an emotion many wouldn't dare admit? Warmly, a conflicted twin.
It is valid, you're being human, but you should learn to control how you feel. If you think you do not know how to do that, then I think you should seek help.
As quickly as that thought came into your mind, let it go. Be happy for your sister and help her go through this process and be there for her. Do not envy that which is not yours.
She should make an effort to. She has a lot of goodness in her. Like we have said, it is natural, it's human for us to once in a while feel that way, but do not dwell in it.
Tune in to Sister Sister this Friday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't miss this episode. Sister Sister, real stories, real women, real talk. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Gino. Gino truly cares.
And we go by the
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there? Zebal won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
All right, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily. And right now we are going to get into a conversation a little bit away from the elections. Now we're going to be talking about the literacy challenge, but I just want you to remind you that literacy is not just about reading and writing, but it's actually the fundamental or the foundation of critical thinking and also creativity and also lifelong learning. So today we are about to shine light on literacy challenge, and this is actually a platform or a program that does not only encourage young minds to fall in love with writing, but also reading, learning, and creativity, and also challenging their thinking critically. And joining us in the studio today are two incredible voices in this space. We have Demi Lecha, who is a writer, and Apioko Seram Ashong Abe, who's the head of programs production right here at Channel 1 TV. And when you see Apioko, you always think literacy, and you always think literacy challenge, you know, because I think because she was a teacher in her past life. Hi, ladies.
Hi, Chris.
How
Hi,
are you?
Chris. Well, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How are you?
Oh, great.
But I'm still a teacher, you know. I just don't
I
do it
know.
full time.
Once a teacher, always a teacher.
I just don't do it full time.
Exactly.
But, you know, going into schools at different levels and, you know, preaching the gospel of what we have to preach.
Exactly.
We still do it.
And excitingly, a teacher that teaches teachers.
Yes.
No, teachers that teaches teachers. Yeah, so she is really a teacher. Hi, Demi.
Hi.
How's everything?
Good.
It's
I
nice
love
to
your
have you in this.
outfit.
Thank you. It's nice to have you in the studio with us. All right, so Demi, I'm going to be starting with you. As an author, what role do you believe reading plays in shaping the minds of young people?
Oh, good. Great question, right? But let me start it with a little bit of a personal story or personal point of view. For me, reading really, I think,
for as long as I can remember, has been a part of me personally, and perhaps I should thank my parents for that. But I've been a member of a public library everywhere I've lived, from Dansoman Public Library all the way to, the Boston Public Library when I moved outside Ghana after secondary school. And so it's been a part of me, and I know that there are young people watching and they're wondering how, in the advent of social media, can they actually imbibe reading and make it a part of their lives, over the long term. I would say that just making sure you have just a little bit of time to pick a book. Let's do it the old school way, right? There are audio books, there are e-versions of books, but just pick a book and browse through the pages if you feel like you cannot read a large tome. It doesn't have to be a big thing. Just pick a book and read. And I think reading really has taken me to many places that my 2 feet have never been, all around the world, because through a book, you can get to know so much, be it fiction or nonfiction, what have you. I've read all kinds of things about Japan, about Congo, about Haiti, about Afghanistan under the Taliban regime, all of these things. And it just widens your worldview, your perspective, and develops your brain in many ways that will benefit you over the long term. So from my perspective as an author, I would say that the habit of being an avid reader myself truly helped, because then I could put myself into, so if I was reading this book, would I enjoy this? If I was reading this book, would this make sense? So really, I think literacy, primarily through reading, is fundamental, and it's sadly becoming a lost art in our modern generation, and we're trying to bring it back, at least, right, Apioko?
We are working hard at it. Working hard at it.
So, Apioko, how do you think reading actually enhances a young person's emotions and also intellect?
No, so I'll tell you that, and I keep saying this whenever I get the chance. Even with the literacy challenge, being on this journey, it started as a Right Away contest, 2017, changed to the literacy challenge. A lot of parents ask, how can I get my child to write? And I say that reading, that's actually the key. Because when you read, there's some kind of connection between your psyche and then what you're putting on paper. So how you express yourself, the vocabulary is imprinted in your mind, the sequence of words, how you imagine that the writer would have voiced it if they were speaking aloud. You hear it in your mind's eye and you replicate it on paper. So if you want to be a strong writer, and for many people who have to write reports, go and deliver speeches and whatnot, speak fluently, they can't do it because they're not reading. So if you want to be a great writer, you need to read. You want to be a great speaker, you need to read even more. Because when you read, Chris, you read in your, there's a voice in your head. And you have the punctuation and everything, but there's a flow that you're hearing in your mind.
And you have to learn new words.
Exactly. Exactly. And then when you don't understand a word and you go and look it up, it gives you,
still reading.
It builds your arsenal of vocabulary. When I was young, I used to read the dictionary.
Right.
Me too.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
I used to read the dictionary, and you begin to understand that you can use different words in different contexts. I'll give you an example. A lot of us, or we hear a lot of people say things like, there's an impending wedding. Impending is a synonym for upcoming. But impending has a negative connotation. So you don't use it to describe something that's supposed to be joyful and positive. So you say an impending storm, an impending war, an impending disaster, but not an impending wedding or an impending birth.
Or happy feeling.
No, but people use it all the time. That's what reading does. It gives you access to these things. And when you have command over language, wherever you go in the world, I keep telling people, if we take English, for example, right? When you travel, I don't speak German, but I've been in Germany, I can understand what they're saying because I understand the roots of the words. So you see something like reduziert, it's in a shop, reduction, reduce, so it's a sale. So without even engaging the shop attendant or trying to disgrace myself with my very poor German skills, I can understand what is happening.
Right.
So you travel around the world and you become a global citizen just because you've read. And what Demi has said is very important. You know, we talk about exposure. People think, oh, you need to have $1 million and be traveling around the world to be exposed.
Yes.
No.
It's about knowing things from books.
Absolutely. My very first introduction to Kenya and Nairobi was through, recently we lost Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who's one of the godfathers of post-colonial literature, through Weep Not Child. So learning about the Kenyan Revolution with Jomo Kenyatta and how their version of our Nkrumah and freedom fighters situation here in Ghana. And I was in JHS at the time. So those things have never left my mind. So when I did get to go to Kenya, I was looking out for places I've heard, I was recognizing names. I could say, oh, you're a Kikuyu. I could, you know, make the connections. That's exposure, and it's what reading does. So you can sit on your mat without electricity, wherever you are, and still travel around the world and be very much exposed and global because you read.
Right. So, Demi, let's now talk about your writing. At which point do you realize that, look, I'm a writer, I want to put things down on paper for the world to actually enjoy what my imaginations are, because obviously you write fiction. So at what point do you realize that, okay, I want to do this?
Well, I don't even think it came to me at any particular point, so I can't give you, it came to me at point A or point B, but I think just enjoying where creative arts, let me just broaden the scope a bit, where creative arts takes you. So you watch a movie and you may laugh, you may cry, you know, we've all seen, let me see, the Titanic, for instance, and people cried at the end. You know, movies evoke emotion. So do books. So does theater. You see a live performance, an orchestra, a violinist, what have you. You know, so creativity actually is truly tied to our emotion. And you feel that you want to be part of that community. It's almost like, I wouldn't like to say a calling because that adds some spiritual connotations to it. But it almost feels like that, like a calling of sorts. So you don't wake up one day and you're like, you know what, I'm going to try to write a book. But the story sort of came to me. And I thought, oh, what would happen if so and so? And that's from the point of creativity, right? So creativity is a big what if game. So, you know, what if Apioko styled herself in green and red today? You know, or me in these colors. We all express ourselves differently and play the big what if game. I want to add this to this and see what will happen if we did so and so. So that is how writing my novel at least came to me. I had written smaller things, which I never shared with the world when I was younger, because I just wanted to test my mettle a bit to see if I could really actually do this. And I realized that I actually do enjoy writing in addition to reading. So that combination really helped me, you know, push through in getting my debut novel out, however big it is.
This is the debut.
This is the debut. Yes.
This is the first one.
This is the debut.
And is this big?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And I always say that the story just did not end until it ended. So I couldn't.
So you just kept going.
Cut it short, yes, because there were parts of the story that still had to be told. So just my long-winded answer to your question. I think for anybody who wants to see if they have it in them, everybody has it in them. Creativity starts from what you choose to put on in the morning. That in of itself, you've expressed yourself creatively. So everybody has that. I hear people, oh, hey, I can't do. No, you can.
So Apioko, how can young people actually translate that creativity into writing?
So, you know, it's a coaching process, and that's why people like Demi. See, Demi is a scientist. We haven't said Demi. We are going to Dr. Demi. Doctor, and not just a medical practitioner, but a researcher. And she's worked with some of the biggest development space. I mean, when Demi told me she was writing, I was like, oh my goodness, you know, the scientists are coming. No, but that's what it is. So, you know, in our culture, we tell our young people that you have to be a science student. If you're a science student, you can't be an art student. If you draw, then you can't be a scientist. If you are good at mathematics, then you cannot be good at dancing.
Exactly.
You have to be one thing. But you see, innately in our culture, we are actually very big, versatile people. Right. We are multitaskers. You know, the way we even move, you know, how can our mothers go to work dressed in, especially those days, those who are bankers or working in the civil service, they'll wear their gray, blue, black suits. And then on Sunday, they are wearing their very colorful kaba and slits, and they look like they could walk a runway in Paris. You know, we are very versatile people. Then the second thing is, now more than ever, the world thrives on versatility. So you can't have just one skill. Now we are talking about upskilling, right? So you go into a space, the more versatile you are, the more valuable you are. So for our young people, they need to see that there are people who are writing and they are versatile. They are writers, but they have other interests, they have other expertise, they have other professions. That's why someone like Demi, for me, is very important. So you see a young doctor who has always wanted to write, but was told, no, med school is for you. But now you see a scientist who has written and is taking her places, then you realize, oh no, this is something I should do. And when you see that at a young age of 11, 10, 12, 13, then you have something to aspire to, because you can picture what your life can look like. It's not everybody who is born to be a trailblazer. Let's establish that. Not everybody can wade through murky waters and find the lights at the end of the tunnel. Some people need to see that it's possible, and then they toe that line. And that's why, you know, we need to see more. So if you want young people to be interested in writing, the first thing is the mentorship, the role models. It is there are Ghanaians who are writing, and this is what it's bringing to them. I meet a lot of young people, I write, but my mother said it won't bring me any money, so I'll just do it as a hobby when I grow up. And then I can say to them, okay, do you know that I have XY book? This is where it has taken me. So there's a proof of concept for the business people. You show that to a young person, you know, and then also letting them understand that writing gives credence to their voice. We sit here and you know, a lot of adults, they are children. But that's why I keep saying young people, they're not children.
They're young people.
You're a mom, Chris, you're
humans.
Look at the kinds of things your children say to you. I have the younger sets amongst the three of us. And the other day, something happened and my daughter says, that's diabolical.
Wow.
And she's 6.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. And then, you know, there are my moms, and they called me and I picked up hello diabolical. So she's calling me, that's my name for the week, because I said I was going to do something for her and I couldn't, so that's diabolical. You know, so their minds are big. It's just that they don't have the experience to express what lives within them. Writing gives them a window into that. You know, Chris, even when you write a script, sometimes don't you sit back and say, oh, I wrote that.
I did that.
Yeah. And it's not even giving yourself props or fans. It's just the fact that, oh, I didn't know that was in my head. That's what writing does. So a young person writes, and then now they realize that they can actually conquer the world on paper. And then they begin to wonder, how can I translate conquering the world on paper into conquering the world in real life? And then before you realize, you have an inventor, an innovator, someone who is doing big things. And that's really how it is. So there's a role modeling, seeing the mentors, but also giving them the space to express so that they can see what the possibilities are for themselves.
Right. So how do you think the literacy challenge competition can actually help, you know, with these problems?
So I'll tell you, you know, there's a project I was working on, or I am working on with the University of Ghana Department of English. And it's a course that we're running, short course for JHS teachers. And it's how to teach English language and literature at that level in the 21st century. So you take the literacy challenge. The first level is a writing competition. The topic, the prompt, this year we're asking young people to write about how climate change is affecting agriculture in our context as Ghanaians. So how's it affecting the individual, the family, the community, the nation as a whole, and then what kind of solutions could they proffer, could they suggest, so that we can move beyond that. Now, when you get a young person to start thinking about policy, when they get to the point where they're an MP or a minister, or they're working in a private organization that has to give funding to solve a climate change problem, they understand it because they'll understand it from their point of view. I keep saying that climate change is a buzz term and it's going over our heads.
It's like a trend.
Yes, but when you understand that the fact that you went to the market today and your yam was 50 cedis for one tuber because they're saying it's not in season, but some years ago, at this time, yam is in season. You realize that's a climate change issue. That's how practical it has to be. So you get young people to think about it. And because they are very open-minded and explorative and adventurous, what happens is they will find the reason why this is happening, and because it's this big climate change thing that's causing the problem. So that's one level. They move on to level 2, the aptitude test. The aptitude test, yes, is multiple choice, but it's applied knowledge. We've spoken so many times about how our educational system is hinged on rote learning and the true and poor, pass forget kind of thing, right? But then when you look at the test, there are situations where you've given them, some cutouts with some paper clips to fasten these cutouts together. And we said, construct the digestive, the human digestive system, and then use it to answer questions. Their motor skills, tapping into memory, and then also even being able to understand that I've never seen this thing physically before, but I saw it in a textbook, but now I also have an opportunity to pretend like I'm the surgeon and I'm assembling it. Yes. Those things are invaluable. So now when you have to answer the questions about, what's the use of the large intestine in the body, you're looking at it and now you can imagine it. You can go in there. And that can also push somebody to say, okay, I'll write, but I'll write maybe biological literature or I'll write medical literature. Then you move to the life quiz, the confidence, being able to stand on a stage and answer questions I've never seen before. They're being thrown at you because we don't give them the questions ahead of. There's no a poll for the literacy challenge. No, I say that 2 years ago. No, when did we lose Queen Elizabeth? It was 2022.
Yes, I believe
so. 3 years ago.
Yeah,
we were in the process of the challenge, and then the Queen Elizabeth passed away. And the grand finale, which is the live quiz, was just, I think, 4 days after her passing. So we incorporated questions because there's a current affairs bit in there. They were able to answer every single question. And I was looking at the adults in the room. They didn't know the answers.
Wow.
And we didn't tell them that these questions were coming. So this tells you that these are young people who are plugged in. And because, they write, there's a bandwidth for research and for knowledge assimilation and being able to distill it. And you see that. So that's what the Literacy Challenge does. And for us, on a national level, it starts a dialogue about what our education should look like and what we should be paying attention to.
Now, talking about reading and obviously social media, it's 2025 and there's influx of different social media platforms. And sometimes these platforms seem to be not just a learning platform, but at the same time, they can be distractions. Do you think there's a reading crisis today because of the advent of social media?
Oh, certainly. But coming back to many good points that Apioko made, through at least this literacy challenge for this year, I think the topic actually is really important. We all have heard or have seen of Greta. This young activist, for climate change. So it can really take you places. And I just want to push a little bit about parental encouragement because they really need it. Very often in our cultural setting, we rather have parental discouragement, rather than parental encouragement. So I'd like to urge all parents listening to just give them the confidence that they need, because that's all that is lacking. Like what Apioko said, when you give them the opportunity, knowledge assimilation is there. How to express it is also there, but they may be lacking the confidence because of their age and immaturity. But if you're able to push them, they should be able to. Reading as a national crisis, yes. That is my considered opinion. I will die on this hill. I can't tell you in my professional life the number of people I have interviewed, number of national service, persons I have taken on who cannot write a paragraph on anything, which is really sad, which is, in direct contrast to, first class, upper, in,
All
sociology,
that,
whatever, their areas of study was. And they just cannot do these very basic things. So certainly reading is a national crisis. When was the last time you saw a kid reading a book? Let's think about it. It's always either they're on their phone or something
on
else.
Their phones.
Yes.
They're always on the phones or the tablets.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we who have, children in these modern times, we're trying to get them off the phone and limit screen time because research has shown that does not fully develop the brain. It only processes in one channel and not the rest. We all say the information superhighway. But that is not only limited to social media. There's so much. The paper, we have, our Ghanaian Daily Graphic, there's the Mirror on the weekends. Nobody takes these things. The radio and TV channels try to do their best with the newspaper reviews and all that. But this culture is being lost, particularly in the younger generation.
Right.
When we were growing up, there were newspaper stands. I remember my mother will always send me to go and buy a set. There was the set, right? I think it was the Mirror, the Times, the Spectator, and something else. You buy it as a set, and you'd bring it home. And this was how our parents at least consumed information because there was no social media. Yes, social media is positive. It has, opened up the world in many ways, but also sitting down to pick a textbook, to pick a novel, to pick whatever it is that, the case may be. Open it up and actually use your eyes to see the words, read it out, because that deepens and adds depth to your knowledge.
Yeah.
It's not just social media learning is very passive and not active. So active learning is where the neurons are, making those connections in the synapses. That is where you retain, that is where your brain puts it in its memory bank to be able to recollect in the future and all of that. How much of, you could scroll on social media for an hour. How much of it will you remember a week later? Not much of it, unless it's something really like Agrada going to jail or something like that. But
say that again.
But outside of that, actual learning, you have to unfortunately rely on some of these traditional ways also. So I know the kids always have that argument, yes, I'm on my phone, but I'm learning. Well, yes, you may be learning because there are apps that are, intended for learning purposes, but are you also not just, social mediaing your afternoon away? So I would really encourage parents, limit screen time, advocate for other alternative forms of learning that are outside of social media. Just go back to how you learned things as a child, right? Encourage play, encourage social interaction, teamwork and bonding, because these kids, forget social interaction because they're always on their phones and it's a solitary thing, right? Because the people you're interacting with are not even real, right? You don't know them, but have you played with your neighborhood friend who may be of a different tribe, who may be of a different socioeconomic level, who may be of a completely different background? And that's how we grew up, because we knew everybody who was in our neighborhoods. Lately in Ghana, we don't know anybody. Who is our neighbor, who is your neighbor. We don't know so much, but these things teach you how to relate to people. And coming to the work field, you have to work with people. You have to be able to relate to people. If you're a team lead, you have to be able to understand people, understand what motivates them, to be empathetic. All these things that a transformational leader, a visionary leader has to possess. How are you going to do that if you're always in this solitary mood, pressing your phone and consuming, 90% not entirely necessary information? I don't want to say junk, so I'll say it in a better way.
Not entirely necessary.
I actually like the fact that we spoke about this, because I think yesterday I saw two contents that popped up my phone, and it's people that are now advocating for more intellectual stuff on social media. They're tired of anybody just speaking a mic and everybody believing them. So they want to see more researchers, they want to see more doctors, they want to see people that have experience and actually gone out to, learn teach people instead of just anybody picking up, a mic and then talking to us and people believing that these are the facts, because it's really playing with the minds of people. Anyway, before I let you go, or before Apioko gives us a rundown of how people can actually apply for the literature challenge, what's the title of your book? And let us read 2 lines or 3 lines of the book. Let's have an idea of what this book is about.
I love this book, though. I love it. So the title of the book, as you can see, Chris, is The 28th February House.
Okay.
Now, it's loosely based on the events that happened in Ghana on 28th February 1948. And, if you recall, from our history classes, social studies, and what have you, that was the day when the ex-servicemen from World War II were marching to the Castle, which was the seat of government at the time, to present their petition to the British colonial government regarding their benefits, because they had been promised all these benefits if they went to war to fight for the British during World War II. But they had since returned. World War II had ended in 1945, and as of 1948, no benefits that had been promised had come. So on that day, 3 ex-servicemen died. Those are historical facts, but I added a 4th fictional character. And it tells the story, but it also gives you some insight into the revolutionary cause for independence around that time, because the 48 events sparked, a lot of the work that people had been, J.B. Dankwa, Bidima, Kwame Nkrumah himself also had been doing in the background, and led to our independence in 1956. It is not a history book. It's a work of fiction and a novel, and it comes down also to contemporary Ghana, where the descendant of the British colonial officer, who was Colin Imre, meets the descendant of one of the Ghanaians whose grandfather was killed. So 2 people whose great-grandparents committed atrocities against each other on the 2 sides of the divide. Sides, one for the British government, one for the Ghanaian cause, the Ghanaian nationalist cause. And we see what happens if they can overcome this history that they have inherited. So I'd encourage everybody to just find Readers Hub on Instagram, Rogale Bookstore as well. Kingdom Books also has it, and get yourself a copy of this novel.
Right. So Apioko, how can people join the Literacy Challenge?
All right, so it's very simple. We're on level 1, which is the essay competition. So you actually have to write the essay to enter the competition. So I'll put out the topic. We've given you snippets of it, but this is it. In not less than 600 words. So that means you can write 600 words or more. In not less than 600 words, write about the effects of climate change on agriculture in Ghana. What are the effects on families, communities, individuals, and Ghana as a whole? And then what solutions would you suggest to make sure that these effects don't become a big problem for us, okay? Now, it has to be in your own handwriting, okay? In your own handwriting. You have to be between 11 and 15 years old to write this essay as well. So at the time they are submitting the essay, you should either be 11, 12, 13, 14, or 15 to enter the competition. And then you send your entry to, you can bring it to the front desk of Channel 1 TV here at Tesano in Accra, front desk of City FM at Adabraka, also in Accra, or if you're from beyond Accra, you can you can mail it to us, P.O. Box 14123 Accra Central, P.O. Box 14123 Accra Central, and then you send it in. But make sure you send it early so I can arrive. The deadline for submission of entry is Saturday, the 26th of July, so you don't have a lot of time. Saturday, 26th July, we need to receive all of those. Now, from there, we proceed to level 2, but we need to get the top 50 from the essays, so that's how you enter. And then one critical thing, please make sure you add all of your contact details. Mommy's phone number, daddy's phone number, your teacher's phone number, their email address, whatever it is, just so that we can find you. If you're sending us, through snail mail, through the P.O. box, then of course your return address, we can write to you if we have to. It's very important. We receive essays all the time, and then we can't trace them.
All right. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you so much. And it was important that we had this conversation.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking.
Chris, sorry, quickly before you go, our sponsors.
Okay, yeah.
I want to say a thank you to Belmu, GB Investment, and SIC for believing in the cause of young people writing and their development.
All right, thank you. A big thank you to our sponsors, and thank you for also, staying with us. Now it's time for us to take a quick break, and then definitely we're going to go back to the elections. But we've been speaking to Demi Lecha, who is actually an author, and Apioko Seiram Ashong Abe, who's also an author, but also the head of programs production right here on Channel 1 TV. We'll be right back.
This Sunday, prepare for a divine encounter. Edinham Bright Davis hosts the deeply anointed and ever dynamic Reverend Pajo Makwe on Adoration, a powerful time of spirit-filled worship and praise like never before. Tune in and experience the overflow as he ministers under the unction of the Holy Spirit. Let every heart be lifted. Let every soul be renewed. This Sunday at 10 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't just watch it, experience it. Adoration, where the presence of God is real. They've shared everything, but now one twin is getting married and the other is left with questions she never thought she would ask. Is it wrong to feel left behind by the one you love most? This Friday, Chris Carter and her sisters unpack a sister's honest confession and the emotions many are too afraid to voice.
My twin sister is getting married soon, and while I truly love her and I'm happy for her, there's a part of me that feels deeply unsettled. It's not that I want to take her joy away, but being twins, we've shared everything: birthdays, childhoods, memories, even heartbreaks. Is it wrong to feel this way? Or am I just being truthful about an emotion many wouldn't dare admit? Warmly, a conflicted twin.
It is valid, you're being human, but you should learn to control how you feel. If you think you do not know how to do that, then I think you should seek help.
As quickly as that thought came into your mind, let it go. Be happy for your sister and help her go through this process and be there for her. Do not envy that which is not yours.
She should make an effort to. She has a lot of goodness in her. Like we have said, it is natural, it's human for us to once in a while feel that way, but do not dwell in it.
Tune in to Sister Sister this Friday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't miss this episode. Sister Sister, real stories, real women, real talk. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Gino. Gino truly cares.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked. Welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in
us.
You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday. When the stars come out, Ghana Weekend turns up the lights. From the hottest red carpet moments to the wildest after parties. And for all your celebrations, anniversaries, and unforgettable moments, if it's happening, we're there. First, fast, and fabulously. Your front row pass to Ghana's A-list lifestyle is just a click or a channel away. GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV, where fame meets the fans. Promote your next big event with us, because when you party with the stars, the whole nation of Black Stars should know. Visit GhanaWeekend.com. Watch and subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle at GhanaWeekend.com, on X at Ghana Weekend, on TikTok, Ghana Weekend, and on Facebook at Ghana Weekend. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, all access, all glam, all yours.
Hello again. Thank you for staying with us. You're welcome once again to Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. I'm seated with Philip Latte. Today on the show, we're bringing you a special coverage of the election rerun in 19 polling stations within the Ablekuma North constituency. At the end of polls today, will it be the NPP's Nanekwia Owusu Efriye or the NDC's Irabna Obing? The voters in the constituency within the 19 polling stations will decide, and we will definitely be here to bring you up to speed at the end of polls. That notwithstanding, all throughout the morning, we've been bringing you the activities so far. Generally, it's been calm. However, quite disappointingly and unfortunately, one of our own has been assaulted, not by any mean person, than a uniformed police officer. Quite disturbing. Let's have you catch a glimpse of it, and then we can say a few words about it. So there's always that one person amongst them. There's always that one person amongst them who will do such a thing. I mean, irrespective of whatever is happening, you are not the only police officer there. Yeah. The others, they are even actually trying to restrain you. Yeah. So why would you go ahead and assault the individual?
But
what happened to you issuing out orders?
I think the journalist also spoke about the issue after the assault.
Yeah.
He really said what really happened there, and if there will be some action that will be taken concerning this particular issue. He made mention of all that. We can bring you that as well, the feedback or the voice of that of the journalist, what transpired and what action will be taken after we have a conversation on that here.
I was sitting down there with the mail seller, relaxing that if maybe anything, something to go on, I can be able to report. I was there and one inspector, the name, for me, I don't know the name, but he just came to approach me that to leave the premises. Meanwhile, there was other media guys in the premises, but he didn't ask anybody to do that, but he just approached me to leave the premises. He said, no, I can't go. What if I go and something happened? How do I report? So he just slapped me. He was pushing me. I said, no, I can't go. And he slapped me in the face for no reason. I have not done anything wrong to anybody. And for me, I see that the man has taken an interest. In fact, the officer, look, we need to allow laymen to do this. Laymen must do this, but not an officer. Who knows the law? What is the freedom? In fact, I almost say press freedom. Self-freedom, where is it? So for me, I've taken note that Monday morning, I'm going to see the commander, official complaint to the commander at Accra. But the Accra Mayor has also come to talk to me about the issue. So they have asked me to go and make a report at the police station for the next level. Thank you.
Do you feel threatened?
Yes, I feel threatened because we were complaining about media freedom. And now what has happened is an officer, not a layman, an officer has come to slap a journalist. That means he has taken sight or interest in whatever we are doing here. So we are all watchmen. So if I should leave the premises and go, what will happen behind me? how do I report issues? You understand? And so with this, I have to report the issue, articulate the issue. I have to write something credible. You understand? But not to leave the premises. So if anything happens behind me, I'll not be able to report. You understand? And so with this, I have to sit down and check all the where they are voting, so that if I can have anything to write. But officer came to me just like that, approaching me, but I need to leave the premises. Approaching a media person to leave the premises. Approaching me to leave the premises. How do I report the issue? He slapped me in the face for any reason. I never insulted him. I didn't do anything bad to him, but he just slapped me in the face, which of course I have witnesses who are here to witness if in case this issue goes to a different level. Thank you.
Is that the slap?
Yeah, that's the slap you are seeing there. That's the slap. In fact, he slapped me together with my eyes. In fact, currently my eyes is shaking. I don't know what will happen to me now, but I pray to God that I will not have any effects after this, process. That's what I'm praying for. But I've promised you that as a media person, I will not lie down for this to happen. I'll make sure this issue goes far, and the commanders will take action against it.
Thank you very much. Are you able to give us details of the police officer who did that?
In fact, for now, I cannot tell his identity. But what I can say is he's an inspector with a rope here. I saw he has four stars here. So he's an inspector. Yes. But for the name, I didn't identify the name.
I see a number of the police hierarchy that just made a stop here, engaged. What have they been telling you?
Yeah, I think we saw one ACP and one DCOP. They came to me asking me what happened because of what has occurred here. So they came to me asking me to go and do a report, official complaint, so they will take action. I want to do a follow-up on matter. Yes, before anything else happens to me. I saw my colleague who at Joy FM, a colleague who was beaten very mercilessly, and I'll not allow for this to happen to me.
What's your name again?
I'm Banahini Jekum.
Okay, Banahini Jekum. So Banahini Jekum of the EIB network were allegedly assaulted by one of the police officers who, in an attempt to sack him from where he had gone to report from, he sought explanation from the police, but the police would have none of that and instead resorted to assault allegedly. Banahini says he's threatened. He doesn't think that he can continue his work here with sanity as a journalist, and he's calling on authorities to act swiftly.
So this is a very sad situation, and we ask that the Inspector General of Police, Tete Yohonu, should ensure that there is some sort of investigation into this issue, and whatever would come out of it, be it the report from the investigation, should be made known to the public so that we will know what really has been found concerning this particular issue. It's just not right that a journalist would go on the grounds to cover an election and at the end of the day he or she will be assaulted. That isn't right. No matter how maybe the journalist may have reacted to the directive you have given that he or she should leave a particular place, it behoves on you, the police inspector or the police officer, to really exercise some patience when you are dealing with these issues, because it's an election ground and tempests may flare up, but it depends on how best we go about it. But this is the video you have seen. The journalist has also spoken. Banahini has spoken from EIB Network at GH1, and he indicated that he would ensure that this issue will take up. But he also said that some police officers have asked him to formally lodge a complaint, and also the EIB boss has also asked him to formally lodge a complaint. So we'll be following up on this issue keenly, and we bring you all the updates on that. But Nana, from all morning, we haven't seen any issue of assault or any issue of say mayhem, except for this one that we are seeing there. We just pray that this is just a rerun in 19 polling stations, and by the end of the day, it's just go on smoothly so that whoever becomes the member of parliament for Ablekuma. Now, this is not a fight. This is just democratic. This thing is just a civil right or we need this to be done so that we can select or we can have a representative for the people of Ablekuma North in Parliament, but not to fight on the ground. So I think that maybe the IGP would want to immediately call his men to order, and so that they can exercise some patience as the exercise unfolds. This is going to last for a very long time from now, or it started at 7 a.m. and it's going to last to 5 p.m. So if just within 3 hours after the exercise, we are seeing this, I think it's not right at all.
I mean, what is his crime, really?
Well,
what is his crime? Irrespective of whatever it is. No, I mean, irrespective of how many, he's just an individual. See the number of police people around him. You couldn't restrain yourself. You had to physically assault him. I mean, what kind of training do you have as an officer? What happened to being professional on the field? You get it? And you see, these are the ones that will create a bad picture for the entire police service. You get it? If you think you are frustrated, you are being assigned for a particular program or event, and you think you have your own frustrations or you have genuine reasons why you shouldn't be there, put in a request. All right? Put in a request to your superiors and tell them that for this reason or that I am unable to behave professional or carry out my duty as is expected of me. You get it? But you don't accept the duty. You have your marching orders, and then you go, or because out there you are representing the Inspector General of Police. Yeah. So should we take it that this is the marching orders you have been given by the Inspector General of Police for you to go out there and assault a journalist? Or for you as an individual police officer, what is your interest in this particular exercise? For which reason you are behaving in the way you are behaving? I do not see any wisdom in this. And you see, this kind of behavior should not be encouraged. Yeah,
shouldn't be encouraged.
Especially not within the Ghana Police Service.
Yeah.
It is for a good reason that the Home Minister for Defense this morning communicated to the public that they are not deploying military as part of this election process, and that it is the duty of the Ghana Police Service to ensure security during an election in this country. And so if an officer, a uniformed officer, wearing a badge, being paid by the taxpayers' money, you are assigned to provide election security, it is not for you to take the law into your hands, or because you have been assigned to the election grounds, you think you are a superior authority, and for which reason you can attack and physically assault a journalist?
Well, it's not right. And like you indicated here, the police hierarchy to take up this particular issue.
And the gentleman, he mentioned Monday. Why is he going to wait till Monday to go and file a complaint?
Maybe he still wants to.
He should make an official complaint now.
Well, maybe he still wants to be on the grounds to cover for them.
Yes, but he needs to make the official complaint now. Why wait till Monday?
Well, Banahini, that's the name, right?
Yeah.
Banahini. So we'll be following this story keenly and bring you updates on that. But for now, let's speak to Rashid Tanko, who is the Deputy Director of Elections for the National Democratic Congress, who is joining us live. What the exercise has been for the National Democratic Congress, what they've observed so far on the grounds, among other things. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing good. I trust you are doing well.
Fantastic.
First of all, before we talk about what you have seen on the grounds, what do you make of the video that just aired, the alleged assault on the journalist?
Well, I have not have much briefing on it. Actually, I was busy with the Electoral Commission over some issues we're dealing with for this evening collation. So I didn't have much attention on that. But it's a needless thing for us to continue to be having problem with the journalists. I don't think it's the best. We should allow them to do their work as professionals as they are. I respect journalists a lot. I mean, they are people we should respect and give them all the needed attention, support they deserve in terms of carrying out their exercise. So for this one, well, I haven't gotten more briefing, but I think it's not the best thing. As journalists, we should allow them to work.
Okay, so let's move on now to the issue on the grounds. What has been your observation concerning the rerun that is happening at Ablekuma North?
Oh, so far so good. In terms of security, it's positive. Everything is going on smoothly on ground. It's just that, you know, the constituency is a cosmopolitan constituency in the sense that if you look at it, most of the the voters are not indigenous of the constituency. They stay outside the constituency because of a lot of market daughters around there. So it's picking up now. The numbers are now picking up. This part of the morning, we are sure that by 12 it would have picked, and then a lot of people would have voted. For now, it's good. It's positive. The NDC, as we look at it on the ground, will carry the day. We are winning the seat massively. We did the recollation yesterday, and the numbers are showing that the NDC is up to grab the seat.
Well, you're very confident about it. Well, before you go on, you said you did a recollation yesterday. What was the outcome of the recollation that you did yesterday? I'm sure from the 262 polling stations, right?
Yes. We did the recollation for the 262 polling stations to be assured of the numbers and all that. Interestingly, our colleagues were there, the NPP. They also came and participated in the process. They said they were not participating. They are not principled at all. So we allowed them. They were there with us. We did it, and at the end of it, we realized that there's a difference of 48 between the NPP and we, the NDC. They got 32,512 votes, whilst we have 32,464. That makes a difference of 48. So it negates the story out there that NPP won the election with some margin of 400 and all that. I mean, negate it, because they tried to play their own tricks again. They were up to the task. So currently, we are flipping the 48 this morning. As of now, I can assure you that we've already flipped it, although the boxes are yet to open, but we have already flipped it. We know the numbers.
How do you know?
Working around it. Oh, yes. We've worked across it. This is something I've been doing since '92. I've been in this game all along. So I can tell you, if the NDC is going to win, I'll tell you. If we are not winning, I'll know it. In 2024, we told you that we're going to beat NPP over 54%. People thought we were joking. They were laughing at us. But we beat them over 57. Okay? So this one, we are going to beat them. This 19 polling stations, if we don't get at least that 15 polling stations, we'll clear them over there. And we are working according to strategy, and it's working as we speak now. We are getting the numbers. We are getting the people out to come and vote. And by 5 o'clock, Robin would have been declared a winner.
Very Tango, now not before here. You sound very confident. Just a quick one, and not to be a doomsayer or anything, but let me play the devil's advocate. Should there be apathy, considering the 19 polling stations that are being run? Should there be apathy? Will this affect the fortunes of the NDC in the Ablekuma North?
Well, the apathy will affect NPP. Maybe they are not happy with the flip-flopping of their party. Their party is flip-flopping in the whole country. In one vein, we are not participating. In another vein, we are participating. So they don't even know which one is which. Then last minute, you see all of them moving in there with bag of money, spreading money as if there's no tomorrow. I mean, this is what is going on there. So maybe if there's an apathy, it will affect it. But our people are interested. We've whipped them. They know what is going on. The market women are so elated seeing that this runoff is coming, because they want to show that they are living testimony of the good works of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the 7 months. See, prices of goods have reduced drastically in the market. So the women are so happy. I mean, these are what they are looking for. And so for us, we believe that if there's apathy, it will affect NPP.
And not the NDC.
Yes.
Very well. You're looking to flip the seat, which has for long been with the NPP. You went into the 2024 general elections. It remains inconclusive, for which reason we are here today going through a rerun. Is there a new strategy? Is there a new approach to help you flip the seat?
Of course, yes. That is what we are saying. If you look at it, as of 2024, almost 20 plus constituencies that we've never won since 1996, we flipped them. Because of the sustained strategy that we put in place to make sure that we dislodge NPP from those areas. And the Ablekuma North was part of it. You know, the constituency, they used to beat us over 10,000 votes. They would beat us. But 2024, yesterday, when we did the recollation, the difference is now 48. That tells you that there's something is wrong with NPP. And they shouldn't have even contested. They should have just allowed us to go through, and then the NDC is declared winner, so that they go and do soul searching, reorganize themselves. Because If you're beating somebody over some thousands of votes, and now you are battling with only 48, that tells you something is wrong with your party. And so we are sure that we are flipping the seat today. By 5 o'clock, we will flip it. It will be green. The constituency will be green today.
Right. So now let me flip the question again. The question on the apathy, because the MPP previously used to beat you by some 10,000 votes. Now, upon collation of the 262, the difference is just about 48. You think if all the NPP supporters should come out to vote in these 19 polling stations, will you be as confident as you are now?
Of course, I'm saying that they themselves, some of them are confessing to us that it is proper to vote a Rabina Obin because the government of the NDC is governing now. We are ruling the country.
So it's better to have an MP whose party is in power.
Because the lady that we are marketing is our candidate, is an NDC candidate. So if you want development in your constituency, you go for the ruling party as of now. If you go and vote for the NPP candidate, what is she going to bring? Nothing. She's just going to add to the year people. And the constituency has suffered. Come and see their road network. Very bad. Terribly bad. So all along they've been voting NPP. They don't get anything there. Now there's an opportunity for them to change the soup they used to eat. They've been using light soup all along. Today they should try some green and almost see how it looks like. And see, that is what we have presented to them. And we're ready to do the good work for them.
Tago, you have been dealing with the EC a lot in this matter. What assurances have they given regarding the transportation or the communication of the results back to, we understand, the regional headquarters? That's where the collation will be done in order to prevent what we saw during the December election.
Yes, in fact, we met them yesterday after the collation, the recollation of the 262. We met them with the National Security Election Task Force. We had a beautiful discussion over the process, how we are going to do it today at their regional office. That is their old head office. That's where the collation is going to be done. If you don't have accreditation, you cannot come near the place. I mean, before they finish all the counting of the votes and all that, we would have known the semblance of results. It's just 19 areas. The various presiding officers will be guided by the Ghana police. In fact, the security task force, they will guide them and make sure that they bring the ballot box with the pink sheet. By that time, we would have gotten a semblance of it. There's a process put in place so that we will have it before the original pink sheets arrive. This time, we don't expect to have any violence whatsoever. Under this regime, we don't expect it. That is why the whole place has been smooth. We don't want any skirmishes whatsoever. The security is top-notch. If you want to cause trouble, the security will arrest you. And if your party leadership can, they will arrest the party leadership too. So it's better you don't even try it. Let the people cast their ballot. Let the electoral officers do their work. And then the collation will be done. We were there at 5 to see how the collation will be done. So this is a process put in place. If you look at the 2024 one, the collation was done in the constituency at one location where they attacked the place and vandalized. Today they won't have that luxury. You won't get that luxury of trying to misbehave the way they did that one. It will be very smooth, and I can assure you a Rabina will win the seat.
Very well. Have your officers activated their body cams?
We will activate it around midday.
Oh, around midday?
Yes, normally we activate it around that time.
Is there a special reason for that?
There is a strategy. It's a strategy. People want to know the meaning. We won't tell them. When we activate it and the results start coming, they will know that the NDC and they activated the body cameras.
Right.
But have you been to some of the polling stations now, or you are yet to go to the constituency?
Currently, I'm there. I've visited about 10 polling stations so far, and it's going smoothly. It's going on well. I mean, of course, I know our people, they started last minute, and they are there sharing money all over. So, but, well, we are not prepared. I mean, the people have already made their decision. They are going to vote for a Rabina. So no amount of money. You heard it yesterday. They were throwing money left and right.
But who are you blaming for the vote buying? It looks like that's what you're saying.
200,000. They are just throwing money there.
So are you alleging there is sort of vote buying going on now?
Well, what do you expect? If yesterday they started throwing these huge sums of money to their candidate, what is she going to use the money for? You have less than 24 hours to go for election, and you are given almost 1 million Ghana cedis. What do they expect you to use the money for? Is it not to buy the electricity?
Logistics.
Yeah, logistics
What
for
kind of
movement
logistics
and
are
all
you to do less
that.
than 24
To facilitate people
to move agents about.
Move agents, you are talking of 19 agents, and you need 1 million Ghana cedis for 19 agents.
And to feed them, they are probably sophisticated
to feed
agents.
them 1 million Ghana cedis for 19 agents. Then I'm sure they will go to Kempinski or some 5-star hotels on their team.
But Tango, how is the numbers looking like? Because you spoke to the MC, Kalamu. He says that it doesn't look like the turnout to be that massive in this rerun.
Yes, like I told you, it's a cosmopolitan constituency. Most of the people are not indigenous of the constituency. They took advantage of the registration, and because of their marketing activities and registered. We've just did some random analysis of the register about 4 days ago, and most of them don't stay in the constituency. So we need to bring them from where they are to come and vote. That's why I'm saying that it's early days or early hours yet, because some of them, because of traffic, they are still locked up on traffic. You know that place, huge traffic around before you get to the constituency. So we are pushing and getting them. By midday, the numbers will pick up. But this morning, the numbers look very sketchy because of what I just described to you. The people are not around here. Most of them are outside, and they need to come back to the constituency to vote. It will pick up, I'm sure, by midday. We are still talking. We are getting our people, prompters, to get them and bring them to come and vote. Because the more the numbers come, the more it will increase our number for us. Because we want more numbers and just hand over heavy defeat to the MPP today.
But before you go, I've seen that the NDC has devised a strategy of bringing all the MCs to the area and some party bigwigs to the area. Is there a strategy of the NDC to win the election?
Well, it's a communal labor. This is a communal labor. These are party activists, party executives, who have found themselves in governance. That doesn't mean that when it comes to party activities like this, they should stay and not come and assist. I mean, it's good they come and assist the process just to make sure that it's a communal labor. You know, we have to help to reset the country proper. And then so it's welcome news that all of them are here to support the process. I mean, to make sure that we carry on the agenda that we started last year and to carry it through. You know, so it's welcome news. I mean, it's good for us.
Well, thank you so much, Rashid Tanko Computer, who is the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the National Democratic Congress. And that is just interesting.
Yeah, it is. And it's always good to speak to, Tanko. He always has a lot to share. But, you can't take it away from his experience regarding elections. And, of course, we've seen his dealings with the Electoral Commission. What, however, strikes me is that he seems very comfortable with the EC now. Yeah. The same EC that they've been going at over the period. Yeah. But you see, one thing they've also done is also to maintain consistency with their demands for the EC to be upright in its dealings. And so, you can't challenge that too much. However, they want to believe that this rerun is going in their favor, and for which reason they are comfortable with what is happening. 5 p.m. is just around the corner. Hopefully we get to speak to Tanko again, and then we'll know. We're trying to get Frederick Green on the lines, and am I hearing that he's available? If he's available, we can speak to him now. All right, great. Mr. Green, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Mr. Green, is it going blue or green?
How are you too?
Very well, thank you. For a blue man with a green name, there's a little bit of confusion here.
So is it going green or is it going blue?
It's always interesting to speak to you, but thank you so much for your time. Paint us a picture. What are the sentiments you're picking up within the constituency this morning?
Yeah, like you are aware. Like you are aware, we are ever ready for the election. As you can see, we are on grounds, and then we are doing our possible best. You are aware that from day one we have raised concerns concerning the illegalities around on this particular election. We tried our possible best. We went to court. We marched to the IGP. We did all we can, but our voice was not heard. However, we cannot sit down and say we are not taking part of this election, even though we don't believe in the credibility of this very election. So grounds is okay. Like you are also aware, from 1996 up until now, this constituency is blue. and it will continue to be blue, and it will forever be blue. We have the numbers, and so all we need to do is to just talk to our people, and then our people will come out and vote. As I'm talking to you, the already collected figures is indicating that we are leading already.
By how many votes?
I think by about 56 votes.
Well, the NDC tells us it's about 48.
No, we are leading with about 56 votes.
Well.
However,
we know that you both will have your figures. You always do this to us. It's fine. Yes, the EC will give us the official figures.
We are already leading. We are already leading, and we are just waiting for this 19 police stations to finish by 5 p.m. and then we'll just go and add up, and that's it. We are fine. Are
you not worried that for constituency where you've always beaten the NDC by some 10,000 votes plus, with 262 polling stations collated already, and you're leading by just a paltry 56, as you put it? No disrespect to the 56 votes, but from 10,000 to 56 after 262 polling stations collected, waiting for results of 19. Are you not worried?
We are not perturbed because you know the data, and we are relying on data. The data tells us that the NDC only maximized their vote. They never added on. We as a party or as MPP, we couldn't get our people to come out and vote. So we still have about 30,000 in our basket. Today, let's run another general election in Ablekuma, and we'll still carry the day.
Well, today you're running a rerun in 19. What has changed? Have you been able to whip your people to go out there and vote in these 19?
We have about 16 to 17 police stations which are strongholds. You understand?
Out
so
of
the
this
people
19.
are coming out. Exactly. All we are hoping is the people to come out and vote. Once they come out and vote, we are going to lead by close of day.
You are convinced?
So we are not perturbed at all. We are really convinced, and everything is so far good on grounds. I'm currently at one of the police stations, and I can see that so far so good. There is no chaotic moment, and that's all we are all preaching for. We are praying that this election will be successful, and at the end of the day, we'll know who is the leader.
Very well. Let's go back to the issue of the party's directives as against the candidate's desire to contest. The party has described this particular exercise as an illegality. You represent the General Secretary in the constituency, and the General Secretary is the one that issued the directive publicly. Are you defying the directives of the party?
We are not defining it. We don't want to go into that. What we are talking about here is that our candidate has been able to whip the enthusiasm of the party faithful in the constituency, and for us, we should look at that in the positive direction, because she is a candidate. We will still respect and believe in the decision of the party. But the candidate says, "Hey, listen, I have been a former MP before. I have been a former deputy ambassador, and I'm coming again. I have my own strategies. So give me the chance." We as family and friends, volunteers and executives, all we can do is to just support her.
But are you not conflicted in this instance?
No, not at all. We are not.
Because you are a friend to the candidates, but then you are secretary to the party in the constituency. So
yes, as I now just look at me in the light as a person, as in Freddie Green, and don't look at me like I'm the secretary of the party, because I'm helping a friend and a sister who has called on me to help her, and that's what we are doing now on the ground.
But if there is a victory now, who will pick up the glory? Is it your sister or the party?
To be fair, she needs to be the first to take the glory. I mean, we can't beat her.
Right, Freddie Green. Thank you so much for your time.
Just a quick one before you go. You said you have been visiting the polling stations, and you say that everything is going on well. But with the numbers, that is very important. Over 6,000 voters are expected to cast their ballots. How does it look like for the numbers from where you sit?
Yeah, I'm currently at Awoshi, one of the polling stations in Awoshi DVL, and honestly, the numbers are not too encouraging. But it's early days yet. We are hoping that by close of day, we'll get a total turnout of voters to come and cast their votes.
Wow. Thank you so much, Frederick Green. He is the Constituency Secretary for Ablekuma North on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. Kalamu said the same thing. The numbers are not encouraging. Frederick Green is also saying the same thing. The numbers are not encouraging. Is it like you're going to see some sort of voter apathy again?
Not necessarily. See, I see the dynamics are different because one, it's a working day. Two, it's not a national election. Three, it's not the entire constituency that is being run. You understand? So extra work must go in to whip the people to go out there and vote. People may even live in the constituency, vote there, but don't work there. And so some will have to go to work and come back later and vote. So like they said, early days yet, we may probably be able to do a proper assessment maybe after 2.
Okay.
You understand? But let's go back to the constituency. Jude Mensah Duncan is currently on standby. He's joining us. Good morning, Jude. Thank you for your time. What do you have for us?
Nada, to for tensions is high here at the St. Peter's Methodist Church. According to some MPP supporters, they are accusing the NDC of intimidation. Now, they claim that a voter register belonging to the MPP has been torn. I have not been able to independently verify that, but Hawa Kumsin, who is a former fishery minister, made that claim. She spoke to me a few minutes ago. A Krapim North Member of Parliament, Samuel Uku, also then corroborated the claim. Now, we've seen some people you can describe as macho men over here. Some of them were seen in the NDC or holding party paraphernalia that signified that of the NDC, obviously. Tensions are high. There were some words being thrown at each other from 2 different camps, stationed here. The parliamentary candidate for the New Patriotic Party, Nane Kirifrie, is here. She's also alleged instances of intimidation from the ruling National Democratic Congress. But I've been joined by an aide to the former flag bearer for the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Miracles, Dennis Abuaje is here. He's witnessed the whole events and these claims of accusations, leveled against the NDC, and you'll be sharing or throwing some more light on the issues for us. Thank you so much, and welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Jude.
Ordinarily, you should be in the studio discussing issues, but on the grounds, we are being told your candidate has accused the NDC of using macho men to intimidate your supporters. Has that claim or has that come to your notice?
But you just witnessed it. You just witnessed a gentleman who was just passing, saw you holding your microphone, granting interviews, and almost trying to file some conflict. You saw it. So it's happening all over. And this is you and some ordinary citizens standing by, saw them, and you wanted to basically provoke them. So it's something that is happening here. Where we are now, the St. Peter Society for the Methodist Church Odoko, is where the pink sheets were bent. This is the reason why we are voting. This location, what happened here, is the reason why we are voting today. And you can see that this is where the NDC is concentrating on. There are over 400 votes that are cast here. Anytime these people turn out, if 400 people vote here, you should be sure about 380 will vote for the MPP. And so clearly it tells you why they are trying to intimidate the people in this polling station. But it's not going to happen. We've already told our people, the police here, they are quite a number, but that shouldn't bother anybody. They are here to basically protect everybody to come and cast their vote. You heard that woman who was coming and returned. What she's saying is that when she got here and saw the police, she felt intimidated. At the moment, we don't have a choice. We have close to 60 police.
The police are not even, they don't even look armed. They've been very calm.
But they just saw a video of a police commander that slapped the media one.
So that didn't happen here.
Exactly, but it tells you that then if somebody is at home and is coming to vote and sees a policeman beating a media person, he's afraid. So we are using your medium to encourage everybody to come out and come and vote. The police are here to protect you. Yes, we agree. The numbers are huge. 60 policemen, almost more than the album. 60 policemen, almost more than the album. But that's what we have to saddle with. Even if it's going to take 1,000 policemen to protect people, we are fine. Just come out and vote. Jude, I already told you yesterday that the election here today is not just about Ablekuma North. It's about halting a possible parliamentary dictatorship by one party. If the people of Ablekuma North do not halt this, what is going to happen is that the NDC party and as a government in parliament are going to have an absolute 2/3 majority. And that gives them the confidence to tamper with the 1992 Constitution and play ball and chess with it.
Marcus, let's stick to the events that have happened here.
This is part of the event.
Has it come to your notice that the register belonging to the New Patriotic Party has been torn by some unknown person?
I was there. I was actually standing there. Yes, I was there with Honorable Samia Oku, Honorable Ekwefriye herself. When the gentleman, the constituency organizer that was actually captured on video, tearing pink sheets, the same gentleman is the one who went to accost the MPP guys and to their album. And listen, they were simply using that album to do what we call get out to vote. They are using the album inside the communities to encourage people to come and vote. He accosted them, took the album and tore them apart. We had to stop our men from also retaliating. Why do we run a
Have you reported to the police?
Yes.
What's been the police official response
The
to it?
gentleman is still roaming. He's still roaming. There's not been any official response to it. And so, if these things are not checked immediately.
Wow. So, Nana, as I'm speaking to you right now, some men who just got out from a pickup just hit, violently assaulting another man here who I've seen with the MPP camp, but I'm not able to independently verify who he is. But I can report live on TV right now at the St. Peter's Society that there's been a clear case of assault, and they are marching towards. Wow, unbelievable! Clearly defying the police order. The breakthrough. This is unprecedented. This is unbelievable. This is absolutely shocking. Wow, there's a tussle ongoing right now. It's turning violent. It's turning chaotic. They're literally fighting the police. They're literally.
We seem to be losing Jude's audio there, but we can clearly see on the screens exactly what is happening. A tussle between the men and the police. And we can see how they are grabbing individuals.
Is being trampled on. The police. It's completely chaotic. Police. People are running for safety. This can't be a democracy. People are literally running away for their lives. The police are being assaulted. MPP party officials are being assaulted. Miracles was standing next to me. Literally had to run for his life. Unbelievable, Nana. The scenes here completely unbelievable. The vehicles have parked in the middle of the road. The police seem helpless. It doesn't look like hope is coming from anywhere. The police is trying to come. Still very are high. A lot is ongoing. The police seem helpless. They are just standing by looking at what's happening, and they seem not able to control or contain the situation. It's chaotic. It's absolute chaos here. The fighting is still ongoing. One man who's been assaulted has run to the church hoping to seek refuge. Some policemen are standing here.
So what is happening right now is at St. Peter's Society in Odoko, where the rerun is happening at Ablekuma North, and you can see there some unknown individuals stormed this particular polling station, attacking the police, attacking individuals, and attacking some people suspected to be with the New Patriotic Party. And it's just right that the police moves in there, but unfortunately the police seems overwhelmed by this particular issue and couldn't really hold the situation, and these people believed to be unidentified men that we cannot really tell where they are coming from, just stormed this polling station. We're just asking that the various authorities will move in as soon as possible to get the situation addressed, because this cannot happen. This is exactly what we are all asking that should end. And then, this particular polling station
it's
or
the
this particular
same place that served as the Collation Center where the violence erupted during the Collation on December 7. We're seeing a similar situation here, so uncalled for.
And you could tell that is why the police service
is
church
absolutely overwhelmed.
They can't do anything about
unable
it.
to do anything.
And you could see they are still attacking people.
It looks like the candidate is being attacked. Earlier, we saw Mavis Hawakumsen, the former minister, also attacked.
Fisheries,
she was literally on the floor, on the ground, and I mean, this is
these
chaotic.
men coming out, we do not know where they are coming from, and this is very sad. Initially, the indication was that the church that the polling station is at now was really not in support of giving their space out for this exercise to happen, and that is what we are seeing on screen right now. This is so
exactly
unfortunate.
what the church stood on to take that decision, not to open up the auditorium to the Electoral Commission to conduct the exercise. And clearly, the same thing is happening again. Jude, what are you seeing? What can you tell us? What is happening? Where is the MPP candidate? Where is Mavis Hawakumsen?
The MPP, Nana, it's absolute chaos here.
Clearly.
The MPP candidate I've seen with my eyes has been assaulted. She's bleeding. She's in tears. They are holding her, crying uncontrollably. The police obviously seem helpless in all of this.
Clearly, they've been overpowered.
I was talking to some party officials of the MPP, and they had to literally run for their lives. The media ourselves, we had to look for shelter when this happened. She's being consoled right now. She can't believe her eyes, and I'm being told that she's bleeding. She's in tears. The whole place was ransacked. MPP party agents were deliberately identified, we have been told, and they were chased after. Mavis Hawakumsen, the former fisheries minister, was assaulted right here, beaten, stamped on with their foot, and Nana, it's unbelievable the scenes
so
here.
Jude, if you can move out and give us a clear picture of what is happening there right now, let's see what the thing
I don't
is.
even, yes.
It's quite chaotic.
I'm still with the police inside the auditorium.
Yeah,
yes. It doesn't appear too safe to be outside.
out there, that's right.
It doesn't appear too safe to be outside. But these macho men, unidentified macho men, they are still here. About 20 minutes, they are still here. There's no police, trying to bring the situation under control so far. They've blocked the road. That's what has happened. Actually, the whole road has been blocked.
Well, this is
so it appears it's obviously not under control.
Yes.
So they move into the polling station, create mayhem, cause confusion, and then they go back to their vehicle. Describe this vehicle to us.
These are pickup vehicles. They are number plates. Some of them don't even have number plates to begin with. Some of them have clothing that suggests that they are party official. Okay, Nana, it's still ongoing. The assault is still happening. I think they've identified one man who
the assault is still happening.
I'm not really sure who's.
We can see it on the screen. The assault is still happening.
They are still assaulting him. He was the first person to be assaulted. They are chasing him. He's running. They are hitting him. They are pelting stones at him. This is unbelievable. This is absolutely shocking. This is shocking. It's still happening, and it is still ongoing. For about 20 minutes, it doesn't look like help is coming from anywhere, and people are in shock. Party agents have been beaten. They are bleeding. It's unbelievable. It is shocking. Voting here has come to a complete halt. It doesn't look like anything voting will go on here again. There are no, in fact, they've cleared everything.
But Jude, were the ballot boxes picked up?
Untouched.
The ballot boxes were untouched.
No, so the ballot boxes were untouched. Now, Philip, if you recall, just before this particular incident happened, I mentioned to you concerns the MPP had raised with regards to their register being torn. And it was on that score, engaging miracles, where all these macho men walking, to throughout the whole process.
Well, Jude, maintain a safe spot. Maintain a safe spot and do your best to just describe the situation to us as much as you can. But please maintain a safe spot. Stay within where the police are. I mean, at this point, I'm even worried for you because I'm not too sure how much of help the police can be to you.
You can't point safely say anywhere where I am currently is a safe spot because the whole gate was being guarded when they broke in, and the police were literally helpless. I saw policemen who were literally running for their lives, right? But all of that has left here. They're on the streets now. They are still here. It's unbelievable.
So with the officers, the officers with the
electoral commission, the EC officers, where are they?
Are they still there?
They've been assaulted too. That's the point. They've been also assaulted. I saw some of them literally running. They chased after them. They hit them as hard as they could. They were rolling on the floor. It was just complete chaos. And
absolute mayhem.
It seems really, yes, you know. And when they got here, the only person I've not really seen around. Okay, the NDC party agent is here, and I'm not sure he wants to speak with us, but it was the NPP agent we've seen who's been assaulted. She's bleeding. She should be in her early 20s or probably even younger. And she was assaulted. I've seen her. She's crying. She's been whisked away. Okay, it seems police reinforcement has now come. There's some police reinforcement here. On the stretch, we've seen some police officers coming in here. Nana,
describe to us what they look like. Are these armed police officers, or is it just the uniform wearing police officers without any arms? Or are these high ranking officers?
These are uniform wearing police officers. But behind the very first police vehicle, there's another police vehicle with fully armed police officers who are making their way here. They are siren honking. They've also blocked the other end of the road. But Nana, it looks like there's a stalemate because these macho men are still here, and the police are also still here. They are not even trying to hide their identity whatsoever. They're standing here. They are still on the road. Everything is really normal for them. She's oh God, this is unbelievable. This is
describe to us what you see. Tell us what you see. Tell us what you see.
Truly heartbreaking. The NPP party agent is in tears. They hit her in the face. Her face is swollen. She's crying. She's still crying. She's saying right now that she was begging for help. They were beating her. But now another media people too were also assaulted. And you know, now some of these macho men have moved to her, trying to console her. She's hearing none of that. She's not interested in the apology. She says she doesn't want any of the apology, but they are still trying to talk her through it. And clearly, it's a heartbreaking scene. Truly a heartbreaking scene.
This is
but
a very
like I
sad
said,
one.
Police reinforcement is here. I can mention that armed policemen are also here in terms of the reinforcement. ACP Kofi Sapon, who know very well in the media space for his Christian music, is here. I'm sure also here to supervise the situation.
So he is the Odoko Divisional Police Commander.
Right, he's here.
So I don't know if we could engage him and ask him what the situation is on the grounds, and say that they do not have the needed numbers there to foment this kind of trouble, or when it comes to, because it looks like they're not safe.
Clearly, there was no strategy for a situation like this.
I'll try to engage him, but Nana, you should have seen the way they broke through the gate entering here. The police were literally helpless, and anyone who had come into their way would have been even more chaotic than we are seeing. These macho men initially came here with their face uncovered, but now they're on their vehicles. They've tied their handkerchiefs to their faces. They are on top of their vehicles. The police are also here. It's a complete standoff. Nobody's going, nobody's coming. We are being told that there's a heavy vehicular traffic that has built on the main road as a result of this violence we've seen here today. Nana, people are in tears. It's just too sad. It's just too sad to behold the sights currently here. A lot more people are coming. Bystanders are still around looking at what is happening on the streets, a lot of motorcycles parked. What happened is that before these macho men entered the St. Peter Society Methodist Church, they had initially, before them, preceding them, were over 40 motorbikes, or probably even more. They came before the pickup trucks also came, where these macho men or well-built men jumped off the trunk of their vehicles, entered in there and began assaulting anybody that came in their way with regards to preventing them. They are trying to still console the young party agent I was telling you about, but she's having none of it. But Nana, you should have seen how a former minister of state was literally being trampled on. How the parliamentary candidates, you have been told that they were after her, but she was taken to a secure location. Some other party officials have been locked up in a room here with police officers in front of it. So there's a stalemate. There's a stalemate. Oh no, this is just sad. Now, family members of some of the assaulted people have come here. They are. It's sad. A journalist has also been assaulted, and we are being told she has a swollen face as a result of being hit by some of these macho men. But the NDC agents are here. If you can see in the shot, these two individuals standing at the far end, Nana, where the police barricades are, those two individuals are NDC party agents. In fact, when I got here as early as 6 a.m. this morning, I spoke to them. They confirmed to me that they were NDC party agents. They are the only people untouched from all that we've seen. Every other person who was here, to an extent, was assaulted if they came in the way of these macho men who were on a rampage, basically assaulting everything that came their way. I mentioned to you earlier that just before these macho men came in here, they were concerned. In fact, I interviewed Howard Kumsin, who mentioned to me that they were being intimidated and the police were standing on helpless. She complained about the fact that even though they reported to the police, nothing seemed to be done about their situation. Nana, barely 15 minutes after that particular interview, we saw our witness here. Nana Free also came. She lamented, saying, Member of Parliament for Ikrapim North, Samuel Uku also spoke to me in an interview I recorded earlier and mentioned that they were being intimidated and called on the leadership of the NDC to call their men to order. But clearly that advice seems not to have been heeded to. So it's been complete chaos. My very good friend I spoke to very early on when I got here today, he's still here with me. Sir, you are an NDC sympathizer. You witnessed the chaos that we saw here. What can you say about all that has happened here? Do you know the men who came here?
I don't know them. I don't know who they are coming from. I don't know information that they gather before coming here. But I think Honorable Howard Kumsin is here with his bodyguard. I don't know any information that they got before they came. So when they came, we saw that he take pepper spray, starts spraying, and they rush on her. And
somebody took pepper spray and was spraying.
Yeah, Howard Kumsin was spraying pepper spray. I don't know the information they gathered before they came. Yeah.
But we are being told that everybody here at the voting center was attacked except NDC party agents. Can you confirm?
No, nobody was attacked.
Are you saying nobody was attacked? Yes. No, you can't tell me that. I saw with my eyes. I saw the former fishery minister being stuck, unless you didn't see it. But you can't say, okay, then say you didn't see it. Interesting. But you're saying that you don't know these people that came here.
No, I don't know them.
You've never seen them in the constituency?
No, I don't know them.
Are you in the constituency?
Yes, I'm in the constituency.
Do you have a role in the constituency? Are you an executive?
Oh, yes, I'm a party executive. Yes.
I said you don't know the people who came here, who attacked the former fishery minister.
No. I don't know where they are coming from. I don't know them personally. I don't know them.
But what's your assessment of this? Clearly, this can't be a democracy.
That's what I was saying, that I think Honorable Howard Kumsin, I don't know what the information they gathered from her before they came and attack her. I saw that they attacked Honorable Howard Kumsin and his bodyguard. That is what I saw.
Wow, so Nana, an NDC party sympathizer narrating what he witnessed here. Like we earlier reported, the former fishery minister, she was hit, she was stampled on, she was pushed, she was shoved, she was on the floor calling for help. The police in the very moment seemed very helpless. The guest who I just spoke to is an NDC party agent and was speaking to us about his experience or his analysis. There's police reinforcement, more and more of it coming. They're on motorbikes, they are coming. Some high-ranking commanders are also here stationed now. I must also say that a lot of the police officers coming in now are fully armed to the teeth, obviously due to what has just transpired here. So it's a very hostile environment, Nana Tufo. A very, very hostile environment. The traffic situation has also worsened, the happenings here. But these well-built men, or these macho men as we would commonly refer to, the main architects of the violence here, I can't say they've all moved from this location. There are others who came with them who are still here, but the main architects who defied police order, broke through the gates and started assaulting people, have all moved away from this location. The MPP party officials like Samir Guko, Miracles, even the candidate Nane Ekwe who was here, they've all also fled the scene. And as it stands now, it's just onlookers here, journalists and other persons who were observing the process who were assaulted are being pleaded with, for forgiveness by some other party sympathizers here. So it's been quite unfortunate, very unfortunate, if you ask me. It's sad that this has happened, considering the history of this very location. In 2024, in December, when the collation for Ablekuma North happened, at this very center, ballot papers, or let me say the pink sheets, were bent. For which reason, the EC now ordered today for the rerun. And now we are back again where violence has ensued. The whole voting process has come to a complete halt. We've been joined by, you want to just share some few words with us?
It's okay, I'm just monitoring.
What's your assessment of the process so far?
It's okay. A lot of scary though, but it's fine.
Interesting. Nana, like I was saying, this very location was the hotbed of violence in the 2024 election, and it's sad to report again that it's repeated its rather unpopular tag as a violent location. As I'm speaking to you now, more and more security officers are coming. The number has almost tripled from when we first got here. As early as 6 a.m. this morning, I told you that here had been identified as one of the flashpoints, just mainly because of what happened in the previous elections. Dear ACP Kofi Sapon is trying to still engage some other well-built men in the area. They are clearly dissatisfied with something, but I'm not really sure what their concerns are. But they are talking on top of their voices, expressing some level of dissatisfaction to the police. The crowd is building, the atmosphere is getting more and more tensed, but clearly not a lot of people are happy with the development that has ensued in this particular area. They are saying that some persons used pepper spray on them. Oh, Mustafa Bande is here, Director of Operations for the NDC. I'll try and move to him to try and get his thoughts on the process so far. But he's also seen talking very to some of these macho men who were here earlier, trying to talk them through calming them down. That's what I've seen him do. He's talking to them, calming them down. He was here earlier. Yes. And he's been talking. There's still, as you can see, Eduji Tamaklu himself is here. Tempers are still high. Tempers are still very high. The CEO of the National Petroleum Authority is here. He seemed calming tempers. Mr. Eduji Tamaklu, have you witnessed the violence that took place here? Has it come to your notice?
I usually rely on police reports on such matters.
Yes, but I'm sure you trust the credibility of Channel 1 TV. I can report to you that the former fishery minister was attacked. She was assaulted. She was trampled on. She was shoved. Has that come to your attention?
That would definitely be unfortunate.
Yes, and we have been told that the only persons who were not attacked when these macho men came into the premise of this particular voting center were NDC party agents.
I listened to a journalist give a contrary view when you were making the interview. So I will still need to do some verification. And that is why on matters that involve violence, potential crimes, I'll always want to hear what the police will say on this matter.
Yeah, video evidence, I can show it to you.
No, I mean, with the benefit of the video evidence, why not? And I'm sure that as a reporter, you make those ones available to the good people of this country to make their own judgment.
But as a party, are you concerned and that this action doesn't speak well of our democracy?
Because we are in power, we have a responsibility. And so we will not do anything to endanger the peace. That's our responsibility, to ensure that there is peace. And so anything that it takes to ensure that there is peace and harmony in these 19 polling stations is our responsibility to ensure. What we will pray for is the cooperation from all other persons. I've even seen that the police administration has already interdicted an officer when the viral video showed that he had actually touched a journalist. I think that proactiveness is what we are all looking for.
Honorable, so please, the thugs outside, they've told us that they are sympathizers of NDC.
I was not there when they told you.
So right now, what they are doing, will you tell us that you will tell them to stop so that
you saw even me pleading with some people that they should allow peace to prevail. You saw me do that.
They had also have said that this particular action has affected the credibility of the process. Do you agree with such sentiments?
It's too early to make such a conclusion.
But voting has come to a complete standstill. It's not even ongoing. They don't even have the voting materials.
I want to speak to the police officer here, the senior police officer, who has the responsibility of ensuring the peace here, and to get a first hand as a police officer and a crime officer what their views on the matter is. I think that will give a firm idea of the direction that we'll be having.
Has it come to the party hierarchy?
As you can see, my deputy general secretary is here. He had not given me any indication as to how we want to proceed. All of us have sworn that the events of Ayawaso West Wogon should never repeat itself. And I think we are determined to ensure that.
Do you want to use this opportunity to condemn the violence? I mean, a former minister of state.
Like I already indicated, it is unfortunate if what you are saying happened. Completely unfortunate. Yeah. Completely I mean, in today, after over 32 years of practicing democracy, why should we resort to violence when it's just the time? It doesn't make sense.
Have you visited any of the centers apart from this?
So far, out of 19, it appears this is the only place that I've heard this. The rest is so smooth. Whatever it is that triggered. In fact, look, you saw me when I was entering. The young men, they were angry that, oh, what is Madam Hawa even doing here? And I heard one of them saying that, oh, this is not Kaswa. I said, no. In a by-election, it becomes like one community. So we all descend here. Condemnable, if indeed it happened.
Finally, so you condemn this. But going forward, what will you say to your party supporters who have massed there in their numbers, clearly dissatisfied?
Me urgent calm. And my deputy, and you see, the topmost party officials are here. My deputy general secretary is here. As director legal, I'm also here. And many key party functionaries are all here. What we want to do is to calm our party supporters to ensure that we'll have peace as far as this matter.
I also want to bring to your notice that journalists have been assaulted. As a party, are you minded?
I told you, even when the Ghana police, an officer, for whatever it is, was seen touching the person of a journalist, the Ghana Police Service swiftly has taken steps to interdict the officer and recall him. I mean, that kind of swiftness is what we are all looking for, sir.
Thank you so much for your time. Director of Legal Affairs for the NDC and also CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Eduji Tamaklo, has just come here. We've spoken to him at length on happenings rather unfortunate happenings here in Ablekuma North, the St. Peter Society Methodist Church to be precise. The police are moving in a formation, fully geared with their shields and with their helmets. Obviously, going outside, I want to assume to contain the situation there. We are being told that it's still very violent. They are holding their batons, they are holding their shield, they are with their helmets in a formation, kind of procession, obviously wanting to go outside. But we are being told that the chaos doesn't seem to be stopping. It's still happening. It's rife. People are still being attacked. There are a lot of fighting ongoing. People are being hit. It's unfortunate. Well, it's unfortunate.
I
it's just unfortunate. But there are very senior officials here. There are very senior officials on both sides, but the MPP have moved. The MPP have moved. Wow.
This is the 8 million. Ghana police pan tokwesi na mutumi nya hwe fa de we nwa na mudina. Oh no.
So you are shocked by the attitude of the police in Constituency?
100%.
You felt the police could have handled things quite much better?
Yes. Saka police want to kwa ye bibia at least in Kantoko into me see. But police want to nya hwe.
So Nana, and a witness, an onlooker here, clearly dissatisfied with the police approach in terms of trying to contain the situation. But they are here in their numbers. And Nana, it's the boldness of these guys who have disrupted the process so far. They are still here. They are facing off with the police. Nana, this is unbelievable. But the police now seem to have the situation under control. They are talking to a gentleman who appears to be their sort of leader or their group head. But some party officials are still here. Maybe Jutamaklo is here trying to talk through the situation to the supporters. Mustafa Gbande, who is a deputy
General Secretary,
Director in charge of operations at the presidency, is also here. Is also Deputy General Secretary for the NDC is also here. But all of the MPP officials I met here or who came here have fled the scene. They said it's not safe for them. They've withdrawn their party agents and they've left. However, NDC party agents are still here. They are going about their business, even though it seems that from everything that's happening there, it's quite improbable for voting to go on. In fact, the presiding officer has fled the scene. Everybody connected to the election from the EC point of view has fled the scene. I saw one who had literally taken off the EC jacket she was wearing. Okay, so we are being told that there's been an order for these macho men to withdraw and they are leaving the scene. I'm not really sure who is giving the orders, but clearly they seem to have obeyed the order and they are leaving the scene. They are moving in their numbers, leaving the scene. Party officials are still here. I'm not very sure where this order is coming from, but they are leaving the scene. I heard some of them saying that they were not happy with some things some MPP officials did. For which reason they came in here to disrupt the whole process. We are being told that using on, and for which reason they've had to also come in to defend their own. I tried to engage the NDC party agents on whether they can corroborate the use of pepper spray on party executives or party officials, but they've not corroborated any of that. And as I speak to you right now, it's still very chaotic. It's still very, very chaotic here at the St. Peter Methodist Church where I'm currently stationed. More and more people are coming here. Oh, Nana. When they leave, then they turn and they come back again. They leave, they turn and they come back again. Almost as though they are receiving instructions from some other persons. Now I think they are trying to make their way. Wow. So they forcefully opened the gate. One person shoving police officers So they've I think the gate is almost destroyed at this point. They are pushing, the police is resisting them, but they are trying to force their way here at the St. Peter's Society Methodist Church. But the police have been able to resist this particular attempt. This is the second time they are trying to forcefully enter the St. Peter's Society. Again, they are coming. This time around, it looks almost successful. But the police are still resisting them. The crowd control task force team is here, or they made their process are coming in their numbers. They are coming in their numbers. They are coming in their numbers. They are coming in their numbers. There appear to be some stalemates. The police obviously not using force, trying to use dialogue to engage them. Trying to use dialogue to engage them. There's been an order. It seems they are retreating again. It seems they are retreating again.
It's clearly a show of force.
It's absolute chaos.
It's clearly a show of force, trying to tell the police that
this is absolute chaos.
If they want, they can. And just to let them know that they are able to overpower them. It's a show of force. And that's why you have them make a first, a second,
chaos.
and a third attempt. Each attempt, they will be increasing the force they are applying. It's just a strategy that they use to intimidate.
It's not right. Because
clearly, this is not right.
I must say that the police standby team is however in check. They are fully clothed. They have their shields with them. They are waiting for that final call. They are waiting for that final call. In fact, at a point they were called, but some senior commanders asked them to hold on. So they have not been called. Okay, Nana, FPU trucks. The police have brought in some FPU trucks here. It's very tensed. It's very chaotic. The police are here in their numbers. Now you can say they are full strength because some tanks are coming in here to contain the situation. Now they've cleared these trucks that had the police officers on. They are making their way to the entrance. They are making their way to the entrance of the St. Peter's Society Methodist Church.
Dude,
wow.
do you still see the pickup vehicles that brought these men?
Some of them are here, but the numbers we witness has moved. And like I said, the tank that is on the road now cleared a couple of vehicles that had blocked the road earlier. They said that they were going to clear. We've seen the ambulance service also come here, apparently for some persons who were injured in that assault. So it's still very chaotic here. Still very, very chaotic here. It seems some level of calm has been restored, but the tensions are still very high. The police are here in their numbers, but the clear show of force from these very well-built men, is making things quite difficult for them in terms of bringing the situation under control. For the very second attempt where they made or, tried entering the place, it was some party officials, Mustafa Gbande and Eduji Tamaklo, who I saw trying to calm them so as to not have them, even assault police officers, even though that particular, act happened early on when they broke into the Ablekuma North St. Peter's Society Methodist Church. But Nana, voting, like I already or earlier reported, has come to a complete halt, and there's no indication whatsoever that it will continue again.
We see some sort of engagement ongoing. What could this be? Is this Eduji addressing the press, or is he engaging a group of people?
This is Eduji. So Eduji Tamaklo, Director of Legal, engaging the NDC. We already spoke to him earlier. Like I said, he was the force in trying to get the macho men, trying to calm them down, trying to tell them to cool down so as to not, go ahead to cause any problems here. So it's been very, very chaotic. But it seems some stalemate of a sort has been achieved in the fact that now tempers have cooled down, even though some of these macho men or these well-built men are on our streets. But I can also say to you that several engagements are ongoing because we've seen some party officials engage the police. We've seen also that some constituency executives are here trying to calm people down. It's been quite interesting. It's been quite interesting, but there's a lot still going on the main street just in front of the St. Peter Society Methodist Church. The road seems to have still been blocked, even though the police FPU truck is currently stationed in the middle of the road. We are also being told that police reinforcement, more of it is coming. Like I said, the team with the shields, the batons, and the helmet are still here. They've not been deployed yet, but they are in their formation on standby. We've also seen the FPU police. We've seen other armed police officers stationed at a Gulf 4 station very close to where this Methodist church is. So
we see a movement of people on the main road. Who are these? Do you have sight of them? Are you able to tell us who they are?
We are unable to tell. Banana, they left, but they are back again.
Are these the same
These well-built men I was referring to earlier, they are back on the street. They are coming back in their numbers again, this time with some other youth. We are not sure where they are coming from, but they are coming in their numbers. They are marching. We've seen that they've just retreated again. They've turned again. They are speaking to somebody in one of these V8s, but we are not exactly sure who they are speaking to. But they are engaging. They've been asked to retreat. Okay, we've seen the Deputy Communications Director of the National Democratic Congress, Malik Basintali, who has now, come here in the company of some of these young men. They are walking again towards the entrance of the. They are walking towards the entrance of the St. Peter Society Methodist Church. They are coming in their numbers, but the police have erected a barricade on the road. The police have erected a barricade on the road. Mustafa Bande is trying to control the numbers in the company of Malik Basintali. The numbers seem more and more, way more than earlier reported, but they are coming. They've been able to make their way. They've breached the barricade, and they are coming. Malik Basintali, I'm not sure he's making his way to the St. Peter Society Methodist Church, but he's responding to cheers from some party supporters. They are on the main street, and they seem to be going their way. Absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. Each time the police erect a barricade, it seems to be breached, and they remain helpless in terms of preventing it from being overpowered. But clearly, each time they mount the barricade, it's breached. Each time they mount the barricade, it is breached. The numbers here are increasingly becoming more and more. They appear NPC sympathizers at this point. And I'm referring to these young men in the company of the Deputy Director for Communications of the National Democratic Congress, Malik Basintali. It is absolute chaos. Much better than before, but still very chaotic. Unbelievable scenes here. Heartbreaking at a point, if you ask me. Persons being assaulted, people being stumbled on, people being pushed aside. At a point, we saw stones being held. We saw stones being held to party supporters here. It's been absolute chaos. It's been absolute chaos. But the police have been able to bring the situation under control. They are here in their numbers. They seem helping with regards to bringing everything under control. We've been joined by an economic advisor at the office of the president, Professor Sharif Mahmoud Khalid, who is here. Honorable, it's been absolute embarrassing scenes here in terms of young men overpowering the police. Clearly, it doesn't speak for our democracy. As a party, has it come to your notice?
As a Democratic Party, as you all know, we tout ourselves as social democrats. As you can see, ever since we've been here, there've been peace and calm, which
not quite. Barely 3 minutes ago, it was shameful to say the least. The scenes here, and we are being told that they came in the company of some NDC, officials who we can't independently verify.
Well, I mean, we have just arrived here, and as you could see, there's no chaos, right? Isn't it?
5 minutes ago, there was.
Yes, and you can independently verify this. So it tells you that, I mean, grapevine information during elections is always a big thing that hovers around. So which is why the media is there to filter that, and that's very important. So let's not see this as a case to say that, okay, this is grapevine information. Once there's no verification to it, let's be careful in how we disseminate that. As you could see, if your camera scroll around, you could see police officers in well dressed. We are here. We're from the office of the Vice President.
An hour ago,
he's a political advisor.
An hour ago, it wasn't common. Even now, you could clearly tell tensions are still very high. Well, there are concerns that this doesn't speak well for our democracy, considering the fact that a former Minister of State, Howard Kumsin, Fisheries Minister, former Member of Parliament for Ayawaso, for Ewutu Senya East, she was literally assaulted in the presence of everyone.
Well, I mean, what I'm hearing, again, not in grapevine, I understand some names you are mentioning that are former MPs and former ministers of state arrived in sort of like full regalia or fighting regalia. So when you are a public officer or an ex-public officer, and during tight elections such as this, where the kind of majority we have in parliament, you have a big struggle coming up, it means tensions are going to be high. So even your appearance before such scenes is very important, because when you appear in a certain way, in a Rambo style, it also triggers certain forces that could spill out of control. I'm not justifying anything. You can see I'm in plain clothes. This can trigger anything.
I saw you were calming some of your supporters down when you got here, but I mean, for those who say this doesn't speak well of our democracy and should not be seen as a free and fair process, are you sharing similar sentiments?
Well, I mean, until it's early days, it's almost midday, as I'll say. So to use this as a base to say that the election process or the electoral process is not free and fair would be unfair to the process in and of itself. We have an independent EC, we have the police, and we have, political parties and their representatives. Have there been complained that anyone has been disenfranchised? Not at present.
The MPP did. They said that some persons from the NDC were seemingly intimidating them. They even accused your party of tearing the voter register, which they showed photos of. So you can't brush it aside to say that is not intimidation.
No, I'm not brushing it aside. As you say, all of this is grapevine. It has been independently verified. So can we verify? Can the EC come out to say, okay, well, these were the shortfalls in this? Then based on that, you would know that a very long process. We had elections in December. It's almost 7 months now, and we're coming just to have elections for few polling stations. That is due process being followed. And for me, that is maturity as far as our democracy is concerned. And these are the highlights we need to look at. Mind you, there's going to be a few skirmishes here and there,
but this can't be described as a few skirmishes. It was a complete, we witnessed complete assault.
It was a complete
on former
takeover.
Ministers of State, even the MPP candidate.
I asked a simple question: how did former ministers of state appear before these polling stations? How have we appeared before? I could have been in some camo uniform, touting myself as a war hero here in how I look, but I haven't done that. Right? So what I want to say, the act of responsibility in the outlook with which we present ourselves to these polling stations as either ex-officers or government officials is very important.
As a party, do you condemn the violence that ensued here?
No, if there's any violence that I have witnessed.
There's been a lot of violence here.
As Social Democrats, we condemn violence in no uncertain terms. And we hope that at the end of the day, we're going to have a peaceful election, no infraction. So the people of this constituency will be ably represented in Parliament. I mean, they're far too long. For 7 good months, they don't have representation. They need representation, and that's why we, as a responsible party, are here to give to them. We are here representing the peace and quiet, the respect of the good people of Ghana, of President John Dramani Mahama and Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, and that's what we're here for.
So, Nana Tufo, we've been joined by the economic advisor to the Vice President, Professor Sharif Mahmood Khalid. When he got here himself, he was seen trying to calm tempers of some NDC supporters, but I can't say that tensions are still very high. I'm not sure for what reasons, but the police seem to be in control of the situation now. They formed a sort of a human wall right in front of the gate here at the St. Peter Society Methodist Church, where they are trying to prevent the situation. But it's been absolute chaos. Like I reported earlier, a former member of parliament for Wutu Senya East was assaulted in the clear view of everybody.
This is not absolute chaos.
This is a lot of chaos. This is not what an ideal voting center. I've been inside. But my point is, this is not what an ideal voting center should look like on election day.
But what I'm telling you, this is a special case.
It shouldn't but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be the norm, or there shouldn't be special cases.
It's not the norm. It is the first of its kind.
No, it's a norm in the sense that just in December 2024, pink sheets were bent here. 6 months down the line, macho men storm here. They assault journalists. They assault former members of state. So it forms a sort of a trend.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a trend, which is why we are here, right, to advocate for peace and calm. And at the end of the day, we are confident that the security agencies are here to offer that.
This is not peace and calm.
Well, you have people arguing here and there, but it is not as chaotic in the dramatic scenes as you tend to report.
But this is not argument. This is a clear show of force. You should have seen how they tried barging in the first time. Right in front of me, onlookers. In fact, people were buying food from this particular store. It was open at the time. They were pushed all over the place. So to say that people are arguing, I'm not sure you can describe this as people arguing.
What I'm saying here is that let's contextualize this. This is an election, right, where few polling stations are going to determine who becomes the lead. Per what votes have been counted since December, we're talking about a gap of 48. So it tells you this is fiercely fought. In any flourishing democracy, you would have a few of such tensions because both political parties, more so when you have the MPP on the other side trying to increase their numbers at least by one, they think it's going to be some respite to say that we're still existing as a political party, we are breathing. And you have the NDC wanting to have its absolute majority. So I think that the contextualization of this is important, much as we are advocating. But I'm advocating for is that let's not try to inflame the reportage to make it seem it's clearly not been inflamed. We are trying as much as possible to report exactly what we are seeing on the ground, except that we are not really used to this, in our voting process. And for some, they say the activities of these macho men here, who were seen in the company of some NDC supporters or officials, have, or in a lot of ways, affected the sanctity of the process. Dude, I arrived here. Do I have security around me? Do I have macho men around me? So all of this I'm saying, it's grapevine information.
I literally saw people standing there being slapped right in their faces by people they couldn't identify. And that was barely an hour.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And I hope that the police we've spoken to the command, or they've assured us of peace and calm. And I hope that by the time the last ballot is counted, all political parties will be confident that the process is peaceful. Right.
Interesting. Professor Sharif Khalid helping us through, talking us through his assessment of the process so far. According to him, information he's received from the police hierarchy indicates that they have this under control and that they'll be working to resolve and cool tempers for voting to continue successfully.
Right,
but it doesn't look as though voting can go on under these circumstances because of the very nature of the chaos we are witnessing here in the Odoko St. Peter Society Methodist Church.
Very well, Jude. Let's have you catch your breath for a while, but keep your cameras on so that you can, of course, capture all the moments, all the action for us. Jude Mensa Duncan reporting from the St. Peter's Methodist Society in Odoko.
It's a very sad one.
One of the polling stations. This same polling station recorded similar instances during the 2024 elections. Quite unfortunate scenes there as were captured live on our screens. I mean, this one is not Cobra. It was live. It was live. It happened live, and we all saw what happened. That these men, whom we are unable to identify, are able to storm and take over an entire polling station in the full glare of the Ghana Police Service. The Ghana Police was quite helpless in these instances. We should have.
After what happened at Ayawaso West Wogon, and you could tell that people were running away from what happened there. We pledged or promised that nothing of this nature is going to happen again. This is just a rerunning 19 polling stations. We understand that maybe tensions will flare up or there will be some sort of misunderstanding here and there. But going to the extent of getting the police overwhelmed, moving into a police station.
I kept saying
it's even gated. It's a gated.
Exactly.
Place.
Exactly.
And you move in there to
overpowered the police. You see, that's the most disappointing bit for me. They simply overpowered the Ghana police service officers who were there.
And I think the police should have anticipated
that's what I kept saying, that you see, people will say that it's either +1 or -1 and does not matter. But this should tell you that clearly the stakes are high.
Yes.
Both parties value the one seat, especially Ablekuma North. You get it? Other than that, either party could have just ignored and said, well, let me just hand it over to this guy. Let me just let go of it. But you see the level of violence we are seeing here. It should tell you that the stakes are really high indeed. And this is an election in just 19 polling stations. Well, the Minister for the Interior, Mohamed Muntaka has been speaking, especially regarding the assault on the journalist earlier that we brought you. Let's hear what he has had to say on this matter. He spoke with Hansen Ajiman, my colleague.
Let us all allow, and if anybody crosses their line, that person should be dealt with. So you should just simply treat crime as crime.
Come to your attention.
No, not at all. But to check that. I mean, where would this happen? Well, sometimes it's not everything that will come to our attention. But since it's a journalist and since it's a police officer, we'll be happy to know what it is. Then we'll find out what is the circumstances. And if there's something that we need to do, we can assure you that we'll do it.
Finally, violence breakdown somewhere in Odoko. Has that also come to your attention?
Not that we've heard, no. Because we're also going around. So after that, we now call those in charge to find out, this is what we've observed, this is what we've heard, what have you seen or heard so far? Because, I mean, about an hour ago, I spoke to the IGP. So far, is everything going well? Everything is going well. We are stepping out to see what is there. So, okay, we are also coming. They are also around, going around. I said, okay, so we'll keep comparing notes till evening.
Will there be a crowd control at the Collation Center?
Definitely, because, I mean, we all know collation centers could turn out sometimes with all the nature of difficulties. What we can assure you is that we'll provide adequate security to ensure that everything will be peaceful.
Thank you very much. So that's the Interior Minister. The First Minister, you have nothing to add to it?
Muntaka Mubarak there, Minister for the Interior. Of course, in the company of Dr. Edward Omaneboama, Minister for Defense, who earlier this morning issued a statement suggesting that there will be no military deployment to intervene or to interfere in any situation regarding the rerun of the elections in these 19 polling stations. However, we've seen the chaos, the violence, the pandemonium, if you like, mayhem that has characterized the St. Peter's Society Methodist Church polling station, which is one of the 19 polling stations, somewhere in Odoko. Police clearly overwhelmed, overpowered, helpless in this situation, and disappointingly so. The former Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, former MP for Awutu Senya East, I believe, Mavis Hawa Kumsen, assaulted there. The NPP's candidate for the Ablekuma North constituency, Equia Owusue Friye, also assaulted there. We understand some journalists caught in the crossfire. Quite disturbing, quite unfortunate, but this is what we have to contend with. And this is as a result of what I keep saying, that if we do not punish crime quickly enough, it empowers others to do so. You may think that this is just one constituency, and with the numbers that the NDC has in parliament vis-a-vis that of the NPP, it may not matter. But this should tell you that when it comes to politics, which is a game of numbers, even a zero might count somewhere.
Yeah. And this could actually spill over. And we've been talking about this for a very long time. It's not right. See, whatever it is, you should ensure that there is free, fair, and transparent election. And in that free, fair, transparent election, violence devoid. We are not supposed to see this kind of thing. And if this is happening, there could be a retaliation. And we don't know where this retaliation is going to be.
You might not think of it, but the magnitude of what has happened is that this is 19 polling stations in a constituency. Imagine...
Or 281.
Or imagine a general election. If you're seeing this scale of violence in a polling station which forms part of 19 being rerun to be added to already collated 262 or so, and we're seeing this level of violence, then we should know that there is doom ahead. You see, the thing is that I keep saying that if you do not punish crime, you don't treat crime as what it is, a crime, and you don't punish the crime quickly enough, it empowers people to readily engage in similar acts.
But what
there were pockets of this in 2024.
Yes.
Nothing has been done. This same polling station, which was used as a warehouse to store pink sheets and ballot papers, there was fire orchestrated by individuals who are still walking the streets of Ablekuma North. Nothing has been done about it. And you think that I won't be empowered to go there and do what I want to do if I feel that the process is not going in my favor? I told you
what even
that's the
baffles me is
two
the fact that
parties.
the police has been overwhelmed.
Of course, but you could tell. You see the men that went there and see the police people that were there. I mean, this is a no-brainer. You get it. These police people, there were no way they could have stopped these men from entering in the style that they did. But I keep saying that it sets a bad precedent. And the two parties have failed to take a golden opportunity to institute reforms in our electoral system. And I'll tell you why. This rerun is happening as a result of violence. That pink sheets were destroyed on their way to collation centers. That pink sheets that had been stored have been bent, and that is why we are here.
And we saw what happened at the Fashiman Cluster
So
of schools.
this rerun itself is the product of an illegality, of a crime, which crime has not yet been punished. And so you cannot tell me that you won't have crime happening at the rerun, which is a product of a crime. You get what I'm saying?
So some sort of, we've not learned.
We've not learned any lessons. We saw Ayawaso West Wargo.
Yes, and I was about
a minister of state. A minister of state. Then he was a sitting member of parliament.
Yes.
Then he was a sitting member of parliament. Was hit in the face, was shoved, was brutalized, was assaulted, and nothing was done about it. They put a white paper after the committee.
There was a
what has
committee of
become
inquiry.
of it?
Nothing.
You get, so we are not punishing crime. We are not treating crime for what it is, and we're not doing it quickly enough. So it gives the avenue for people to engage in it readily.
I don't even know how the whole exercise will be done now that voting has halted at this particular polling station. Whether people will even be willing to even come there again to cast their ballots for the exercise to end. But for a very good one that we are saying from the Ghana Police Service before we go on is the Ghana Police Service has interdicted an officer who was captured in the viral video assaulting a journalist during the ongoing parliamentary run in Ablekuma North constituency. So what we saw that we were all saying that the police should take action, and action has been taken, and we are so excited about that. We are just hoping that some sort of investigation will be conducted into the issue. But what we are talking about now is what is happening at Ablekuma North. If the people are massing up at this particular place and trying to foment troubles, maybe the police should intensify security, so we see what is happening. But now we understand the defense and interior ministers have arrived at that particular place to see for themselves what has happened. Maybe we can check what is happening there through the feed.
Well, Jude is there. He'll be joining us pretty shortly. But in your shot, Muntaka Mubarak Mohammed and, of course, Dr. Edward Omane Buama, Interior Minister and Defense Minister, respectively, currently at the St. Peter's Society Methodist Church polling center, where that chaos erupted. Currently, the process has been halted, obviously truncated, because what it is that, and without mincing words, thugs took over the election process, the electoral process. And so, of course, if I were to have been a presiding officer or even an EC officer, I would have run for my life as well. We noticed even just before, seconds before the chaos happened, Jude was engaging some officials of the New Patriotic Party. We saw Miracles Dennis Abuaje speaking with Jude there. But clearly, you would have to run for your life because, I mean, this is just an electoral exercise for today, but there is tomorrow and the future, of course, to face. And so you wouldn't, I mean, would you stand in the way of these men if you were there? Clearly, you wouldn't do that. And so perhaps it looks like the officer in charge of security at the particular polling station is briefing the two ministers. We can see them nodding, whether it's in agreement or it's an acknowledgement of the information. We are not too sure, but we can see that they are receiving some briefing regarding the situation at the St. Peter's Society polling station at Odoko within the Ablekuma North constituency. The two ministers, I want to believe, after being briefed, will be better armed to react to the matter. And so hopefully we're able to get some responses from them. But clearly, this is unacceptable. This is unpardonable. This is condemnable. Should be condemned in no uncertain terms. We should not be seeing this in this day and age after how far we have come regarding our democratic dispensation. Having had we've had elections over the years, and so we should not be seeing such chaos characterize our elections, especially an election which is happening within simply 19 polling stations within a constituency. Well, we can see that some of the election officials, Electoral Commission officials are back at post. They have taken their seats. We are waiting to see the outcome of that interaction between the ministers and the officers. Well, the presiding officer who spoke to Jude earlier is currently being engaged by the ministers. Clearly, she would also give her own account of what happened. And when she is done, we'll know what the decision is going forward, whether the exercise will resume, or whether they have panicked and are scared for their lives and are unable to continue with the process. Well, we are yet to find that out. But let's see how this engagement between the two ministers, that of defense, that for the interior, will go. And from the gesturing that we are seeing so far, you can tell that she's also giving her own account of what happened some minutes back when these men, heavily built men, pounced upon the polling station and engaged in that.
Yes.
You may want to tell the media.
So you seem to have a problem with
the stand you've created, the interviewing the voters, those coming in. I explained that this is a ground for 3 polling stations. But fortunately enough, we are doing one, only for one. That is the 12A. So we are human. Somebody will stay in the house and realize, oh, Methodist is voting, let me go. That person will come with the card. Then we will tell the person, we are not driving the person away. It means the person is not part of this exercise.
Are you blaming the media for the violence that ensued?
I'm not blaming that stand there. We had intel before the violence. That interview, somebody came to tell me, you are saying we are driving the voters away. And I'm saying, no, that is not the issue. So please, give out the right education. We are not driving anyone away. The election is being held for only one polling station.
The MPP accused.
I'm coming. And you know the register? We have 4. Yes, that is 1A, 1B, and another AB, 13A, 13B. This is 12A. The 13A, 13B is secured. The 12B is also secured. So this is the only center we are having. But we are human. Your mother can just hear, oh, I vote at Methodist. Your mother will come. When the person comes, we will in turn ask the person politely. That is what we've been doing from morning.
You have the polling agents here.
Yes, we have MPP 2 and then NDC 2. We started everything with them.
Madam Officer, the MPP accused.
But they have an agent.
Yes, the MPP accused some officials of destroying their register, and that in a lot of ways, started all of the violence that ensued here. Is that the case that some voter register for the MPP was destroyed here?
Are you saying I should tell you the right reason why the violence came?
I'm asking you, was a register destroyed? Was a register destroyed here?
Account.
Was a register destroyed? Can you tell us, was a register destroyed here?
And I'm saying my things are secured.
So no voter register was.
Do you want me to? I have answered you. You are still want. I don't know what you want again. All the things are secured. It means we were not hurt.
Interesting. Honorable Manibuama, the military you mentioned, that the military was not going to take part in today's exercise. Based on what we've seen here, do you say it was still a call in the right direction?
It's obvious the military is not involved. And that is how it should be. This is a civil exercise. We are not at war. And so we should not get the military involved. And as you've seen around, it's been the police, the Ghana Immigration Service, the prison service. They fall under the Ministry of Interior. And we believe that that is the way to go. What we experienced in Ayawaso West Wogon should not be repeated.
So you don't regret
what we experienced in the year 2020, where 8 Ghanaians were killed just because of elections, should not be repeated. And this is the way to go. And this is what President Mahama wants. It should be a peaceful exercise, and people must just exercise their franchise. We should note at all times that it is not the entire constituency that is voting. It's only 19 polling stations. And because of the clustering system, you may have different polling stations voting at a particular location. It doesn't mean yours is part of the 19 polling stations that are voting today.
The police were helpless at the time these well-built macho men stormed here. Based on order ensued, do you still stand by your decision not to deploy military persons? 2024 December, pink sheets were burnt here. Do you still stand by your decision?
I don't think you are being fair to the police when you say the police were helpless.
They were.
The police are a very professional institution. When you don't see them reacting with force, it doesn't mean they are helpless. This is where you may go wrong, just lowering the threshold to invite the military. If it becomes abundantly clear that the military should restore order in any part of the country, the military will do it. But the military should not be the first point of call. We have seen it in this country, where the military was able to storm the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Is that what we want? Is that the democracy that we want?
This cannot be the police officers were running away.
This cannot be the democracy under President Mahama. President Mahama is different from President Kufuor. You understand? So, let us give the police the maximum cooperation. Is the reason I'm here jointly with my brother and colleague, Minister for the Interior, to observe things for ourselves. Let's give the police the maximum cooperation.
What's your assessment of the process so far, particularly here?
All the polling stations that we've been to so far, I would say so far, so good. Any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana.
Does that include this particular center?
Saying that any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana Police Service, and trust that they will do it. They are capable. Thank you.
So you just heard Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, who is Defense Minister. He has said that there was no need for the military to get involved in today's activity. He says he still stands by his decision not to deploy military officers to come here, despite the violence that broke out here. He said that we should allow the police to go on to do their job. Now we are being told that everybody should leave the premise of St. Peter's. Is that a reason why we should all leave?
Yes, because you have to give the police the opportunity to do their job. So everybody should leave.
And then
everybody.
So Dr. Boamah, is voting resuming here?
It will definitely resume. It will definitely resume.
But the MPP party agents who have been assaulted have fled the scene.
Trust the police to restore order. Do not create, a military state. We are in a democracy.
Interesting.
Thank you.
His parting words, we are in a democracy, and hence there's no need for the militarization of our democracy by bringing military here to support the police officials who are here going about their duty. As things stand now, everybody has been cleared, including the media, have been cleared of the premise of the St. Peter Society Church. And there are a lot of people building up here. The Interior Minister is still here with the Defense Minister Muntaka Mubarak. They are leaving the venue, but they've said that only persons who are eligible to vote should be inside the perimeter of the St. Peter Society Church. They are leaving right now. They are leaving, but they are engaging some supporters even as they leave. They are calling for calm among supporters. They said that the police is capable of addressing every mishap that would occur here. They've given strong orders to the police only to allow persons who are eligible to vote to enter the premise of the St. Peter Society Methodist Church in Odoko. They are still engaging some people. We are also being told that voting may resume. Nana, if you remember, the ballot box was not tampered with when these heavily built men stormed the voting center. And they are saying that voting will resume. I'm here to confirm that from the EC officials. But when we spoke to them earlier, they also had some concerns. But the MPP party agents are not here. I can report that the MPP party agents have left the scene. They were assaulted. Some of them were beat up in the process. They had earlier accused the EC of allowing the NDC agents to tear part of their voter register so that they are unable to ascertain or verify persons on the voter register or the voter roll. So it's still very, very busy here. Less chaotic, but there's a lot still ongoing here. The minister is still engaging the media, re-echoing some of the sentiments he's already said here at the St. Peter Methodist Church. But the police are in their numbers now. A lot of them fully armed, and they are trying to contain the situation. But the heavily built men we saw some minutes ago are not here anymore. They've left the scene, and it's just party supporters and quite a number of journalists here reporting on the happenings here. But as I mentioned earlier, the defense minister, I beg your pardon, Dr. Edward Omane-Boama, and the minister responsible for Interior, Mubarak Muntaka, are still here. We are being told that they visited other voting centers and they are coming to ascertain, happenings here, Nana Tufo.
Good. Thank you. We'll come back to you. Please maintain a safe distance, stay in a safe spot, and we'll come back to you as and when there's any new development. Jude Mensah Duncan, coming to us from the St. Peter's Society of the Methodist Church Polling Center in Odoko within the Ablekuma North Constituency. The update is that the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boama, has asked that everyone steps out of the perimeter, everyone steps out of the jurisdiction or the area where the polling is ongoing so that the police can do a proper assessment of the area and then, of course, shape up or map up a strategy to prevent or forestall the kind of situation or incident we saw earlier. If you ask me, a good move, but coming too late because there was enough precedence for the Election Security Task Force to have mapped up a strategy to prevent any such happenings. In any case, we cannot restrict movement of people, right? And so we cannot say we're mounting barriers at various entrances to the community. But on an election day, when an exercise like this is, what has experience over the years taught us? Okay, what lessons have we drawn from previous elections and, of course, electoral violence? You get it? Clearly we have. So what was the strategy? And if there's an election task force in place, with the assurances that we've been given, and, of course, coming on the back of a violence-mad election that has brought us here to a rerun, what kind of intel did we pick?
These are very relevant questions you should be asking, and especially when yesterday the EC also held a press conference and stated categorically that the Ghana Police Service has given them the assurance that we would see a violence-free incident today. It's rather too sad that things that we were assured of, we are not seeing them on the grounds. Because why will macho men, so to say, will just storm a place? And what baffles me is that the place is a gated place. It's fenced. And ideally, moving in there should be a big problem. But it was just easy for them to move in. And some of the videos that we've seen that are going, circulating on social media and all that, it's really nothing to write home about. Because if you should expect that at the end of the entire process, 19 polling stations, by 5 p.m. we are done. Everything is calm and we declare who becomes the winner. That is what we all want. But for it to be that now somebody has been attacked, and what I fear is retaliation.
I mean, there's a possibility
yes,
of that.
That is what I fear.
There's a possibility of that.
Because we are not done with the elections in this country yet.
There's a possibility of that, but we'll pray and hope that it doesn't get there. Ordinarily, you won't have the other party or the one that feels they've been attacked also going to mobilize and bring people there. You wouldn't have that. It's usually...
It may not be in this election, because
yes,
we've seen it from Ayawaso West Wogon by-election. Nothing was done like you indicated. A committee was set up, committee of inquiry was set up, footages from Channel 1 TV was sent there. We had other media houses sending their footages. We saw what happened, people who were slapped, people who were assaulted and all that. Nothing has been taken, no sanction has been meted out on anyone. Then now today, on this rerun day, at Ablekuma North, just 13 polling stations, we are seeing this. If 19 polling stations, and if nothing is happening and done about it, certainly it may be something that is going to be recurring, because we see this today, the next minute nothing is done about it, then the next 2-3 times a similar incident happens, and we just get the authorities talking about it and no action is happening. I think that if some sort of investigation is being done in this particular case, we should be aware of the final report of the investigation that will be done, and whatever committee that will be set to look into this, what the committee comes out with should be worked with.
You see, for the IGP, I don't know. This is his first elections since he was made IGP, and it has to do with just 19 polling stations, and we're seeing the kind of scenes that have come from this particular exercise, despite his men and sometimes himself engaging the media and giving assurances of protection, security, and safety before, during, and after the process. For me, I am quite worried about the future of elections in this country, if you ask me. And you see, this is the type of thing. I see sometimes the politicians themselves, because both sides, they do it. They have their own ways of intimidating people. And you see, when it comes back to bite them every other cycle, this is not, it's cyclical. Although we condemn this in all uncertain terms, we condemn this. But you see, it's the politicians themselves that create some of these, the environment for some of these things to happen. And they should take the blame. You get it? How is it that an election has happened? Ballots, electoral materials have been destroyed. To date, not a single person. We haven't been told that Kofi Atta or Nibadu has been arrested for engaging in this.
As a result of the ballot papers that were banned.
There's still Techiman South. That is pending. There's Ayawaso West Wagon. There is even this Ablekuma North, the December.
There was another issue at Ablekuma Central.
There's Awutu Senya East. You understand? We do not know of people who have been punished for engaging in such acts. You get it? And so it gives people the confidence that, okay, then I need to also step in and do what I think defends my interest or promotes my interest, because not so much can be done to me after I engage in such acts. And that is why we are where we are today. This is so uncalled for. It is unfortunate. It is unpardonable. And we should not condone any such acts under any circumstances at all. And you see, like, we were worried that we're not seeing the numbers as you would have seen in a general election. This will go a long way to even deter people from coming out to participate in the process. You get it? And that's the intimidation that we talk about. And then you see, what happens is that when you do it, good.
Yes.
So it's happened under your watch. It is happening under your opponent's watch. And so who has the moral right to come and complain? You get it? And it is quite worrying that in this day and age we're seeing incidents such as these. And you see, politicians will always be politicians. You see how they were going about the issue in responding to some of the questions that were raised.
They were but I'm sure that if the same people were in opposition, they would have said it in a different way. You know, it happens that, like what Nana Tufo indicated, it's just not right that we go about not punishing crime, because if no sanction is taken, it's certainly going to happen again. So we will be here from now to 5 p.m. If you are just joining us, we are bringing you the live coverage of what is happening at Ablekuma North concerning the rerun in some 19 polling stations. Expected as over 6,000 voters to cast their ballots. But what we are hearing on the grounds right now from both parties, Frederick Green stated that he has visited some polling stations and not too many people are out there to cast their ballot. Also, we heard from Rashid Tanko, who is the Deputy Director of Elections and IT of the National Democratic Congress. He also made mention of the fact that people are not really coming out in their numbers to vote. And the MC for Ablekuma North, Kalamu Amadu Musa, who also spoke to us, indicating that the people are not really coming out in their numbers. But now that we are expecting that at least people will come out in their numbers to vote, is when you've seen the incident at St. Peter's Society place, where the incident has been that some unknown individuals stormed that particular polling station to attack people, one of which we know, or we saw videos, was the former MP for Ewutu Senya East, and also former Fisheries Minister Mavis Hawakum Sene. And now the Defense and Interior Ministers have moved into that particular polling station to indicate that they will be monitoring events but they've moved out, they've asked every individual at the polling station to move out so that the police can now devise means to ensure that some safety or sanity is brought to this particular polling station. But we're monitoring events here on the grounds. We have our eyes on all the 19 polling stations, bringing you up to speed what is happening in this constituency. Mind you, by close of day, we will know who becomes the member of parliament for Ablekuma North constituency. We keep asking this question, that is it going to be the NDC's Irabana Obin, or is it going to be the NPP's Nana Ekuya Efriye? The earlier statement from the New Patriotic Party was that they weren't going to embark or be part of this rerun, but we've seen that some party members of the New Patriotic Party yesterday moved to the Ablekuma North constituency to sort of beef up momentum for the elections that is happening to the question we are still asking is that, is the NPP in support of what is happening in the Ablekuma North constituency concerning the rerun, or what is going to be the statement from the New Patriotic Party? We are still going to monitor events in the camp of the New Patriotic Party and bring you the official comment. But for now, let's move back to Jude Minsa Duncan, who is on the grounds to give us up to speed what is happening at the St. Peter's Society Church, which is at Odoko, where the mayhem happened. Jude, once again, we've come back to you. What is happening on the grounds, and what can you tell us?
It's relatively peaceful now. It's relatively calm now. The road, as you can currently see, has been cleared. So vehicles are able to move. Vehicles are able to pass rather smoothly. Not too long ago, the Defense Minister, Dr. Eduardo Maneboama, in the company of the Interior Minister, Mubarak Muntaka, visited this particular polling center where they engaged party supporters and called for calm, saying that the police were managing the situation and they were going to make sure that everything is brought under control. We've also been told that voting has recommenced here at the St. Peter's Methodist Church in Odoko in the Ablekuma North constituency, but it's unclear if there's been any voter who's gone to cast their ballot in the aftermath of the violence that we've seen. But it's been relatively peaceful now. It's much better now. The police are here in their numbers reinforced. Now, a significant difference from the very first time when we were reporting and the violence, commenced, was the fact that the police officers who were here at the time, a lot of them were not armed, but we've seen some armed police officers who've made their way here. So far it's much better now. Voting has recommenced, although I'm unable to tell, based on where I'm currently stationed, the number of people who've been able to successfully cast their ballot. We're also being told that the media is not being given access to the voting perimeter. Before we got here, we were allowed access, but in the aftermath of the violence, we are being told that only persons who are eligible to vote will be given access inside the St. Peter's Methodist Church to go and cast their ballot. So if you're asking me about the state of affairs now, it's much better, although there are pockets of arguments, loud confrontations happening. But so far, it's very, very calm comparatively to about an hour and a half ago, where violence took place. Not armed, but heavy, well-built men made their way inside the premise, defying police barricades, breaking through protocol, going in there, assaulting certain people. But for now, it seems some calm has been restored and everything is going on very smoothly here. There's an ambulance on standby in case of any emergency. We've seen that some persons who were earlier assaulted were sent to their ambulance, where first aid was given out to them to manage their wounds. A journalist was assaulted, her face swollen all over. She was also sent into the ambulance for health officers, to pay or give some health care to. So it's rather now, reason why I can even stand here now and engage. As I speak to you right now, if you can see right behind me, there is reinforcement from the police, a bus full of fully clothed in terms of protection gear officers, a bus full of them from the formed police unit have made their way here. Now these officers in the bus have their helmets on, they have their protecting clothing on, they have their shields also in place, and very shortly will be making their way at the Society Methodist Church. So they are coming in their numbers, as you can see, making their way to the entrance. Already about some 20 other policemen are in there, similarly clothed with the necessary security apparel. So they have their helmets on, they have their batons, and they also have their shield. They are making their way inside the St. Peter's Society Methodist Church. A bus full of them, I'm not able to give the exact number, but looking at the capacity of the bus, about 20 of them making their way inside the church premise right now. Not too long ago, we also saw an armored vehicle from the formed police unit also patrol the area. Currently, it's left the scene, but there's a heavy security presence here of police officers, some of them very armed. Now, Nanatufo, you will recall that in the build-up to this election, the defense minister said that they were not going to deploy military officers for this particular exercise. Now, when he visited this location, I posed a question to him as to whether government was going to review his decision on allowing military officers to provide security at some of these flashpoints. Now, according to him, he mentioned to me that the police are very capable of managing the situation. He went on to say that the fact that the police wasn't using force in restoring calm doesn't mean that the police are not able to tackle the situation head on. According to him, they have the requisite training and the necessary intelligence to be able to forestall any violence. And he also assured the good people of the Republic that they were not going to witness an incident where persons will lose their life as a result of a voting exercise. So he was quite resolute in his mind on the need not to involve the military in this particular process, claiming that the police are well in place to be able to provide the necessary security needed to ensure a smooth process. Philip, And Nana, I can also report that in the aftermath of the violence, I have not cited any MPP official here.
Right.
A few minutes before the violence broke out, Samuel Uku was here. Miracles Dennis Abuaje, who's an aide to the former flag bearer, was here. Nana Efrie, the parliamentary candidate herself for the MPP, was here. Howard Kumsin, a former fisheries minister and also a former member of parliament for Wutu Senya East, was also here, among other party officers. But in the aftermath of the violence, none of them have been seen
Which
here.
is understandable.
MPP party agents have also they've also deserted the location, but we have been told that voting has resumed and is ongoing.
All right, thank you very much, Jude. We'll come back to you for some more updates. So clearly, calm has been restored to the area, which is good. We hope that the process begins and it continues successfully. But at this point, there will be doubts. Okay, interested parties will have doubts. Whichever way these men who engaged in this violence belong to, interested parties will have doubts. Of course, it is politics, so the final beneficiary might be comfortable and welcome the outcome. But I'm saying that the two parties are not doing this country any good. If they fail to take advantage that this golden opportunity of Ablekuma North presents them to initiate and execute reforms or to help get reforms within our electoral system, I think it's quite worrying and it's quite disturbing. But let's bring you back some scenes of what has happened so far within the Ablekuma North constituency and the rerun of elections in some 19 polling stations within the constituency.
I'm not able to independently verify who he is, but I can report live on TV right now at the St. Peter's Society that there's been a clear case of assault and they are marching towards wow, unbelievable, clearly defying the police order. The breakthrough, this is unprecedented. This is unbelievable. This is absolutely shocking. Wow, there's a tussle ongoing right now. There's a tussle ongoing. It's turning violent. It's turning chaotic. They're literally fighting the police. They are literally... It seems that target... They are throwing the cops. How our Kumsen is on the floor. He's being trampled on. The police... It's completely chaotic. Police. People are running for safety. This can't be a democracy. This can't be a democracy. People are literally running away for their lives. The police are being assaulted. MPP party officials are being assaulted. Miracles was standing next to me. Literally had to run for his life. Unbelievable, Nana. The scenes here completely unbelievable. The vehicles have parked in the middle of the road. The police seem helpless. It doesn't look like hope is coming from anywhere. The violence is... The police is trying to come. Still very chaotic here. Are high. A lot is ongoing. The police seem helpless. They are just standing by looking at what's happening and they seem not able to control or contain the situation. It's chaotic. It's absolute chaos here. The fighting is still ongoing. One man who's been assaulted has run into the church hoping to seek refuge. Some policemen are standing here. Obviously, Wow. Nana to 4. Nana to 4. The MPP, Nana, it's absolute chaos here. The MPP candidate I've seen with my eyes has been assaulted. She's bleeding. She's in tears. They are holding her, crying uncontrollably. The police obviously seem helpless in all of this. Nana, I was talking to some party officials of the MPP, and they had to literally run for their lives. The media ourselves, we had to look for shelter when this happened. She's being consoled right now. She can't believe her eyes, and I'm being told that she's bleeding. She's in tears. The whole place was ransacked. MPP party agents were deliberately identified, we have been told, and they were chased after. Mavis Howard Kumsin, a former fisheries minister, was assaulted right here, beaten, stamped on with their foot. And Nana, it's unbelievable, the scenes here. The police will secure the inner perimeter. Yes. I'm still with the police inside the auditorium. It doesn't appear too safe to be outside. It doesn't appear too safe to be outside. But these macho men, unidentified macho men, they are still here. About 20 minutes, they are still here. There's no police, trying to bring the situation under control so far. They've blocked the road. That's what has happened, actually. The whole road has been blocked. Well, it appears it's obviously not under control. These are pickup vehicles. They are number plates. Some of them don't even have number plates to begin with. Some of them have clothing that suggests that they are party official. Okay, Nana, it's still ongoing. The assault is still happening. I think they've identified one man who is, I'm not really sure who his identification is, and they are still assaulting him. He was the first person to be assaulted. They are chasing him. He's running. They are hitting him. They are pelting stones at him. This is unbelievable.
Chaotic scenes at the St. Peter's police station, one of the 19 police stations within the Ablekuma North constituency here in the Greater Accra, where the Electoral Commission is conducting fresh election or rerun of elections in these particular police stations following chaotic scenes at the last election in 2024, where there was no declaration in that particular, in these 19 police stations. Well, today it was expected that it will bring finality to the long-awaited for the constituency to have a member of parliament since voting took place on the 7th of December 2024. For the past 7 months, the Ablekuma North constituency has been without a member of parliament. And so the expectation was that today, as the Electoral Commission conduct fresh elections in these 19 police stations, it was going to bring a finality to what is happening in there. But it looks as if that is not the case. We've seen violent incidents, recording chaotic scenes, assault on journalists, assault on MPP party members, and a whole lot of incidents happening at this particular police station, which is St. Peter's police station in Odoko, which is one of the 19 police stations here. My name is Sami Wiafe, taking over from Nana Tufo Boati and Philip Nilate, and I'll be doing this with my friend and colleague Fred Tete Ijabana with the continuous coverage of Channel 1 TV and CTFM's live coverage of the elections in 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency here in the Greater Accra region. Already, the ministers of Interior and Defense have been on the ground to more or less get first-hand information on what caused the chaos in this police station. If you remember, in 2024, there was a similar incident in this same police station. And then the question many people are asking that, didn't our security agencies have intelligence enough to know that just 6 months ago, there were violent clashes in this constituency and this particular police station? So what measures were put in place to ensure that we don't have similar thing repeating itself in today's election? before even the start of this election, the Electoral Commission just yesterday announced to us at the press conference that everything has been put in place to ensure that the incident is violence-free, because they've had a number of conversations with the National Elections Task Force to ensure that it becomes an incident-free, no violence recorded, and it's going to be a free and fair election. But from the videos we are seeing, the pictures we are seeing, I'm not sure that this election in this polling station has been violence-free or free and fair, as the Electoral Commission said in their press conference yesterday to the Ghanaian people. Fred and I will have some conversation on this matter. We'll go back onto the ground and speak to our man, Jude Duncan Mensah, who has been giving us a live report from the polling station where chaos has been recorded, violence has been recorded, and assault have been recorded, a number of people in this constituency, as well as Hansen Ajima, who is also on the ground in some other police station to monitor how elections are going. Generally, the reports are that it's been peaceful, very peaceful, so far so good, but then with the exception of the St. Peter police station at Odoko, the incident which started at 7 a.m. was generally, a peaceful one. Police station at Odoko, the incident which started at 7 a.m. was generally, a peaceful one until we chaotic scenes of station in Odoko. So Fred and I will have a conversation on this development, and if indeed going forward, there's the need to have more intelligence as far as ensuring a peaceful process in polling stations across the country, not just Ablekuma, across the country. Because violence is not something we want to record in a democracy. Even though we have pockets of violence, we shouldn't have it repeat itself. Just 6 months ago, the same thing happened and we are seeing it again. We need to have a general conversation on how we can end this practice of violence in elections in Ghana. If indeed this is the democracy that we are preaching, and this is a democracy that we want to run in this country after almost 30 years or 30-something years of democratic practice here in Ghana. Fred,
sorry,
I wasn't surprised. I wasn't really surprised because just 6 months ago, the same police station had issues. And I even remember, I think this morning or yesterday, I saw some of the church leaders protesting the use of that police for the election because of what happened similarly. And their guess has been right. Their protest has been right.
That's true. That's true. For me, when I saw this morning, it just brought me flashbacks and memories of Ayaso West Wagon.
Exactly.
Where you saw thugs come in, go into a polling station, destroy anything they saw, beat up people, beat up a sitting member of parliament. And it's like a playback of what happened years ago in Ayaso West Wagon, where you sit in a polling station, election is going on smoothly. Then from nowhere, you see well-built, heavily built men. I call them thugs.
Oh yeah, you are right if you describe them so, yeah.
Enter the polling station with no reason at all. Because elections was going on smoothly. Yeah. It's different from when you say, oh, there was a bit of misunderstanding somewhere. There was nothing like that. Everything was going on smoothly. A while back, some few minutes before they came, you could see some officials of the two parties standing together, having interviews together, laughing together, walk away together. The Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Gbande, an aide to Dr. Baumia, was also there, having that interview, having the chat. Dennis Miracles Abuaje. Then the former MP, Hawa Kumsin, had a very nice interview. Yeah. Everybody walked away together. In fact, you could see Dennis and Mustafa having a chat and laughing. For you to be there in about 10 or 15 minutes, you see these thugs jump into the place, beat people up, and the police was standing there helpless. Helpless. And you ask yourself that, what kind of a country do we find ourselves in? Why should elections bring us to this point? Elections to elect a leader. Why should it bring us to this point where we need to go in to beat people, beat journalists, beat people, voters, beat officials, just because we think that we want a particular candidate to win the election? it really doesn't make sense. And for me, Sami, I stood back there and I was asking myself, where was the protection for these people? The people were expected to protect us, to protect the voter, to protect the Electoral Commission officers, to protect the citizens who had just gone to engage in a legal responsibility, constitutional responsibility. Where were they? And look, Sami, at a point I was like, what was happening? Were there no policemen?
We're all shocked.
Were there no
At a point, I saw policemen even giving way for these thugs to move. I'm like, what's happening?
So it was shocking. For me, it was shocking. It was shocking. And I asked myself, what was the use of the security men there? When the people entered, how did they overpower the security policemen in their numbers over there? Why? Didn't the police pick intelligence about the fact that this particular polling station, like you said earlier, was a center...
Recorded a similar incident in 2024.
Exactly. It was a center of another incident which took place in 2024 where there was a lot of violence.
Yeah.
It was a center of a place where a school building was burnt. Didn't the police pick up this intelligence? What were the preparations for the police with regards to this particular polling station? Secondly, you saw the attacks take over the place for over 45 minutes, close to an hour. They are taking charge of the polling center, going to and fro, controlling the affairs of the place. The Electoral Commission and its officers had to leave, and still the police couldn't take control. And you could see this was deliberate. You see, they came with their faces covered.
Yes, because they knew what they were going to do.
Came with their
they
faces
knew what the agenda
covered.
was.
Some were in helmets.
Yeah.
Some were in clothes with hoods.
And it looks like they came with their target. They knew who the target was. So go in there, attack this person, that person, disrupt the process and leave. Because from the narration Jude was giving us and the videos we saw, they went directly to certain individuals, leaving some individuals behind. And so you ask yourself that, was it an instruction to go on a particular way, or an instruction to attack certain individuals, or the instruction was that disrupt the entire process? Because I'm not sure they wanted to disrupt the entire process because they didn't touch the electoral materials.
No.
They didn't touch them. They only went for the individuals. So it was an instruction to attack certain individuals who were within the periphery of where the election was taking place. And that is unacceptable. The young lady, the party agent,
yes,
we saw videos of her bleeding.
Yeah.
Why would you want to cause harm to an innocent woman who is doing her lawful duty?
It's just unimaginable. It's not. It's just you just will not be able to understand a young woman who had come to perform, as I said, her constitutional duty. Her constitutional duty. And you attack her, you beat her. And you see, Sami, for me, these things continue to persist because each and every time they have been recorded, nothing is done about it.
Yeah.
Let's take Akwetia.
Yeah.
Let's take Ayawaso West Ogun as just the two cases. There are so many which have happened over the country, even in the 2024 elections. How many people have been arrested for the violence which took place in the 2024 elections? In 2020, how many people have been arrested and tried for the violence which took place?
Yeah. Well, we are told 8 people died.
8 people died. People are always empowered because they know that anytime they engage in such acts, nobody comes after them. And you could see it. The police were standing there and actually even begging people to stop. And
the police begging. The police begging them?
What is happening? And these people were just walking around. There was one guy, the police, when you go through the videos and you see the videos, there was one guy who came in and the police stopped. And I think at the point whether he was arrested or they just took hold of him, he followed. He came with a group of people and he was stopped. He was held for a while, and all of a sudden, the guy was left, and you could see him going around doing what he wanted to do. You see, Sami, I think that it's time as a country, right? We get to the point where we say, excuse my word, to hell with everybody. wherever you belong to, whichever position you have, you are not above the law, and you should be dealt with. When you hear Jew's reportage, at a point he says, look, there were instructions.
Yeah.
Who were issuing the instructions?
Yes.
The people go
and then come
return.
back.
They go, then return. Who was issuing those instructions? We should be able to locate who was issuing that instruction. And you see, some of them were live on TV. You could see their faces. Mm-hmm. I don't expect us to wait for 2 days or 3 days or 1 week or even hours after the election before we go for them. The police should be looking for them now. If the police themselves do not have videos, when they go on the internet, they go on our website, they go on our YouTube pages, other media houses,
a number of videos.
You will see a number of videos with people who are engaged in this violence. This should not be happening. I mean, this should not be happening. I mean, I'm not safe. You are not safe.
No, we are not.
I'm not safe. You are not safe.
We are not even. We are vulnerable to the extent that even if a police officer can assault a journalist, the officer who is supposed to protect a journalist, the officer is supposed to protect citizens, is rather assaulting a journalist or a citizen. As who to me will say, whom am I?
See, the swiftness in which the police acted to interdict that police officer should be the same swiftness
they should arrest
the police should go and arrest those people who engage in that violence.
Yeah, I agree with you, Fred. I agree.
The swiftness in which the police released a statement and said, we had interdicted or we've recalled that officer, he should go back and he'll be investigated. It's the same swiftness to which the police should take in going after those hoodlums who went there to perform that illegal duty they went to perform there. We shouldn't wait for hours, we shouldn't wait for days. Look on our screens now. We could all see, you could see what was happening. And see the police people, helpless.
They're standing there. It's not as if they were not armed too, they were armed. I'm not saying, fire them, but at least when you see an armed police officer, it should bring some fear. But it looks as if these guys were not afraid because of whoever is empowering them, whoever is giving them instruction, walk in there, do whatever they were supposed to do. Even when people were begging them, they were still doing whatever they were supposed to do. For me, I feel that we should have a second look of, forgive me, this nonsense we say is called democracy. Oh yes, Fred. Oh yes. I'm not advocating for anything, but I think we should have a second thought. A second thought about this whole thing, excuse my language, this nonsense we call democracy. And I look at this video. The gentleman is running away and they are still chasing him, beating him up in the presence of the police.
And the police was watching on when he was being beaten.
Yes. Serious.
We cannot continue like this.
We cannot continue like this, friend. We can't
continue like this as a country.
We can't.
You wake up in the morning and you want to perform a duty. You think you are just going to perform your regular duty and come back, and you see what is happening. Look at what happened to Hawa Kumsin.
Mm-hmm.
You see, regardless of
whatever
Hawa Kumsin may have done in this country,
you have no right to assault her.
She may have said in this country, regardless of how she may have reacted and acted in this country, you don't have any right to go and do what you did to her the way you did it at that polling station. And for me, Sami, as I said, the police should act swiftly now. Pick up the people who engage in this thing. Look, Ablekuma North has been in the news since December 2024. And why has it been in the news? It's been in the news because elections and collation have not been completed. Why have they not been completed? Because violence and disruptions.
And we are seeing the same violence repeat itself. We are seeing the same violence repeat itself, Fred. We are seeing the same thing roll over again. And so, I don't know. But then again, we are told that voting has resumed.
Yeah.
Calm has been restored in this police station, then the voting is taking place. We are reliably informed that the MPP's parliamentary candidate for the election in Ablekuma North, Nana Ekwe-Friye, will be addressing journalists very soon I also understand the 2024 flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, will also speak on this violence that has ensued at the polling station in question. And then they will also bring their perspective on whatever that's happening. When we get these interviews and these press conferences, we'll bring live to you from our studio at Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. Fred, I also want to, how will I describe it? Disagree a bit with the defense minister when he says that they're not going to deploy military in there. Fred, trust me, if we had military presence in there, I'm not sure we'll see what we are seeing.
Sabi, I also would disagree with you. I also would disagree with you with the use of the military. This is just 19 polling stations in one constituency. So I mean, you cannot tell me that the police do not have the resources and the men to ensure that some of these things are not done.
We saw.
You see, we have the FPU. You know the police has different parts of
Yes.
it. You have the FPU and
But the FPU didn't know that this was going to happen, so they had to come there early.
So, I mean, that is where you need to question the intelligence.
They didn't have intelligence on the ground.
On the ground.
Fred, you and I as journalists,
But
we knew this was going to happen.
But you see, that does not negate the fact that, or mean that we should have brought military people there. I think that the police is well positioned to deal with this matter, to deal with this election. I agree that the military is not needed here. For me, the issue is with the police, the people in charge of our internal security. We are not having elections in 276 constituencies. In fact, we are not having elections in the entire constituency of Ablekuma North. We are having elections in just 19 out of 200 and something polling stations in that constituency. There is no need for military people. There's no need for additional personnel from other security agencies to be there. The police have the men, they have the women, they have the resources to be able to deploy and ensure that such things do not happen. We shouldn't encourage the military to be partaking in such things. We shouldn't.
But then, Fred, I believe if these individuals who came in to do whatever they came to do had seen men in green uniform, at least just walking about the area, I'm sure it will let them think twice.
In 2020, in 2024, in some areas, didn't you see these green people? Didn't the people do what they wanted to do?
But friend, I'm not sure this is the last time we're going to see this happen in elections.
We should make this the last time.
I'm not sure.
Yes,
when
Ayawaso
sure, West by-election happened and a whole commission of inquiry was set up.
I mean, just watch the video. An innocent woman is being beaten. This should be the last time.
The guy is on the ground and they are still stepping on him.
Yes, that is why this should be the last time it should happen. We shouldn't encourage and give space for such things to occur again. This should be the last time. Whatever we would have to do as a people, as a country.
The guy is running away and they are still chasing him.
I mean, this should be the last time. That's what I'm saying. That you shouldn't even be talking and asking a question whether you are not sure whether this would be the last time. It should be the last time.
When Ayawaso West was going to happen and the whole commission of inquiry was set up, the expectation was that we're not going to see these chaotic things again. But fast forward, 2024, we saw it.
But see, that's why
we saw it, Fred.
That is why we are here as citizens who shouldn't be just spectators. Citizens who should hold their leadership in check. We should hold our leadership responsible. The Interior Minister should act. The IGP should act. The National Security Apparatus should act. Our national security should not be just left to fighting and arresting people for other crimes and going to show of power when you are going into one man's house because you are going to pick the person up to interrogate the person. That is not what our national security and our police and our security officials should be doing. Our security officials and our national security should be ensuring that some of these things do not take place. People like this are arrested. We as citizens should take responsibility. And what is the responsibility? Hold our leaders responsible for some of these things. We shouldn't see the defense minister and the interior minister just going to walk there and look at it and say, we'll see what we'll do and we'll look into it. No.
Is it that these individuals or the chaos that we saw, these were people who were hired by a political party to come and cause the mayhem?
Sami,
could it be?
Sami, these people would not do anything without political backing, whether from the NDC or the NPP. These people will not do anything without political backing. When these people go out to act, they act because they have political backing. Senior figures within political parties pushing them to do some of these things. And in this present circumstance, obviously, it looks like they were being encouraged by people from the NDC.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you see, well and good enough, the NDC is in power.
Mm-hmm.
This happened to them when they were in opposition.
Mm-hmm. And they complain about it.
So when such things, when it's happened again, what they expected the government to do in 2020, when in 2020, 2019, when this happened in Ayawa, so West Wagon, I expect them to ensure that what they wanted government to do, they do the same. Because now we've given them the opportunity to correct the wrong.
Yeah.
So once the wrong is being perpetuated, this is the time for them to correct it.
Interior Minister, Defense Minister, IGP, the ball is in your court. We expect you to act on this. We shouldn't have a repetition of such violent acts in our elections almost every time. This is not a by-election. This is just election in 19 polling stations. So imagine it was the entire Ablekuma North constituency. I'm not sure what we are going to record or what we were going to record. And so we call you out. IGP, Minister of Defense, Minister of Interior. The three of you are in charge of the national security of this country. With the greatest of respect, let's ensure that these individuals are brought to book. And when they are brought to book, announce to the Ghanaian people that these individuals who are involved in this act are those who have been brought to book. So the Ghanaian people will know that at least some actions have been taken. And so it will deter others from trying to engage in similar acts in future. As Fred said, because people are not arrested for such acts, it emboldens others to also engage in similar acts. But then if there are some clear examples and they are displayed on TV for people to see them, that these are individuals who are involved in this chaotic act and they are punished according to the law. And then others who may also want to engage in similar may think twice or may want to, revise their notes in terms of such acts. As I mentioned earlier, the MPP parliamentary candidates in the Ablekuma North constituency, Ekwe, has raised issues about this whole election. My colleague Hansen Ajimai is at his residence as we speak now, engaging here. Let's go to the office or the residence of Madam Ekwe to hear what she has to say on the street. I understand on a walk, touring some of these polling centers. Let's engage her as far as my colleague Hansen Ajimai is concerned on what's happening within the Ablekuma North constituency. Hansen.
Yeah, Sami, so as you rightly indicated, the NPP's candidate, Nana Ekwe, she at the moment is taking an observation of the various polling centers here, visibly not okay with what has happened at the polling station where there have been some attacks of her members, but she remains resolute and says that she's going to continue with the process. And as
I can hear, but Fred
a host of NPP members who are here with her, we can see Brandy Champon, we can see Samia Uku, we can see Miracles Abuaje, also constituency executives here, Frederick Green, he is here as well. They are trying to exhibit their displeasure with what is happening, but giving assurance to residents, giving assurance to voters that regardless of the assaults, they should come out and vote in their numbers. She's still confident that she is capable of winning this election. we earlier spoke to Brian Champon, who raised concerns about the security issues. She's replying to the gestures that are coming from residents here. Let's try and see if we can speak to some of the people who are accompanying her on this journey. Earlier we attempted speaking to her, but she is giving a brief to some of the party stalwarts who have come to offer their support to her. She's at the moment explaining the issues to Brian Champon. Let's see if we can pick some sound out of this. Well, it's one that is gradually causing traffic congestion. A lot of residents and voters are coming out and observing events as they happen at the moment. Let's speak to Sami Ewuku. Sami, you always have been involved in party organization. One will say that 19 polling stations, we shouldn't have recorded this level of violence.
It clearly shouldn't be violent. And I think that it's unfortunate it shouldn't be. And I believe that we owe it as a responsibility, the leadership of both the NDC and the MPP, to always make sure that our supporters respect the electoral process. And I don't think it should be violent. It shouldn't be at all.
I mean, have you been briefed? And well, he's trying as much as possible to at least get the candidate take the lead, and so we will let the candidate we'll let the candidate take the lead, and then we'll try and see while we are within the people and see if we can speak to Samia Wuku, who were engaging earlier. Sami, you think that something ought to be done proactively to forestall some of these?
Yes, clearly I believe so. Clearly I believe so. It shouldn't be the case. This violence like this is unfortunate.
Will you describe this as a form of retaliation?
Which one?
I mean, I also West Wugan.
Something happened?
I also West Wugan, of course.
It was also unfortunate. And clearly, I don't think it's reprehensible.
But what brief have you received? And did the brief give you any causal reasons for what happened?
Well, clearly it was unprovoked attack. From all that I have heard and everything that has come to my attention, how I was unarmed, it wasn't provoked, and I think what happened was unfortunate.
But we have assurance that the NPP will not retaliate.
We believe in the electoral process.
All right, thank you very much. So that is Samia Wuku. He has expressed concern over what is happening over here. The Tema West 2024 parliamentary candidate of the MPP, he's also here. What have you observed? And very appalling scenes. I mean, 19 polling stations. Should you always be fighting?
Well, this is sad, you know. It's a very, very dangerous precedent that is being set by the NDC. Over the years, wherever there's a by-elections, the NPP, we conduct ourselves democratically. But today,
that's Ayawaso West.
Well, the Ayawaso West, yeah. So you mean it should continue?
No, but I mean,
if that's what you're saying,
so it means that
if that's what you're saying, you means that it should continue. So it means that we should prepare for Akwetia. If that is what you are saying, the MPP will also prepare ourselves, arm ourselves, and get ready for Akwetia. And we'll repeat it. If that is what you are saying, as a journalist, I thought you were going to say it's bad, but you are referring me to
yes.
So the
MPP, see, you made a point. You made a point.
Telling our boys, we are telling our men, get ready, arm yourself, and prepare for Akwetia.
That's what you're telling them.
We will meet them in Akwetia if they repeat the same thing they repeated in Ablekuma.
The concern is that Well, he has ended the interview. Let's see if we can get some more people to speak to right here.
So you also you just want to cite electoral violence here or what? No, the question that you asked the Honorable PC wasn't right.
He says that the NPP has always comported itself when it comes to by-election, and I'm saying that there's evidence of violence in the Ayawaso West program.
How can you use just one? You know, in fact, as a case study, how can you use just one constituency as a case study? Look, we've been to by-elections since 1996, after 1996 election. You understand? We've gone for by-elections. I quite remember the Sawasi by-election. There's been even 6 police stations in Akwetia and all those things. Violence that are opposed is one thing we all speak against. It's not right. It's something that, look, if it happened yesterday, you can't justify it to come to happen today.
Thank you very much. They are trying as much as possible to make them weigh themselves into the St. Peter Society Police Center, but it appears they are not being allowed, and so they are going back. Some more chaotic scenes here at the St. Peter Society, Odoko. But what we can also say is that the candidate herself has been allowed. Let's speak to senior here.
Hello.
Have you been around
I've been
observing?
around since yesterday, since morning. I think the scenes here are not good. You see, we need to protect the democracy. I mean, this can't be democracy. I mean, you don't do that.
What can we do? What concerted efforts can be done?
How can tax be hijacking an election, quiet election with helpless police?
How can concerted efforts be taken?
No, I think the media, you all saw what really happened. It's really not good. I'm really not happy. It's really not good. No. I mean, I've lived in the UK all my life, and saying this, my God, no.
Thank you very much.
Searches and guns, oh my God.
Were you there when the attacks began?
I've been here throughout.
So what did you do?
No, it's okay. But what can you do? Individual,
Did
what
you
can
run?
I do? Of course, you have to run for your life. What can you do?
That's
it's not
interesting.
good. I mean, we can't do that. This not democracy.
We are aware that the defense minister and interior minister came here.
I met them. I told them. You see, they tried to bring some calm. But the thing is, you see, why can such a quiet election marked with tax? Why? I mean, it's not good. Oh my God. No.
Have you been able to identify on whose instructions these supposed tax were?
I don't know. I mean, the police. Look at the massive police presence. They couldn't even identify. How can I be? But they are on video, so I believe the police should take it up.
Thank you.
It's really not good.
Thank you very much. So, as a former CEO of the National Insurance Authority, it appears the NPP is seeking to address the press, and we will get close and try as much as possible to pick some sounds from their interactions. What we know is that Free is actually taking some of the party stalwarts who've been here, Brother Champon, around to help them identify the police stations with concerns. The NPP seems and are disgusted by what has happened and are calling on security officers to, as much as possible, the state to, as much as possible, apprehend persons who were engaged in this.
Charlie, open up for us. The cameras are not seeing what we are doing here. Microphones. You, the media, you can go back a bit. Microphones. You bring me the microphones. So, Ram, you go start there and you take it back. Then go do the last appeal. Oh, Charlie, your cameras now will push you. Let's go.
Okay.
I believe that We have all witnessed. We have all witnessed what has gone on, especially in this particular polling station. Methodist polling station on Doko. This is where early in the morning the NDC hoodlums came in, attacked our agents, attempted to destroy the election materials, went after our party agents, beat her up mercilessly, attacked Honorable Hao Kumsin, who was standing far away with Honorable Daku Animan, and stood her ground. They numbered about 30 of them. The police could not stop them. I was there myself. I'm sure a lot of you have seen me on the City TV interview. They came in with guns and machete, and the police simply had no weapons, so they had to run for their lives. So far, we have been here, and it is quite clear that the elections has resumed. We are calling on every single person at home to come out and come and vote. At this point, it's been restored, and there's calm here. And so the candidates will now speak. But before the candidate speaks, please, it's very important that the Inspector General of Police gets to know what the NDC have been doing since morning, and know that we cannot afford not to complete and conclude the coalition today too. Because from the way things are going, just as we have done here at the Methodist polling station, we are going to protect every single ballot and make sure that the same way we restored calm here, there will be calm at every polling station for the coalition. Absolutely. If they fail to protect us, we will protect ourselves just as we have done here. Madam,
Yo, medase. Say obia unia esi wa Ablekuma. And then I have visited 16 polling stations, and all the 16 polling stations, with the exception of Odoko 4 and 5, everywhere is chaotic. Bebia ubekono, the hoodlums, thugs, macho men, all over, almost about 200 every polling station.
You want to suppress your vote?
And now, almost vote a woman be babe to ama me never conform. If it's obia him say, obia obepie bia no, obeto aba me ku free. These polling stations, obia obeto be obeto ama me. Nkrofo eni abre. Now people are afraid to come out. Nkrofo e feel say omo ba, say na omo twituo, ene esekan ne agyan ne ade no. Ye be pra no. Nti ama nkrofo hihye fie. But me pese me to me catch me nkrofo say mumpie obi amra no meto obi ni wa eban bo aba eban bo ho police fo no mesramo IGP so wa huni akoso yeah 3 polling stations we say want to mean provide security after 19 they also be provide hwaniasi macho men na ye with security e wa Ablekuma not bro wa mo bro me call Light of Gospel Miracle Church. Ewo otate. Bo wo mo abuye agents. Wo mo abuye nkrofo ba Akuda Hospital sisi a. Why do you have to do this? Enti sisi a no ye be kan ya ba no. Wo mo mejira ho e no bi peja ballot box. Aya ka chen so mfe mesi ho. Why?
As we speak, as we speak, it is important for us to know that there are people's lives that are at stake. From here, we are going to visit Honorable Hao Kumsin, who is currently fighting for her life. Why should any citizen battle for survival because of the elections? There are 6 people who were injured. Right there, I was there, right before me, and they are in the hospitals. For now, we have remained resolute. We have been able to stand our grounds, and these hoodlums have run away, and everybody should come and vote. We are asking the Inspector General of Police to ensure that he sees what has happened as a precursor and put in place the necessary measures for the coalition. The guys are moving with weapons, and so if they are going to allow their men to be sacrificed, their policemen to be sacrificed, like goats and fowls, then we are in trouble. They should beef up and make sure that the coalition becomes peaceful and safe. Thank you. No reaction. Come for a microphone. We didn't get anything. No reaction.
So they have addressed the press. Essentially, the position is that they are still contesting the election, and they're calling on residents to come out and participate in the election. They are also calling on the Inspector General of Police to ensure that persons who engaged in such actions should be apprehended. They are assuring residents and voters that peace and calm, and that no harm can befall them if they come out to vote. And they are thus urging on the voters of Ablekuma to come out and exercise their franchise. Ultimately, they want perpetrators of that violence to be brought to. There's still our coverage here for Channel 1 TV from the Ablekuma North constituency, Nane Kriye, as well as some of the NP members had attempted to inspect happenings at various polling stations. There's restrictions as to who actually can go into the polling stations, and so when they got to the entrances of some of the polling centers, it actually became a little bit chaotic. However, they were able to resolve it with the Ghana Police Service, and this happened within the Odoko area, the St. Peter's polling station. In just in your short is Nana Ekwe Owusu every year, the NPP's candidate for the 2024 parliamentary election, a former member of parliament herself for this same constituency, a deputy ambassador to China, as well as a former women's organizer for the NPP in this constituency, as well as a former assembly member. So obviously, if you look at her track record, she's played her politics and done her politics mainly within the Ablekuma North constituency. Director of Elections for the NPP, Evans Nimako, he also has been observing happenings. Mr. Nimako, will you say you've seen, is this normal for you for elections of this type?
Very abnormal. Very abnormal. The whole call for this 19 polling station rerun, needless, and we are all seeing it. And I'm happy you, the media, you are capturing it. Whether what is happening is true democracy. I don't think this is what we need as a country. We've gone through many things and we were far advanced in completing collation. How come this? Very unfortunate.
You think that what has happened justified the party's initial position not to accept the rerun and even to threaten a boycott?
All of you realize that you will see to it that the New Patriotic Party will be vindicated. We will be vindicated because this whole exercise was needless. How come YEC make open pronouncement that we are left with 3? Now put us into this.
I mean, you're an elections data guy. The information that we had from the onset was that 14 of these polling centers are strongholds of the NPP. From what you've observed and from the level of participation, do you think things are looking good for you?
Well, Ablekuma North is MPP's constituency, and the New Patriotic Party candidate won the seat. And so for us to be put through this is very unfortunate. We will live to see.
But is there still the hope that you may be able to...
We are urging all eligible voters to turn out to vote, and at the end of the day, our candidate will win.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nimako. Now let's speak to Commander Salam Mustafa of the National Youth Wing. We are told that the gentleman, one of the people who were attacked, was an executive of the party in this constituency.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Have you spoken to him? How is he?
He's Deputy National Organizer.
Deputy National Organizer?
Yes. That's what has provoked us, and we are here. Now we are also out They should come and attack and let's see. They should attack and let's see.
But how is he? Have you spoken to him? Is he okay? Has he received?
Yeah, he's doing fine, and from here we will see what next line of action that we are going to take. But I kept saying that the EC was inviting chaos, was inviting violence, and the chaos and the violence that has taken place today is right on the head of the EC and the NDC. They are the orchestrators of this chaos, this mess we are seeing right now. This is so wrong, this is unthinkable, and this is a democratic leader with a coupist mentality subjecting citizens to raw deal. That's what we are seeing today.
Unfortunately, the country would perhaps in the next 60 days be subjected to a by-election, and we know that by-elections particularly are characterized by violence. What indications are you getting if you are supposed to draw comparisons with what has happened in Ablekuma North?
If the police cannot protect us and give an atmosphere of serenity for the process to take place, then everybody will go in prepared. You understand? Because
if you say prepared, what do you mean by that?
However you understand it is how we are taking it. You understand? Because nobody would sit and watch this kind of nonsense happen. That they are coming with a revenge mentality and what have you. If that is so, we will also prepare for the same, thing. You understand? Yes. But I'm telling you, this disgrace is on the head of the EC and the NDC. This is thievery, what they are trying to do. But God will shame them.
From your knowledge of electoral politics in Ghana and electoral violence, how can we make something like this a thing of the past?
Well, if there's sincere policing, this would not happen. You understand? If there's sincere policing, if the security systems were working, this would not happen. This should be, a thing that we never see again in the, body politic of our country. But like I said, we have also mobilized and we are out. Let's see if they can continue with the nonsense that they were doing. Like it to be all die, be die here.
All right. Thank you very much. That's Salam Mustafa, the National Youth Organizer of the NPP. Do you have anything to share with us?
No, I heard that my boss was saying that. Tell them that let's meet at Akutia.
You should rather be pushing for peace than threatening one another.
No. They are running the government and they don't want peace in this country. And then they were creating a problem. What is it that? Because we heard that they said they will use this by-election to use our cousin as an example. They will beat her. They said it in the morning. We heard it. We thought they are joking. And they did it. So it's a signal. So we should meet in Akutia. Let's meet in Akutia. If they want to rule the country, fine. Injustice, fine. If injustice, fine. When we get there, it's going to be, you remember, all die, Bida is coming back.
From what we're hearing, it appears that the Ghana Police Service will have to put in a lot of effort because we're beginning to hear statements that appear as threats, and all because of the violence that has been recorded here in the Ablekuma North Constituency. Commander, where's the team walking to?
We are going to check up on Hawa Kumsin, who has been taken to the hospital. So we are going back to the office. Then we'll take a detour to the hospital and see Hawa and come back. But all the troops will remain here. We'll go and come back and we'll continue policing the system to run with posts. We are not retreating. We are not surrendering. In fact, we are not intimidated. We are rather encouraged. Our adrenalines have been pumped and we are well prepared for today.
The NPP had argued that voter apathy was to blame for its 2024 laws. Have you dealt with voter laws for this particular rerun? Voter apathy for this particular rerun, and are you getting your people out to vote? Is that deliberate strategy to fish out NPP voters to go and vote?
Yeah, since last night we have been working around the clock,
myself participated and led teams to do house to house and talk to some of our people to come out and vote. They know very well that if the numbers turn out to vote, they will lose the election. It is why they try to deploy the fear antics and tactics. But obviously, we are crashing it, and we'll make sure that we contain them here and get our people to come out and vote.
But from what you've observed so far, are the numbers encouraging?
So far, I've been to a number of polling stations earlier in the day. The turnout was encouraging. Because of this incident that happened, we have to take time and contain it. So now that we have it under control, we'll go back to the other polling stations to check the numbers again. But we are tracking the turnout, and when we get into the office, we'll see what's going on. Machines.
That it is imperative that the security apparatus, the election security task force, takes this serious, because the comment we're hearing doesn't portend for good outcome as far as the fortunate by-election that to be held in coming city because of the fortunate demise of the member of parliament for Ketia. But the NPP are saying that good.
My colleague Hansen Ajimai there in the Ablekuma North constituency engaging some MPP executives who have thrown their constituency to, campaign or ensure that the whole election process moves on successfully. Earlier, you heard the MPP parliamentary candidate in the constituency, Nana Owusu Ekuyefiye, addressing journalists and accusing the NDC of moves to suppress vote from her stronghold, and says that she's still confident that she's going to win today's election and be declared a member of parliament for the area. You also heard Miracles Abuaji, who told us that the former member of parliament for the Ewutu Senya East constituency, the former minister of fisheries, Harry Akumsin, is on admission at the hospital. You also heard the director of elections and research for the MPP, Evans Dimako, indeed saying that this whole election was unnecessary because the Electoral Commission should be blamed for the current chaos that is taking place. Sami Oku also spoke in there, as well as some other party bigwigs who, according to Hansen and the national youth organizer of the party, Salam Mustafa, they are marching to a hospital around the area where Hawa Kumsin, he claims, is on admission after she was assaulted by some individuals when she went to the St. Peter's Methodist Church police station in the Odoko area, which is part of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place. Shortly, we'll go back to Hansen and also go to Jude Duncan, our other colleague who is also on the ground in another polling station, to bring us an update on the situation happening there. But before that, the 2024 presidential candidates of the party, as I mentioned earlier, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, a former vice president, has also been speaking about the violence that has been recorded in the St. Peter's Methodist Church polling station in the Ablekuma North constituency. He condemned and said the IGP and the government should act immediately to bring the perpetrators to book. Let's listen to what Dr. Bawumia said.
This is not the democracy that we want to see in Ghana. This is not the democracy that we want to see. The background to this particular by-election is that the police had told the EC that they were unable to provide security to collate three pink sheets, just security to collate 3 pink sheets. For some reason, they were able to find security to conduct elections in 19 polling stations. And today, our people are being attacked with the police presence and unable to provide security. We don't want the country and political parties to start to think that they have to provide for their own safety. This would be a recipe for disaster if every political party has to raise their own army to give them protection during an election. But this is the message that is being sent. What we have to be clear about is that the people who have perpetrated these acts have been caught on video. I call on the president to take action, and all the people in charge of this country, the administration, to take action to bring the perpetrators to book. This is the only way we can deter this in the future. But we have seen them, and let me assure them that should they not be brought to book, we will not forget. They will be brought to book no matter how long it takes. We will not forget what has happened. We want peace in this country. This is not the democracy that Ghana wants to see. And so it is very important that these sorts of terrible acts are not encouraged.
Former Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, MPP presidential candidate in the 2024 general election, condemning the violent acts that have taken place in the Ablekuma North Constituency, to be precise, the St. Peter's Methodist Church in Odoko, which is one of the polling stations from the 19th that election is taking place, or rerun of election is taking place, as announced by the Electoral Commission. It looks like everybody is condemning this act and calling on the appropriate authorities to act and ensure that these people involved in this are brought to book.
I don't think any right thinking
Ghanaian will jubilate over this.
Will be happy about what is happening there. It needs to be condemned. And I mean, we've said it and repeated it again. It shouldn't happen again. We shouldn't allow this to happen. It's good that we see the political leaders now getting up and rising to the occasion to be heard. We've heard from the senior members of the MPP. We've heard from the NDC. Earlier during our broadcast, you heard from the Director of Legal Affairs of the NDC, Godwin Tamakuleduji, who also condemned the act. So, I mean, it's good that we are hearing both senior figures within both political parties condemning the actions which took place there. But you see, it doesn't end with a condemnation. It ends with action. And I'll continue to say once again that, look, we should stop the talk. We've spoken too much. The talk shop is too much.
The action must follow.
The action must follow. And the action is the people should be arrested. The people should be picked up. They're not just arrested, but put before a court and be prosecuted for their actions. I mean, if you followed the IGP Yono during his time in Greater Accra, you see the kind of work he did here. We expect that now that he's IGP, he does the same kind of work which has seen him rise to the position where he finds himself. We know Dr. Peter Yono as one person or one police officer who understands his job. He knows what to do, and he acts when he has to act. This is the time we are looking out for him to act again. It's not new. He's done it before. He should do it once again. He shouldn't allow the politicians to dictate to him on how to perform his duty. We are all looking up to him as Ghanaians to ensure that justice is brought, and justice would begin from the arrest of these people. When they are arrested, we now put them before the law courts and let the courts have their say. They can also have their say when they get to the court, but now they need to be picked up and arrested. The talk shop is too much. We appreciate that everybody is condemning it, but then action needs to be taken, and we are waiting for that action.
Is MPP crying too much of a victim?
At this point, they have no choice. You see, at this point, they have no choice. They are the victims here. So they will take advantage of it.
And cause some public sympathy.
I mean, you cannot blame them for it, that they are causing public sympathy. but then it also should now give them an opportunity to reflect on past sins.
But then again, Fred, the argument is that if they are not taking part in this election, as their general secretary had announced, no one will be assaulted. Their party members will not be assaulted. Their party leaders will not be assaulted. If they were in their respective homes, would they have been assaulted?
Sami, the internal issues of the NPP is one matter we would have to look at and discuss. Outside the violence which has taken place. I mean, the NPP and how they have behaved in terms of decision making in the last 1 week is something we should discuss and look in depth into and see what is happening within that party. But you see, the fact that the party itself cannot put its house in order does not also mean that when they decide to go and do something, somebody should come and beat them and hurt them. Do you understand?
I get you.
So we need to separate these two things. Yes, a house which cannot hold is a different matter. But then you see, we shouldn't justify the actions of these people with the actions or the inability of the leadership of the NPP to put his house in order. They are two different things. What the people have done is not acceptable. And they need to be dealt with. Whether the NPP decided to contest, to participate or not to participate, that has nothing to do with this violence. We shouldn't say if you are sat home, all these things will not happen. They have come out to perform a civic duty. Some of them are members of the constituency. The party may say, don't go and participate in this election, but the constitution enjoins them to be able to go and ensure that they perform their civic duties. You understand? So they may have put the constitution ahead of their party, which is always supposed to be the case. In that circumstance, we shouldn't use the justification of your party warned you or your leadership warned you not to go to justify this action. No. We won't accept that, and we won't even allow it to go that way. Yes, now they can play victim because now they are facing what some people faced some years ago. They can condemn it, and they have every right to condemn it, and we will support them to condemn it. But after they do all these things, and they go into their closets, they should go and reflect. As Ghanaians who are now in opposition, who no longer have power, who now know that power is transient, can go anytime, anywhere, can swing anywhere at any time, reflect properly, and tell themselves that never again. We would not do it. We don't also expect people to do it. What we did initially was wrong. We should condemn it. Like Samir Oku said, it happened in the past, it was wrong. It happened today, is wrong. So then, as a people, as a party, we are not going to accept it any longer. We would give up any member of our party who engages in such act. And will not just play politics with it. So now we support them to condemn it because they are victims. But we also expect that they go and learn from it, learn from the past, and change their ways as politicians.
Interesting submission. You're still watching Channel 1 TV, our live coverage of the election in the Ablekuma North Constituency, 19 polling stations where election is taking place. You're also listening to us live on City 97.3 FM. Earlier, the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omaneboama, in the company of the Interior Minister, Mohammed Muntaka, were also in the constituency to tour these voting centers or the 19 polling stations where elections are taking place. Our colleague Jude Duncan caught up with him to ask him some few questions in respect of, developments within the St. Peter's polling station in Odoko.
Honorable Maneboama, the military, you mentioned that the military was not going to take part in today's exercise. Based on what we've seen here, do you say it was still a call in the right direction?
It's obvious the military is not involved. And that is how it should be. This is a civil exercise. We are not at war.
And so we should not get the military involved. And as you've seen around, it's been the police, the Ghana Immigration Service, the prison service, they fall under the Ministry of Interior. And we believe that that is the way to go. What we experienced in Ayawaso West Wogon should not be repeated.
So you don't regret
what we experienced in the year 2020, where 8 Ghanaians were killed just because of elections, should not be repeated. And this is the way to go. And this is what President Mahama wants. It should be a peaceful exercise, and people must just exercise their franchise. We should note at all times that it is not the entire constituency that is voting. It's only 19 polling stations. And because of the clustering system, you may have different polling stations voting at a particular location. It doesn't mean yours is part of the 19 polling stations that are voting today.
The police were helpless at the time these well-built macho men stormed here. Based on order ensued, do you still stand by your decision not to deploy military persons? 2024, December, pink sheets were burnt here. Do you still stand by your decision?
I don't think you are being fair to the police when you say the police were helpless. The police are a very professional institution. When you don't see them reacting with force, it doesn't mean they are helpless. This is where you may go wrong, just lowering the threshold to invite the military. If it becomes abundantly clear that the military should restore order in any part of the country, the military will do it. But the military should not be the first point of call. We have seen it in this country, where the military was able to storm the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Is that what we want? Is that the democracy that we want?
But this cannot be the police officers were running away.
This cannot be the democracy under President Mahama. President Mahama is different from President Kufuor. You understand? So, let us give the police the maximum cooperation. Is the reason I'm here jointly with my brother and colleague, Minister for the Interior, to observe things for ourselves. Let's give the police the maximum cooperation.
What's your assessment of the process so far, particularly here?
All the polling stations that we've been to so far, I would say so far so good. Any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana.
Does that include this particular center?
Saying that any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana Police Service, and trust that they will do it. They are capable. Thank you.
As Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omane Buamade speaking on the recent developments or the chaos that ensued at the St. Peter's Methodist School at Odoko, one of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place today, as announced by the Electoral Commission. Also, we remain in that same polling station because Judankan, a man who is also on the ground there, spoke to the Electoral Commission officials, more or less giving an eyewitness account of what happened in that polling station.
To have a problem with the stand you've created, the interviewing the voters, those coming in. I explained that this is a ground for 3 polling stations. But fortunately enough, we are doing one, only for one. That is the 12A. So we are human. Somebody will stay in the house and realize, oh, Methodist is voting, let me go. That person will come with a card. Then we will tell the person, we are not driving the person away. It means the person is not part of the exercise.
Are you blaming the media for the violence that ensued?
I'm not blaming that stand there. We had intel before the violence. That interview, somebody came to tell me, you are saying we are driving the voters away. And I'm saying, no, that is not the issue. So please, give out the right education. We are not driving anyone away. The election is being held for only one polling station.
The NPP accused.
I'm coming. And you know the register? We have 4. Yes. That is 1A, 1B, and another AB, 13A, 13B. This is 12A. The 13A, 13B is secured. The 12B is also secured. So this is the only center we are having. But we are human. Your mother can just hear, oh, I vote at Methodist. Your mother will come. When the person comes, we will in turn ask the person politely. That is what we've been doing from morning.
You have the polling agents here.
Yes, we have NPP 2 and then NDC 2. We started everything with them.
Madam Officer, the NPP accused.
But they have an agent.
Yes, the NPP accused some officials of destroying their register, and that in a lot of way, started all of the violence that ensued here. Is that the case that some voter register for the NPP was destroyed here?
Are you saying I should tell you the right reason why the violence came?
I'm asking you, was a register destroyed? Was a register destroyed here?
Account.
Was a register destroyed? Can you tell us? Was a register destroyed here?
And I'm saying my things are secured.
So no voter register was.
Do you want me to? I have answered you. You are still want. I don't know what you want again. All the things are secured. It means we were.
Judan in interaction with the Electoral Commission official at the St. Peter's Methodist Church at Odoko, where violence, took place in the presence of the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omanibwama, and Minister of Interior, Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak, who are touring some polling centers, or 19 of the polling centers where the election is taking place today. Today, maybe it will bring to a finality the long-awaited and much anticipated, wait for a member of parliament for the Ablekuma North constituency, which has been without a member of parliament for the past 6-7 months. We are hoping that today a winner will be declared, whether it's going to be Irabla Obin of the NDC or Nana Owusu Ekwefiye of the NPP, who has served as a former member of parliament for that constituency in time past. My name is Sami Wiafi. I'm still here with my colleague Fred Tete Ijabano, having a conversation on what has ensued. Fred, but aside this polling station, it's been generally peaceful.
It's been generally peaceful. So when you go around the other 18 polling stations, we've not really had any incident of violence. The only place where I think there was some confusion was where the policeman assaulted a journalist. But outside that, we've not really had any incidents of violence in the other 18 polling stations. Generally, the elections have been ongoing. Let's clarify. So the Defense Minister and the Interior Minister visited the polling station center
after the violence has taken place. They just went there for a briefing.
Had taken place. So the briefing with the Electoral Commission actually took place in the presence of the Interior and Defense Ministers, but the violence itself did not take place when they were there, or they were not there when the violence took place. They visited earlier, but as you said, the other 18 have been going on smoothly. We have not heard of any violence so far. We hope that it carries on the same. We hope that the kind of peace which has ensued in this other polling stations will continue to be there till the end of the process. So far, as you said, there are 19 polling stations out of 286 in the constituency which are engaged in this particular exercise. These 19 are the 19 the Electoral Commission believes that there are some concerns in terms of their results and would have to rerun it. And out of these 19, the St. Peter's Methodist Church polling station is the place where there's been the violence. That's the only place. Other places have been okay. The issue is that from reports we are getting, turnout is quite low, and this is expected. When it has to do with by-elections, outside general elections, generally we have a very low turnout. Don't forget, the 2024 election also saw a bit of some low turnout. So I'm not surprised that our reporters are indicating that general turnout for this particular election is low. And when you even hear the narrative of the MPP, and the leadership of the MPP, they tell you that, look, this thing has been orchestrated to ensure that people do not come out to vote. And when you have such incidents, really, there are people who would decide to sit at home, because nobody would want to go and exercise their civic duty and get up hurt or leave the place beaten. So it's further going to reduce the turnout if we don't take care all we need to do is to encourage the voters within the Ablekuma North constituency and within these 19 polling stations to go out there and vote. We also encourage the police to give the assurance to the people that they are safe, nothing would happen to them, not just the assurance of words, but assurance in acts and deeds that they are safe, so that by the end of the day, 5 p.m., we will bring to an end the polls, and counting will take place peacefully. That's another thing we need to be looking out for.
Of course.
To ensure that when counting is taking place, we do not also see such violence. We hope that the police have picked up a lesson from this thing which happened this morning and would put in the needed measures to ensure that by 5 o'clock, when the counting begins, there will be peace in the constituency and will end peacefully. People will go home peacefully. And like you said, maybe by the end of the process, we will get an MP who will be declared winner, or a candidate who will be declared winner of the elections. It may bring an end to the process, it may not bring an end to the process. But we just hope that everybody involved in this particular election would play the rules by the law.
In fact, I foresee, none of the two political parties accepting the outcome of the election. If the NDC should be declared winner, I don't foresee the MPP accepting it. If it goes the other way around, I don't expect the NDC to also accept it because of what has been recorded. The accusations from the MPPs come that this is intimidation. Ekwefie said it at the press briefing that is a form of intimidation. So the MPP members do not come out to vote. And it's a strategy the NDC has adopted. And so for these signals to be even sent out, even before voting ends and counting begins, it means they are preparing the minds of their supporters. That if it doesn't go our way, we may not want to accept it. And that is the fear. That is the fear.
I mean, not wanting to accept it is fair. If you don't accept it, it's okay. All we are saying is that play by the rules. When it's declared and you don't accept it, there are procedures you follow through to ensure that your case is heard. The law makes space for you to challenge the results. So yes, you may decide that you don't want to accept it. That is fine. But once you declare that you don't, or you say you don't accept it, go through the legal channel to ensure that this
Fred,
your issue is heard.
I'll come back to you shortly. We understand the Inspector General of Police, IGP Christian Tetenyano, is at the St. Peter's Methodist Church where the violent incident took place. Let's take you live to the ground and see what's happening there.
Hello, Nana Tufo, if you can hear me. The Inspector General of Police has made his way here currently at the St. Peter Methodist Church. Tete Yohonu himself is here. A few minutes ago, he came here in the company of other senior police officers. Also, a few minutes ago, we've seen some other national executives of the NDC also make their way here. Osman Ayariga is here, who is the CEO of the National Youth Authority, also the DVLA CEO. I've seen him here. Julius Nikwe is also here. But the big story now is that the IGP, Tete Yohonu, has made his way inside. He's engaging some police officers. A few minutes ago, police reinforcement was also brought in. What we saw was that a police truck with extra police barricades was brought in here, and the police are currently adding more barricades to the inner voting perimeter. The IGP is in there in the company of other senior police officers. They are interacting and they are engaging. I'm not quite sure what the reasons for coming here are, but if you followed development here, following the violence that ensued here, you get the sense that the IGP is concerned about the security situation. For which reason, he's made his way into the St. Peter Methodist Church. He's currently going round. He's speaking to other senior police officers. The Odoko Central Commander, ACP Kofi Sapon, is also here. He's currently in shot. They're engaging. I'm not sure what his reasons are, but the IGP is still speaking to his commanders, engaging them on some of the happenings that we witnessed here so far. There's a police truck also here. Like I said, 5 minutes or even less, prior to the IGP's arrival, we saw the truck coming with extra barricade. They've removed some of them, and they are reinforcing the inner perimeter. I'm sure this is in anticipation for when counting would resume. It's important to recall that in the 2024 election, the St. Peter Methodist Church was the collation center where the violence ensued, where pink sheets were burnt and a lot of chaos erupted here. And we've seen some level of chaos also, show or rear its ugly head here as well. As things stand now, the IGP is seen engaging EC officials who a few hours ago had to run for their lives, but now they are in the safety of the police and the IGP, and he's seen engaging them. We can't really hear or follow what is being said, but you can clearly see that the EC official is running the IGP and his commanders through the process so far, and I'm sure he would have received some level of intelligence with regards to the happenings here. So, Sammy, it's been quite interesting. The atmosphere here is still very charged. When you come outside, like I said a few minutes ago, NDC officials, national level appointees of the government are here in their numbers. A few minutes ago, we saw the executive director of the DVLA, that's the Driver Vehicle and Licensing Authority, Julius Nikwe, make his way here in the company of Osman Ayariga, who is the CEO of the National Youth Authority. We've seen also coming here right now, Member of Parliament for Asin, Reverend Intim Fojo. Honorable, thank you for coming. What's your assessment of the process so far?
All I'll say is that Ghana is all we have. Let's make it peaceful for all of us to have very stable democracy, one that is the envy of the continent.
We've seen the IGP come here. Is that a reason? Hello.
Ghana, a peaceful country for us to live in.
So you just heard the Member of Parliament for Asin, Reverend Intim Fojo, who is calling for peace with regards to the process. Now, we have been told that the IGP will be exiting the premise of the St. Peter's Methodist Church pretty shortly. The gates have been opened ajar. He's still conferring with some of his commanders. We've seen him currently speaking with the Member of Parliament I just spoke to, Reverend Intim Fojo, who is also the ranking member on the Defense Committee of Parliament. So he clearly has a stake in the happenings ongoing currently. And he's seen in a tete-a-tete with the IGP, Mr. Tete Yohono, who very shortly is walking towards his vehicle. We'll see if we can get a word or two from the IGP. But he's been here barely 10 minutes ago. He was seen engaging with his commanders and is now entering his vehicle after engaging EC officials on the state of affairs with regards to the voting process ongoing now. So his convoy has made its way out, and they are currently exiting the premise. The police van which conveyed or was ahead of the IGP's convoy is seen exiting. Some other vehicles where commanders were in is also seen exiting the premise right now. The IGP himself has not left yet. He's in the vehicle. He's just finally spoken to some few officers and has now entered his vehicle and is seen now leaving the premise of the St. Peter's Methodist Church. He didn't speak to the media, but he engaged with EC officials. He spoke to them. He asked them about the process so far, and now he has been seen leaving the St. Peter's Methodist Church without engaging officials over here, without engaging the media. So it's a very eventful center, if you ask me. From 5 a.m. where we first got here up until now, a lot of developments have ensued here or has happened here. The IGP, the final vehicle that came together with the IGP, has since left the St. Peter's Methodist Church. So it's been quite interesting. We are not exactly sure what his comments to the EC officials were, but he was seen together with the presiding officer going through the process, going through the register there. We are not exactly sure what he said to them, but we'll reach out to the Odoko commander, ACP Kofi Sapon, to try and get his thoughts on the matter and all that ensued. But exiting right now is Reverend Intim Fojo. Reverend, we saw you engaging the IGP. What were you saying to him in that engagement? Or what did he even say to you?
No, so far the IGP and his men are going around to ensure that we have peaceful election. But all I'll say is that Ghana is all we have. It is so important that we make it a peaceful country, as we all know it, as we're all born into it. Democracy is one that must be an expression of opinion by voting to determine your decision. It shouldn't degenerate into the kind of violence we have seen happen today. We must condemn it in every word that we can find to condemn. And so what I'm saying is that, look, Ghana is all we have. Democracy is all we have. Let us continue to, particularly the key actors in our democracy, continue to make voting day a very peaceful day that everybody will look up to. It shouldn't be full of rancor, full of violence, retribution, reprisal. It is going to destroy the gains we have made in our democracy, and it's not good for the reputation Ghana has. We need to move beyond
as ranking
violence
member
that is associated
for the Defense and Security Committee of Parliament. Are you concerned that this violence broke out? We heard the Defense Minister say there was no need for the military to show up here. Based on all that you've seen, do you think it was the right decision in hindsight?
We will have a full discussion on the assessment on security issues, but all that I'm saying is that for now, voting must proceed. We must encourage our people to vote, express their opinion. A verdict that was already known, a widow who has been robbed of her right to be declared, and a rerun has been occasioned. Nonetheless, we are on it, and we have some few hours to go. We're encouraging everyone to just go peacefully to their polling station within the 19 and vote. When we are done, we'll have a very considered opinion on how everything went, and that we'll express. But all I'll say is that peace is what we need in this country. Violence is not what we need.
Pockets of violence. What would be your general assessment of the security handling as we've seen deployed?
I'm going to give you my considered opinion, but I'm saying that we need to have the election done with within the next few hours. Let's encourage people who have not voted yet to come out and vote.
What did you say to the IGP?
We had discussions, we had assurances that all the places, things are going to be put in place for peace.
Right. Thank you very much for your time. You just heard that Reverend Intim Fojo. You know, he met the IGP when you got here. He was in a conversation with the IGP, at least we saw on camera. We didn't get close to him to listen to what was said, but I posed the question to him with regards to what was said in that particular engagement with the IGP. And he mentioned to me that the IGP admitted that things need to be done better and that he was here to assess firsthand the issues that have come up in the process so far. He mentioned to me that as ranking member for the defense, and he mentioned to me that I, as a ranking member for the Defense and Security Committee of Parliament, he's definitely concerned with the issues here. I also asked them if indeed the military had a role to play considering the violence that we've seen. He said to me that a full-scale assessment of the happenings would have to be done, after which the minority will come up with its official position on the matter. Now, the track I told you about earlier by the police service, which was conveying barricades, they dropped off quite a number of it and it's left the inner perimeter now. The IGP has also departed, and Reverend Intimfojo, who was in the company of the IGP or got here when the IGP got here and interacted with him, has also left the premise. But it still remains a very busy area. It still remains a very active area. You know, a lot of people are here. They are keenly following the issues. They are also very willing to engage the media. Let me speak to the CEO of the Accra Digital Center, Mr. Jifagunu, who has just also arrived here. Thank you so much for agreeing to speak to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you. That was an ambush.
Yeah, but it's important because you are seen to be very close to young people in your party. But we've seen a lot of violence here, especially by young people. Are you concerned that this, in a lot of ways, doesn't seem to augur well for democracy and for young people?
I haven't seen any violence, but you are telling me. But if there was any violence, we must get to the bottom of what necessitated the violence, who misbehaved and what caused the violence to occur. Then we condemn it outrightly. In that light, we have always advised our people to be law-abiding, go by the rules. I mean, if you know that you have a legitimate cause, there's no cause for you to go instigating violence. And I'm pretty sure our followers have always followed through to our directive to be very peaceful. So we must find out what necessitated the violence and who is even engaging in the violent act. So that is what we need to have.
We've also seen that quite a number of your colleague appointees, CEOs, not too long ago, the DVLA CEO was here. So many others, you know, have passed through. What's your interest as appointees? Are you not supposed to be in the office, you know, attending to the national, the national duty? You know, what's your interest in this particular election?
I can assure you that my work in the office is ongoing without any hitches. My presence here will not affect the running of the office. I mean, we've put in place measures and systems to ensure that delegated responsibilities are carried out. We are here to show solidarity to our sister, Irabuna, who we feel injustice was nearly done here, and to also ensure that, as we always advise, we are all under the umbrella. You know, the umbrella is a unifying symbol. So we are all under the umbrella today with Irabuna and our colleagues in Ablekuma. Remember, I'm also a constituency secretary. So my colleague secretary is on duty. In Dadekotopon, we have a very strong network of constituency secretaries. And so we deem it necessary. As you can see, I still have some of my colleague constituency executives here. We are here to support our colleague constituency executive to ensure that this seat is properly maintained and retained for the NDC.
Finally, what will be your word of advice to the young people in this constituency, particularly with regards to what we've seen happen here today?
They should look at the happenings across the country on December 7, 2024. They should look at how the youth across the various constituencies took responsibility and ensured that they gave the NDC and President Mahama an overwhelming majority in Parliament. They must come and join that majority, enjoy the goodwill that the government and the good people of this country are enjoying. They must let the people know that we also deserve to be part of the majority party in this country and also enjoy development.
So you just heard that the CEO of the Accra Digital Center, Mr. Jifagunu, who is in the company of some constituency executive, and they are, you know, going around assessing the situation here. Like I said to you, there's been a strong show of government appointees here in their numbers going through the process. Member of Parliament for Eugene Boachi Entry, Member of Parliament for Subin, Eugene Boachi Entry himself has been seen here. No, final words. What are your final assessments?
See you after 7 p.m. when MPP.
So the Member of Parliament, former for Subin, we spoke to him earlier, I must say. He said that clearly the sanctity of the process has been put in disrepute, and he was referring to the violence that ensued here, where a former Minister of State was seen live on television being assaulted. I was saying before Eugene Bachinchi came into the picture that we've seen a strong show of national appointees or political appointees of this government. So just before that, we saw Julius Nikwe, who is the CEO of the DVLA, make his way here. We saw Osman Ayariga make his way here. Ruth Sedo, who's with the National Service Authority, has been here. Quite a number of appointees, a lot of them, too much to even recall, have been here. In fact, the IGP also left here a few minutes ago. So it's still very packed. It's been action-packed right from day one, where we saw that the church initially resisted the idea of here being used as a voting center. After certain deliberations, they badged down on that. They badged down on that concern, and they now allowed for the church to be used. But that has not, changed the level of activity and the violence that we've seen here. Mr. Fred Tete, who is with the Electoral Commission, is here, and I want to take his thoughts on the process so far.
Situations where violence and intimidation is going on. Even when you look at the atmosphere here, obviously people will be intimidated, right, coming out to come and vote. And therefore, we may have to appeal if they can help in terms of clearing the people around so that people can feel free and then come out and vote. And I'll take this opportunity to appeal to the public, especially those around, those who are supposed to vote here, to come out in their numbers and come and vote, because the preparation and then whatever the commission did for this rerun is meant for them. So they have to come out. Whatever happens here, I may say, is very sad. Very sad to democracy and very sad to elections. However, we still continue to appeal to people. Now the situation is calm. People should come out and come and vote.
Mr. Tete, do you get the sense, there are concerns that the violence that happened here in a lot of ways has affected the sanctity of the process? For which reason it can't be seen to be a credible election anymore and should be probably called off, at least at this voting center.
Duncan, you can't say that. You can't say that because this is an isolated case, okay? And for how long did it happen? Okay, so well, an hour, yet you go in there, you see that people are not in queue. Okay, if it's an hour and you see people amassing here and then they are forming queue to the extent that at 5 o'clock they cannot vote, that's where you can make room for the extra 1 hour that the voting was held up. Okay, so this is just an isolated case that happened within, let's say, a couple of minutes, okay, within 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
It was more than that, but interesting.
So my issue is, you cannot raise issues about the credibility of these elections. So
at least at this polling center.
No, but at the end of the day, calm has been restored.
Your officers literally had to run for their lives.
Of course, when violence is taking place, you must protect yourself first, okay? Then you come back, and you can see the police reinforcement here. So at the end of the day, let's see what happens.
You have been in there. Have they reported any missing ballots, any disturbances, or have they? I mean, is the ballot intact? You have been in there.
Well, I went in there and then I asked questions as to whether all the materials are intact. I even looked at the pin sheets, okay, to make sure that a critical document at this point is there. The ballot box is there. It has not been taken away. Ballot papers are there. The BVD is also working perfectly. So let's allow things to flow.
Do your officers feel safe working under this condition? The tensions outside and the chaos that they had to deal with a couple of hours ago. Do they tell you that they feel safe working under these conditions?
At this point, it's not the first time that they've been working in this environment, okay? So they know the situation here. And you can see it's an area that is densely populated, okay? So I asked them and they felt they are fine. And I feel I'm also fine at this moment, so far as security reinforcement has been provided.
Can you confirm to us if the MPP party agent has resumed post and is assisting with the voting exercise?
Well, I asked him, I spoke to him personally, and he said there were two, but one had a pepper spray in the eye, so he has been taken away. And so I inquired from him whether the replacement is coming, and he said yes, he feels safe, yes.
Finally, I want to ask you, just clarify for us, would voting at this particular center be extended? I'm talking about a deadline because of what we witnessed here.
Duncan, like I said, I would like to re-emphasize what I said, okay? The stoppage or the held up for 1 hour or so didn't prevent people from running away or coming back in their numbers to be in a long queue, to the extent that, and you know that in the electoral processes, the procedure is if you are here in the queue before 5, voting will continue.
Interesting.
Right. So let's see how things, I think we have some couple of hours to go. So let's see how things.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tete. I'm so grateful for your time. So you just heard Mr. Fred Tete, who is with the Electoral Commission, talk to us about happenings here. Now, according to him, he's been engaging some party of EC officials, and he says to me that they feel safe working under the conditions that they are working in. Now, he also made a startling revelation where he said that one of the MPP party agents had pepper spray in their face and they were recalled, but the other, who is fine to work, is still currently assisting with the process ongoing, and they've asked for a replacement to the person who was pepper sprayed. He doesn't share the opinion that this violence, in any way affects the credibility of the process. He shares with me that the ballot so far was secure in all of this, and very soon voting will conclude, and that if anybody is in the queue before voting ends, he or she will be allowed to be able to vote. So those are the words of the EC official, Mr. Fred Tete, who I just spoke to right here on Channel 1 TV. Just before him, we saw the police truck and the IGP exit the premise of the St. Peter Society Methodist Church. Before that as well, also I engaged Mr. Jifagunu, who is the CEO of the Accra Digital Center. Now, mind you, we've seen a lot of appointees make their way here. Ask the question as to whether precious working hours were being lost as a result of appointees leaving their busy schedule, coming here to mobilize support for their respective candidates. And he mentioned to me that they've put in place enough measures to ensure that work at their various agencies and state corporation go on. So that wouldn't be much of a challenge. We've seen Mr. Osman Ayariga, National Youth Authority CEO here. We've seen Julius Nikwe, who is DVLA CEO, also here. We've seen Ruth Sedo, who is the Deputy Executive Director for the National Service Authority. When you go into Parliament, we've seen Member of Parliament across both divide make their way here. In Team Fodro, we saw him here. We saw Professor Kingsley Nyako also here pretty shortly. As I speak to you now, the Member of Parliament for Lejokuku, Honorable Ayiku, has also made his way inside the perimeter, assessing activities ongoing. But Mr. Tete, very briefly, before you go, are you able to tell us how many people have voted so far? Do you know the number?
I think I heard 166 out of 464.
Interesting. So we are being told that 166 individuals have been able to cast their ballot out of a possible 464 persons who are expected to vote here. So it's been
Jude,
quite
before you continue, Jude, before you continue, we see a military officer behind you.
National appointees of this government have been seen here. We'll try and engage with as many of them as possible. But interestingly, aside of politics, one other aspect of all that's happening here is that business is booming. We've seen a lot of traders come here with their goods selling, and they seem to be cashing out on the situation. So that's been an interesting observation. But if you come to the hardcore issues around the election process so far, there's heavy police presence here, but we've also seen a military officer, even though we're told that the military would have no role to play in the election so far. I've spotted only one military official here, fully armed. We are not really sure his reasons for coming, because the defense minister earlier said to us that the military would have no role to play, and went on to even talk about the negative effects of what he describes as the militarization or the excessive use of military in civilian affairs. But I've spotted a military officer, 2 of them who are here. I'm not sure in whose company they came here, but I've seen them here. They seem to be leaving. So obviously, to the fact that they were not here to help in terms of reinforcement, but for some other reasons. Prisons officials are here. Officials from the Ghana Immigration Service are also here. But in terms of security, predominantly, it's been the Ghana Police Service here who have been very busy, very, very busy, I must say, from the positioning of barricades to the use of force in pushing away certain individuals, to engaging with the media, to assessing and also trying to restrict unauthorized persons from gaining access inside the inner perimeter. It's been a very busy day for the police and, of course, journalists as well. Now, an interesting development happened early on when the MPP parliamentary candidate for Betifi, Mr. Brandy Champon, made his way here. He came here in the company of Mr. Samuel Wuku, Krapim North Member of Parliament, and of course the National Youth Organizer of the MPP, Salam Mustafa. All came together with Madame Ekwe-Friye, where they made their way here. Now what happened was that Madame Ekwe-Friye, obviously an interested party in what is happening here because she's MPP parliamentary candidate, she together with Brandy Champon were granted access inside the inner perimeter, but their supporters were refused access, and that led to some kind of standoff between the supporters of Mr. Brandy Champon and Anne Ekwe-Friye and that of the Ghana police. Now, in the ensuing standoff, we are being told that the use of pepper spray by the police happened, and that meant that some individuals were affected by it. We saw a young girl who was struggling to make anything, struggling. Apparently, she had been pepper sprayed. But we've been joined by Member of Parliament for Lejokuku, Honorable Benjamin Eyuku. We'll be finding out from him very shortly what his interest is in this particular election. Fine, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. We know you are a Member of Parliament for Lejokuku, obviously not Ablekuma North. What has drawn you all the way from Lejokuku into Ablekuma North, the St. Peter Methodist Church, to be precise?
Yes. What happens in NDC concerns all of us. We all belong to the umbrella. And today is the runner for Ablekuma. For the past 7 years, we don't have a representative of the people in Parliament. So in the wisdom of the EC, this runoff is necessary for us to conclude the process of electing a member of Parliament for this constituency. And from what I've seen, everything's going smooth until that thing that happened. But nevertheless, I think everything's going on smoothly. I think the police officers have been able to put everything under control. As you can see, the place is very calm. Voting is still going on. And I'm sure by the end of the day, after counting our candidates, Madam Rabna Abu,
are you concerned by the violence that ensued here? There are others who have said that it affects the credibility of the election process. Some have even said that this particular station should be called off because it can't be seen to be a credible process. Has that come to your notice, and what are your concerns around such?
Unfortunate, because at where we are in our democracy, I don't think that is proper to happen. But nevertheless, this is to happen. It is a human institution, and this is about to happen. But once you have the law enforcers, they are here, and I think everything will put under control. It doesn't speak well of us Other African countries are looking up to us. Because where we've reached in our democracy, Ghana has become a beacon of hope. So I pray that this thing in future will be nipped in the bud, and people will learn from their lessons, especially the police. They will put some things in place for this to never occur again.
Interesting. Finally, I saw you engage some EC officials in there when you entered the inner perimeter of the St. Peter Methodist Society Church. What have they been saying to you when you were interacting with them?
Yes, so when they started, everything was going on smoothly until that unfortunate incident. But they are very, very resolute to finish with the process. We don't want this thing to happen again. Where on the 7th December, when they heard this thing, and then there was misunderstanding, confusion, and other things. I'm sure by the end of the day, they are very confident that they will complete the process.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you just heard Benjamin Ayiku, who is Member of Parliament for Lejokuku. According to him, he's been engaging some officials from the Electoral Commission when he got here. He's been assessing the process, and according to him, they say they are confident that this will end smoothly despite the very chaotic nature of the election at this particular polling center. So it's been quite interesting. It's been quite an eventful experience, particularly here. We are being told that some 166 persons have been able to vote. Since that particular information came, we've seen that a couple more people are in the queue. So that number is expected to go high or further up. Some 464 persons in total are also expected to cast their votes here. We are not quite sure if all of them will turn up, but we are being told that if you are in the queue before 5 p.m., you'll be given the opportunity to vote. As to whether the voting period will be extended because of the chaos that happened here, we've not got that indication. Mr. Fred Tete, who is with the EC, mentioned that so far they've not received any information to the point that it's important that they extend the voting hours because of the violence. According to him, the voting is ongoing despite the violence we've seen, and they are confident that voters will come out in their numbers to come and vote so that the process can end rather smoothly despite all that have happened here.
Okay, Jude, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. Jude Duncan, our man on the ground in the Ablekuma North Constituency, to be specific, the St. Peter's Methodist Church at Odoko, where it recorded some violence earlier in the day. The Inspector General of Police has been there. The Minister of Interior has been there. The Minister of Defense has been there. Some leading members of the MPP have also been there. Members of Parliament have been there, all to get first-hand information in respect of the violent incident that was recorded in that polling station some few hours ago. We'll go back to Jude in a short while to give us an update as to what's happening in the constituency. But then we'll come back into the studio for us to continue with our discussion. And Fred will take us through the numbers. As you're aware, we have 19 polling stations. And then we'll give you a breakdown of the number of people who are expected to vote in these various polling stations across the constituency, or the 19 that the Electoral Commission has announced that election is taking place there. As the official of the Electoral Commission said to Jude a while ago, in that particular polling station, the St. Peter's, they're supposed to have over 430 people voted, but so far, he says about 130 or 140 people, have voted in that constituency, in that polling station. So Fred will give us a breakdown of the number of people who are expected to vote, in these polling stations. We are told that over 6,000 people are expected to come out and vote in this election. But before Fred gives us, the figures and the numbers, let's go back onto the floor and speak to Fauzu Masmaudu, our colleague here at Channel 1 TV and CTFM. He's engaging some NDC officials who have also thrown the constituency to observe what is happening there. Fauzu, if you can hear me, what's happening?
the NDC candidate, Honorable Irabina Oben, will emerge as the next parliamentary candidate for Ablekuma North.
Does it look fertile for you?
Very fertile, very fertile. I'm sure by 5:15, we are good at collating our results. I think 10 minutes after 5, we'll be able to tell you the real results, even before the EC's official results. From our own data, we'll be able to tell you the results.
All right. Thank you so much, Osman.
Thank you.
Right. So, again, coming to you live from the Ateku polling station here at Awush Banyard, where 645 constituents are expected to cast their ballots, out of which a little over 200 have done so. I've been engaging the CEO for the National Youth Authority, who also doubles as the deputy youth organizer, national youth organizer for the governing National Democratic Congress. I mean, unlike elsewhere, it's a relatively calm environment. People are casting their ballots in order, even though trickling in. The numbers have not really been significant comparatively, but we can confirm that it's a relatively calm atmosphere. It's very interesting to know that when I engaged the CEO for the National Youth Authority, who doubles as the Deputy National Youth Organizer for the governing National Democratic Congress, I queried him on the alleged thugs that had stormed one of the polling stations. I asked if the NDC was aware of their whereabouts, and he stated categorically that the NDC, per his knowledge, is unaware of these tags. I asked again if that was a strategy of the NDC in protecting their ballots going into this rerun, and he stated again that was never part of their strategy. So the crux of his response really is that the governing National Democratic Congress is unaware of the whereabouts of these alleged thugs that a few moments ago stormed the Methodist polling station in Odoko Trimami. This has been the atmosphere. Hello, good day. Yeah, good afternoon. Please, can I engage the presiding officer briefly? Oh. Okay, so we understand that the presiding officer is not currently around, but it's a relatively calm atmosphere, not too busy as we have observed elsewhere. Out of 645 voters, a little over 200 have cast their ballot so far. And Osman Arega, who made a stop here a while ago, has expressed confidence that this process will continue as peaceful as it is, and that the National Democratic Congress's candidate, Irabina Oben, will emerge victorious at the end of the day. In fact, in all the series of interaction that I've had with party executives, they have alluded to the fact that they would accept the outcome of this poll regardless. And so fingers are still crossed. It's inching very close to the moment of truth, if you like, just a few minutes after 3. And so we are still here monitoring activities at the Ateku polling station in Awush Banyard, one of the polling stations participating in this Ablekuma North parliamentary election rerun.
Fauzu, thank you. Thank you very much. Our colleague Fauzu in one of the polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency, specifically the Ateku polling station, where he's giving us updates. Relatively calm polling station compared to the St. Peter's, polling station in Odoko. He's at Ateku, which is part of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place. But before we went to Fauzi, I told that Fred was going to give us a breakdown and a rundown of the votes in the various polling stations that are up for grabs in today's election. So Fred, just give us a wrap, a breakdown of the number of voters expected in every polling station. That will sum up to the over 6,000 people expected to vote.
So Sami, I'll start with a general outlook of the constituency. So the constituency has a total number of registered voters to be 121,269. 121,269 people. That's the total number of people who were voting or who are supposed to vote in the Ablekuma North constituency. And out of that number, we have 6,839 who will be voting in this particular election. So this 6,839, where do they come from? There are 281 polling stations generally in the Ablekuma North constituency. Out of the 281, we have 262 which have already voted and results collated. Now what is left is 19 polling stations. These 19 polling stations are having a rerun of this election due to some challenges with results and collation. So this 19 outstanding polling station, when you put all together, the registered number of registered voters or total registered voters partaking in this 19 will be 6,839 people. Now let me take you through the breakdown of the 19 polling stations which will be partaking in this particular elections. Let's start with the Nyameche area. For Nyameche, there's only one polling station in that particular area which will be partaking in this election. That's the God First International School, Dakuman 1. That's the Nyameche area. God First International School, Dakuman 1 polling station. That is part of the polling stations taking part in today's elections. We go to Kwashiman. Kwashiman, there's also one polling station there. That is the Pentecost Church Mount Zion Assembly. They would also be partaking, or they are partaking in this election. Then we go to Awoshi. At Awoshi, there are two different polling stations. We have the DVLA office, Awoshi. Then we have Asiedu Jedu Memorial School. This will be the two polling stations partaking in these elections in Awoshi. DVLA office, Awoshi, and Asiedu Jedu Memorial School. These two polling stations are partaking in this election. Then we go to Bintu, the Bintu area. In the Bintu area, we have Living Spring Day Nursery School, Kwashibu. Living Spring Day Nursery School. That is what we have here. Now, let's go to the other ones. Kwashibu itself.
Yeah.
In Kwashibu, there's one polling station which is also partaking in this election. That's the Lord's Pentecostal Church.
Okay.
Kwashibu. From Kwashibu, we go to Trimami. Trimami. The hat, the town. You know, in English, when you say tree is the hat. And the mami is the town. So, Hat Town. Trimami has about 7, and that's the largest number of polling stations when it comes to that particular electoral area. So we have Presby Church, Odoko 4. Church of Pentecost, not Odoko 2. Church of Pentecost, not Odoko 4. Methodist Church, Odoko 1. This is where we had the confusion. The Methodist Church, Odoko 1. Then we have the St. John the Baptist Catholic Church, Odoko 1. Radiant Way Preparatory School, North Odoko 2, and Attico School Complex, Odoko. So the Trimami electoral area has 7 polling stations partaking in this election. Then we'll go to Otatain. Otatain has 2. South
Otatain, as in Ghana, meaning you are sitting in the middle.
Yes, you are sitting in the middle.
Metashin Otatain.
Metashin Otatain, exactly. Your Ghana is improving as the day goes by. Otatain. So in Otatain, there are 2 polling stations partaking in this particular election. South Odoko 4 and 5 School. Then Pentecost Church, Trinibua. So Otatain has South Odoko 4 and 5 School and Pentecost Church, Trinibua. Now let's go to Akwebu. Akwebu has 2 polling stations. Light of Gospel Miracle Church. Then MTTD Odoko Divisional Station. These 2 polling stations are also engaged in this election today. Then we go to Sakaman. Sakaman has Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction. Then Bethel Baptist Church, Sakaman 1. So Sakaman has Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, and Bethel Baptist Church, Sakaman. These are the 19 partaking in this particular election. Now, let's give you a breakdown of the polling stations and the number of voters within these polling stations. As we have established, we have more than 6,000 in total. But now let's take the polling stations one by one
after the other
and see how many voters are expected to vote in these polling stations. Let's start with the Pentecost Church Mount Zion Assembly, Kwashiman. They are expecting 635 people to come to vote today.
Okay.
635, Pentecost Church Mount Zion Assembly, Kwashiman. Now we go to the Godfest International School, Dakuman 1. That has 428 people. Godfest International School, Dakuman 1, 428 people are expected to turn out to vote. DVLA office, Awoshi, 1, 613. DVLA office, Awoshi, has 613 people registered to vote in this particular election. Then we have Asiedu Jedu Memorial School, Awoshi. Asiedu Jedu Memorial School, Awoshi, 418. 418. Living Spring Day Nursery, Kwashibu, Living Spring Day Nursery, Kwashibu, 427. 427. The Lord's Pentecostal Church, Kwashibu, 562. The Lord's Pentecostal Church, Kwashibu, 562. Presby Church, Odoko 4, it has 110. Presby Church, Odoko 4, 110. Church of Pentecost, North Odoko 2, 63. Church of Pentecost, North Odoko 2, has 63 people. Church of Pentecost, North Odoko 4, 137. 137. Church of Pentecost.
Fred, I'm sorry to cut you, but I will come back to you. Let's go back onto the ground and speak to Fauzi. We understand he's engaging the NDC parliamentary candidate, Irabna Obni, on what is happening in the constituency.
Sure. So we are still coming to you live from the Ateko polling station in Awosh Banyard, one of the polling stations participating in the Ablekuma North 2024 parliamentary election rerun. A number of the officials from the NPP and NDC hierarchy have thrown this place essentially to monitor the process and in a way to support their respective candidates. Currently, the parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress, Madam Irabna Obin, is here at the station to monitor the process. We'll try and engage her a few minutes. After she had gone to do her own assessment of the process, but she's in the company of the Greater Accra Regional Minister, who is also the Member of Parliament for Shai Osudoku, Linda Akwelo Oklu, and the Municipal Chief Executive for Ablekuma Central. And a number of, the security presence is quite appreciable, if you ask me. It's for yes, in her own words, but off record, the NDC parliamentary candidate, Irabna Obin, has alluded to the fact that it's largely been a peaceful process here at the Ateko polling station at Awosh Banyard, one of the polling stations participating in the Ablekuma North parliamentary election rerun. This exercise has largely been described as crucial, given the events that have led to, this exercise so far. Let's get closer there. And
so we probably may do some 50% turnout. Wow. One in the out of system. By the time over 3-4. Who are that on this?
So they're having a tete-a-tete, and that's between the NDC parliamentary candidate Irabna Obin, the Greater Accra Regional Minister Linda Akwelo Oklu, who is also Member of Parliament for Shai Osudoku, and the municipal chief executive for Ablekuma Central, who are in the company of the NDC's parliamentary candidate, Irabna Oben. They've made their way here at the Ateko polling station in Awosh Barnyard. I mean, the exercise here again has largely been peaceful. The party hierarchy say they hope it ends this way so that, I mean, they can, a determination of a representative for the party will be made peacefully by the end of the day. Honorable, thank you so much. I mean, Honorable, your general assessment of the process so far. How does it look for you? So far, so good.
Yeah, so far.
How does it look for the NDC?
Oh, NDC, we are winning. We are winning hands down. So.
Yeah, Honorable, you are in charge of RECSEG in Greater Accra Regional Member of Parliament for Charles Sudoku and Greater Accra Regional Minister. I'm very sure that you are aware of the violent incident that happened at the Methodist polling station. Is the NDC aware of these thugs that stormed the place?
In fact, I wasn't aware. I heard it. And so Muntaka is handling it. Our interior minister is handling it. So whatever it is, investigation is underway. Whatever it is, we'll let you know.
But the NPP is accusing the NDC
I mean, that is exactly what they will do. I mean, they will say.
But these persons were not people contracted by the NDC?
Never. Never. How would we contract people? We know we are winning, so why would we contract people to come and do that? It's not true, my dear.
Let's talk about the turnout. How has it been so far for you?
Oh, I would say turnout is low, but we should also understand that today is a working day. So, I mean,
affect the chances of the NDC?
And never. It won't.
But Honorable, someone said the NDC has an overwhelming majority in Parliament.
Oh, yes.
Why is this particular seat very important for the party?
My dear, the fact that we have a majority doesn't mean that we should lose our sister, Irabna. We need her in Parliament to come and help us help the agenda of the government. And so we need her in Parliament House. And one vote counts, my dear. The fact that we have overwhelming, majority in Parliament doesn't mean we should lose one vote. No, we need that vote.
The period in the election will be the sorting, the counting, and all of that. How prepared is the NDC for that in a few hours?
We are very much prepared. I mean, the police are well organized, so you can see that. We are very much prepared. And trust me, everything will be smooth.
Will the NDC accept the outcome of this election regardless?
Why not? My dear, we are winning. We are winning. And so we are going to accept. I mean, the fact that we are winning doesn't mean that. We are not going to take any other thing. We are winning. That is it.
But are you satisfied with the entire process so far?
Oh, so far so good. Yes, so far so good. Like I said, I mean, the police are well organized. Places where you go, you see no more than 20 police at a polling center. I mean, so far so good.
Thank you so much. The Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Akwele Oklu, who again has said that the NDC, the governing National Democratic Congress, is unaware of the alleged thugs that stormed the Methodist polling station to disrupt the process. We are still live here from the Ateko polling station in Awosh Barnyard. We tried to have a word from the NDC's parliamentary candidate, Irabna Oben, but she's tight-lipped. She would rather the regional minister speak to us. So this has been the situation here from the Ateko polling station in Awosh Barnyard. If you can hear me, Sammy.
All right, thank you very much, Fauzu. Thank you very much, Fauzi Masaudu, our colleague on the ground at the Awoshi Vineyard polling station where election is taking place, one of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place. In that engagement with the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Oklu, as well as the NDC parliamentary candidate for the constituency, Irabna Oben, but she will not speak. It's rather the regional minister who spoke and says that everything is under control as far as the incident of violence was recorded. The Minister of Interior is the one handling it. But then the NDC is confident of winning the Ablekuma North seat and adding it to the overwhelming majority they already have in Ghana's parliament. As and when any activity comes up, we'll go back onto the ground and speak to our team of reporters on the ground, Hansen Ajiman, Jude Duncan, and then Fauzu. We'll come back into the studio where Fred was taking us through the numbers and the expected voters in the various 19 polling stations who are supposed to cut their ballots today, as to whether all 6,000 or yes, all of them will come out today to come and vote to determine who becomes the next member of parliament for the Ablekuma North constituency. Will be determined by 5 p.m. when the polls closes in the 19 polling stations. So Fred, you are taking us through the numbers.
Yes. So we go to the Church of Pentecost.
Yes.
So the Church of Pentecost, not Odoko 2, has 63 people who have been registered to partake in this particular election. Then we have the Church of Pentecost, not Odoko 4. It has 137 people who are expected or who have been registered to partake in this particular election. Let's go to the Methodist Church, Odoko 1, where we have we recorded the violence. Methodist Church, Odoko 1, 464 people have been registered to partake in this election. And as we said, or we heard the Deputy Director of Research, so far we just have about 130 something people who have registered, about 134 people who have come in to vote. So out of the 464 at the Methodist Church, we are told that about 30 minutes ago, we had about 134 people who have turned out to vote. Let's go to the St. John the Baptist Catholic Church, Odoko 1. It has 341 people. St. John the Baptist Catholic Church, Odoko 1, 341 people. We go to the Radiant Way Preparatory School, North Odoko 2. It has 266 people. Then the Attico School Complex, Odoko, 646 people. We come to South Odoko 4 and 5 School. That has 51 people. The NTTD Odoko Divisional Station, Odoko 1, 113 people. We have Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, 538 people. Bethel Baptist Church, Sakaman, 428 people. Lighthouse Gospel Miracle Chapel, Trinidad, 2, 188 people. Pentecost Church, Trinidad, 2, 411 people. And the total would be 6,839. 6,839. When you look at this 19 polling stations, you say the polling station with the highest number,
I think it's Attico School Complex,
which is 646, followed by 39. When you look at this 19 polling stations, you say the polling station with the highest number,
Attico
640, which has
Pentecost Church,
Mount Zion Assembly.
Akwashiman has 635.
So that's the second highest. Before we come to the Lord's Pentecostal Church, Kwachibu, which has 562. So these three places have the largest numbers of voters who have been registered in this particular election, for this particular election. You know that the total number of registered voters does not mean the number of voters who turn out to vote. So these are people who are legitimate or
in the register, their names are there
to come up or can turn up to vote. But then at the end of the election, we will now know the number of people out of this number who turned out to come and vote. That will be at the end of voting at 5 p.m. When sorting and counting is done, we'll now be able to tell how many of them have turned out to vote. But as we speak now, we are being told by the Greater Accra Regional Minister and other people, other officials, both from the NDC and the NPP, and including an official from the Electoral Commission, that voting or turnout has been quite low as we speak. So generally, these are the figures when it comes to the particular constituency. 121,269 total number of voters in the constituency, 6,839 total number of voters in the 19 polling stations which are partaking in this election. 281 polling stations have already are in the constituency, and out of that, 262 have voted and collation has taken place. As we speak now, there are 19 polling stations left to vote. Counting and collation will be done after, will be added to the 262 which have already been collated, and we'll now find out who the winner of this election.
Has it been a traditional seat for any of the parties?
So when you look at the Ablekuma North constituency, you can say the Ablekuma North constituency is blue.
Okay.
Not just blue, but deep blue.
So super, many people call it super stronghold.
Yes, it's a stronghold
okay.
of the MPP. A stronghold from the MPP, both presidential and parliamentary.
Okay.
When you look at the last two elections, so 2020 and 2016, let me start with 2020, where we had Sheila Battels winning that particular election. That's the former MP of that constituency. Sheila Battels won the election with 54,544 votes.
Okay.
54,544 votes. At the time, the NDC's candidate was Ashele Mensah Winfred. Ashele Mensah Winfred. And he had 29,704. 29,704. That's against the MPP's 51,544. This is over a 20,000 vote difference.
Wide gap.
Huge gap. This is 2020. Let's look at 2016. In 2016, the current MPP parliamentary candidate, Nana Ike-Awusu-Ofie, was then the candidate who won in 2016. So in 2016, she had 54,698. 54,698. The NDC's Sali Amaki Dako Atopi had 26,813. 26,813.
The wide was still
the gap was still wide, more than 20,000. So looking at that, just that two elections, these two elections, 2016, 2020, it paints a picture of how the MPP and the MPP have been performing in this constituency.
The voter turnout was 81,000.
Yes, the total turnout was 81,000. And in 2020, the voter turnout was 84,000.
Okay. An increase of about 3,000 from the previous election.
An increase of about 3,000 from the previous election. So you look at it, and even go back from 2016 to 2012, 2008, 2004, it's been very blue. So this is a constituency of Kwamina Battels.
Oh, okay.
In 96, 2000, 2004, Kwamina Battels. Then came to
Joe Apia, yeah.
After Kwamina Battels. Still very blue for the MPP and winning with huge margins. 2016, same. 2020, same. In 2028, the picture seemed to look different. So instead of the 20,000 margin, as we speak now, we are told that the collated results, which is about 262 polling stations, the difference now is about 40 votes, 41, 42 votes. So it shows you how important this election is, one, for the MPP, because this is a deep blue constituency for them. They can't afford to lose this particular constituency. Already they have 88. They have lost a lot of their deep blue constituencies. They've lost a lot of their deep blue constituencies. And this, as we see, is another deep blue constituency. You need to wrestle it out and ensure that you don't lose this one too. For the NDC, why it is very important for them is that if you've gone to an election and in the last 2 or 3 elections, you've lost the election in the parliamentary election by more than 20,000 votes. And now the difference is just about 43 votes out of 262 collated results. Then you feel like this is an election for you to win.
But the NPP has also made a justification that, you know, their members didn't come out to vote in their numbers. You know, their supporters did not come out to vote. But then before you respond to that, let's go back onto the ground. My colleague Fauzi is back again, this time around with the CEO of the Minerals Income Administrative Fund, Madam Hannah Bisu, Dr. Madam Hannah Bisu. She's still the NDC National Women's Organizer, you know, of the party. Fauzi is engaging her. Let's go there and hear what she's saying.
On air, speaking all the big English that they were not going to be part. But it's good that they've actually reconsidered their decision, because this is democracy. And we are the National Democratic Congress. We don't know about them, and we are happy that they've joined the democratic process happening in Ablekuma North. And by 5 p.m., by 6, 7, we will know that the National Democratic Congress has carried a day.
If that doesn't happen?
That will happen. That does not happen. No, that is happening. We've done our homework and we know what is happening. When I say homework of talking to the constituents, homework of explaining things to them, we've done our own ground check, and we know, you know, that this day will be carried by the National Democratic Congress.
Just 7 months or 6 months of the John Mahama-led administration, if his performance is anything to go by, would that be enough reason for people to vote for Irap now?
The performance of President John Dramani Mahama is unprecedented. Unless you don't want to be truthful, you know. I think that it's a high time that as a nation, when we see that the government is doing well, it's not about applauding the government, you know, for the head to be swollen, but it's about, you know, saying, no, you are doing well, we can do better here, can do better there. Look, I think one, if not the first government to form the fastest government, put his office in place, is John Dramani Mahama. I remember 2013 when I was appointed as Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture. I was sworn in May. And this year, by February, his chief executive officers and, you know, heads of entities, institutions were in place. And I think by April end, and his MMDCs were in place. And meaning that, you know, he's serious, he's busy. He's also operating with a very lean government. And, you know, we find prices dropping, you know, we find the city stabilizing. There's a lot. He's doing a lot. Let me tell you, I'm head of an entity. And if you see the small entity that he's given to you, when I say small, I'm comparing it to the entire nation and what is there. So you can actually multiply by the number of things that he might have met as a president and what he has moved in these few weeks. If I were voting in the moon, I'd have come down to vote for this president called John Dramani Mahama and his government, because I think that his resetting Ghana agenda is on course, and I'm sure that when we support him, and my own sister Rabna also joins the numerous honorable members in parliament supporting his reset Ghana agenda. You know, Ghana 1 year by this time will be counting a lot of our gains and actually learning from where we have to straighten up. So for me, by his performance alone, if somebody did not vote for NDC in December 2024, some will change their mind and vote for a party this time around.
Finally, are you worried about generally it's been a peaceful exercise, the rerun, but are you worried about the pockets of violence that has happened in some polling stations? For instance, the Methodist polling station. As someone who has held a national executive role in the NDC before, someone who plays a very important...
What happened there?
There was a violence incident where some thugs stormed the polling station. They assaulted Ablekuma, that's former Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. We also understand that they assaulted the MPP's parliamentary candidates. That's every year.
Oh, you understand that one? I think what I heard was what was the name of the woman that you just mentioned?
Ablekuma.
Yes. I think that he trained people to learn to do that.
Ablekuma trained people to be violent?
Please, I think they were just repeating what happened at Kaswa, what she has instituted in Kaswa, the number of things she's done in Kaswa, even though it's unfortunate, because for me, And I'll say this, Ayawasu Wesogon, ask Hawa Kumsen, who brought the tax to come and beat me? She did. She led the team, there were about 30 men. Herself and the lady who contested with, what's the name of their women organizer now? Kejemfua. They came there to beat me, and she led, and the thing was, Una TV ni radio, so now we can't quite assembly. She did. Hawa Kumsen did. And I was beaten.
So you have no remorse for Hawa Kumsen? You do not condemn the act? Is it a retaliation by the end?
Did you see me slapping her?
No.
So why will you ask me if it's a retaliation? What I'm trying to say is this. I won't lead thugs to attack anybody on the polling station. Okay? If I do that and it's done to me, now I'll sit back and I'll do my homework and check what I did. Then now I'll repent. So she has to repent. What I'm trying to say, standing here as a woman, she led thugs as a woman to come and beat me at Legon polling station. I was at B. Legon, whatever B. That was the first time that I've been there. The police they picked me over a wall. They thought a Land Cruiser that was parked was for me. Then they saw me going to a Prado. What saved me was my seatbelt. They were beating me, opened the car, and they were beating me. The car was moving. They were beating me. They were pulling me out of the car. And it was Hawa Kumsen. What didn't Hawa Kumsen do to a parliamentary candidate to us? What did she do? What I'm trying to say is this. Violence begets violence. And you see, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. In as much as I condemn this act, if it had happened to anybody, then I wouldn't know. I think Hawa Kumsen should be used to it now. She should be used to it. I was beaten because she led thugs to come and beat me at a polling center. She did. She did. Ayawasu Westwego. Has she forgotten? No, nobody sent anybody to beat her. Nobody knew. Me, as far as I'm concerned, could even be internal thing that they visited on her. Yes, any form, any shape, I mean, violence must be condemned. You understand? This is peaceful. We are taking the day. We don't have any need to destroy or disrupt the election because we are winning. Just like I was also, we knew we were winning. What will prevent now is anybody to raise anything to try and destroy the elections. You know, so for me, I don't applaud violence, but I'm talking about the person who got attacked. How many people has she attacked? I was a polling agent for my political party. What wrong did I do? That she brought those men to come and beat me. Do you know the headaches I went through after that? I refused to go to the police when they asked me. I said, no, people were shot. Today, some of them, their lives are gone. Muhammad Al-Hassan is paralyzed. Yaro's leg is gone. And what have you. So it was okay for me to bear that pain of the slaps and what have you. So it's not a retaliation because I've not sent anybody to attack her. If I want to retaliate, I'll slap her myself. But I don't think she deserves my slap. Okay? I will not, if I hear somebody says I'm going to slap Hawa Kumsen, I tell the person, don't do it. Okay? It's unfortunate that it happened, but I'm saying that it could also be from their own camp. So nobody should be pointing fingers at the NDC. We will not cause violence in an election that we are winning. If even we're not winning, it's National Democratic Congress. It's not National, is it Autocratic Congress? No. And it's not a new problematic party. It's called National Democratic Congress. We are democratic, we understand democracy, we abide by the laws, and we know that we will carry the day. So I condemn violence, but please, don't ask me to feel sorry for Hawa Kumsen because I'll be lying before you and before God. I don't feel sorry one bit.
She deserves it?
Interview her victims.
Go and ask her.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, go and ask her. And also, I'm a victim of Hawa Kumsen. Ask her if I deserved the men that she brought to come and attack me. Yeah. Ask her the people that they shot and killed at Kaswa. And the organizer that died. Go and ask her the guns that she shot and people that did they deserve it? If I move away, a parliamentary candidate, what they did to her, did she deserve it? And ask her Kumsen. The slaps that they gave to me when they were pulling me out of my moving vehicle to continue beating me. Honorable Amate from Teshi, he used to be the MC for Teshi. He came there, called him Maya Waso boy, because he and the wife came. He tried to intervene. They beat him and beat the wife also. You understand? Trying to save me. Ask Hawa Kumsen, did I deserve it? If I didn't deserve it, but if I think that he thought I deserve it, so she brought the tax to come and attack me. So whatever happened, if I did, she deserves it better.
Thank you.
That was Madam Dr. Hannah Bisu, NDC National Women's Organizer and the current CEO of the Minerals Income Investment Fund, speaking to my colleague Fauzu Masaudu, who is currently at the one of the polling stations, one of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place within the Ablekuma North constituency here in the Greater Accra region, where the Electoral Commission is organizing fresh elections in 19 polling stations, where it hopes to bring a finality to the much awaited who becomes the Member of Parliament for the constituency. For the past 7 months, they've been without a Member of Parliament, and a lot of people have raised issues as to why a democratic country like Ghana, where it must have representation in Parliament, that constituency does not have. And so who speaks for them? Who ensures that development goes in that constituency? So hopefully by 5 p.m. today, the wait may be over and the Electoral Commission will be in a better position to declare who becomes the Member of Parliament for the area. 2 women are contesting that seat, Erabna Oben of the NDC and Nana Ekuya Usefiye of the NPP. Fred, so you were giving us a history of the constituency before that interview came in.
I mean, do you want me to comment about it?
No.
I want to say something small about the interview, if you allow me.
Sure, you can.
I mean, it's very unfortunate where our politics has gotten to. I mean, where we are now justifying actions of the past with actions of the present. You see, it's sad and disheartening that, yes, somebody was beaten in 2019. But you see, it can still not be a justification.
It can never be. The more reason why I do not wish to comment on, because I may say certain things I'm not supposed to say.
It still not be a justification for it to happen in 2025. You see, it's, yes, you feel the pain of the NDC women's organizer when she says, look, I was beaten. And I believe that this is the woman who led tax to beat me. That's, you can feel her pain. But you see, it still doesn't justify the fact that after 2019, we wait till 2025 and we say, okay, because I was doing it, if somebody did it to her.
To a fellow woman.
That's unfortunate. We can't allow our politics to get to where it's getting to. That is why it's gotten to a point where we need to bring to an end this particular kind of politics. Because when you go on social...
But Fred, we cite pronouncement from a national women's organizer, someone who was a very key position in the party, making such a comment, then I'm not sure the thing that we want to end will end.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was
someone who leads the women wing of the party.
I was leading there. I was heading there. I was heading there. See, there's been too many hits in the past, both between the NDC and the NPP. So the NDC, the NPP would justify and say, oh, you know, some time back in Akwetia, see what happened to us. NDC will say, oh, we went to Tolong, something happened. NPP comes, NDC comes and says, we went to Aoyaso West Wagon, see what happened. NPP will come and say, oh, we went to Ablekuma North, see what happens. You see, we cannot continue to be justifying our present actions with the past. That's why, from my earlier submission, I said, look, it needs to end. And how this thing would end is when action is taken. If it happened in 2019, or happened in 2008 or 2007 or whenever it happened, right? if the police had taken action, if the perpetrators of this violence, of this illegal act, were arrested, put before court, and jailed, people will not find it attractive to be doing what they are doing. So as leaders, fortunately for these people, Hanabiso, you find yourself in the position now where you can make a change. That is why we voted for you. That's the main reason why we voted for you. Ghanaians bought into your change and reset agenda and voted for you, hoping that you are not going to repeat what happened in the past, or you are not going to support what happened in the past. Like she says, they are saying the NDC is not involved in this. Whether the NDC or the MPP, we still have tax coming into electoral voting areas to do things they are not supposed to do. We need to take action. She's a senior member of the NDC. She's a senior member of this government. And it starts with her and all other people. First, to ensure that justice is done. One, for the people who have faced these things in the past. And the people who are facing it now. If you cannot give justice, then you have no business holding yourself up as a senior member of government. In fact, you have no business putting yourself up for elections. So the responsibility lies on the National Women's Organizer of the NDC, Dr. Hanabiso, and the NDC as a party, and the NDC led by John Mahama as a government, to rewrite the wrongs and ensure that the wrongs are not repeated. If people in the past have committed this and we have them, pick them up, put them before a court, and let the court decide their fate. The people who did this today, pick them up and ensure that they are dealt with. That's the only way this thing will stop. Otherwise, we'll come back here another time and we'll be hearing of the same thing which happened in June 2025, July 2025, and somewhere 2019. So, I mean, for me, I don't buy into this response of hers when it comes to the actions which have been taken. Regardless of whatever has been happening to you, we cannot support the continuation of violence, and it needs to stop. And she needs to lead the charge, especially when you are the leader of the women's
wing of a political party, not just any political party, the governing party.
You need to put the past behind you and ensure that it doesn't repeat itself.
The more reason why I'm restricting myself from making a comment on this issue. But then you said it all, Fred. You really said it all. So let's go back to.
So we can come back to the numbers and how the Ablekuma North constituency has been performing. So
understand government has also, spoken on the violence that has, taken place in the Ablekuma North area, the police station that we are talking about, and then the deputy government spokesperson, Shamima Muslim, addressed journalists in Parliament. Shortly, we'll bring you that video and what exactly she said in respect of what happened at the police station where there was violence and the assault on a journalist by a senior police officer. And very soon we'll bring you that video clip on what Shamima Muslim said when she met journalists at the Jubilee House. Meeting the presidential press corps. But Fred, before that, you were let's go through the numbers.
Yeah, so
the numbers again. So I was saying that with the figures here that you're giving us, it means Ablekuma North is super stronghold of the MPP.
Very, very blue, deep blue. So we gave you a history from 2020, where the vote difference was over 20,000. 2016, same. When you go to 2012, where Joe Appiah was the candidate for the MPP. He had Ras Mubarak being the candidate for the NDC. Joe Appiah had 53,115 votes, whilst Ras Mubarak garnered 34,534.
Ras contested that seat at point in time?
Yes. Ras Mubarak, that's before when he lost.
Before he went to Kumbungu.
He went to Kumbungu and won Kumbungu and later lost.
Oh, okay.
So he started his whole parliamentary ambition from the Ablekuma North constituency. It will shock you that even Felix Kwache had attempted this seat before. Felix Kwache attempted this seat, but did not make it onto the ballot sheet because he lost
contested
primaries.
the primaries.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because he lost primaries. So this has been a seat where a number of influential and non-NDC people have tried, but could not make it. So you look at 2012, you look at the vote difference. 53,115, 34,534. You would realize that this is in the range of about 20,000 vote difference. 20,000 vote difference. And it goes to tell how blue the constituency is. We go to the Ablekuma North again in 2008. Let's see what the results will be in 2008 in the Ablekuma North constituency. Justice Joe appeared again. This time he went with Ashford Terrier Smith. Joe Appiah had 45,630. Ashford Terrier Smith had 30,150.
That was the NDC's candidates?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is about a 15,000 vote difference. So you see the trend in the Ablekuma North constituency. 2015, so within 2015, and it's quite huge.
Yeah, 15,000 votes is huge.
This is huge. This is huge, and this is in the 2008 election. Let's look at the 2004 elections in that same constituency and see how the figures were like in this constituency. Kwamina Battles, 2004, 55,999. As against MPPs as for Terrier Smith, 27,988. Quite huge, more than 15,000.
Yeah.
More than 15,000. And that's been the trend since 96. So Ablekuma is comfortably an MPP-dominated constituency. They win presidential, they win parliamentary. We're having a conversation as to why the two parties would take this election seriously or believe that they won this election. The MPP, as we said, have always known that Ablekuma is deeply blue. And after that defeat in 2024, you have an opportunity to keep one of your strongholds, which everybody has known to be yours. So that is why you see the MPP pushing on. That this definitely we won, because this is our constituency. The NDC feels like the margin has been so huge over the years. Now you enter an election and you look across the country and you see deep blue constituencies falling. And they look at the numbers as to the 262 polling stations within the Ablekuma North constituency which have been collated. And you have a difference of about 42, 43 votes. The NDC believes that, look, if we can reduce the vote from 20,000 and now we are about 43.
Yeah. It means Vim Day.
I mean, we are confident on winning the seat. That's why it's become this intense when it comes to the contention, when it comes to the Ablekuma North seat. Each party believes that they need to grab the seat. Maybe for the NDC, they feel like this is an opportunity. Maybe the next time we might not win it again. For the MPP, it says, look, we need to increase our numbers. It builds up confidence within the base. You understand? It will build up confidence within the base. As we speak now, the MPP is at the point where it's at its lowest, trying to rebuild a party. And in rebuilding a party, winning an election like this brings some confidence. So they are putting in everything to ensure that the confidence is brought back. So it's a very dicey situation when it comes to Ablekuma. And as to whether people will accept the results or people will not accept the results.
That is another question.
That is fully dependent on how this election is conducted. And as we said, outside that one polling station, generally, the election has gone well, peaceful in the other 18. And we are hoping that it would continue like this. What we are also hoping is that after this declaration, everybody accepts the result. But if people decide not to accept the result, they need to go through the laid down procedures to challenge the results. Not violence, not talking plenty, not the shouting, chobe, chobe.
If only they will listen to you.
If only. We should, you see, I'm of the belief that we shouldn't be giving our politicians the opportunity to have the option to listen to us to do the right thing or not to do the right thing.
Because there's precedent.
Yes, we should stop giving them that opportunity to be choosing whether they want to do the right thing or they don't want to do the right thing. They should follow what the law says. They should follow the procedures. I mean, I don't now believe, if they'll do it. No. We should ensure that they do it. Follow the procedure. Follow the right process. If you think that at the end of the election, results are, ballots are counted, and you lose, and you feel like you didn't lose fairly, go through the process and lose, and ensure that whatever it is done.
Okay, Fred, just hold on for me a bit. Earlier, I mentioned that the government has also spoken on the violent incident that took place at the St. Peter's Methodist Church at Odoko, one of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place. Deputy government spokesperson Shamima Muslim spoke to members of the presidential press corps on the development and also the assault on a journalist or a reporter by a police officer in that same enclave.
I'd like to say that it was unfortunate and it is completely unwarranted, and to reiterate the position of government as has been clearly espoused by the Minister of Government Communications, the Honorable Felix Kwachu Ofosu. Government itself takes a very serious stance, especially on security agencies meting out unwarranted violence against, civilians under any circumstance. And what we are happy about is the swift action that the Ghana Police Service itself has taken in interdicting the officer in question and removing the particular officer from the operation that was ongoing in 19 polling stations. We shouldn't be seeing the kinds of visuals that we are seeing, and so we would like to encourage everyone to allow the process to go on smoothly, and anyone found in breach of public order and the safety of civilians, I think that the Ghana Police Service should act accordingly.
Shamima Muslim, Deputy Government Spokesperson, speaking to journalists at the Jubilee House of members of the Presidential Press Corps on developments at the St. Peter's Methodist Church, one of the polling stations, voting to elect a new member of parliament for the Ablekuma North constituency, one of the 19 as the Electoral Commission has put it out there, that they are voting to elect a new member of parliament for the area. It's been 7 months, they've never had a member of parliament. Also, a journalist was assaulted by a police officer. The video have gone viral. The leadership of the police, has interdicted the said police officer and has withdrawn him from the operations currently taking place, the police operations taking place in the constituency as we speak. And so Shaima is condemning that one, and then the violence that ensued there. The way for government to go.
I mean, this is what we should be hearing.
Yeah.
These are the utterances from our leaders who should be hearing, condemning the acts and assuring that the police will take action. People who are involved in this will be punished. Not what we heard from the National Women's Organizer of the NDC. This is what to be the posturing of government going forward, where we say, look, the acts we condemn, and as we always say, we will not accept this. This is what government should be saying. And I commend our senior colleague, Shamima Muslim, who is now in government, for speaking this way. This is what we should be hearing, and not what the others are saying. I was beaten, so somebody should be beaten.
No. They are forcing me to make a comment.
No, Sammy, I mean, I'm deeply disappointed. I
am equally disappointed too. Very disappointed. That comment by the
women's organizer of
Hanabisu. Very disappointed.
I am glad.
A CEO of a state agency.
I am glad.
A woman. You are excited that another woman has been beaten. And you are excited.
I mean, I'm glad.
I think I reserve my comment.
I'm glad that Shamima Muslim. I'm glad that Shamima Muslim has come, and she is a spokesperson of government, and we will take this from government.
Yeah.
We will take this from government that we are looking into it, and would ensure that the people who are engaged in this thing will be brought to book. And we are not only going to accept the words, but we hope that they'll go further from words to action. But for the very first time, or for this very comment, we are glad that she said it, and we are looking forward that they'll put their words into action.
We expect some arrests to be made. We really expect some arrests to be made because, as Fred said, we can't continue to have this go on every election cycle. Every election cycle, whether it's a by-election or a major election or, you know, I call this one a mini by-election. Yes. That's how I call this Ablekuma.
This is a rerun.
A rerun. No, for me, I call it a mini by-election. So we shouldn't expect these things happen all the time in every election cycle where people are assaulted, people are beaten up, journalists are not spared. But journalists, they will retire, Charlie. We understand the Ghana Journalists Association will also address a press conference on the assault of the reporter. The GJA, the new leadership of the GJA, will speak on this matter and also issue some directive or some instruction as to how the police service and the IGP and the leadership of the country's security will go about in dealing with this matter, because the assault on journalists has become one too many, and the GJA has been very vocal in condemning these acts and have called for the arrest of persons who are involved in all this. So as and when the press conference is on, we'll go live to the Ghana Journalists Association or the press center here in Accra to bring you live feed on what the GJA will say as far as the assault on the journalists by a serving police officer is concerned. The Ghana Police Service has issued a statement. They've withdrawn the said officer and they referred him, interdicted him, and referred him to the PIPS units of the Ghana Police Service to look into the matter. We are hoping that an announcement will be made and the public will get to know the sort of punishment that has been given to this said police officer who was seen in this video clearly assaulting, a journalist who's gone to one of the police stations to go and do his job as a reporter and ended up being assaulted by the same people who are supposed to protect us. If they are rather assaulting us, then where are we supposed to go? Where do we run to? There's a live coverage of the elections in 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency here in the Greater Accra region, where the 19 polling station is electing a new member of parliament. Already 200 and over 200 election has gone on, and so they are just waiting for this 19 to be added on, so that at least the constituency will have a member of parliament. For the past 7 months, they've not had representation in parliament. In the midst of this whole election, there were allegations of vote buying, accusations and counter-accusation of vote buying and the rest. The Greater Accra Regional Minister, who happens to be the head of the Greater Accra Regional Security Council, spoke to journalists about this whole allegation of vote buying, which was flying within the constituency during the election process. Let's listen to exactly what she said.
And they have to come and vote. So if such people come, you have to give them TNT to go and vote. I don't think it's a vote buy. Are you there? So if you think it's a vote buy, you need to go and buy the vote. It's as simple as that.
But there are concerns that it could affect the integrity of the process. Are you minded?
I mean, which one is integrity? If someone is loyal to you, why not? The person will vote for you. With or without money, the person should be able to vote for you. So I don't think he's going to, giving the person TNT. But this morning, I had to call a couple of people. I was at Maskili the other day. I gave my numbers out. And people are in Kumasi, others, Takwa, and others were in Eastern Youth. So I told them when they come, they should call me so that I'll give them their TNT. And I don't think this is good value. Just to support
but it's, you know, but
I don't think that influences them in any way.
It doesn't. If someone loves you, the person loves you, irrespective of
but honorable, giving money to voters in and around the voting center is
we are not giving, point of correction, we are not giving money. I'm saying that we are supporting them with their TNT. When someone calls you, looking at where I am, I don't also have Momo on me. So if someone should call that she doesn't have a transport, and for instance, I say, okay, pick an Uber. When you come, let me pay the Uber, and I pay the Uber. Is it vote by?
So it is transportation in monetary form.
Yeah, if the person is MPP, I don't think the person will call me. Obviously, the person is an NDC. That is why she called me, so I have to support. And equally, the MPP people also call them for TNT. So, this is not news.
But are you concerned that it's happening around voting centers?
It's happening around voting. Yeah, if the person should come and vote, why are you going to get the person? In the voting center. So you give it to the person at the voting center.
Judakan, my colleague on the ground, speaking to the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Oklu, who is also the chairman or the chairperson of the Regional Security Council here in the Greater Accra region. In all this election process, one issue that has dominated media discussion is the violent incident that took place at the St. Peter's Methodist Church at Odoko. That's what everybody's talking about. And if you look at the election, it's been peaceful, and it was peaceful until that violent incident took place, which has dominated discussions across the country. Now, there have been a number of reactions to this particular act from the NDC, from the MPP, and from observers who witnessed exactly what happened at this police station. Let's go back and hear some of these reactions from both leaders in the NDC and the MPP and eyewitnesses who saw this whole incident unfold.
Let us all allow, and if anybody crosses the line, that person should be dealt with. So you should just simply treat crime as crime.
Come to your attention.
No, not at all. But to check that. Where would this happen? Well, it's not everything that will come to our attention. But since it's a journalist and since it's a police officer, we'll be happy to know what it is. Then we'll find out what is the circumstances. And if there's something that we need to do, we can assure you that we'll do it.
Finally, violence breakdown somewhere in Odoko. Has that also come to your attention?
Not that we've heard, no. Because we're also going around. So after that, we now call those in charge to find out, this is what we've observed, this is what we've heard. What have you seen or heard so far? Because, about an hour ago, I spoke to the IGP. So far, is everything going well? Everything is going well. We are stepping out to see what is there. So, okay, we are also coming. They are also going around. I said, okay, so we'll keep comparing notes till evening.
Will there be a crowd control at the Collation Center?
Definitely, because we all know collation centers could turn out sometimes with all the nature of difficulties. What we can assure you is that we'll provide adequate security to ensure that everything will be peaceful.
Honorable Manibwama, the military, you mentioned that the military was not going to take part in today's exercise. Based on what we've seen here, do you say it was still a call in the right direction?
It's obvious the military is not involved. And that is how it should be. This is a civil exercise. We are not at war, and so we should not get the military involved. And as you've seen around, it's been the police, the Ghana Immigration Service, the prison service. They fall under the Ministry of Interior. And we believe that that is the way to go. What we experienced in Ayawaso West Wagon should not be repeated.
So you don't regret
what we experienced in the year 2020, where 8 Ghanaians were killed just because of elections, should not be repeated. And this is the way to go. And this is what President Mahama wants. It should be a peaceful exercise, and people must just exercise their franchise. We should note at all times that it is not the entire constituency that is voting. It's only 19 polling stations. And because of the clustering system, you may have different polling stations voting at a particular location. It doesn't mean yours is part of the 19 polling stations that are voting today.
The police were helpless at the time these well-built macho men stormed here. Based on order in Sweden, do you still stand by your decision not to deploy military persons? 2024, December, pink sheets were burnt here. Do you still stand by your decision?
I don't think you are being fair to the police when you say the police were helpless. The police are a very professional institution. When you don't see them reacting with force, it doesn't mean they are helpless. This is where you may go wrong, just lowering the threshold to invite the military. If it becomes abundantly clear that the military should restore order in any part of the country, the military will do it. But the military should not be the first point of call. We have seen it in this country, where the military was able to storm the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Is that what we want? Is that the democracy that we want? This cannot be the
police officers were running away.
This cannot be the democracy under President Mahama. President Mahama is different from President Kufuor. You understand? So, let us give the police the maximum cooperation. Is the reason I'm here jointly with my brother and colleague, Minister for the Interior, to observe things for ourselves. Let's give the police the maximum cooperation.
What's your assessment of the process so far, particularly here?
All the polling stations that we've been to so far, I would say so far, so good. Any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana.
Does that include this particular center?
Saying that any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana Police Service, and trust that they will do it. They are capable. Thank you.
This is not the democracy that we want to see in Ghana. Our supporters are being attacked by thugs in the presence of the police, who have been unable to protect them. The candidate, Ekwefrie, has been attacked. Our Kumsing has been attacked. Our deputy national organizer has been attacked. So many of them, Oko, Asante, many women have been attacked. After every election, we want to see that the democracy is being enhanced. And this is very important for the peace and stability of our country. You recall that the background to this particular by-election is that the police had told the EC that they were unable to provide security to collate three pink sheets, just security to collate 3 pink sheets. For some reason, they were able to find security to conduct elections in 19 polling stations. And today, our people are being attacked with the police presence and unable to provide security. We don't want the country and political parties to start to think that they have to provide for their own safety. This would be a recipe for disaster if every political party has to raise their own army to give them protection during an election. But this is the message that is being sent. What we have to be clear about is that the people who have perpetrated these acts have been caught on video. I call on the president to take action, and all the people in charge of this country, the administration, to take action to bring the perpetrators to book. This is the only way we can deter this in the future. But we have seen them, and let me assure them that should they not be brought to book, we will not forget. They will be brought to book no matter how long it takes. We will not forget what has happened. We want peace in this country. This is not the democracy that Ghana wants to see. And so it is very important that these sorts of terrible acts are not encouraged.
I'd like to say that it was unfortunate and it is completely unwarranted, and to reiterate the position of government as has been clearly espoused by the Minister of Government Communications, the Honorable Felix Kwachu Ofosu. Government itself takes a very serious stance, especially on security agencies meting out unwarranted violence against civilians under any circumstance. And what we are happy about is the swift action that the Ghana Police Service itself has taken in interdicting the officer in question and removing the particular officer from the operation that was ongoing in 19 polling stations. It shouldn't, we shouldn't be seeing the kinds of visuals that we are seeing, and so we would like to encourage everyone to allow the process to go on smoothly, and anyone found in breach of public order and the safety of civilians, I think that the Ghana Police Service should act accordingly.
Shamima Muslim once again, Deputy Government Spokesperson, condemning the violent act that took place at the St. Peter's Methodist Church at Odoko, one of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place. Earlier you heard the Interior Minister, the Minister of Defense, as well as other senior government officials who have visited the scene and are touring the entire 19 polling centers to assess and have first-hand information as to what really is happening on the ground. Talking about the ground, let's go back, because my colleague Hansen Ajimai is at one of the polling stations observing proceedings there as the time check. I'm sure in the next 1 hour, 30 minutes or so, elections will be over across the 19 polling stations. Hansen Ajimai is at one of these polling stations. He joins us to tell us really what is happening on the ground. Hansen, if you can hear me, what can you report?
So, Same, unlike the St. Peter's polling station here at the Lord's Pentecostal Church polling station, I might say that voting is ongoing peacefully, and you're not seeing a lot of people surrounding the polling station as you would have seen at the St. Peter's Center. I can also say that the Ghana Police Service is getting ready for the period of sorting, counting, and declaration of results at the polling station. I can say that these police officers are beginning to get ready, putting up the protective gear. But we have been told that while they put up the protective gear, we cannot in any way film them, but when they are done, we can showcase this to viewers. And so this is the center, and this is Center C. We are told that during the main election, there were like about 4 polling centers here, but it's just one of those centers that have been affected by the issues that have resulted in the current situation as we have it. One other thing that appears to be running through the various polling stations that we visited has to do what appears to be the low voter turnout. Of course, it's not 5 p.m. yet, polls have not closed yet, and so people who are eligible to vote still have the opportunity to go to the various polling stations to vote. But with what we've gathered so far, a lot are doing less than 50%, or just a little above 50%. This particular polling station, we're told there are about 560 voters expected to vote at this station. However, just some 240 persons have actually cast their ballot when we checked with them about 5 minutes ago. And so, Sami, that's the situation here. You can see one of the commanders of the Ghana Police Service. He's having an interaction with the Electoral Commission officers, trying as much as possible to get at first hand information on what exactly is happening and how security is here. So in your shot is one of the voters who's come in to cast his ballot, and it's a regular or a normal voting process where their names will be checked against the voter register. Their identity will be authenticated or verified by the biometric verification device. They will be issued a stamped ballot paper where they'll move to the ballot booth, and then they would now vote for their preferred candidate and put it in the ballot box. It's important to state that for this particular election, the Electoral Commission has decided not to do the collation in the constituency itself. And so the collation, we are told, will be at the EC's old head office, which is somewhere around Ridge. The police officers, as I discussed, are still putting up these protective attacks. But Sami, I can't say that it's peaceful here at the Lord's the Pentecostal Church polling station.
The EC give an explanation why they want to take the collection center from the constituency to the old EC office. Is there a reason?
The EC has not given any reason as to why it's made that decision, but you'll be you know that when the incidents or the challenges with collation in some of the constituencies came up, initially it went to the National Police Training School at Tesano, and then it was later referred to the EC headquarters, where collation was done for some of the disputed constituencies and were finalized, with just the Ablekuma North constituency outstanding. And so I believe that it is in the spirit of that operational arrangement that they are deciding to send it to the Electoral Commission headquarters. Mind you, the Electoral Commission's old head office is one that they understand and know very well and can restrict access, unlike perhaps doing it at a third-party building where chaos may erupt. But of course, we've had the assurance from the security capos, respectively the ministers who are in charge of the various security sectors, that of course the process will be adequately policed by the Ghana Police Service, and that there will not be any military involvement, save for the disturbances that happened at the St. Peter's Center. They say that all efforts to ensure that this election is peaceful have largely been successful.
Hansi, before I let you go, you have been with the Equia camp for a while now. Are they still confident that they are going to win the seat following the violence that took place in this polling station? Are they still beaming with confidence of winning?
Well, I can't say they are confident, but they insist that they are still in the race. They believe that the people of Ablekuma North would, for what they describe as would be the conscience of the nation, and stop what they describe as the injustice or an attempt to snatch a seat that they've won from them. And so she and her members, now together with a host of party stalwarts, as well as individuals from the camps that are seeking to lead the NPP, even though the party itself had given its position that it was going to boycott the election. These persons who are participating in the name of the NPP regardless, they are confident of victory. But Sami, I must say that when you go to the various polling stations, you see a lot more of NDC members, a lot more of NDC personalities who are observing events at these polling stations. But of course, until the election is over, sorting has been done and counting has been done and declaration done. I mean, you cannot in any way conclude on what the situation really is. But at this moment, I think that we can give you a glimpse of the preparations here at the Lord's Pentecostal Church. A lot of the police officers are done now, dressing in their protective attire, and I believe that this is something that we may be seeing in all the polling stations as preparations for the end of polls, counting, collation, as well as declaration of results. It's important to say that there's been like adequate security in most of these polling stations that we've observed, and for every single polling station we've had not less than 10 police officers. I mean, in your shot we have more than 10 police officers. There are still some police officers stationed at the entrance of the polling center, and so there's of course adequate security. But what also is needed is that level of deliberate actions on the part of the police when persons start and begin to cause mayhem. But it appears that they're about to do a short parade ahead of the start of the end of vote. And so yes, Samir, as you can see in your shot, these are the officers who are getting ready for the end of polls, where sorting will be done and counting will be done.
Hansen Ajimai, thank you very much. In your short, police officers preparing for the close of polls in one of the polling stations, one of the 19 polling stations where election is taking place to elect a new member of parliament for the Ablekuma North constituency. There's our coverage of the election, or the 19 elections in the 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency here in the Greater Accra region, where today, finally, the people of that constituency will have a representation in parliament, or a member of parliament, after 7 months of absence. And there's our coverage on Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. My name is Sami Wiafe, and my colleague is Fred Tete Jabana. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue the coverage.
No matter how far you run away, you always come back to where you started.
Tortured, mutilated, fingers cut off.
I'll lend you the money. My boss believes in giving players another chance.
You don't know what to do if you don't have the money to pay back. Come and listen to me.
Sir, it's done. Good. 1 week. That is all you got to pay up.
You've been gambling. Again.
Unfortunately, we're still chasing shadows. He's clearing the board to make way for something bigger.
How could you do this to us, God? Who's there?
I gotta fix this.
Drowning in deadlines, data running wild. Let's fix this together. Join the evolution. Join the sharpest minds in HR at the HR Connect Conference 2025 on August 8th at the Marvin Peak Hotel, Accra, under the theme Empowering HR Excellence, Leveraging Data, Resilience, and Wellness for a Thriving Workplace. It's not just another conference. It's strategy, tech, wellness, and a few smart laughs too. panels, keynotes, real talk, and real solutions. Let's lead, connect, and transform the way we work. For further inquiries and bookings, please call on 0541 222 365 to secure your seat. HR Connect Conference 2025. Lead, connect, transform.
Still on the old My DSTV app? Time to make the switch. And yes, it's as easy as it sounds. Just download the new My DSTV app and log in as you normally would. Everything you need is right there. Your account, your settings, your offers. It's a smoother way to pay, upgrade, reconnect, or clear errors. All in fewer steps. No hassle, just more control in less time. Download the new My DSTV app, made to make it easy.
Sister, me dad, dear Betty, be an amium, me. I could eat that. Me many tears, some of them is a kind of say, you made us to take it. Sika, sit there to the moon. Did you so more? Baggy the one, yeah. Never be free. So, what you say bag number? One number to show. Wow. That's a minute one for you, Panama Solio.
This Sunday, prepare for a divine encounter. Edinham Bright Davis hosts the deeply anointed and ever dynamic Reverend Pajo Makwe on Adoration, a powerful time of spirit-filled worship and praise like never before. Tune in and experience the overflow as he ministers under the unction of the Holy Spirit. Let every heart be lifted. Let every soul be renewed. This Sunday at 10 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't just watch it, experience it. Adoration, where the presence of God is real. They've shared everything, but now one twin is getting married and the other is left with questions she never thought she would ask. Is it wrong to feel left behind by the one you love most? This Friday, Chris Carter and her sisters unpack a sister's honest confession and the emotions many are too afraid to voice.
My twin sister is getting married soon, and while I truly love her and I'm happy for her, there's a part of me that feels deeply unsettled. It's not that I want to take her joy away, but being twins, we've shared everything: birthdays, childhoods, memories, even heartbreaks. Is it wrong to feel this way? Or am I just being truthful about an emotion many wouldn't dare admit? Warmly, a conflicted twin.
It is valid, you're being human, but you should learn to control how you feel. If you think you do not know how to do that, then I think you should seek help.
As quickly as that thought came into your mind, let it go. Be happy for your sister and help her go through this process and be there for her. Do not envy that which is not yours.
She should make an effort to. She has a lot of goodness in her. Like we have said, it is natural, it's human for us to once in a while feel that way, but do not dwell in it.
Tune in to Sister Sister this Friday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't miss this episode. Sister Sister, real stories, real women, real talk. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Gino. Gino truly cares.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there?
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
You see and hear the gunshots almost every day of your life.
In Cape Town, 79 children were killed in just 3 months. A community fights to stop the violence. But is there a way out? BBC Africa Eye, inside Cape Town's gang wars.
No matter how far you run away, you always come back to where you started.
Tortured, mutilated, fingers cut off.
I can lend you the money. My boss believes in giving players another chance.
You don't know what to do if you don't have the money to pay back. Come and listen to me.
Sir, it's done. Good. 1 week, that is all you got to pay up.
You've been gambling.
Unfortunately, we're still chasing shadows. He's clearing the board to make way for something bigger.
How could you do this to us, God?
This is Channel 1 TV and this is City 97.3 FM. We're still bringing you a special coverage of the Ablekuma North polling station rerun. We'll take you quickly to the GJA because they are addressing some troubling incidents we saw earlier in the day where some journalists were attacked.
Salome, Nati, while they were diligently covering the parliamentary election Rerun in the Constitution, in a way, while they were discharging their constitutional mandate. This deplorable incident occurred at the moment when the Vice President of Ghana, Her Excellency Professor Nana Opoku Ajiman, and the Minister of State in charge of Government Communications, Honorable Felix Kwache Ofosu, were given assurances of supporting the GJA in the fight against attacks on journalists and ensuring a favorable environment for the media to operate at the swearing-in ceremony of the newly elected National Executive of the GJA in Accra. This stark contrast between stated commitment and on-the-ground reality is deeply alarming, unfortunate, and unacceptable. Video circulating clearly captured the uniformed officer slapping Mr. Banahini, despite the journalist being visibly identifiable in a branded outfit and performing his duty. According to our colleague Banahini, he was covering activities at the polling area when the officer approached and demanded that he leave the premises, and he told him he could not do so because if he leaves, he would not be able to report on event that unfold behind him. And let me say that as journalists, one of our core responsibility is to what? Shed light on darkness. This is one of our responsibility. That wherever there is darkness and there's a media, or the media show up, definitely there's going to be light. We are going to expose the hill. Mr. Boye narrated, and I quote, suddenly he shoved me and slapped me across the face without any provocation. I had not wronged anyone, unquote. He said the force of the slap left his eyes shaking, praying that he would not suffer any long-term damage. This egregious act is a direct assault on press freedom, a fundamental pillar of our democracy, and a blatant disregard for the rule of law. We are told Mr. Banahini explicitly identified himself as a journalist and explained why he was present at the polling station. However, the officer reportedly ordered him to vacate the premises before assaulting and injuring him. The GJ is glad that Mr. Banahini has filed an official complaint with the police and also visited the hospital in the area for treatment. We understand that he has been discharged and has been given some medicine, but he is still experiencing pains in the eye. The GJA views this incident with the utmost gravity and is appalled that officers in uniform who are expected to know better and protect civilians and journalists against attack are the ones callously attacking journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, journalists play an indispensable role in ensuring transparency, accountability, and public access to information, especially during critical electoral process. Any attempt to intimidate, harass, or physically harm journalists in the line of duty is an affront to democratic principles and must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. This incident is particularly troubling as it involves a member of the Ghana Police Service, an officer for that matter, an institution entrusted with upholding law and order and protecting all civilians or citizens. Such actions by a police officer do not only undermine public trust in the security agencies, but also severely tarnish the image of Ghana as a country that respects human rights and press freedom. We have seen the statement by the police administration, which announced the interdiction of the officer involved in the attack. The GJA commends the police administration for the swift action, but we demand an immediate, thorough, and transparent criminal investigation into this matter, since it's a case of assault. And assault is a what? It's a second-degree felony. We call on the Inspector General of Police, IGP, Christian Tetenyonu, to act and ensure that swift and decisive disciplinary action is taken to serve as deterrent to others. We want the police to be bold in prosecuting their own officer involved in the dastardly act. This time, the full glare. And it's captured. Yes, it's captured on camera. The video circulating. We can all see it. Everyone can witness it. Somebody drew my attention that assault is not second-degree felony, but we have said that a premeditated assault. is very grievous, because before somebody will attack a journalist, meaning that it's something that the person has planned, that this area, since I'm here, I will not allow any journalist to come here. And it's the reason he tried to avoid, or he tried to prevent our colleague from discharging his constitutional duty. So we see it to be what premeditated, something that has been planned already, and so we cannot treat it as a what, as a felony, as a how do we call it, misdemeanor. Sorry, we can't treat it as a mere misdemeanor. Police, I believe that this is a serious issue and cannot be treated as a mere misdemeanor. We know what the police can do. Sometimes they will have to met out weak charges just for the person to get weak sentences. This time around, we are going to follow this matter closely with all seriousness. We are going to follow this matter, monitor it closely with all seriousness with our lawyers involved. Justice must be served for Mr. Banahim. A clear signal must be sent that such impunity will not be tolerated within the Ghana Police Service. We urge all security agencies to educate their personnel on the critical role of the media in a democratic society, and to respect the right of journalists to work without fear or intimidation. The safety and security of journalists are paramount, and any threat to them is a direct threat to our collective freedom of expression and the integrity of our democratic processes. The GJA stands in unwavering solidarity with Mr. Kwabena Ajekum Banahene and Salome Nati, who was also assaulted by unknown hooligan, and will offer all necessary support to ensure that justice is served. And for bit of clearance, Ms. Salome Nati is also a reporter with the multimedia group, and I mean Joy News, the Joy brand under the multimedia group, who was also attacked by some unknown hooligan, unknown tag. We will continue to monitor the situation closely and engage with relevant stakeholders to prevent future occurrences of this abhorrent practice, especially in light of the renewed assurances from government for a free press. Your colleagues, based on this, you can be rest assured that this is the same Jufort administration who stood and fought for the protection of journalists, who stood to defend press freedom at all times. We are ready. We have come with renewed commitment to consolidate the gains we made during the first administration, to do more, to achieve more. And I can tell you that under the first administration, attack on journalists will definitely come to an end. Thank you, and thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Another round of applause for him. So we'll be taking questions. If you have any questions or clarification, you come up to the podium, you mention your name, your media house, and then you ask your question. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Charles Ozukumi. I work with City FM and Channel 1 TV. First of all, congratulations to the new executives for GJA. My question is, the officer in question, following his interdiction, has been referred to the Police Professional Standards Bureau for further investigation. You mentioned that you want an open inquiry into this matter. What exactly are you asking for? What kind of investigation are you seeking? And then the macho man syndrome, which seems to be part of our elections lately, aside the journalists that were assaulted today, a former member of parliament was also assaulted by these macho men. What is the GJA stance on this very matter? And the way, especially the way the police were helpless in that polling station when these macho men invaded the polling center.
Thank you, Obusukumi. Do we have any more? Any more? Yeah. For now, it's just Obusukumi on macho men. I'm sorry?
Who's that macho man?
No, he has a question on the issue of macho men. What's GG's position?
On our macho. Thank you so much, and thank you, my colleague. As I concluded in my remarks, I still want to charge all of you here to remain focused and not to be intimidated. We currently have one of the most vibrant media in Africa and in the world. In terms of media pluralism, in terms of vibrancy, Ghana is among the top or key countries with vibrant media pluralism. Now, let me respond to what our brother said. We said thorough. We know very well how the police asset work. If the police is interested in the matter, police officer slapping a civilian and the police issue, and let me borrow the words of my former general secretary, a wobbling statement. They know the officer who slapped him. Police would have been quick to bring out the name of a civilian who had committed such attack. But with their own officer in uniform, with the face that they know it's a divisional commander, it's called Lumo, they have the name, they know it's division, but the police did not mention it in their statement. We are not going to sit down for the police to toy with us and pretend as if they are doing their work. You cannot issue a 2-paragraph or 3-paragraph statement and expect us to trust that you are doing this work. Mr. IGP, you need to set up. We have said it. We are going to ensure that if you don't provide us with the security, we will ensure that we use the weapons available to us to protect ourselves. If the system is broken, we will fix it. And so that is why I'm saying that we are going to ensure that the police will not do anything in what? In darkness. They will not keep anything away from us and from the public. And that we are going to follow it. They should be transparent enough. We should know when the process starts. We should know what charges they are going to prefer to him. We should know the interrogation, the charges when they are going to process him to court. We won't sit down here and they will say that he has been interdicted. And so it's enough. He has to face criminal charges. And that is what we are saying. And it must be transparent. You understand? We all know the process. Have they cautioned him? Because the statement just came out. Where is he now? As if because if a police officer is involved in this, he should be by now detained. Have they cautioned him? Have they granted him bail? On what condition? So we are saying that today is Friday. We are giving the police up to Monday to come out with a full state of investigation report on this matter, involving their own man. And like I said, under this tenor, or this term of President Jufo, we are not going to take it kindly with the security agency, especially the Ghana Police Service. Christian Yonu and your men and women in uniform, you must sit up. It is time to ensure that the safety and security of journalists are not compromised. We will make sure we will hold you to discharge your constitutional mandate by protecting what? Lives and properties and enforcing law and order in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The issue with the macho men.
What did you?
I think
what was the question about what? Colleague, first of all, DJ don't have muscles to fight macho men. We will use pen. Are you getting me? Yes, we can only expose the ills and wrongs of the society. And the people responsible in ensuring or protecting lives and property in this country is the men, our men and women in uniform, the police. And they are the people, they are even attacking us. They should rather be attacking the macho men. They should rather be stopping the macho men. They should rather be ensuring that there is no hooliganism. It is very saddening and sad that the police administration under the current government, at least IGP, a first test, litmus test, is Ablekuma, and the public will attest whether the police have failed or they passed the test. The first litmus test under Yonu, we are going to assess it as media, as public, as citizens of this country. You see whether the police has failed the litmus test or they pass. Thank you so much. So on the issue of the macho men and all that, in the previous administration, we know they banned vigilantism and all. And so there's nothing like vigilantism. Now, we have all of them are under the name hooliganism or tax. And hooliganism or tax is criminality. Are you getting me? Because we all know that even when civilians were even exercising their democratic right, their civic right by protesting, and there were excesses in terms of excess of hooliganism, we saw what happened. They were remanded. They went behind bars for 2 weeks. So if there's such hooliganism, we as journalists, we need to make sure that we drum home, we amplify our voices by writing, by using our microphone and calling that this hooliganism must stop, must end. We are in a country governed by rule of law. And so we should let the law take its course. Why encourage hooliganism and tax in a very, should I say, democratic environment? Colleagues, let's all help. I believe that Ghana, we have come far, and I hope that even though we have a long way to go, there's more room for improvement. It will take you and I to ensure that we guard and protect the democracy we are enjoying today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on that note, we'll conclude our press conference for today. The President will be giving the translation shortly for those who need some explainer or some further translation in.
Okay, let me do it quickly so that before
what instructions are you expecting the police to take?
No, but it's about the way now. Yo.
So that's the president of the Ghana Journalists Association addressing many issues that have come out from the elections. We've seen former ministers being beaten. We've seen party executives being beaten. We've seen journalists being beaten as well. We'll go through all, but let me introduce the gentleman with which I'll be having today's discussion with, or who will be part of our final coverage as we enter the last lap for this special coverage of the Ablekuma North polling station rerun. This is Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM. If you are on any platform via social media, it should be Channel 1 TV or City 97.3 FM. I am Vivian Kai Loko. Welcome to our special coverage. In the studio, I have Richard Delasky, who will be part of our discussion. Richard, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here.
And I also have Umar Sanda Amadou, who will also be part of our final discussion on the coverage. Gentlemen, welcome Pretty interesting day it's been. I don't know whether to say your typical Ghanaian election where you see quite a number of incidents dotted across, you know, by the time the elections are over. But it's been an interesting journey from morning, from 7 a.m. all the way to 4:32. The GJA president just spoke about some incidents, disturbing ones we've seen. We'll start with that to do with the journalists, because we are journalists, and anything that affects us negatively, we have to amplify them. He has said, condemned what has happened, not happy with how it's been treated so far, believes that the policeman, for example, his name should have been, you know, brought up by now, and certain action taken, among others. Let me start with you, Sky, on your thoughts so far of what we've seen. First, the beating and attacks on the journalists, and the actions following after that from authorities, and then the statement from our president, which is the GJA president.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vivian, for the opportunity. And we are once again here in service of the Republic. And I must say that I'm particularly disturbed, really devastated by the videos we've seen. And I do not think that a democracy worth its name should see an election degenerate the way we're seeing from the Ablekuma North constituency. The journalists who had gone to cover this whole exercise went there to bring democracy to the doorsteps of the good people of this country. It is through their lenses, through their words, through their photographs that we are able to see exactly what's happening in this constituency. So that when they put everything aside to serve this republic, it is utterly irresponsible for a party agent or a police officer to act the way we've seen in the videos in circulation. It is completely unacceptable that an officer would act the way we have seen. Of course, I do know that there are always two sides to an issue. And we are not exactly sure as to what would have been the events that led to that particular incident. But there cannot be any justification for the unacceptable use of force in the manner we saw. Completely unacceptable. It was unprofessional, and I would dare say it was an act that was in excess of what you would have called reasonable force in any stretch of the word. And it is important that the officer responsible is held fully accountable. And we expect that beyond the administrative actions that will be taken by the police, which we told something has been done, has been interdicted pending full investigations into the matter. At the end of the day, if culpability is established, that indeed he acted outside what a reasonably competent officer would have done in the circumstances, I think there should be criminal prosecution. Because you cannot treat a citizen of this country the way he did, let alone, you know, reach out and slap a journalist the way he did, no matter what would have been a provocation, if indeed there was one. There was no basis for doing that, and I condemn that in no uncertain terms. And I want to take the opportunity to sympathize with the gentleman who was unfortunately malhandled the way he was malhandled, and wish him a speedy recovery, because we understand he's still receiving some attention, or that he's received attention but is still in pain as we speak. I wish the family all the strength necessary to be able to deal with circumstances like this, because I do know that we all have families we leave every day to go and do what we do in service of the Republic. And for you to step out to serve the Republic and become a headline maker in the manner he's been reported, it's something that would disturb the family. There are those that tell us every day that, look, this work you are doing, I don't want you to continue because of A, B, C, D. But we still do it nonetheless. So I can only offer the family some words of encouragement that this is the time to actually stand by him, encourage him, give him all the support that he needs to be able to recover. I must also extend the same well wishes to the radio station or the media house that he works with. We're told that he's from the EIB network, if my memory serves me correctly. I do know that these are difficult times. Sometimes when these things happen, colleagues quickly want to abandon their posts and get something else doing, because in any case, I mean, if you go and die in the line of duty, I mean, journalists, what normally happens to us, I've seen many of my colleagues die like that under very, very challenging circumstances, sometimes following the president, or sometimes they get harmed one way or the other. I think that this should not discourage them. They should continue to do what they are doing dutifully, responsibly, and let's ensure that Ghana's democracy is properly covered. I would also extend the same words of encouragement and comfort to the Joy FM or the multimedia group journalists who also suffered some violence. The circumstances we are still looking into, but it would seem that something happened to her. And again, that was completely unacceptable. The people responsible have got to be found and dealt with. These were thugs acting completely recklessly, and there should be no place like that in our democracy. And I would urge the police to act strongly, act decisively, get these guys arrested, and so that after investigations they will face the full rigors of the law. That is what I would say, and then also to extend the same words of encouragement and sympathy to the young lady, and then also the family, and then the media house that she works with. And I also want to celebrate our president for taking a decisive decision to address the Ghanaian people on this particular matter, and then also to call for criminal prosecution the way he has. I think that this is where we draw the line. We must underline this and say that it should never, ever happen again.
All right. Well said. Marisanda.
Yes, Vivian. So thank you. And indeed, I want to just start where Sky ended by thanking the GJA president. He has shown that our thumbs were not wasted when we went to vote for him. And when I say we, the generality of Ghanaian journalists, he is showing that he indeed cares for us. And this swift response by calling a press conference and making the demands he's making, I think is something we should commend. He cannot go and beat up anybody in retaliation. He cannot go and arrest anybody. He can only call for action. And I'm happy that he has even asked for criminal prosecution, because what we saw was an assault, clear, unprovoked assault based on what we saw from the angle we saw it. I looked at the video a number of times trying to see if I can make sense of it, but it doesn't make any sense. Because from all indications, the journalist was not even engaging him. He will appear to be engaging someone else, and only to be slapped by this police officer on the right side. Let me say that the media house, the EIB group, through their platform GH1, has issued a news card, and they've identified the officer involved, and it's not a low-ranking officer. Yeah. It's not a recruit from yesterday, based on what they have published. Because what they have put out is the Adentan Divisional Commander. His name is Lumo. And they say that he's the one who has been identified as a police officer who assaulted a GH1 journalist. Now, to be a divisional commander, that's higher than a district commander and higher than a police station commander. So that's like a very high rank. I do not know what his rank is, because I'm not good at reading ranks based on the uniform I'm seeing here. But if you are the divisional commander, it means you command a number of districts under you. If you are a Denton commander, then other district police stations are under you. And if you behave this way, then you are teaching your other junior officers to be engaged in hooliganism. What we saw was clearly not policing, not professional policing, because if it was, the police would not have withdrawn him immediately. And I'm happy, we must commend the Inspector General of Police and the Ghana Police Service that they withdrew him quickly from the place, and they say they have interdicted him, and they've also referred him to PIPS, the Police Professional Standards Bureau. I think based on that, we could say that is worth commending. I want to see quicker action than this. The same way they have quickly withdrawn him, The same way they've quickly interdicted him, we should also quickly hear. I have had a case with the PIPs before. I know how long it took. And as we speak, I'm not really sure what the solution has been. I don't want this one to also become one. I mean, police is your friend. That is what they want us to believe. They want us to believe that the police members are members of the community, ordinary people. Now, a journalist, I always say this, a farmer goes to his farm, he doesn't get attacked. I mean, a doctor goes to their hospital and they don't get attacked. Why must a journalist come to a scene and then gets attacked? The police need to start knowing that we work together with them. We are not in competition and we are not enemies. I do not think that guy at that time was in, he said, and based on the interview I saw him afterwards, Banahini is his name, he said he wanted to just observe what was happening in the inner perimeter. This is an election that everybody had eyes on. And it is we, the journalists, we dress up every day and come to work trying to give everybody in this country access to what's happening. And that place is a public place, it's not private property. So I don't understand why a police officer would slap somebody simply because he's brought his cameras to showcase. It means there's some darkness there that you do not want to be seen. The journalist is supposed to shine light on dark spots. So if you are preventing the journalist from working, then you are the evil person who is trying to conceal evil.
But why would you even want to single him out? Because there were others there. You didn't
I don't get it. And like I said, if you look at the video, and I've looked at it a number of times, I do not see any provocation. And even if it was, there's a level where provocation can be used as a justification for assault of this nature. But this one, it doesn't look at it on the face of me. And the young lady from the multimedia group, again, that is a very, very terrible and terrifying one for her because she appears to be young, she appears to be new in the profession. And if this is how she's introduced into this profession, I worry for her because she may just give up on the whole profession because listen, I mean, what happened to her again is not right. And I've seen other journalists who were suffering from the pepper spray that was pushed into the air. But when you go to places like these to cover, these are things you would anticipate.
The spray, the hot water spray.
You should expect that. I mean, the police use what they call minimum force. I mean, so if they use that and it's reasonably justified under the law, it's okay. So when you go as a journalist to also do your work, sometimes you also have to protect yourself. Because in the charged atmosphere that we saw, I mean, it will take a lot of professionalism on the police not to target. They may identify.
There will definitely be excesses.
Exactly. So I do not think the pepper spray bit can be stopped because it's a crowd control mechanism. Luckily, it's not the William Ruto kind of thing where he said they should shoot their legs. Luckily, no gunshot has been heard. And for me, when I kept watching, I said, thank God there's no gunshot. Because you see, that wouldn't just throw everything off gear. Okay. And I'm also happy the soldiers didn't come there. And I'm happy the Minister for Defense issued a statement earlier saying there will be no soldier there. At least we know that the official security there is the police service. And because today is Friday, they are wearing their camouflage and it's easily identifiable. Anybody else is operating differently. Then we'll talk about the thugs. So when we get there, we'll talk about it.
So for our viewers or listeners who are joining us for the first time and are now catching up on the coverage of the Ablekuma North polling station rerun, I'll give you two videos. One to do with the gentleman who was slapped by the police officer, and then the second one to do with the Joy FM reporter who suffered some bit of discomfort and pain following this pepper spray. So let's go and see what really happened. So that's, I'm trying to understand the Joy FM lady, what really happened. The video is a bit short and it shows the end of the whole, incident where there's a gentleman who has a bit of, I don't know whether you are the lawyers, it's right to say threats and all that.
There's only one lawyer here, please.
Okay. And then pushes the lady out of the place, whether he's helping or not helping, and then her colleagues take over and she picks something from the floor. Yeah. I don't know whether you have a different...
I have tried to make sense of the video, but you do know that, again, this job we do, we know of angles. So there are always different angles to a single story. So based on the angle we have this video from, the guy who appeared from her back does not appear to have assaulted her based on this angle that we are looking at it. And you see, he approaches from the back, and if anything at all, he pushed her out of the way or carried her and pushed her away. I do not see him slap the young lady on the cheek, but I do see she walks away and now she's holding her cheek. And I saw later photos where she had a red eye.
Yeah, and if we can bring those videos as well of later, what happened to her?
So unless she was assaulted and the gentleman followed her after the assault to this place, based on what I have just seen here, it's too short and is not enough for us to be able to make a determination. But of course, like I said, there will be various angles to this particular one. So maybe if we're able to get her, because the guy goes back after coming to that place and doing whatever he came to do, he should not have roughly handled her the way he did. That is of course something we should say. But I do not see him directly touch her face. I mean, battery is a very loose issue because just touching someone without their permission is also battery. So it could be something that you could say he has battered her. But to have said she has been slapped by him, at least from this angle, I don't see, unless he was chasing her from wherever they were coming from to this end. Okay, so that's on this particular person. On the gentleman from GH1, you notice the police commander was directly in front of him, and if that's a guy who is supposed to be the police commander according to GH1, he moves closer to her and just slaps her. There was negotiation happening. Now, based on his rank, he would be the senior most amongst them. He should have had a level head and calm head, but he decides to go on the offensive. Rather, junior officers are moving this guy away. And you see, the guy is properly branded. You see his jacket, you know he's a media person. If there's anything you could have arrested, there's something they call protective custody. You could have arrested him and said, we're going to put you somewhere until we deal with this matter. They would have arrested him there if they wanted. But he beat him and said, as in, you could literally see him say, free alcohol.
Leave the place.
Why? He should leave. Is that your father's compound? I don't think this is proper, and I think he should be dealt with based on what we have seen. I do not think he has any justification for what he has done. Even if he has that assault, who gave him that power to behave the way he did? I think it is wrong on all levels, especially on this particular one. I've seen another video where a lady with ATV, I'm told she also suffered from the aftermath of the pepper spray or the tear gas that was fired in the atmosphere. But this particular GH1 spectacle, reported spectacle, I think it is wrong on all levels.
Sky, how else can journalists go about this coverage of, highly tense political events without being assaulted one way or the other? The guy is in his jacket, the guy identifies himself, people are restraining the peace officer, he still goes ahead. Similar circumstances, we've seen. What can we do to minimize or eradicate these things? I mean, you've been on the field several times, you've also experienced these things, but found your way at the end of the day not being touched, and we pray it ends this way till you go to your grave. But it's been unfortunate for others. How do we get it right to avoid these things?
Well, it happens at many levels, but let me deal with the officer involved. I mean, first of all, if you are a professional and you suspect that a journalist or someone who should not be within a certain parameter is there, there's a way to talk to the person to leave the space. And you do that professionally, inviting the person courteously, and when necessary, command the person to leave the space. But that is after you have done what is reasonable in the circumstances to get the person out of the space. And where it is necessary to effect an arrest as to prevent the person from interfering with the process, again, there's a way to do that. So you talk to the gentleman. First of all, are you allowed in this space? Where's your accreditation? And all of that. You cannot go beyond this. You talk to the person in a truly professional way. Now, the use of violence, slapping a journalist, there's nothing professional about that. The only way or the only situation in which a police officer is entitled to use force is where he is using the same either to suppress someone who is a threat to public peace in the true sense of the word, or where the person, you know, that force is needed to actually effect the arrest of the person, or to prevent the person from running or, you know, escaping arrest. You understand? Or to prevent the person from committing, what do you call it, a crime that would amount to violence being meted out to somebody else. So, for instance, when to just lean out and then give him a slap the way he did, completely unacceptable. There's nothing professional about it. It appears to have been premeditated. A criminal act that has got to be prosecuted before the courts criminally. Of course, having said that, I also do know that there are circumstances that would sometimes invite criticism of the media, because if you look at the regulations, there are spaces that are reserved for only EC officials. And those spaces, no matter whether you are a journalist or you are an observer or whatever it is, you are not to go beyond those spaces. For instance, if you are covering an election and we see you try to get behind a person who is voting in order to zoom in and take a shot of how the person is exercising his or her franchise, that is in excess of professional requirement and legal requirement, because the law says that the person is entitled to vote in secret. So the moment you cross the line there should be a way to get you out of there. But even in doing that, there has got to be reasonability. But the way the officer conducted himself cannot, by any stretch of imagination, be understood to be an act or conduct that qualified to be called professional. It was completely unacceptable, and we cannot in any way justify that. But then also, I also remember clearly when we were doing investigative journalism training with the World Bank Institute, Washington, D.C., there was one of our professors who advised that if the project is too dangerous, don't do it. So if you are a journalist and you find yourself in a space, and you do know, you read the room, you read the temperature, and you are very well aware that pulling out your camera, pulling out your microphone to record what is going on will most likely put you in danger. You don't do that. Even if you have to record, then you have to be discreet about it. You understand? You don't see people fighting and they are very angry and then they're attacking everybody, and then there you pull your camera and then you zoom in, you say you want to go and film them. In that case, tempers may flare out and you will become a victim as opposed to being the person who is actually carrying the news and recording everything that's happening and funneling it to us. So I would urge my colleagues who are out there, because the situation is still very much tense. The results have not yet been, the ballot box, what do you call it, papers have not yet been counted. And you would expect that if we are not careful, the situation would escalate again. It is important that if you are out there and what you are covering, the situation is too dangerous, don't get involved, because at the end of the day, if you die, it wouldn't have been worth it. Your parents spent so much money on you to raise you to this point. You don't have to prove anything. If you have to film it at all costs, be at a safe distance and do that. If you have to record the voice, whatever, confrontation, whatever, do it discreetly and get out of there.
Right. So I want to give us, our viewers, some scenes from the third incident around a journalist having to do with ATV reporter who also suffered some bit of pain, discomfort, and distress from the pepper spray, we're told. So that's what you're seeing on your screen, if we can put that on the screen. So you see her colleagues and other people trying to, you know, help her, giving her some water and all that. Another pretty disturbing scene we're seeing over there. This is a casualty from a circumstance, I believe.
Excesses of the job.
Yeah.
Maybe if you want to call it the profession. I mean, when the police realize that there's a crowd that needs this person, I think based on their crowd control, they have various steps, and I think the firing of tear gas is one of them. All of us here, we've covered demonstrations, and all of us here, we have seen tear gas being fired and hot water from the hot water cannon. And like Sky has already said, if you're a journalist covering a confrontation of this nature, you should always be aware of your environment. Yeah. You should be aware of your environment for people who are listening into your conversation, who may interpret or misinterpret what you're saying. So be careful. You should also be aware of your environment in case there is some missile being thrown your way. You should be able to duck so that you can continue with your reportage. You should also be aware of your environment for someone who is trying to assault you, either a slap, a punch, because someone may want to do that. You should be aware of your environment.
Right.
And of course, you should be aware of what's happening in the air, like the firing of tear gas and pepper spray, which when it comes, everybody then, the idea is to try and get everybody out of the space. And I do not think that it will pick and choose who to attack or who not to. But again, if you look at security reporting kits, they will tell you to have a handkerchief with you, put water, cover your nose, cover your eyes, and all these things. I have had encounters with pepper spray and tear gas, and I know that you all have. If it was not targeted at her deliberately, then we cannot necessarily say someone is at fault. If it was shot in the atmosphere and she happened to have inhaled it, of course, then we cannot blame her. But if it was directed at her, someone purposely points it to her and says, I'm shooting at this girl with this gas to immobilize her, then that would be wrong. We should hear from the media house. We haven't heard from her media house, ATV, to know what exactly the circumstances are. But clearly she's disturbed, and we pray that she gets well and gets over it.
Okay. So it's 5 o'clock on radio. You would have said if it was 5:30, you had said 17:30 GMT. But it's 5 o'clock, and some polling stations have officially closed. I want to take our viewers and, of course, our listeners to the grounds and pick one of our reporters on the ground, Jude Duncan, who is at one of the polling stations where voting has closed and preparations for counting has begun. So, Jude, if you can hear me, where exactly are you and what is the situation there?
Vivian, I'm still at the St. Peter Society Methodist Church in Odoko. I've been here since 5 a.m. in the morning. At a point in my early morning walk through some of the polling centers, I visited other polling centers in Odoko. I got here back at around 10 a.m. and I've been here since. Voting has ended. The very last person here at St. Peter Society Odoko just finished casting her ballot, and now voting has officially come to an end. EC officials are about to break the seal of the ballot box for sorting to be done and counting afterwards. The voting booth where voters would have gone in for some privacy to make their decision has been dismantled by EC officials now as they prepare towards sorting the ballot and the subsequent counting of it. As I speak to you right now, there are in excess of about a little over close to 100 police officers, or possibly even more, some of them fully armed to the teeth, some of them with their helmets, some with a shield. We've seen also some officers lining up here in a formation-styled kind of position. We've seen formed police unit officials also make their way in here. Rapid Response Force unit of the police also earlier joined their colleagues here. I've seen a couple of senior police commanders also here inside the perimeter of the St. Peter Society Methodist Church. Now, Vivian, after all what ensued here, there's a strong or a heavy barricade protection at the entrance, fortified by the presence of some security officials who are still stationed outside. Now, we are being told that no official without the relevant or the necessary accreditation will be given access to where the counting will be taking place. Now, journalists have also been barred from making their way inside the inner perimeter. So we've all now been positioned at the wall, a very short wall in front of the church, where we are going to observe the proceedings, the sorting and the counting. Only accredited election observers and the party agents have been given access into the sorting and the counting area. Heavy police is here. We've seen some officials from the Ghana Ambulance Service. They've also been here since, and a couple of election observers who are standing on my extreme right with their white cap on, and they've also been monitoring the process. But very shortly, sorting will take place. Earlier in the day, I engaged Mr. Fred Tete, who's an official with the EC, and I posed the question to him about the possibility of extending the voting hour here, considering the violence that broke out. But he's mentioned to me that no such extension will take place, because if you look at the number on the list and the expected voters here, he at the time said he was confident that there was still enough time for voters to make their way here and vote. At the time I spoke to him, which was about 2 hours ago, we were told that a little over 117 people had voted. But from that time up until now, the number might have gone significantly higher, considering the fact that I've seen quite a number of people walking after to vote. Mind you, the total of expected voters here is 464. 2 hours ago, 170 of them had voted. I'm not sure what the exact number is now, but as I speak to you, Vivian, sorting is currently ongoing. The presiding officer is seen sorting the ballots, after which counting will be done. Records will be taken, and all will move, or the officers, the EC officials, will move to the Greater Accra Regional Office, where the collation for the remaining 19 polling stations will be collated. Then a winner declared. So that is the state of affairs now as I speak to you at the St. Peter Society Methodist Church in Odoko. It's been relatively calm now. It's been more peaceful now, considering all that has happened earlier in the day. And like I said earlier on, sorting is ongoing. Counting will begin shortly. Then we will know who would have emerged victorious at this location and in some other centers where voting took place today in the Ablekuma North Constituency. Vivian.
Oh, this was, to say, the hot spot for the day, this particular place you are. The people who are there now doing their job, whether they are journalists, whether they are EC officials, etc., how are they feeling? I mean, we see videos or pictures of police all over the place, making sure that the place is safe and all that. But do they really feel safe in doing their work, whichever way you find yourself?
Vivian, could you kindly come again with your question?
I was asking the people over there, whether it's the EC officials, whether it's the journalists and others who are there, even residents who have come to see the voting take place, the counting take place, whether they feel safe because of what we experienced earlier in the day and the place being a hot spot now.
I spoke to some colleague journalists who've also been here with me covering the happenings in real time. They mentioned to me that at a point they didn't feel safe working. In fact, I spoke to some party agents. They had to literally run for their life. They mentioned to me that they didn't feel safe also working under the conditions. Now, when the EC official got out, I asked them a question with regards to the MPP party agent, because they were also attacked. In fact, one party agent had pepper spray on her face. For which reason she couldn't continue with her work as a party agent for this particular election. Now, we are being told that that particular party agent from the MPP was replaced. The EC officials told their boss, Mr. Fretete, that they are okay. they don't feel any pressure, intimidation whatsoever. Some residents have been calling for an enhanced police presence here. We've seen that happen. The IGP himself visited the location. He spoke to the ESA officials and he spoke to his men on the ground. Now, we didn't have the privilege of hearing from the IGP, but Member of Parliament for Asin Central, Reverend Tim Fojo, spoke with the IGP. When he came out, I asked him his thoughts around the engagement he had with the IGP, and he mentioned to me that the IGP was just assessing the situation on the ground and was also admonishing his men to be professional. Tim Fojo, as you all know, is ranking member for the Security and Defense Committee of Parliament. He mentioned that after the election, the minority will definitely assess the situation here and come up with a comprehensive report on the way forward. But if you are asking whether onlookers here feel safe, I would say that the police presence here is quite significant. It's unlike we've seen at other voting centers, and it's definitely unlike we saw in the morning when we got here. Some of them are armed, some of them have protection equipment on, some of them are holding their batons, others have their helmets on. So it's a heightened, security presence. As to whether we feel safe standing outside, it's still very crowded outside. But the police are here and they've been assuring us that they have what it takes to control the situation should anything untoward happen, and they are here in their number. A little over 100 or close to 100 of them are stationed here at various vantage points. Some of them are even outside on the street. I've seen police vehicles with sirens fully blowing on, also parked at certain vantage points. About an hour ago, I saw the FPU tanks also patrol the street. So it's calm now. Relatively, I mean, if you compare it to what the situation was early in the morning, and in the afternoon, I must say, calm heads have prevailed now, and we are expecting a very smooth sorting process, which is currently ongoing, after which the counting would also be done, and we would have known who of the candidates or which of the candidates would have won the St. Peter Society Methodist Church, which has now become what you can describe as a hotbed if you consider the fact that in December 2024 we saw some level of chaos here, and now during the rerun we've also witnessed some chaos here. But Vivian, back to your question, it's relatively calmer. As to whether people feel safe, that will be very difficult to tell.
Identified any key officials from both sides, the MPP and the NDC?
Yes, so Vivian, what is currently ongoing is that I've seen some NDC party officials. Mustafa Gbande is currently here. He is an official at the presidency and also a deputy general secretary of the NDC. In fact, he was one of the key persons or the architects, in calming down some of these agitated persons who initially came in here and caused the kind of violence we've seen here. I've seen the national organizer of the NDC, Mr. Joseph Yamin. He's also been here for quite a period, and he's been engaging party supporters, urging calm, urging restraint, calling on them to be calm for the process. And we've seen the Okaikwe North MC, who incidentally is now acting as the party agent for the NDC, also here going through the process. Sorting is ongoing, they are not done. Counting will begin shortly, then we'll know who would have won. But yes, some party officials are here. About 30 minutes ago, I also saw Mr. Moses Abo, who is a former national executive of the MPP and a former parliamentary candidate for Ayawaso Central. He also came here, he interacted with his party agents on the ground and left shortly afterwards. But as I speak to you now, it's only Mustafa Gbande and Mr. Joseph Yamin I've seen here engaging police officials and other EC officials stationed here.
So of any MPP person?
Yes, I've not come across any MPP person so far.
Okay.
I was saying about some 30 minutes ago, I saw Moses Abo, who was a former national executive of the MPP and a former aspirant for the Ayawaso Central Constituency.
All right.
He was the only, well-known MPP person I've seen aside the party agency here. But that was about some 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
As I speak to you currently, I've not cited Mr. Moses Abo here.
All right. Jude, stay safe. We'll come to you in a bit as counting starts in the place that you are. We'll take you to another spot. Our colleague Fauzu Masawodo is there at one of the polling stations, to give us the latest over there as voting ends. Fauzu, if you can hear me, welcome. Okay, we'll raise the lines and go back to Fauzu at a point. So, gentlemen, voting ending, sorting started, and security beefed up to ensure a better process for the next period as the results will start trickling in at a point. Do we like what we see from that hotspot?
Well, I mean, before we even go to the report that our colleagues brilliantly gave us, I think it's important that we condemn in no uncertain terms the violent attack that we saw some persons direct at the former member of parliament for the Uwutu Senya East.
We'll come to that.
We'll come to that.
Yes, we cannot do this without going to that.
Yeah,
so we'll come to that.
Yeah, because it's okay. Okay, so if you say we'll come to that, but then we'll come to it.
Because we are just finished with the journalist, and then we had to go to Jude because he had reports on the latest to do with the sorting and voting closing.
So your question, Vivian, is about what we think of what's happening. The fact that policemen and soldiers are outside also trying to take photos, for me, is a thing. Now, we do know that per the law, okay, so is a policeman helping people take photos? Per the law, we do know that you are told after voting, go home. After 5 p.m., come and observe the sorting and the counting, which is what we expect to be happening. By now, people would have been standing around and counting along as they count, right? But they've been barricaded out of the church compound. And
based on what happened?
Based on what happened. So maybe the necessities demand that they do what they do. My only difficulty is, okay, so I've seen, I think when Jude was mentioning to you the NPP officials, the former NHIS CEO just before NPP lost office, I think he appears to be the NPP agent there. He's wearing a blue smock. Yeah. His name has just escaped me. So he's standing there. I don't know whether they would have a megaphone. Da Costa, Abuaji Da Costa, thank you so much. I don't know if they would have a megaphone so that the people outside the perimeter would hear what is happening. Because the sorting and everything is happening in there, it's in the quiet. Our camera had to do a lot of zooming before we could show the people the table where the sorting is happening. I think that may take away some flavor from the whole process, because our reporter was reporting from outside the wall. He was with his camera. Everybody else is outside, and even the police personnel and soldiers, some of them appear to be outside. Now, it is for good reason that they've cordoned off the place. But I'm just wondering how they're going to transmit the information and how people are going to really truly see what is happening. Maybe they could have planned for a screen that they could screen to the people outside to see what is happening inside. But if it is to prevent further chaos and further violence, I think it is good. Let's wait and see what happens at other polling stations. And this is just 19 polling stations. Wow. On December 7, we're covering 30,000 polling stations. So I don't think, in fact, this morning when I woke up, I didn't expect that there would be problems in 19 polling stations. I thought it should be an easier walk in the park. We finish everything and then we are gone. Not knowing man plans, but God has his own things. And it appears that the hoodlums were planning something else against what we were planning, and they've come to do what they did.
Okay. Let's go to Fauzu quickly to give us the latest from where he is. Fauzu, if you can hear me, welcome.
Thank you very much, Vivian. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, great. Where are you, and what's the situation? Has voting ended and sorting started, or even counting started?
Well, I'm currently live here at the Pentecost Church in Odoko North polling station. So there are two polling stations exactly here at the Pentecost Church at the northern part of Odoko, polling station 2 and polling station 4. Well, polls have closed. In fact, counting and the declaration of results have been done here. I'll run you by them quickly. So polling station 2 had 67 expected voters, out of which the New Patriotic Party's candidates, that's Ikuya Owusu Efriye, polled 15. NPP's candidates, Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye, polled 15, while the NDC's candidate, Irabna Oben, polled 18 votes. 18 votes for Irabna Oben. Now, when we go to polling station 4, the New Patriotic Party's Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye polled 21 votes. Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye polled 21 votes, whereas the NDC's Irabna Oben polled 38 votes. Expected voters were 37. 137 registered voters were expected to cast their ballot here. So this has been the results from the Pentecost Church at North Odoko polling stations 2 and 4.
Okay, Falzo, hang on. Please go through the results again. The station and the results again.
Right. Very well. So polling station 2, the New Patriotic Party's candidates, that's Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye, had 15 votes. Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye had 15 votes. That's for polling station 2. And then NDC's candidates, that's Irabna Oben, polled 18 votes. Irabna Oben had 18 votes. And then when you go to polling station 4, still here at the Pentecost Church at North Odoko, New Patriotic Party's Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye polled 21 votes. Nana Ekuya Owusu Efriye had 21 votes. And the NDC's candidates, that's Irabna Oben, polled 38 votes. 38 votes. Expected voter, registered voters expected to have cast their ballots here was 137.
Right. Okay. Please carry on.
Yeah, so that has been. Let me try and see if I can engage the mayor for Tema, Ibi Bright. She's been on ground. I mean, since morning I've been reporting here, and Ibi has been very busy. Ibi, what do you make of the outcome of? I mean, I know you have had an eagle eye, particularly at this station and others around. What do you make of the outcome?
Well, it's, I mean, to be expected. Like I said, it would have been better if we used the original results, or if we had the original results, because it might have been, you know, an even bigger margin for us. Like I said, everybody is tired, exhausted, and this you know, wasn't in our plans, but we stepped up to it and did our best. So the point is, though, like I say, is time will allow for revelation and redemption, and that's what has happened today. So this is not something that is surprising or shocking, hence, you know, the very subdued reaction. We're just waiting for this to be over because we anticipated this result already. And the fact that, you know, we've had to go through this kind of stress, you know, just to confirm a result that, I mean, we had anyway, is what is sad. And I just want to thank God that he's endorsed my sister Irabna, and I think that we're looking forward to delivering for the people of Ablekuma North, because they're 5 months behind the rest of, you know, the nation. And so we need to concentrate on justifying the confidence that they reposed in her 6 months ago. So that's, I mean, that's just it.
Honorable, from what you are picking around, yeah. I mean, it's really taking shape now. How does it look for your candidates, really?
I mean, election's over completely. I mean, the results are in, so we already know what it is. It's not how it's taking shape. It's already taking its shape. Okay. The shape was already declared several months ago, 6 months ago, even 7 months ago. But I mean, it just took us this long, I mean, to give ourselves the stress to get to this same destination. But if this is the destination or the process that satisfies, you know, all righteousness, then we're glad that we've been able to get it done. And also, it's important that we take the lessons from this process and find more productive ways to ensure that we don't have to put the nation through this.
Well, clearly voter turnout was not encouraging. Do you think that if we had a more significant voter turnout, that would have inured to the benefits of the NDC?
Absolutely. I still believe that the original results were the best picture for us, the best picture for Ablekuma North, the best picture for Ghana. And I mean, this for me is just an indication of what that picture was. Because, I mean, you don't expect a great turnout under these circumstances anyway. So we don't think that the turnout is an indication of any fault of ours. The turnout is just the indication of the fact that we're frustrated, we're having to go through this. But if we must, we will, and we have. So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, earlier when I engaged you, I asked you of your assessment of the process so far, and you said things, you know, at the time had gone on smooth. Do you still maintain that position, given the pockets of chaos that has occurred in some polling stations?
Well, I hear that there have been some disturbances elsewhere, and of course we had our own share here.
Absolutely.
But we managed that, because you see, when things happen, the reaction can be inflammatory, or you can, you know, understand the situation and immediately apply remedies. This is what we did here. So, but I want to commend the police service for taking prompt action. We had an individual here from their own fold that was really creating problems. But we quickly got it under control with their response. And I'll say that beyond that point, everything else is good. But because there was more significant trouble, at least in one other area, let me say this. These things are what we inherit from, you know, a situation of hopelessness and trauma. So there's been precedents that now bring us to this point where we're building a culture of the possibility of these kinds of things. So it's high time that we go back into the past and examine the current situation and be truthful about the remedies that we must apply to make sure that this doesn't go on again. You know, having said that, if we do things in the most transparent manner and people don't have to be traumatized and stressed, then we won't have this kinds of situation. You know, I wouldn't say because of that the process hasn't been free and fair and peaceful, because after all, you still have a margin for some of these excesses we had in the general elections.
So that's to conclude that E.B. Bright think that this process has been free, fair?
Generally it has, just like the general elections. I was one of the casualties of the general elections that we had in December last year. I mean, my seat is still in a state where it shouldn't be, same as this one which we are now resolving. But if you look across the whole picture, it doesn't make it a failure for the whole elections. It just shows us where there were issues that we need to address going forward. And I think the same thing has happened here. And so since this is a recurring issue, we need to look at the security around elections in general. And I think we'll get there.
I just want to put you on the spot really quickly before you go. You mentioned your seat. I mean, the last time I checked, there were a few legal issues surrounding the, you know, the Tema Central seat. Given that you are a mayor now, would you let sleeping dogs lie, so to speak?
Well, my being a mayor doesn't take away the will of the people or their mandate.
So are you still going to pursue your legal action so far as the outcome of the Tema Central parliamentary election in 2024 is concerned?
To be honest with you, I don't even think that it's my arbitrary choice, or it should be, to decide to throw away the will of the people when there are illegalities and irregularities that have been, have been committed. And I stepped up to be their representative. So the only thing I can say is that that situation persists, and we're looking for a resolution, you know, moving forward. However, for me, Ablekuma North was even of, you know, utmost importance, because you don't even have anyone there, either good, substandard, capable, or bad, to be there. My sister needs to be there for their sake. We'll deal with my issues moving forward.
But if should a rerun also be a resolution in Tema Central?
If that's what the decision is, we'll do what we have to do.
Thank you so much. So E.B. Bright is the mayor for Tema. She was also the NDC's candidate for Tema Central in the 2024 general election. You heard from her. She's been monitoring events here at the Pentecost Church in Odoko North since morning, and other polling stations within the Trimami enclave. So Vivian, this particular polling station has been notable in this whole rerun process for a few incidents of chaos and what have you. One that comes on top of your mind is the assault of a GH1 journalist who received some slaps from a police officer who was subsequently withdrawn, and the police service says that they have commenced investigations into the issue. So this has been the situation here at the Pentecost polling stations 2 and 4 in Chimami in the Ablekuma North constituency. Vivian, if you can hear me.
Right, thank you very much, Falzo Masawodu. Keep safe. We'll come to you in a bit to give us more. So that's some results coming in. Jude's place, the results are in. That's the St. Peter's Methodist Society, Odoko Polling Center. Nane Free had 77 and Irabina Alban 130. We're told the total votes cast was 207 and the total number of people there who could vote 467. So just about half of the people turned out and we saw what we did.
Less than half. That's just troubling. I mean, I was actually thinking about turnout for this particular election. Now, I made a point that if the MPP really wants to win this seat, then they need a lot of people to show up and vote for them, because they have told us the reason they lost 2024 is because many of their people didn't show up. They had an opportunity to make a point and get their people out to vote for them so that they could justify or explain their defeat in 2024 and say, you see, we told you that our people didn't come out, that's why we won, and that NDC isn't any exceptional. You see now that the Odoko people or the Ablekuma North people are out to vote for us, we have won the seat. However, the MPP has been confused about this electoral process since last week, where the General Secretary issues a statement and says, we are not contesting. As we speak, if we should go by the NPP itself, all the NPP people there are engaging in an illegality. According to the NPP at the national level, the rerun that we are seeing today is an illegality. And for that matter, they will not take part in it. That's what the official Elephant Party has said to us. What is happening now, where Free and her friends are there, and you listen to all of them, they say, oh, I'm here to support Ekia, she's my friend. Oh, she's my neighbor. Oh, she's a widow. Oh, I'm here to support her for ABCD, not because my party has asked me to. If you have a party that has said that its people should not take part in an election, you should not be surprised if they don't have people showing up to vote, when already they lost 2024 and claimed that people didn't show up to vote. Where they were not told not to show up in 2024, they didn't. Now that they have been told not to show up, I mean, nobody will expect them to come out. So if MPP loses this election in that constituency, it will be because of the voter turnout. And if the voter turnout is low, the MPP is not going to retain that seat.
But the supporters, as well as some executives and others that have been there, I'm talking about the MPP people, say the people are being intimidated, people are being threatened, and from what we are seeing, it's a deliberate strategy by the NDC to stop their supporters from coming out to vote. Vivian,
Ablekuma North has over 100,000 people on the register. In the 2024 elections, we had 34,000 apiece between the MPP and the NDC, the number of votes. That seat has always been blue, from the Honorable Kwamina Bartels through to the Honorable Joe Appiah, through to Sheila Bartels, even Ekia Free herself. So it has always been an MPP seat. We saw violence today, which distracted the exercise. But every confusion, all the violence we saw put together, I'm not sure lasted more than 2 hours. If NPP was able to get its people out there to vote, which constituency it has always won, and it claims that it has the numbers, we should have been seen.
Sandra, hold on a bit. Let's go back to Jude. He is speaking with Yamin, and then we'll come back to you, and then we'll look at some of the incidents, other violent incidents we've seen today.
At this particular location, what's the feedback you are getting from other polling centers?
Well, it's positive because the other polling station just close by also has the NDC winning. And this is a typical MPP area that even in the general elections, they won in these areas. So for the NDC to be leading, especially here with over 60 votes, it's a clear indication that the people really want to change and test the NDC candidate to see what good she will bring to this constituency.
Have you gotten information as to what the results look like at other polling centers?
Yes, so the other polling station I can confirm is 37 against 31 in favor of the NDC, adding up to this constituency, this polling station, meaning that so far out of the 19, 2 gone and all in favor of the NDC. It used not to be so, but there is an indication. So counting is ongoing. We are just about receiving the figures.
Did this particular result come to you as a surprise?
Not at all, because we put in a lot more. Right from the day the EC was unable to collate the results, we knew very well that we will have to do a rerun of these polling stations. So we didn't just come into this election unprepared. We came prepared and put in all our energies. As you can see, you see every NDC top executive patrolling these election areas up to now. You see us being around just to make sure that counting goes on smoothly. And that is to tell you that we are serious about this election, and that is what is giving the results.
So as a party, what's your next line of action? You know, there was a lot of violence here. I've seen that you've condemned it as a party, but some supporters of the NPP are still not satisfied with the way the police and, you know, the way things were handled here. What's the next line of action for you as the National Democratic Congress?
Well, very hypocritical on the part of the MPP if they say they are not satisfied with the conduct of the police. This is the first time we are witnessing an election where the police is without arms. They came in just in police uniform just for identification's sake, but they've been able to make sure that things are put in the right perspective. Just years back, we would have military personnel moving up, center, right, left, and right. It never happened same. To raise issues about security is very hypocritical. But we will also say that going into whatever election, we have Akutia ahead of us. We as a party will still want our supporters to comport themselves, have faith in us, have faith in the security, have faith in government, that government will ensure that voters turn out to vote and go home safely. I mean, some pocket of incidents are likely to happen. That's happened here. But we pray that next elections, this one will teach us a lesson that we will have to learn going forward.
What do you have to say to critics who say the actions or the violence that happened here is not a good look for us as a country, as a shining example, you know, in terms of our democracy for other African nations?
Well, again, it's too extreme for anybody to want to go in there. Even in the United States, where democracy has thrived for over 200 years, you still have electoral violence one way or the other appearing. So for it to look like what is happening here is strange and never happened anywhere is very hypocritical, very surprising. But that is not to say that we should encourage same. We should get to a point where we can have an incident-free election for once and boast of. But elections in Ghana are enviable records for other countries to want to emulate. It's a good sign for us. We condemn what happened, but clearly it doesn't in any way demonize what we went on.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. So you just heard there, Honorable, you just heard there Yusuf Yamin, who is national organizer for the National Democratic Congress. Vivian, I can tell you that supporters of the National Democratic Congress have poured onto the street. They are celebrating what they describe as a win from where I'm currently stationed here in Ablekuma North. I'm unable to tell what the results look like in other areas, but some NDC supporters I've been speaking to are confident that they have won the election, and thus they've poured out on the street. They are celebrating. There are riders here, there are other party supporters here, clearly very excited about the win, or what they say is an imminent win for their candidate into the election. It's interesting. Can you speak to us? Why are you celebrating?
Because we've won.
Have you chanced on all the results from other polling stations?
Not yet.
So how do you know you've won?
Oh, we've won already.
What gives you that assurance that you've won?
Everything gives us.
But you've not seen the results. Isn't it too early to start jubilating when collation hasn't been done and you've not seen the final results from other polling centers?
So we've won. That's the only thing I can see.
You are sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Interesting.
100%. Yes.
So you just heard the party supporter for the NDC. She says to me that although they've not seen the entirety of the results from the other polling stations, what they've seen here gives them enough, the assurance that indeed they've won the election. The presiding officer not long ago was seen announcing the certified results from the St. Peter Society Methodist Church. Just to reiterate the numbers again, the MPP candidate, Nane Krefrie, polled 77 votes. The NDC candidate, Irabna Orban, polled 130 votes. The total votes cast here at the end of voting was 207. The total number of voters on the electoral roll was 464. So these are the numbers that we can report to here. Historically, we are being told again that this particular polling station in previous elections voted in favor of the MPP. So the NDC supporters see this as a major step with regards to, their quest to win this particular seat. We've been joined by some other NDC supporters. Thank you for speaking to Channel 1 TV. I can see you are clearly elated with the results you've had there. What are your thoughts? Are you winning? Have you won this?
Oh, what is going on? I think we won. Because you can see some motorbikes going rounds, checking. You see people are jubilating. And as I was saying, I will thank Irabna for a good job. And I will thank all the media stations. I will thank everyone. I will thank all the police and everyone in this constituency for helping us to I don't know how to say
your point is well made. Thank you very much. So another clearly enthusiastic NDC supporter, according to him, indications they are receiving point to the fact that they've won this election and they are just waiting for an official announcement from the EC to the point or to the fact that Irabna Orban would be parliamentary should have been declared parliamentary candidate elect for Ablekuma North. So these are the initial updates here. A lot of people are here, NDC supporters mostly. They are very excited. A lot of them have been seen riding their motorbikes. Let me quickly add also that the police presence is still very heightened. A lot of them are here fully armed. Some of them formed police protection officers are here. Now, if you look in the shot right ahead of us is an FPU tank. It's been here since the sorting and the counting process began. It's been here for some time now, and we are being told that the police have they've put in place adequate security to ensure that nothing untoward happened here in Ablekuma North. Wow, there's a police truck coming, but it's not conveying police officers, or it's a truck with just a police siren. I beg your pardon, this is not a police vehicle. It has the sirens on, and supporters are clearly expressing their enthusiasm. They're excited. They say they have won this election and they are jubilating. They seem very excited. We are, however, still waiting on the EC to give us the official result from all other polling stations where voting took place today. But the pickup truck which conveyed these supporters has parked right in front of the voting center, and they are still jubilating. They are still very much excited. They are honking their vehicles. Some of them are chanting party songs, and they seem very, very excited with all that is happening here in Ablekuma North. Interesting scenes, Vivian. Very, very interesting scenes. A lot more.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
So the EC officials are now leaving. They are now leaving the voting area. Clearly, everything with regards to the election has come to a complete end here. It's just party supporters on the street, very excited about what they describe as a win for the NDC and for Irabna Orban.
All right, thank you, Jude Duncan. We'll come to you again at a point. But we'll have to go via Zoom and speak to the Public Relations Manager for the Peace Council, Kwesi Irinchi Boateng. Is actually the Senior Public Relations Manager. Kwesi, if you can hear me, welcome to our special coverage, Channel 1 TV as well as City 97.3 FM.
Thank you very much, Vivian, and your viewers.
Right. Now,
most grateful for this opportunity.
Sure. Thank you very much for joining us as well. You have released a statement on some troubling incidents we've seen today during the elections. You were specific around that to do with the journalists and generalized around to do with the others. How did this come to you, and were you surprised with what we saw on the fields today?
Yeah, we are very surprised with the happenings, and the council condemns the happenings, at certain terms. It's surprising after our efforts in engaging both sides, these things are still happening. Like we said in our statement, we are calling for calm. We are calling on all stakeholders to act peacefully. To act peacefully and ensure that the EC, they allow the Electoral Commission to announce their results so that those who win jubilate moderately, and then those who lose also accept gracefully. So this is what we are just pleading with the general public.
Let's look at the incidents one by one. Let's start with that of the journalist. So far, the peace officer in question has been pulled away from the line of duty, also has been interdicted, and investigations around that. Good enough. Of course, we don't know who exactly is. The police failed to put out his identity and all that. But are you satisfied with the level of reaction from the police following that very troubling incident?
Well, referring to our statement, I think we are pleased that a swift action is being taken, but we will still call for further investigation into the other mishaps that happen, and then other disturbances that happen, so that these things do not happen in our elections again. I think this is what we are all working towards, to maintain the peace. We go about the electoral processes peacefully, allow the Electoral Commission to do its work peacefully. So this is all we are just pleading and urging the general public to be law-abiding.
Right. Now, another worrying development we saw was the attack of a former minister as well as a member of parliament, Howard Kumsen. So far, we've not heard anybody being arrested or any action being taken along that development. How do you react to that?
Yeah, I think, like I said, we condemn that. We mentioned that in our statement that it's unfortunate that a former minister of state should be attacked. We condemned the act, and then even the act of the journalist being attacked. So collectively, we are condemning this and calling the police, like I mentioned earlier. I said earlier in my statement that they need to investigate all this and the culprit be brought to order. This is a lawful society that the laws should work. So like the police was interdicted, we expect that the investigation will be mounted into how the former minister of state was attacked in that incident.
Right.
And everyone who was attacked.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Kwesi Irinchi Boateng, Senior Public Relations Officer of the Peace Council. With that interview, they have issued a statement condemning some of the incidents we've seen. We'll stay with the incidents and look at the ones that have been very, very troubling. Let's start with that of Howard Kumsen. Before I pick your thoughts, I'll quickly bring you footage of exactly what happened this morning, moving into the afternoon, with that of Howard Kumsen.
So far. All right, what's your thoughts around the process so far?
I mean, the other places have been very peaceful. I don't know why here they want to do intimidation. The people are ready to come and vote for a PSU here. You are intimidating them. You are sharing money and still intimidating. What's your problem?
We saw somebody shout at you to leave the polling station. Is that what you're referring to as intimidation?
The polling station belongs to him.
To leave the fourth station.
Why are they also here? Why are they also here?
So clearly they are trying to intimidate
exactly.
your camp.
And we cannot be intimidated.
We
are not ready. We won't allow them to.
Have you reported to the police?
The police is there. We've reported to them. We told them. They have seen all that is going on. They think because they are in power. Yes, we are ready. We are in opposition. We are ready to face them.
So I'll bring the second video, which was what has been making the rounds in terms of the assault proper. But this is the first she spoke to us, alleging that there were some intimidation and, you know, threats, all that before she was attacked. In a bit, I'll give you the attacked video and all that. But this is where this started.
I mean, so she said they were being intimidated. Our election space should not have any such room for intimidation. And we have been voting since 1992. This is a very small election. We shouldn't have been seeing the intimidation happening. She's claiming, and this happened even before the main violence, which you can really describe as intimidation. Now, before she spoke, we also received an interview that our reporter did on the ground with the Greater Accra Regional Minister, who admitted that she was distributing money. And so you heard Honorable Hakumsin there reference they are buying votes and also intimidating. It appears that they were engaging in a contest of money sharing, but she says she's clearly worried about what the NDC was doing. And when the Greater Accra Regional Minister was questioned, she said, well, if you think we are buying votes, you should go and buy votes too. I didn't think that that's something that should be coming from a member of parliament and a regional minister. Now, if Hakumsin said they were being intimidated, then it is the intimidation we have seen climax in the attack on her. Because that assault on her, again, you remember when St. George was attacked in Ayawaso West Wuogon, we were told at the commission that the person who assaulted him, he had insulted that person and used very unprintable words on that person. But we all agreed at the time that no amount of verbal assault should warrant a physical assault like we saw on the Member of Parliament at the time. Yeah. And today we have seen a similar thing happen to Hakumsin. We do not know what was happening before she was attacked, but regardless of what happened, and that's why the police were there. And if you look at the video clearly again, and I'm sure you are yet to show the video again to our viewers, the police either looked unprepared or surprised, because the gentleman who just stormed into the place had an agenda. It appeared the agenda was just to attack everybody in sight who is not on their side. And that's what we saw. And to push an elderly woman to the floor and attack her in the manner that we saw, that should not have a space in our democracy. And I'm really, really surprised that as of now, we have not been told if anyone has been arrested. These people did this in the afternoon. It wasn't in the night. And there were cameras all over the place. The gentleman who was flying like a Kung Fu fighter, for instance, I mean, it should be easy to lift him out because there are CCTV cameras in many parts of our country now. And we have seen the unique way in which he is dressed, which means it's even easy to pick him out of any crowd. He walked leisurely into that compound when I look at the gate and made a dive for the woman. Now, regardless of what happened, of course, we have also seen a video where she was spraying something that appears to either be pepper spray on the people. She could argue that that's in self-defense. I do not even think again that she should have also done that in the middle of things, in the confusion that we saw there. Usually when we are being dispatched as reporters in my early days, they would tell you, you should always find the police people and seek protection from them. And I thought that at this place, she could have sought protection from them, their police, rather than trying to confront them head on, because these are people who are charged. These are people who are coming to attack. Yeah. And if they are coming to attack at the time, you cannot reason or argue with them, and you cannot even try to fight them. You should have simply fled. Fly away from the place rather than having someone fly into you. I think that's what she should have done. So, of course, her conduct...
I think she was caught unawares. Because when she turned,
but we saw them coming into the compound. It's possible she was caught unawares, and that's what I'm saying, that the police who were there should have done a lot more than we've seen. I don't know if that was a police, that's how they deal with their issues, but I thought they could have prevented this, because it was almost like a free-for-all fight. Everybody was being beaten, and people were running. Even the candidate who was standing there had to run away. Agents, bodyguards, everybody was running. Why do we have the police there at the time then? And for me, we should condemn the attack on her, and I do not also think that her reaction should have been self-defense in the manner she did by spraying the pepper. Maybe she could have just ducked and run to the police and watch the police defend her. I think that will be my comment on this for now, based on everything we've gathered.
All right, Sky.
It's a very delicate matter, and but I think we have to be clear that there should not be any room for violence in our elections, because elections are not about violence. First of all, it is important to put the whole thing in context. It would seem that there were people who were charging towards the former member of parliament. We've not heard voices as to know words that may or may not have been exchanged. But as the people approached, something must have happened. And then she sprayed, or the video show that she sprayed something towards somebody. Yeah. And that somebody eventually became the first person to attack her. And then other people attacked subsequently. Now, the question that will be asked is whether at the time that she did spray the person who was charging towards her, she felt threatened and therefore sought to do something to protect herself. Of course, we had all seen the video, and it would seem that the police were not prepared to do anything about her safety at that point.
At the beginning, they shielded them off.
Yeah.
And then the pepper spray came, and the people managed to get through and go
The
to
police clearly were either overpowered, or they did not do anything to actually suppress what was happening.
Okay.
I mean, if you
so
look at
hold
it,
on. I want you to hold on with your thoughts. Don't lose it. So we go through the video properly.
They are marching towards. Wow. Unbelievable. Clearly defying the police order. The breakthrough. This is unprecedented. This is unbelievable. This is absolutely shocking. Wow, there's a tussle ongoing right now. There's a tussle ongoing. It's turning violent. It's turning chaotic. They're literally fighting the police. They are literally. What? It seems that they are throwing the cuts. How our cushion is on the floor is being trampled on. The police it's completely chaotic. People are running for safety. This can't be a democracy. This can't be a democracy. People are literally running away for their lives. The police are being assaulted. NPP party officials are being assaulted. Miracles was standing next to me. Literally had to run for his life. Unbelievable, Nana. The scenes here completely unbelievable. The vehicles have parked in the middle of the road. The police seem helpless. It doesn't look like hope is coming from anywhere. The police is trying to come. Still very here. Are high. A lot is ongoing. The police seem helpless. They are just standing by looking at what's happening, and they seem not able to control or contain the situation. is chaotic. It's absolute chaos here. The fighting is still ongoing. One man who's been assaulted has run to the church hoping to seek refuge. Some policemen are standing here. Obviously,
Richard, we've seen the video, you know, from the point and then to this point. Please carry on with your
so exactly
your
what I
point.
was talking about. So you had a group of policemen who had fenced off an area reserved for the election activity, right? These guys charged in. They got out of a pickup. I mean, if you look at the video, they seem to have gotten out of a pickup and then charged towards this particular space. The police attempted to stop them from entering that particular space, but they brushed the police aside and then moved in. Now, that was the first incident that broke the law, because the police at that point would have given a lawful order. But when they breached that barrier, the police sort of gave up. Because at that point, you saw police officers who were just standing,
walking around.
Walking, as if
standing akimbo.
Yeah, you're like, look, this one is not our matter.
It's not
you understand?
Yeah.
And then when they entered the space, it would have, I mean, the indications are that this was premeditated, that they were going for
straight to for the lady.
Exactly, the former member of parliament. So they charged towards her. You would have seen that some police officers attempted to restrain some of the people, but the rest were just unconcerned about what was happening. So they charged towards her. Now, if you read the law, Umar Rosana talked about what is reasonable in those circumstances. That, A, do you run away or do you want to defend yourself?
Yeah.
So the lawyers will tell you that there is no requirement that you should wait and be hit before you do something in defense of yourself. If you can see reasonably that someone is approaching you with what appears to be an intention to attack you. When you saw that the person was coming, what do you do immediately to actually contain the person?
Yeah.
So then people would say that she was right in spraying the pepper spray.
Which we have on the screens
exactly. Now. I don't know whether it was pepper spray, but she
there was
sprayed
a
something. Exactly. And then that meant that whoever was the target got incensed more and then reached out.
So we see a gentleman flying towards, so that's what is on our screen now.
But he was not even sprayed. The spray happened
before he got there.
He came from the back, I think ostensibly.
And jumped onto her.
So the person is launched at her, and then we saw multiple beatings here and there. This is completely unacceptable. And you see, it is failure of security on many levels. First of all, the policemen who were guarding the entrance ought not have allowed these guys to enter the space. That was the first failure. They were able to breach that. So what you do immediately is to effect arrest. Because you had given a lawful order. That order was breached by the people who had entered the space where they ought not be. And then when they were attacking the woman, like she was on the floor. And people were stamping upon her or on her. Some were booting her. I mean, this is completely unacceptable. And no democracy should justify this kind of, incident. It is completely unacceptable that we are even hearing members of government speak endorsing, in effect, what had happened. On the basis that the lady herself has a history of having been involved in alleged violent incidents that resulted in people getting maimed and some people, passing as a result. I think in both cases, those are unacceptable. And I insist that what happened in the Utu Senya constituency, where someone is said to have died as a result of that, look, there is no expiry date that can be slapped on criminal activity. The people responsible for that incident have got to be, investigated, found, and prosecuted. If it includes the honorable former member of parliament herself, that has got to be investigated. And if she's responsible in one way or the other, she must be brought before court and made to answer for whatever actions or roles she may or may not have played in that particular incident. But equally, the people responsible for what we are seeing on our screens, they have to be found. The videos are there. The police saw some of them. They have got to be arrested.
So look at the shots. You see the policemen. I see about 4 of them watching.
Yeah, like what's going on. Continue what you are doing. Look, some are even having conversations.
They can't.
Or maybe they are protecting the ballot.
I think those ones decided to stand there to. But
what about the 2 others? The 2 are also standing.
No, but to be fair, from the entrance, they tried to resist the entry of the guy.
And they breached it.
That breach. And even inside, if you look at the beginning of the video, there were some attempts to restrain some of them. Of course, there were others who looked like they were idle. I don't know if their command said to them that when you see people, don't act. But fundamentally, I noticed that they are not armed.
You see, look at this. Multiple police officers were there.
But they are unarmed.
No, it is, you see, the police doesn't need to be armed.
Body barricades.
So if they are not armed, how can they really fight these people?
The police are trained to act with or without arms to be able to deal with situations like this. So look at their numbers at the entrance. It was their responsibility to have enforced the orders.
Yeah, but inside here now you see inside here there are some of the police people trying to prevent these guys.
A few tried.
Yeah, a few. The others though nonchalant. I don't understand.
So there we go again.
They ought not have entered the space in the first place. You had the numbers. You had barricaded the area. You have a very huge metal gate there. So you prevent those people because as you saw them, move towards you, it was obvious that they were purposed to go and do something. So you prevent them because the law is that a policeman can arrest you where he has reasonable suspicion that you are in the process or about to commit a crime. If you are in the process of committing a crime, a police officer is entitled to arrest you. If he suspects that he has reasonable suspicion that you intend to commit a crime, he's entitled to arrest you. So when they saw them approach the way they did, it was within their power to have arrested these guys to prevent what eventually happened. But they gave way. That cannot be acceptable. And the people, the officers who were responsible for that, they also must face questions for that kind of negligence, which resulted in what we saw.
But Sky, when police people are deployed, they usually would have a command structure. So there should have been a commander that had to put people in place that you stand here, you be here.
Yes.
There was we
don't know whether that command didn't come.
There appeared to have been no coordination. We saw some of them standing. That one we've seen that. It means that no one, but some are trying to tackle some of the guys. But I'm saying that This evening when they were doing the sorting, and it's the same place, so we didn't see people inside because they managed to cordon off the place. They could have done. You are even helped by a wall that has been put up and a gate. So I think this is and the IGP came there. He didn't speak. He came on a tour and he left. I thought that he should have said something about his people because we saw them swiftly act by withdrawing that guy who slapped the journalist. I don't know, but why were they not armed? Why didn't they have a barricade? Since we are told that this particular polling station has a history, in 2024, it was a hot spot.
Turbulent area.
And so 2024, December 7. So why didn't we prepare? Policing includes intelligence gathering. Did we not foresee this happening? Even if we didn't and then they immediately showed up, there should be a backup team somewhere. I wouldn't think that this election was happening without a standby force somewhere. I would really be surprised if there was no standby force. The situation here is so fishy. It looks suspicious, and I really think that.
Sandra, hold on with your thoughts. I'll take you to the EC's regional headquarters, where we are told that journalists are not being allowed to the center, even though they actually gave us accreditation and all that. Among there is Hansen Ajuman. Hansen, if you can hear me, welcome.
Thank you, Vivian.
Hansen, what is the issue? Are we not being allowed to do our work?
Essentially, that is the description, and it's very troubling because we received a letter from the Electoral Commission written and directed to us to come to the Collation Center here at the old EC office for the collation. Later, we're directed to go to the EC office for accreditation. Only for us to get here, and the police says they don't have a list of accreditation. And so we thought perhaps the Electoral Commission has not made this list available to the Ghana Police Service. Only to engage the men on the ground, they said yes, they have somewhat a list of journalists who should enter, but they cannot allow us to enter because that list is not coming from the Ghana Police Service. And I mean, this is confusing because throughout the 2024 election, reporting matters from the Electoral Commission, there have not been any point in time when, after the Electoral Commission had issued to you an accreditation with the symbol and the of the Electoral Commission on it. The police again have to clarify if we have accreditation from their headquarters, and this is not from the Electoral Commission, because when we engage the men on the ground, they tell us again that yes, they have somewhat of list of media houses who should enter, but because that command is not coming from the police hierarchy, they cannot allow us to enter. The bizarre thing here too is that after reaching to the Electoral Commission to see if they can clarify that communication gap between themselves and the Ghana Police Service, the response we get from the Electoral Commission is that, well, they have made their list invited to the Ghana Police Service, and whatever the Ghana Police Service is going to do with it is out of their hands. And it appears that now the journalists themselves will now have to take the step of solving that communication gap, if there's a communication gap between the Ghana Police Service and the Electoral Commission. And so we are just at the gate from Tigo, where you can make an access to the old Electoral Commission building. We are not being allowed. I mean, if the cameras could show you, all these journalists have accreditation. They are here. None of them are here to impose themselves on the commission. The commission itself sent invitations to them, asked them to go and pick the invitations. They've gone to pick the invitations, but we are here and nobody is allowing us into the collation room.
Right. Hansen, are you able to identify the police person, whether a commander or whatever, who gave that instruction that they would not allow you into the premises?
As of now, we seem to hear that the operations guy guy who is leading is one Dr. Gariba, who I met at the main entrance, who had indicated to me that I could not use that entrance, and so we should come and use this particular entrance, only for us to come and meet this situation.
Right. Has said Mr. Gariba been to the back end now, the place he asked you to go through?
He has not, because when we spoke to the men, they are telling us to let the police, the Electoral Commission, to let the Electoral Commission link up with this Dr. Gariba. Here's the case that we've contacted the Electoral and given us any indication whatsoever that they are seeking to make engagement. These
Right. Well, what has been the response from the other colleagues on the development?
Well, it's for a lot of them, it's disturbing to them because they've been covering Electoral Commission. Let me see if I can speak to some of them so that you can hear from them what they make of this. You're having 2 accreditations. What time did you get here and what was the experience?
We just got here a few minutes after 5. Initially, we tried entering from the other side. Then we were directed to use this route. Then when we arrived here, we were told by the uniform men that we couldn't be allowed in. So we were thinking maybe they hadn't seen our accreditation. So we tried to show them our accreditation. And they said they actually have a list of individuals who are supposed to be allowed inside. And unfortunately, the media was not part of it. We were surprised. We've been here since 5, and then initially they said they were going to get the whole issue clarified. Eventually, they said they had a list, but that list had to be verified by their bosses. And it's been almost 1 hour since they gave us that information. We are here, but for me as a journalist, I have been here. I have heard comments from some of the policemen. It looks like this issue is going back to what happened in the morning, because I actually had heard one of them say that media for no money hokra ejumano ebekoso mukoye na ekoboma suma na mu kwa akoka.
So they made comments that suggest to you that relates to reactions.
Definitely, yes, most definitely. They made comment that shows that they are actually not very happy with us because of what happened earlier in the day. And this is surprising because the kind of the person I saw making those comments, I saw him as a senior officer. But for him to make utterances that indicate that the media is not very important in a national event like this. This is very unfortunate. This is very, very unfortunate. And unfortunately, we don't have anybody here to even come to our aid.
I believe you have covered the Electoral Commission for quite some time. Have you ever experienced anything of a sort like this?
I have never experienced such an incident. Anytime we are closer to such an incident is if you do not have accreditation, or if your accreditation is not verified by the EC. But we have this accreditation that was delivered to us this evening. We have a barcode that the police servant can easily confirm whether it's actually coming from the EC. So we do not understand how come with everything we have to prove. You know, some of us are even wearing t-shirts that indicate which media houses we are coming from. But they still say no, they are not going to talk to us. They are not going to even allow us in there to do our job, our civic duty as media, as the fourth estate of the realm. That's unfortunate.
Vivian, so that's it as you have it here. Of course, we can't do anything. We will only have to wait and see if civility will reign and be allowed in after, you know, giving us accreditation, telling us that at least we can tell the story of the collation to the Ghanaian people, only for you to deny us access into the collation room.
Right. Thank you very much, Hansen. We'll come back to you again, hoping that by then things would have changed. So that's our colleague, Hansen Ajima. Another developing incident and very troubling as well. Attacks now, journalists being stopped from doing their work after being given accreditation.
You see, again, it comes back to what we fought against before the 2004 elections. You remember that 2004. 2024. Yeah. 2024. Is that what I said?
You said 2004.
Oh, really? Forgive
I was in secondary.
2024. Yes, I remember that election. The 2024 election. You remember that the EC had sought to restrict, the number of people who would have been allowed as journalists to cover the election. And we had to fight it here on this network and on City FM and insisted that, look, the Electoral Commission did not need to do that.
Yeah.
And we provided all the justifications necessary to force the hands of the Electoral Commission to do the proper thing. What is there to hide?
Yeah.
The only reason Ghanaians would have faith in the process is where journalists are there to report the story independently and to tell them that, okay, the things have been done in a particular way and we are all happy with the outcome. But when you create a certain, balloon around the whole process, you render the process opaque so that people are not able to go directly into the rooms of the Electoral Commission to see what is happening. Then you give people basis to say that, look, this thing has not been credible. I think whoever is responsible for this decision, and I know they are listening to us, they have got to go back and reverse this decision immediately. Because it does not make sense, it is unacceptable, we cannot allow this in a democracy, and the people in there who are the decision makers at the Electoral Commission have got to know. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission is not new to processes like this. For so many years, so many decades, he was in charge of the IEA, a respectable institution that took so many steps to actually deepen our democracy before eventually she was made head of the Electoral Commission. So I would least expect a thing like that to be coming in from her staples. Similarly, the deputy chairperson, the one who used to be a lecturer, Dr. Bosman. I mean, this is a distinguished professor who served for so many years at the University of Ghana, lecturing on matters having to do with democracy. And he would understand that the journalist is needed to be a non-partisan, observer in the entire value chain of delivering democracy to our people. So he cannot possibly be a part of a process that is rendered opaque as to make the process lose credibility. So it is important that if they are listening to us, and I do know they are listening, they should take the steps necessary to reverse this decision because it is completely unacceptable, it is vexatious, and it cannot be allowed to stand.
Yeah. Sanda.
Yeah, I don't know why journalists are always the easy target. I don't get it. We are simply, and let me just say that as we speak, I'm in communication with the hierarchy of the Electoral Commission, and they are saying to us that they have no hand in the prevention of journalists in there.
Yeah,
they are saying,
yes, it's the police that is.
Yeah, they are saying to us, and in fact, let me just say that the chairperson of the commission herself, Jim Mensah, is saying to us that they don't know why the police is preventing. They have not said so. They have actually given permission for journalists to come and cover, and they have issued accreditation. So
that's good to know.
I think that if
so
there's
this
any,
is a police preventing us.
yeah.
Now.
So this is Jean Mensah reporting to us here that she has not prevented, or EC at least has not prevented journalists, and that they've given accreditation to them to come inside. As to why the police, and Dr. Gariba has been mentioned, who is the director of operations at the police, I do not know why he thinks that it is journalists who he should prevent. If there's anybody who should be prevented, it should be the hoodlums who came earlier who should be prevented. Yeah. If you fail to prevent those hoodlums, you don't come and vent on poor, harmless journalists who are carrying their equipment. We've seen the state broadcaster's reporter saying to us that she has also not been allowed. If, for anything, they could have said, okay, we wanted to prevent every journalist, except the GBC. Like, who prevents GBC from going to cover a national issue like this one? If GBC is being prevented and we are all being prevented, then I don't know what they intend to do in that room. Because without the media, we can't even declare elections in this country. Because unless you go from home to tell everybody that this is the person who has been elected, the media gives you that. You should be grateful. We don't even charge you for coming to broadcast this for you, and you are preventing us. And I'm happy to hear that the EC is not responsible for this, it is rather the police. And so I think we should direct everything to Christian Tete-Yohuno. He is our new IGP. First of all, I'm not happy that he goes to Ablekuma North and doesn't say anything about what we saw today. If he did, at least not to our media house, we don't have that. We have not seen any tape of him. And the next thing is that his people are preventing journalists from covering an election as crucial as this one. I find that very bizarre, and I think we should all condemn it. We don't know on certain terms what is happening at the regional office of the Electoral Commission. Hansen Ajiman is not a stranger to that commission. Yeah. He has covered that commission for years, and everybody there knows him. I'm sure even the policemen know him. Now, there's no change in the hierarchy of the Electoral Commission based on what we know so far. Even the police administration, I think generally is the same police officers. This is Dr. Garba, who has been mentioned, has always been there. So why the sudden U-turn against journalists? I think this should be stopped now.
I think it's important. Now that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission has clarified the position, and that is fair. So it is good, and we have to commend her, that indeed they are not the barrier here. But what it means is that they have got to issue a public statement. Yeah. Which statement must go to every media house to make it clear that they are allowing access. And if there is any restriction, that will be unacceptable, which will mean that the pressure will now be on the police administration to take responsible steps to remove the barriers that they are erecting in the way of journalists. Because you cannot understand why we are covering a process like this, and the police would say, or whoever is behind the scenes, would say that, you know, they are not admitting journalists to the premises of the Electoral Commission. This is obnoxious. It is offensive to all notions of accountability and transparency, and it is important that the decision is reversed immediately. We cannot allow it.
Right. We'll make efforts to get to the police command proper and also seek some answers to the latest development where journalists are being prevented from covering the final phase of this election. So, Sky, back to Howard Compton's incident. So far, we've not heard of any arrests with regards to hers.
You see, again, as I was saying, the police appear to be failing on many levels. We saw what happened in 2024 when police failure led to offices of the EC being burnt down, ballot boxes being burnt, ballot papers being burnt, pink sheets being burnt, people being beaten to pulp as a result of police failure to intervene. We saw from those videos police officers failing to intervene when thugs were running riots. Again, we also saw in the various collation centers that were attacked, policemen standing there while irate men infiltrated into those spaces and attacked Electoral Commission officers and party agents who were doing their lawful duties. That is not how policing should be done. Because if you would have policemen there, and yet there will be brazen criminal activity in the nature we are talking about, then it means that there is virtually no respect for the police uniform. And it would mean that people are not deterred in any way. And what makes it very serious is that, yes, there are those within the security space who will tell you that for strategic reasons, sometimes the police will allow people to misbehave because at that time, if they intervene, maybe the situation will get out of hand. So you allow them to do what they are doing, intervene as minimally as possible, but you wait, review the evidence, arrest the people responsible, put them before court, prosecute their cases, and make sure that the judges determine their fate. It's been 7 months or 6 months since the December 7, 2024 elections. I am yet to read any news headline or any case, decided case that states that Kwame A, B, C, D has been arrested, was put before court, prosecuted, and has been committed to serve time in jail because of his hand in the troubles in, say, this particular constituency. We have not seen any. Yet, we see all of those things online. The videos are there. If you go onto YouTube right now and you key in details of, or you query the system, you will see videos of people who had misbehaved, including sitting members of parliament, who in some cases attacked EC officers and compelled them to do their will as opposed to the will of the people. I mean, in what democracy do you say this happened? We also in the US, when people misbehaved, went into the Capitol Hill, went into the offices of senators, congressmen, beat up people, destroyed public property, they were fished out one after the other. They were put before court, prosecuted, and condemned to jail. Of course, the new president has granted pardons here and there to some people, and there are issues with that, because when people misbehave like that, I do not think that a president should be misusing his presidential powers the way the president of the US has done, because this clearly would have been for partisan reasons. But the fact is, we must learn lessons from what has happened in the US, because that is how it is done elsewhere. If the people responsible for the troubles we saw at the Ghana Telecom University when they were doing the collation there, the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Electoral Commission, what happened in Dome, what happened in Ablekuma, what do you call it, North?
And Tema Central.
Yes, Tema Central. If you go to Ayeswano constituency where the Electoral Commission's offices were burnt. Nsawama Dwejiri. If these people were held accountable in good time, we wouldn't be seeing what we are seeing today.
If the police and the soldiers who were deployed into the Chamber of Parliament 4 or 5 years ago, the people behind that were dealt with. But I think that's where it started from, Sky. We saw the chaotic scenes in Parliament, the chamber, and this was, at the time there was no Parliament really, but we saw soldiers in the chamber. Nothing happened. But you mentioned the capital, you saw what happened. Yeah. Those people have been dealt with. I think it's something that has been, it's a growing problem, and it's culminating in what we are seeing today. And I worry for the next election we're going to have.
The next election is in Akwetia. Yeah. It's a by-election.
Yeah. And it has its own history.
Exactly. And you hear the radicalization of the people. The people saying, now, okay, you did this to us today, well, we'll prepare tomorrow. But we should not allow that. We cannot, we must not allow that. Because you are not, it is people going out peacefully to exercise their franchise. They want to say, I like Vivian, as opposed to Umaru Sanda. Or I like Sanda as opposed to Vivian. And I want either, as the case may be, to lead me.
Yeah.
It is freely expressed. Whether you are happy or happy, you go home, you celebrate. If you are happy, you are not happy, you go and you mourn your losses. You prepare for the next election. What is it about elections that has gotten to a point where MPs themselves will brazenly attack EC officers? Their loyalists would attack the police in some cases. They would attack party officials in some cases and do damage to public property, and nobody asks any question. Why should that be the case? So that you have a 275 member chamber. This thing happened. Of all the things that they say they would investigate, not a single motion has been moved in Parliament to say that let's open a committee to investigate the circumstances that led to the hostilities we saw in the 2004 election. How can you say you represent the people when you allow these things to happen and no corrective measure is taken to ensure that people are held accountable? We cannot run a democracy like that.
That's right. Now, there was another incident where an executive of the MPP was also attacked. If that video is ready, can we have it, please?
So you're referring to the Deputy Greater
The
Accra
Deputy
Regional
Greater
Organizer.
Accra, and also very troubling scenes from there as well.
Yeah. And the bodyguard of Hawa Kumsin too, in the Hawa Kumsin video, after she was assaulted, you saw a gentleman running out wearing a blue top. We were told that that's her bodyguard. Even
The
though
bodyguard was running out.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was the bodyguard who was...
I thought it was the bodyguard of the
No,
Parliament.
based on what we are here. Okay, so she was standing there with a queer...
two of them.
a queer, so the indication is that it's a bodyguard of Hawa Kumsin. Okay. Whether it's Hawa Kumsin's bodyguard or PFA's bodyguard, either way, he was a bodyguard.
Well, there was a bodyguard.
But when the thing became too intense, he had to run for his life. But for some reason, the thugs, waylaid him by the gate and they really beat him up. What we are also hearing is that he attacked the thugs who entered there first, and that's why they charged on him and charged also on his boss. And those issues, like what you are seeing in the video now, the gentleman was trying to make a way for the gate. Unfortunately, he was accosted and he was beaten up. The regional organizer of the NPP deputy, I remember him from the Ioko offices when they did that video for Chairman Wuntumi. He was brutally beaten.
Yeah.
And it looked like they were pounding him like fufu on the ground. That again happened not far from the police. And it begs the question, so what were the police doing there today? It is really, really a funny situation, Vivian.
I mean, it would seem that the police have not been valued for money today, in many ways. They have not been valued for money.
Yes.
They have not protected, the people the way they ought to have done. They have not protected, in some cases, people who have direct interest in elections. And you see, we are complaining about low voter turnout. I want to go out there peacefully to exercise my franchise.
Am I safe to go
Am
out?
I safe to go out there? The only reason why someone will go out willingly to cast his vote on or during an election like this is where there is a certain assurance of safety. There's a reasonable expectation that when I go out there to cast my vote, I will do so freely. I will do so without any fear of being beaten. I will do so without anybody intimidating me. And I will leave there, return to my home, and wait for the results.
Yeah.
But where I am hearing reports on the media that even key actors in the process are being brazenly attacked in front of policemen and women, and very little is done to prevent or to stop that from happening, then clearly I will sit in my
stay
home.
at home, yeah.
Because we've seen in past elections how people died, and as we speak, their families have not gotten justice.
Yeah.
So what kind of country is this?
Right. Let's have the video of the NPP executive now. So that's also some troubling scenes over there where you see a former NPP executive, current, yes,
Regional
regional deputy organizer being also attacked. And right again, we see the police standing there not doing much.
So what was the use of the police today? I mean, did we just wake up, wear uniforms for them and said, okay, you go and look on so that you will be part of the process anyway and allow people to misbehave?
Part of the numbers that turn up.
No. There's a reason why we call people police officers. You see, and clothe them with the authority to use force where necessary in order to effect an arrest or prevent a suspect from running away or to protect life and or property, as the case may be. But to be standing there while a party official is brutalized the way they did. The man was on the floor. They were still booting him.
Beat him up.
I mean, this is utterly irresponsible.
Maybe the command was do not engage.
Is that a good command?
So if they had killed him.
Yeah.
It's almost like they finished beating him, then they say, okay, now you can.
And you see, what you can see clearly the faces of the people responsible for this conduct. You can see it.
So the video starts with him having, whether it was a confrontation, whatever, with the police, turns back and tries to go, and then he falls into the den of these men who attack him. And then after all that, he's forced to go back to the policemen. We don't know what happened initially. But, I mean, I'm wondering why the police were not doing anything. I don't get it.
I think the police should issue a statement tonight. The way they issued a statement immediately in the morning to say to us that they have withdrawn their man who was engaging in that reckless behavior, they should issue a statement outlining their position on all these matters. They should tell us what happened with the journalist who was assaulted. They should tell us about the young lady with the multimedia group. They should tell us about the pepper spray that was pumped into the area and what necessitated that. They should tell us what happened specifically with Hawa Kumsin and her bodyguard. They should tell us what happened with this gentleman. I think it's called Lloyd, also this gentleman that we've seen being beaten up, the deputy regional organizer of the NPP. And they should also tell us how many people they have arrested, because I would be surprised if as of now they haven't arrested any of these people. That gentleman in the long flowing blue robe, I think is easily identifiable. The gentleman in the white smock, who assaulted or dived into Hawa Kumsin earlier, you can see him there. He's again part of the guy who, except that he's without his hat now.
He's at this place as well. Oh, that's him.
He's part of the ones who are stomping on this particular man.
Oh, wow.
This should not be happening at an election center. This is a boxing ring. You could be forgiven if you thought that this was a boxing ring, but clearly it's not. And this is not a wrestling match. And these people clearly are people that, if they were to hide their face, they would have worn a mask. They decided not to wear a mask and showed up the way they showed up.
Isn't that they are so confident in themselves that nothing will come out if they are even at
It looks like it. When I was listening to Jude earlier in the day report, he said they kept going and coming back.
Same group.
The group. So they would come to the police and then go back, and I think it was a third attempt that they broke the gates and went inside. It's almost as if, here we are, what can you do about it? And you see a lot of our police people now have body cams on them. The police should release the body cams or the footage from their body cams so that we get to see what is happening. Because this is really disturbing, and they should issue a statement and tell us what's up.
Wow. This indeed is troubling. So we've seen for about 4 or 5 incidents, 3 of them assaults and others, some excesses of actions from the police in trying to deal with some of the challenges for the day.
The gentleman is
just an announcement. So based on our communication with the EC hierarchy, they have spoken with the police hierarchy, and the media has finally been allowed.
Beautiful.
So we would go to Hansen in a few seconds to verify whether indeed they've been made to go in. But yes,
beautiful,
please
beautiful.
go ahead.
Just to add that, apparently the gentleman we just saw
yes.
happens to be the Deputy National organizer of the New Patriotic Party, as opposed to being, regional officer. He's actually
national.
Deputy national organizer of the New Patriotic Party, Chris Lloyd Ni Kwe Asamoah. Yes, and I mean, I'm just looking at a public statement issued by the minority, and it would seem that other officers of the party were allegedly beaten. So, for instance,
you can take us through that statement.
Okay. So this statement is issued by the minority caucus, and it's a statement on incidents of lawlessness at Ablekuma North. It says the minority caucus strongly condemns the acts of lawlessness and violence that have marred the parliamentary rerun election of 19 polling stations in the Ablekuma North constituency today. We are deeply concerned by the recurrence of violence disruptions by NDC thugs led by Malik Basintale, Deputy National Communications Officer, and Mustafa Gbandi, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. Videos circulating show that they are inciting, directing, and ordering acts of violence. Regrettably, senior NDC officials who should be condemning such actions because they are complicit are justifying them, implicating themselves in this assault on democracy. These actions continue to erode the democratic process and deprive the people of Ablekuma North of their constitutional rights to parliamentary representation. The apparent complicity of the Ghana Police Service, which stood by unconcerned as these party thugs carried out their destructive and violent acts, is particularly egregious, given the threats issued by Malik Basintale yesterday at a rally where he openly encouraged their supporters to engage in such conducts. Equally reprehensible is the appearance of the ministers of the Interior and Defense at polling stations. Their presence was nothing more than a public gimmick designed to feign concern while masking their gross inaction and complicity in the thuggery. The following incidents of lawlessness have been reported during today's rerun. 1. At St. Peter's polling station, NDC thugs physically assaulted the New Patriotic Party parliamentary candidate, Nana Ikia Owusu-Efriye, former Fisheries Minister Hawa Kumson, and Dakwa Newman, former MP for Okaikwe South. At the Church of Pentecost North Odoko 2 polling station, a police officer slapped Mr. Banaheni Ejekum, a reporter with the EIB network, while he was covering the election. 3. At the Awoshi DVLA polling station, NDC thugs dressed in brown uniforms, posing as security personnel, were apprehended by police after failing to provide identification. The statement continues. 4. NDC thugs engaged in confrontations with police at a Siedu Jedu Memorial School 1 polling station, contributing to a tense and chaotic environment that threatens the safety of voters and electoral officers. And finally, assault on Deputy National Organizer of the New Patriotic Party, Chris Lloyd Ni Kwe Asamoah, by NDC thugs. The statement continues. These incidents follow a troubling pattern of violence and irregularities that have plagued Ablekuma North since the December 2024 general elections, including the destruction of electoral materials, missing pink sheets, and a fire at the Kwashiman cluster of schools. The minority caucus has consistently called for transparency, accountability, and adequate security to ensure a fair electoral process. Our petitions to the Ghana Police Service on the 4th of June 2025 and our protests in Parliament indicated the urgent need for action to resolve the impasse. We reiterate our condemnation of the Electoral Commission's decision to conduct a rerun in 19 polling stations, which we view as inconsistent with earlier assurances that only 3 polling stations required collation to declare a winner. The sudden shift to a rerun without adequate explanations raises suspicions of political interference and undermines public confidence in our electoral institutions. The Ghana Police Service must swiftly investigate the assaults on Nana Ekuya Usu-Efriye, Hawa Kumsun, Banahene Ejekum, Chris Lloyd Nikwe, Asamoah, as well as the NDC thugs impersonating security personnel, and ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. The Inspector General of Police must deploy adequate security to protect voters. The NDC candidate Nana Ekuya Usu-Efriye, journalists and electoral officials, ensuring a safe environment for the completion of the electoral process. The continued disenfranchisement of Ablekuma North residents who have been without parliamentary representation since 7th of January 2025 is unacceptable. The EC and the law enforcement institutions must act decisively to restore the constituency's voice in Parliament. The last two paragraphs, we call on the NDC to exercise restraint and refrain from actions that incite violence and create an atmosphere of insecurity. The people of Ablekuma North deserve a peaceful, transparent, and fair electoral process. We also urge civil society, the media, and the international community to closely monitor the situation and support efforts to uphold Ghana's democratic credentials. Finally, the Minority Caucus commits to defending the rule of law and ensuring the integrity of our electoral process. We will not relent in our pursuit of justice and representation for the people of Ablekuma North. And this is signed by Alexander Kwamina Apenyumakin, the minority leader.
All right. Very detailed statement.
Yes.
I mean, there are people who are sending messages saying that it was a fight between between the NDC and NPA, and that we should condemn both. And I'm saying that we are not interested in whether it's an NDC person who attacked somebody or an NPA person.
Right.
The attack there is unwarranted, and we are saying that the police who are
So
responsible
that's
should have done
not
more.
to cut you.
Okay.
We earlier were trying to understand the Joy FM incident, the lady, what happened. So this one gives us a better idea. Apparently she was slapped. So this is how it starts. This doesn't have an audio, so you're free to comment as we watch it.
Okay, so she's the one with the backpack.
Yeah. So see.
Oh, okay, okay. So
she was slapped.
Yes.
No, I think we should watch that again.
Right. So let's take the video again.
Yeah, so I mean, earlier we saw one angle of the shot, and now this new angle that is emerging to us. She was videoing, and then this gentleman.
So that gentleman
is the same person who
yes.
chased her all the way to
Yes.
that place where we saw earlier, and so the assault happened before he got there, and
Yes.
appeared to have retreated when he got to the main crowd.
So
That's
we
I
saw
was
earlier
about.
was him after committing the incident
Yeah.
and then moving away,
Yeah.
and she turned into her colleagues.
So of course, he's partially covered his face.
Yeah.
But it is possible to identify him.
That's right.
And hold him accountable. What he did, completely unacceptable. He has no business doing what. Look at it. Look at the video.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
He came to meet her standing there
and
filming.
then turned toward her and attacked her.
No, this is unacceptable.
He walks. You see, he
That's
walks,
him.
goes
Yeah,
there.
walks there.
She's filming innocently,
Yes.
and
Turns and then perpetrates and then tries to.
so it means he gave her a chase all the way to the other part of the video that we saw, and that's when he returned. I mean, so many people engaging in, and so this is the final part. So many people engaging in so many lawless and reckless acts. We should have seen a lot of people being arrested. Unfortunately, we are not seeing that, or at least we have not heard of that. And for me, I keep on with the call that we should hear from the police service, because today has been bad. And this has actually been taking the shine from the main election. I don't know, are the results even coming through, Vivian?
Yes, they are.
Because
they will take it, but nobody is looking at that now.
Because we're looking at the violence that has really marred the election. It is really, really a crazy situation.
Right. So let's return to the minority statement on some of the incidents we've seen condemning the acts that we've seen, and then calling for the appropriate sanctions and actions to be taken against the people who committed these, for want of a better word, atrocities that we've seen this morning through to the afternoon.
You see, there's something I want to say before that. There's a saying in my language that I may a kasabari, I may not puya de, or I may not puya, I may not puya mavanayo, or I may not juya mavanayo. I may not puya, oh, kazo fu palo.
Please translate now.
No, Sarkodia has it in one of his lines.
Okay.
He said, the one who beat him or slapped him is not the one who is annoying, but the one who has laughed and held his stomach. Hey, you have been beating you.
Exactly.
That's the one that annoys him. So that's what you have said.
Exactly. Like that. Which is to say that people, citizens of Ghana, I would assume, went out there to perpetrate an act of criminality. Now, what you expect from people from both sides of the aisle is absolute condemnation and insistence that the people responsible should be held accountable. To have seen videos of state officials justifying or attempting to justify what has happened, I mean, is completely unacceptable. It is irrelevant that some people had justified the same in the past. Because what were we promised? That there will be a better way of running this country.
Yeah.
So if, allegedly, Hannah, what's the name? Hawa Kumsun. Forgive me, Hawa Kumsun was allegedly involved in violent conducts in the past. As I said earlier, those must be investigated. If she's found culpable, she must face the full rigors of the law. But that should not justify the attack on her today, because we are under a different dispensation. And the narrative we were sold was that this will be a reset. A reset is to be understood to mean that there will be a better way of doing things. Let's go back to the things that make us feel Ghanaian enough, so that we can all live in harmony.
Right.
And we had a president during his inaugural address. So it is important, because we don't want the president's legacy to be defined by things like
Some
this.
of these things.
And for officials of state to be writing on social media or to be heard in interviews seemingly endorsing what had happened is completely unacceptable.
Okay. Let's go back to Hansen Ajiman, the Collation Center. We're told that the EC officials have asked that journalists be allowed to the center. And let's see whether that is the case. Hansen, welcome back.
Thank you, Vivian.
Are you in or out?
Yes, so now we are in the collation room. This is after a series of engagements with the Electoral Commission. One of the officers of the commission was instructed to come to the entrance of the commission to engage the Ghana Police Service and to let them go according with the same accreditation that they had given us, and they have asked us to pick to be able to cover the collation. And so